pre-fires the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Olo can do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship. Work, it's Bolo above to save the round for his team. Explosion goes off, Bolt's on the case.
Vai partir terceiro triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des! That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed it more.
Consegue levar o round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! É o Brasil campeão! Campeão mundial! Vamos que vamos, Brasil!
Is connected. There's a triple across the board, and there is Sandbox. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy. Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing. Arakaze.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in Stage 1. What a performance! Deep to death. Surprise! Oh, no! What has just happened, Des?
All right, welcome everybody. It's time for our first day of the Jönköping Major, and we're here on the B stream today. Not as glamorous.
It's cozy.
It's cozy. Not as glamorous as what we see out of Mandy and Dev. They're on over on the A stream. If you were watching any of the pre-show, you would have seen them walk through exactly what we're looking at today. We're going to be running for probably about 10-ish hours or so, going through quite a bevy of matches. Starting off first, of course, with Cyclops and Black Dragons here on this stream. And again, you can tune into both the A stream and the B stream at whatever time you would like.
That you can, and the big thing about Cyclops and Black Dragons is quite the aggressive opening match here on the B stream, because both of these teams, of course, they have that playstyle preference, but I'm curious to see how they're going to match up against one another. Black Dragons right now, they love to play around the objective, try and get that diffuser down on their attacking side, whereas Cyclops, they like running towards their enemy, no matter what side they're on, so these could really clash against one another.
Cyclops as a team come in as the #1 seed out of APAC North. Black Dragons coming in 4th out of BR6 and also 4th through the Copa Elite 6, which is referred to as CES, and you might see that on your screen a couple times. This Black Dragons roster, at its core, has never competed at an international event before. So expectations for them are going to vary. If you're a fan of the team, expectations for them are probably going to be quite high because you want them to excel. But for everybody else, when a team comes in with very limited international experience, expectations are usually quite low because they don't have that same pedigree that, say, a team like Cyclops does, which is a bit interesting to say.
Yeah.
Because while Cyclops has been at so many international events, escaping the group stages has proven to be impossible so far. Do you think that there's a realistic shot, looking at the landscape of this group, Nick, that Cyclops emerge as one of the top 2 teams?
Absolutely. I think Cyclops is almost like the limit test of the teams in their group, because if you can beat Cyclops, odds are that you will make it out of groups yourself. But if Cyclops, however, comes out the victor, they of course will get top 2. And Cyclops, while you said they don't have the most success, so to speak, in terms of like getting out of groups, they have kept the same roster for a very long period, which means they should have a slight advantage as they can keep working on these foundations.
Yeah, this core has been together for years at this point. Their best showing, and the one where it actually looked like they might escape the groups, was 2 years ago in Mexico. And, well, I guess technically a year and a half in Mexico at this point, but time is a flat circle. Where they had that crazy matchup, if you recall, against Team 1, where it was a tiebreaker that we'd never seen before in esports that determined whether it was Team 1 that would go on to make it into the playoffs or Cyclops for the first time ever. Now, obviously, Cyclops ended up on the wrong side of that. Team 1 went on to win the entire event and become major champions. But since then, the run from CAG has not been very promising. They've missed a couple international events and then not made it out of groups. In fact, CAG has been one of the first teams to go home at most of the events that we have seen. Now, they're in a group with M&M and SONIQS. Those two teams are going to be competing on the other stream later today. Cyclops will be going up against SQ. Against this Black Dragons team, when you look at the way that Black Dragons play, there's obviously a lot less tape on them. CAG are the more storied team. There's a lot more to look at. But the one thing about Cyclops is that they have started to play a more conventional style. It's been noted a number of times by the talent over broadcasting on the APAC North. What is the key to success for Black Dragons to topple Cyclops, and what is the key to success for Cyclops to overcome a foe that they might not be the most familiar with?
For Black Dragons, it's all about preparation, right? Because Cyclops' biggest strength, even though they are playing a more conventional style of Rainbow Six Siege right now, is still that their aggression and out-of-nowhere plays can catch you off guard if you have not studied them enough. And when Cyclops first entered the international stage, teams were not prepared for it. But as we started seeing just how big of a threat that Cyclops can be, teams were saying, okay, these guys are the real deal, this is how they play, we're going to prepare for that play style, and therefore catch them and punish them. I assume that Black Dragons have done their due diligence and respect Cyclops enough to have studied them. And for the side of Cyclops, it all comes down to playing with one another and, of course, keeping that discipline, especially when you have the man advantage. APAC as a region, one of their biggest weaknesses is that they might get the opening kill and play 5 versus 4, but they can't stay strong throughout that mid-round and they lose their advantage.
Now, this is a best of one. These teams are going to be running the gamut because they're going to be playing matches back to back to back to back to back over the next 3 days with the goal of making it to the playoffs on Friday. You might be wondering, where are we going to go? We're actually going to go to where we filmed the North American League, which is Los Angeles, which happens to be the location of the bank map in Rainbow Six. Now, when you look at these two teams, is there one in particular that really stands out just in terms of play style? Let's ignore their map, their strengths. Let's ignore their map pool. In terms of play style, which team do you think suits a bank matchup better?
I have to say Black Dragons, because again, it's about fundamentals and playing the objective, getting that diffuser down, playing for the post plant. If you can plant successfully on bank, you will win 85% of the time on the attacking side. So I really think that Black Dragons fundamentals, they favor this more, but at the same time, it's a very big and open map. If Cyclops can play really aggressive, but yet effective around the perimeters of the map on their defensive side, that could be a problem for Black Dragons if they can't figure out a way into the bomb side.
Now, just in terms of what you just said, thinking that Black Dragons might be the favored team here on this map, simply pulling the map stats from stage number 3, which is the stage that just ran through the fall season, that is what essentially decided the teams who make it to this event. Cyclops' best map in terms of rounds 1 is bank. So if you look at their win rate, this is technically one of Cyclops' best maps historically. When you look at the map pool of Black Dragons coming in from Stage 3 and the Copa Elite 6, this is a decent map for Black Dragons. It's kind of middle of the road in regards to their round win rate. So just on paper alone, the team that has more success traditionally on bank is Cyclops. Now, obviously, that's in APAC North.
Yeah.
That's not against international competition. And you can throw out arguments as to whether or not the teams that Black Dragons are playing on bank against in BR6 and in South America and Latin America might be better bank teams, and that's what skews these numbers. But the way that you simply slice it is that CAG should be very comfortable with this map.
Absolutely.
More comfortable than Black Dragons. Is it enough for the matchup? That's something that's decided in the server. But both of these teams are going to come into this map having good to great results on bank, and I don't think either team really emerges with a loss here just in terms of the map veto system.
No. If one of the teams had never played bank in Stage 3, then there's a cause for concern, or perhaps they've been hiding it for a long time. And you mentioned earlier how Black Dragons, they've been doing okay domestically, getting 4th place, etc. But just to kind of set the tone, Black Dragons beat both FaZe and Team Liquid domestically in Brazil throughout Stage 3, which means they have beaten very legitimate teams to get here. And when you play in LATAM, you play more games than any other region basically. So the experience from Black Dragons and their players right now should definitely be in a position where they can comfortably go into most maps, because the map pool from LATAM overall is one of the largest in Rainbow Six Siege esports history.
Well, I mean, when you look at simply the body of work that these LATAM teams put in, if you factor BR6, if you factor interregional play and CES, the teams that are coming out of Brazil that make it to the Copa Elite 6 are going to be playing more matches than what we see out of these APAC teams. For example, if you look at just APAC North alone, Cyclops played 7 games. Black Dragons in just BR6, not even including CES, which is a best-of-3 system, Black Dragons played 9. So already you've got 2 more maps in game day scenarios, because scrims are not always a proper way to gain your footing. You know, you actually want to get those game day reps in.
Yeah.
In terms of that, Black Dragons have more game day reps on these maps against stiff competition in BR6, and then there's the Copa Elite 6 as well, where they go through the winner's bracket, then there's the lower bracket run. So Black Dragons are going to end up playing a lot more Rainbow Six over the last 3 months than we're going to see out of an APAC North team, and that includes the fact that CAG played in that Japanese Invitational that just happened, what was it, a month ago, a couple weeks ago, which is great practice. But CAG had a disappointing finish there as well. So going in on home soil, the Japanese, invitational that they have, to not have the result that they wanted doesn't exactly set the best precedent for this match. But as much as we want to engage in idle speculation, you want to see the goods, and we don't want to keep you from that. Our very first matchup here on the B stream, coming from Group A. The #1 team in APAC North of Cyclops, squaring off against the #4 team from Brazil. 62% of you thinking that it's CAG who will come out on top. They're going to start on attack. Black Dragons on defense, and immediately a target ban from Black Dragons to take out a Monty, an operator that CAG knows and loves quite well.
Yeah, not a surprise. I mean, almost every single team will ban the Monty against Cyclops because it's such an annoyance to play against, and it's just better safe than sorry type scenario. The Ying, second attacker to follow along, these are all very stable and common bans so far.
To be fair to Black Dragons, as much as this is a target ban towards Cyclops, Monty is actually Black Dragon's second most banned attacking operator. So when Black Dragons have an opportunity to ban out an op, they go with Thatcher or they go with Monty. And this is for Stage 3 and Copa Elite 6. We're not even talking about international competition here. So Black Dragons don't like playing against a Monty, period. It stands to reason that against a team that knows Monty, likes to run these operators like Monty, these shield operators, these annoying operators that get under your skin, operators like Jackal, like Ying, etc. Getting rid of them is not an unwise idea. Black Dragons also banned out Kaid, by the way, and it's a Ying and a Zami ban from Cyclops. Relatively stable stuff. I don't see anything whatsoever outside of the norm here. In fact, the most banned operator against Black Dragons is Ying, so it's not a shocker that Cyclops would do that. Just from the bans alone, things looking very similar between these two teams, but it shows that both of them have done their due diligence against their opponents, and they're both very similar to this map, with the operator bans starting out on relatively even footing.
Yeah, and it tells the story of just how competitive Rainbow Six Siege is right now, and has been the last year and a half or so, where there really aren't any freebies anymore throughout the group stage. Every single game matters so much, whether you're an APAC team or a LATAM team, EU or North America. You need to try and put in 100% every single time. The Kaid ban, it makes the basement bomb site more defendable, and the Asami ban, it makes that top floor attack a little bit easier. So both teams are going to benefit in different ways, but when Black Dragons on the defensive side first, I feel like the Kaid ban is going to benefit them more. They can get a couple rounds on the board, make basement more preferable, and kind of force Cyclops into this roam clear and still have to deal with hatches afterwards, which now they can be opened up.
You know, long gone are the days where we would see teams ban out a hard breacher every single time on bank. Why? Because you don't want to go into a basement defense, which was widely considered to be the most favorable site at the time. With all of the hard breachers up. It would make defending it impossible. But as we've seen changes to the meta, and as we've seen this game evolve, teams don't play as static on that bottom floor anymore, especially teams that like to play very aggressive on their roams. One of the teams that often gets talked about for that is W7M. They're here at this event. They almost play offense on defense. If you look at this setup right now from Black Dragons, how many bodies do you actually see on this bomb site?
Well, there's basically all 5 in the basement. It's pretty straightforward. It's rather passive. They're playing server stairs with 2 members, sure. They get the opening kill by Seto. Nice opening to Black Ray. And Cyclops, there's no refract, there's no trade.
He went in all on his lonesome, and there was a Black Eye cam situated right now inside a square, giving Ion a good line of sight. These are Rooney gates, preventing the hard breach from going down without eating through some of the utilities. Cyclops had Black Ray swing on in. Black Ray, by the way, the standout performer in APAC North, the highest rated out of APAC North through this last stage. He comes in with some pretty nice accolades to his name. He's the highest rating in APAC North, the highest plus-minus out of APAC North, and the tied for highest kills with 77 kills through those 7 matches that were played, which means that he's averaging 1.1 kills a match. That is very good. You and I have spoken at length about how challenging it can be to guarantee yourself a kill that evens out the amount of games that you play. The fact that he's breaking 10 kills a match is exceptional when you figure that most matchups are probably going to be a little bit less than 12 rounds.
No, you're right, but it's going to be a rough start for him. And now we see the X-Good 20 seconds left. CAG, they got to push right now.
Anaton is dropped. Through all the money in front of him, sees the Tracers go, cannot connect as he will tussle with Ion. Suzushi sucked down by Nade, still patrolling in this area. Anaton has swung around as a soft wall. Cyclops trailing, they don't have very much time. First kill comes in from Cyclops, but that'll be all she wrote as it's Gator left alive alone. Black Dragon still with 4 players upright, and a relatively easy defense for them to start off here on Bank.
The biggest sort of like question mark I put next to Cyclops' name preparing for this event was discipline. Because usually when they get the advantage, they kind of throw it away, they lose it in that mid-round. In this very opening round, it was that they didn't really gain it at any given point. They had a free map clear, there was no real roamers from the side of Black Dragons, hatches were all reinforced. They took a rather long time to figure that out and clear the map fully, over 1 minute and 30 seconds to really get inside of that first floor. And then it was Black Ray just peeking the server stairs, completely isolated, with no backup, no drones, no really any pieces of utility, and he died early, and then we just picking up the pieces, not really exactly sure what to do or where to go, and it's a messy round after that. 4 members alive for Black Dragons. Only person to find a kill that round was Alligator, and now we're gonna go to open area instead. So Cyclops, we need to go together as a unit and try and find an area of the map that we want to focus on first.
3 bomb sites that you're gonna see most commonly here on Bank. Our open area where we see Black Dragons defending now. Lockers, CCTV down below, which is where we just saw Black Dragons defend. And the top floor of CEO right there on your screen. Pretend that you see 2 bomb chassis there waiting for the attackers to breach the defenses. Now, when you look at this bomb site in particular, it's very common for the defenders to actively control the top floor because it gives the attackers a greater hurdle to actually get to the bomb site. It's just another step that the attackers need to take. CAG, their first focus with this lineup that they bring is going to be to flush out this top floor, do the discovery work that's needed, clear out both the basement, which seems to be done by Cyclops already in about 35 seconds. That's quite good timing. But there also wasn't any opposition down there. So your bigger hurdle is that top floor. We've seen teams go for broke and just decide, to hell with it. Let's just attack the bomb site itself. Cyclops are definitely a team that can be unpredictable in that way. But so far it looks quite routine, which has been something for CAG that seems to be a very deliberate effort. They've been trying to play less about their meta, less about the APAC meta, and more centered around these European, North American, Brazilian style play.
They are playing conventional in how they're approaching the map right now, but their operator lineup is not. They got both the Capital and the Glass, and no top floor control has been established so far. Also, no real vertical destruction as all the breaching charges have been spent on castle barricades, so this could actually be a into bottom square through that double door with smoke grenades and maybe just try and execute.
I mean, it's entirely possible. They could overrun Bassetto, but you're going to come head first into an Alda. Smoke's being used. You cannot dilly-dally. You don't want to waste them at all. Aniton is in, and just like that, he'll be able to see through an easy pick. 2 kills from CAG to start things off. Aniton hits the deck. Black Ray with case in hand, being watched by Cyclops next to him. Press takes down Aniton. Black Dragons have their very first kill of this round. Looking for more. Patience could be rewarded here, as Perez still in this position. Anticipating somebody from CAG to pop up. It will not be found. Working with Nade side by side. CAG with diffuser down are quite a ways away. Suzu worried about a push from the bottom, even though Imor sitting at blue watching. His focus needs to be elsewhere. Black Ray still in the same position. Pops up and gets 2 picks. It's Patoxy. Sliver of HP. And not a lot of time left to go. Cyclops looking for an easy lockout for this round. Just pad the stats. 3 more to be found, but the timer now will give the round to Cyclops. An anticlimactic end for Black Dragons, as it's Suzu to finish things off, not allowing the timer to be the one to decide the fate of this round. As Black Dragons losing out on their second defense, Cyclops finally getting on the board after 3 minutes of trailing.
And it's such a simple attack, right? But it's unconventional enough to the point where you can't really prepare for it unless it's been done before in recent times. Because normally, as you mentioned, you go top floor as an attacker. You do the vertical play, you take map control, you breach the walls, the hatches, and then you go for an execute. But they only took the basement and walked in through the back alley door, and then it was just 2 smoke grenades and the capital smoke to follow up afterwards that allowed them the entry point to get that initial kill into Maestro, and then you can open up the walls with feet/crouch holes and hold those deep lines of sight all the way back from server stairs. And it worked so well because it was so simple, and Black Dragons didn't really have any operators on the bombs that they can deal with this, right? There wasn't a Warden in Bassetto's position who was the Maestro, and there wasn't a smoke on the board to throw out those toxic babes to stall out for time. The only real piece of utility was a single Banshee that was put quite far forward that Glass could just shoot that immediately. And that was Aniton, who is now on the Flores instead on this top floor bomb site attack. Black Dragons, they're changing things up because of that lack of success in that open area bomb site, and you might as well try and see what kind of playstyle Cyclops wants to play right now. So by going through various bomb sites, you can get an idea if that was a one-off on open area, or if they have these kind of pocket picks for various attacks that you might need to prepare for mentally.
It was something that you talked about as we watched the entry from Cyclops take shape on that first floor of square stairs. If the defenders do not have a suitable amount of reinforcements, and I mean this in terms of bodies, not physical reinforcements that go on the walls, if there aren't enough players from the defenders watching that portion of open area, time and time again, we have seen teams gone 6 the double castle barricade, push in, get the diffuser down behind the counter in break room, exactly as Cyclops did it. And it was like clockwork.
Yeah.
They did exactly what teams in every region have done when they're attacking on this open area site. And it was Cyclops playing again to the strengths of the attackers on this bomb site, playing into the fact they know they don't have to worry about Nizami. There's not going to be any of those Kiba barriers providing an additional layer of defense. There might be an Evil Eye cam up from Maestro, but you take out the Maestro, he's going to be useless without his cams other than calling. You've got smokes on Cyclops' side. Isolate the only player, march in, get the diffuser down. Black Dragons still had 4 players left when the diffuser started to go down. The second player died very shortly after, and suddenly it's a scramble with 8 players still alive in the server and the clock running against you. An excellent and very advantageous position for CAG to be in. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to find the same success here in round number 3. Nick, as they lose Suzu, as Patoxy guns him down. Cyclops staring down the wrong side of a numbers disadvantage while trying to attack this top floor bomb site.
Cyclops fishing right now. No one's really inside the building besides Ayagate, who's on the bomb site itself. It's on the window repellers and the skylight, so he might find some value here with the token phone call. 1 to go. That's smoke off the board.
Oh, big play from Ayagator, walking in and taking down 2 from Black Dragons. They answer back. They will have their revenge. Perez, well, he finds a kill, as does Nade. These 2 working together. Gatorada and Ayagator, the last 2 alive. A showdown. 40 seconds left, and patience from both of these teams. Great stats right now from Ayagator, by the way. 4 kills, but his first death at the hands of Perez. Gatorada in a 1v2 And Bullet Tracers will give away the position of one. Can he isolate? He can, but he thinks a little bit too much. And it's a shutdown from Black Dragons, closing out the round in excellent form. A seesaw of a match as Black Dragons have now regained the lead and will head to what could be a return to the bottom floor bomb site as Black Dragons have gone through the first 3-round cycle.
Now, if you're Black Dragons, you have to think for yourself, how exactly is Cyclops going to be attacking in these rounds, right? Because we just saw in round number 3 that round number 2, that the open area was 5 people on one side of the map for Cyclops. Next following round that we just saw on CEO top floor, it's 5 people spread across very different areas, right? 1 member of CAG on window rappel, 1 person was inside the bomb site, 1 person was the roof and the skylight, and the 4th member was inside of stockroom. So Black Dragons, they need information to work with to make these decisions knowingly. I like that. That's why they're bringing out the IQ. They can now get information like they did previously on their basement defense, and they can make an aggressive swing off that, or at the very least have exact and very accurate information to the whereabouts of Cyclops. On the other side, on the attacking scenario here, we see a more... I want to say more aggressive. We see Amaro getting a Tiger repicked into a Finca. That's to sustain, heal up your members, and of course take gunfights with more confidence rather. So for example, Blackberry can swing that server stairs with more support, and we see the Bog with secondary heartbeat gadgets and the Twitch as well. So Cyclops, they have many different ways to deal with utility right now, and they got 2 different kinds of heart breach. They can deal with both a, first floor attack at the hatches, they can go for a server push as well. They have so many different ways they can break this apart, but time is where they went wrong last time, right? And we see now already in the first 25 seconds, Blackberry has taken full top floor control, opening up the hatches, and once they drone out that open area where no members are roaming from Black Dragons, they can start opening everything up super quickly.
Use time is the culprit for Cyclops falling short back in round number 1. But how does that take go if Blackray wins that first engagement on blue stairs? It was a very haphazard execute from Cyclops, not expecting the Valk cams up. There was an IQ that was trotted out by Cyclops just to deal with those pesky electronics that can get into these spots. That
he's got the shotgun.
No, he doesn't lose this one again.
He got the shotgun. He can just swing it. Finger boost, you go.
I mean, he's on the cam, and he's going to get swung. Oh, and he loses it to Basetto. It is a bit humorous that Cyclops want to bring the IQ, and yet the 2 times when she would be most valuable, she's absent from their attacker lineup. Black Dragons in a repeat of round number 1. They get the very first pick, stopping the same player and the top performer of APAC North in Black Ray from being able to do anything at all.
And it shuts down the majority of Cyclops' adaptation here was that you want to boost up with the finger, get the shotgun and sledge, you can take the gunfight rather comfortably, but then, well, you just say no. But then we see Gatorada inside the servers with help from Anitun, but Basetto was still on the staircase with the shotgun and hand gets shot down as well. It's a 3v3 with a minute on the clock.
Oh, keeping things close, keeping things exciting. This is the CAG way. Heart palpitations for their fans, as this team can just never make things look simple. Beauty of having these adrenal surges is that you can top up all of the HPs of the attackers who've suffered some chip damage, and believe you me, there was some chip damage that had been done to Cyclops. 45 seconds, perfect time for smoke canisters to go out. Nade still has 2 of them left, which means that with the remaining time on the clock, you're going to be able to cover most of the time left with these toxic babes. As you can see, Nate has a lineup, just sitting behind the crates, and there it goes. There might be 5 seconds or so of this window where they won't have access to the smoke. They have to dislodge him. Black Dragons waiting, anticipating this push. But again, still just being boxed out. And look at the damage that's being done to Anatun. And suddenly Black Dragons knocks them all down. Cyclops' House of Cards collapses. 2 for 2 on this bomb site for Black Dragons. They won't be able to come back downstairs. They got themselves a pretty nice nest egg that they're building up. They cannot lose this first half here on Bank, as Black Dragons have secured 3 of the 6 rounds.
Yep. I mean, Cyclops there might have miscounted the Toxic Babes because they pushed him with 16 seconds left right as that 3rd Toxic Babe was tossed out. So either they said, okay, try and go deep, try and avoid that smoke canister, or they perhaps thought the 3rd one was already spent and that there wouldn't be another one coming. Ion did have that C4 prepped in his hands as well to follow up after the Toxic Babe itself. But eventually you funnel through, you get shot down by both Gunfire and Toxic Babe at the same time. Too much damage going out even with that heal for the chip damage on the Finca. And now things are really starting to change for Cyclops, because look on the left-hand side of your screen, 4 attacker repicks. Although Bug into Bug technically doesn't count. But an Ossa being shown here instead. Remember last time this bomb site was attacked by Cyclops, it was Aniton on the glass. And now it's Aniton on the Ossa. So it's very clear to us that Aniton is the sort of key player on the attacking side to use his flexibility on these operators to enable his team to find that objective play. And the support so far has been a different approach from the last one. There's no smoke grenades on the board outside of Aniton, so we're not going to go for that glass play. We have more soft destruction on the Sophia, for example, to deny any kind of utility and try and keep Aniton alive as much as possible, as he cannot be the first one in until they execute because his gadget is needed.
This is not the start that Cyclops wanted. Again, if you didn't tune in as we started, this is statistically the map upon which Cyclops wins the most rounds out of their entire map pool. Not that they are in an unwinnable position.
No.
But operator bans being pretty static, Cyclops being a good attacking team on a favorable attacking map. Usually, you would get more than a single round so far. You're not going to have a good start to round number 5. Perez at the top of the stairs, taking down Ayagator. Aniton had the Talon Shield out. The Osa taking up space, working as a pseudo Monty, but unable to do much with it. Unsheaths their weapon, and down goes Perez, but not before we had seen Gatorada go down as well. That was the Dokkaebi who managed to get off one of the logic bombs before dying. Similar to the last round, though, they'll keep it close. CAG gets back onto the board with 2 kills, effectively, in a row. They've still got plenty of utility. The Heart Breacher, the lone Heart Breacher of CAG, is still up. But I like the adaptation from Black Dragons. They did not put all of their eggs in one basket, aka inside of that staff room. They are now controlling far more of the map. There are a lot more layers for Cyclops to have to slice and dice through, and it has already resulted in a better position for BD. At this time, on the last attempt on this bomb site, Cyclops had already got the diffuser down.
That's true. That's very true. And Aniton, the thing is, he's still alive, and so is Susie with that Heartbeat. So they're in a great position with Blackbeard finding another kill onto Patoxy. That further enhances that advantage now in a 3 versus 2 with 45 seconds left.
The only bomb site where Cyclops has had an advantage in terms of numbers was this one before. It's the lone bomb site that we saw CAG win. Black Dragons certainly have their work cut out for them. Banshee by the door, Bassetto with a single toxic canister left. Ion a little bit farther back at the top of blue stairs, being hounded by drones as they get as much information for CAG, but they know they've been able to isolate one of these players. That leaves Bassetto as the lone player on site, and Ion will need to return back. Harassment from Cyclops in the form of the Osa with the shield out, and now putting that shield down, it's Aniton on that same operator to get the diffuser planted. Ion has been able to pull off some miraculous clutches in the past, but not a lot of information and not a lot of life leads to not a lot of hope. And that's it for Black Dragons on this round. 2 for 2 for Cyclops on this open area bomb site. They will get, at minimum, 2 rounds. 1 more to go. Black Dragons cannot go back downstairs to that bottom floor. They're probably going to go back up top. It seems like they've locked it in very quickly. Why not? It's a bomb site that you won, and you won seemingly quite well back in round number 3.
Yeah. The only worrying part for me for Cyclops right now is that it already lies on Aniton's shoulders. In the first round victory that they got in the first open air attack, it was him on the glass leading the charge. On the second open air attack that we just saw, it was him leading the charge on the Osa. He walked in through lobby with the Talon Shield in his hand, not baiting his teammate per se, but things were very safe for him. His teammate walked behind him, he got shot down very early on, but Aniton, he picked up the slack. He found 2 kills and the injury towards the bottom side, covered the plan and got it down. And then, of course, walked in with the Talon Shield to bait that second member of Black Dragons for an easy kill as well. So really good work being done right now from Cyclops. It just all kind of lies on one player where you kind of want to spread that out more if possible. The key operator for this round is going to be the same as the first open area attack. It's going to be Glass plus Susu C on the Capital. That is how they're going to pair these operators, right? You get Ossa and you get Soft Breach, or you get the Glass and you get the secondary set of smokes and the fire from Capital, so you have enough utility to kind of cycle through. Because if you only have one set of smokes, well, that's your entire go, your entire execute, which can easily be stopped or slowed down. But Batoxy, from the side of Black Dragons, has brought out the Warden, so they're ready for this. They have the right answers. Paris, also on the dock, can heal his team members if anybody gets close to dying. It all comes down to positioning and decision-making throughout this round. Right now, Black Dragons, every single round so far on the defense, have played rather passive, near the bomb site, not taking any risks really. So Cyclops are struggling to find these openings because they're not being given to them.
You have to make your openings as well, and Cyclops have not really been able to do that to the extent that they want, Nick. Black Dragons have sat back and looked quite pretty. If you look at the statistics on Bank, it does not have a defined bias towards the defenders or the attackers. It is a relatively even match last that we saw. Obviously, when you come into a new meta or you come into international competition, you can throw a lot of those statistics away because inter-regional matchups are obviously going to play out very differently. Certain regions are very good at attacking, certain regions are very good at defending, certain regions, like APAC in particular, tend to play a style of Rainbow Six that differs so wildly from what we see in the rest of the world. There are operators like Finka, for example, that she was just absent everywhere but APAC prior to her being so strong. So you have to kind of take it with a pinch of salt. Whew. Speaking of salt, Patoxy, maybe a little unhappy about that pixel angle that was held by Gatorada. He thought he had the read around the pillar, didn't quite have it. CAG do something that they've only done a single time so far, and that's get the very first kill.
Yep. Small to come. Anderton with the smoke grenades can do some damage on Bassetto. The second most important member is the smoke, and he's next in line.
Bassetto has been a rock for this team. His stats not looking very good so far in these 5 rounds. Coverage from Anita, but he gets out-dueled by the MP5 in the hands of Perez. And it was the diffuser from Suzu that looked like it was going down, but instead takes matters into his own hands. We heard him talk about that smoke. Well, he didn't like that. Perez, again, putting in huge work, and suddenly the advantage that Cyclops had is all but gone. Black Dragons in a 3v2. Oh, there goes Black Ray, a pop-up. Perez, 10 kills to his name. A quad is available, but he can't quite control the recoil. Gatorada, last man standing for CAG, sidearm in hand. This is a perilously hard spot to be in. Black Dragons just need to find a single pick, and they have won this first half 4-2, and they'll do that. It's a quad for Perez to happen as well, breaking 11 kills through 6 rounds. BD skating their way through the first half.
And it's looking good for them. I mean, in that last round, they're playing much more aggressive, not letting Cyclops get too comfortable on the bomb side, which you should never allow as a defender, but that's exactly what happened last time, even though BD also won that one. So I like that. Paris himself with the 4 kills, swung each and every single one of those gunfights. He wasn't letting Cyclops get any real map control. But the numbers for this is, sure, Black Dragons, they get 4 rounds on defense. But statistically, that's also where they are a stronger team on Bank if you look at domestic play. So we can almost argue that numbers-wise, they're expected to get 3 or 4 defending rounds. The real question now comes, are their attacks as good as their defenses were, or is CAG going to be able to hold the ground against them with how they play their defensive side, which I imagine will be quite different than what Black Dragons did.
Well, just right now, looking at the lineup, absent from Cyclops' attacks on this bottom floor bomb site was an IQ, and that seemed to cause him the greatest amount of issue. The Valkyrie that was brought by Black Dragons single-handedly derailed the entry from Cyclops twice in a row, same position both times. Black Ray tried to take blue stairs. There was a Valkyrie camera watching him, lost the engagement both times. Same position. Second time, trades out the L85 to bring a shotgun on Sledge, which is such a risky gamble.
Yeah.
Thinking, okay, certainly this will pay off. It does not. I like that Black Dragons has learned from it. You can see on Cyclops' side of things, they have a Valkyrie. They know the power of the Black Eye cams to give intel in staff area, in open area, towards that square stair. You can even be selfish and use those cams for roamers, for yourself, off-site if you want to hold the top floor. Lots of applications here for the Valkyrie. Ion is already determining where they are to give information to Black Dragons. This was something that Cyclops never did. Additionally, it didn't end up coming to pass, but Patoxy was hovering the Nook, who has such a strong position on this bomb site because you've got that entire garage to play with, and you can do serious damage while the rest of your team clears out blue and attacks more directly towards that lockers and CCTV component of this map.
No, you're right. And to make matters worse, Suzuki is bringing the Echo, which again, the IQ also counts. And look at that. It's an easy kill of Ion off the wall.
And you know why that happened?
Why?
Because Iagator was standing there for a moment on cam. And when you're on your cam as a defender, IQ can see you. So if you're standing, roaming off-site, watching a black eye cam or watching a Mozzie drone that you've gotten because of the pests, for whatever reason, IQ can see you and say, hey, look, somebody's on their phone. Shoot through the soft wall. It's an easy first pick. Again for Black Dragons, who are dominating Cyclops right now at finding these opening picks.
Yeah, and they're just taking their time to build the advantage, whereas Cyclops going a little bit faster through the map, a little bit more carelessly. But as I say that, Blackberry find Paris, who's being a little bit careless of his own in that main stairs area, and now you gotta do that damage control. Did someone from Cyclops run top floor? Are we expecting a flank? It was checked.
I mean, this is huge, right? You've got Perez right now as the best player from Black Dragons by a country mile. Spoiler alert for the other match right now. Solitov is doing the same thing. He was 11-1 in the M&M SONIQS match occurring on the A stream. So we've got two very hot performers in action at the moment. Nade has also fallen just a couple seconds ago for Black Dragons. Basetto in, despite hitting a breadcrumb trail of goo mines. He manages to best Gatorada in that engagement, and we found ourselves back in this even footing between these teams. But while just feet away from Anaton, Black Dragons goes to work. A bit of negligence because there is one hiding among us. And this could be great capitalization. There it is. Anaton pops up. An effortless kill onto Ion, but he's got the attention of the rest of Black Dragons. And like that, he has control of Diffuser too, leaving Patoxy in the middle of the bomb site, but empty-handed. He'll have an exit kill onto Black Ray, which is solely for posterity, because Cyclops take their very first defense.
And this was the question that we just asked ourselves: how will Black Dragons deal with the difference in playstyle from how they play defense to how Cyclops does it? Because look at that first opening defense from them. A basement from Black Dragons is 5 members on the bomb site, nobody even touching the roam game at all. However, when Cyclops do it, they have 3 members playing extremely aggressive. 1 top floor, 1 main stairs, 1 hiding inside of Taylor/Archives on the first floor as well. And Black Dragons, they run out of time essentially, and 2, they don't even have enough tools or people alive to check every single inch of the map because there's no Jackal being brought from them. They played more towards that late stage round execute style, which they love to do, right? Get that diffuser planted. But the issue is, Cyclops, they're not gonna let you do that. Their entire goal with how they play Rainbow Six Siege is to fight you on the first and second step of the round, and ideally for Cyclops, they don't want you to plant. They want the round to end either with you being 1 versus 4 or them being 4 versus 1. It really is that way almost each and every single time, and it's why we see right now there's no real bomb deny from Cyclops in this round either. Smoke's not on the board. Sure, you got the Echo. Sure, you got 2 C4s, but this is clearly a lineup that wants to fight you. Dog and the Alibi. Good weapons, 1.5 scopes with information from the Yokai drones and the Black Eye cameras from Valkyrie. That's how you pair this duo right now, and it's how they're gonna keep fighting against Black Dragons each and every single round.
I just want to say, I love that we see a Sense and a 0 on the board at the same time. This lineup from Black Dragons is very out of the ordinary when you look at the international meta surrounding Bank. Yeah, it might be in the wheelhouse of Black Dragons, but so infrequently do we in North America and in EU see these operators get trotted out. Sense gets brought out for the basement on Bank somewhat. Not frequently, but definitely gets brought out. It's a nice spice, a nice little dash of flavor, if you want to call it that. Never once have I really been sold on what a Sense brings on any of the bomb sites here on Bank. Now, obviously, we're going to see Sense and those gadgets get used on this open area take. Usually it's lockers. Will they be able to obscure whatever execute Black Dragons wants to pull off? Because again, you find BD can go about it the same way that Cyclops did. Break open the door, get into staff, use those roly-poly smoke screens that come equipped with Sense, and get a plant down very quickly. Cyclops obviously have ways to answer back. They have their Evil Eye cams up. They also have 2 Yokais on the board, and a bulletproof camera that's being brought by Anaton. Black Dragons will continue their reign of terror in the first moments of a round as Gatorada is gone. A 5v4 for BD. They get yet another opening pick.
Yeah, Black Dragon is not doing any real roam clear here, and I gotta answer back when it comes to Bassetto. That's the Sense off the board now, so smokes are now gone from this lineup. What can they do now to replace what they've lost?
Reloading.
Talon Shield, there was one available, but that's your flying watch.
Are you a Kendrick Lamar fan? Because damn.
Damn, is right.
That sucks for Bassetto.
That
And honestly sucks for us as well, because time and time again, when this operator gets brought, it's nice to see the way that they can influence play. Won't be here in this round whatsoever. And this round in particular has flown by. Black Dragons can surrender the lead and give Cyclops the opportunity to get back. That is a bit embarrassing. Lighting up the shield. Ion sustaining almost mortal wounds, but still continuing onward. Black Dragons now have the advantage back at their fingertips. 30 seconds to go. Patoxy up above, waiting for Black Ray to retake. Reads them like a book. Ion with limited HP will go for the plant. There is nothing that can possibly do serious damage here. No smokes, no nitro cells, nothing. Perez fires back. Down goes Anaton. Suzu in a 1v3. Technically a 1v4. But Perez, man, he is just putting up numbers. Black Dragons get their 5th round. They're 2 away from the very first victory of the day.
They're getting very close. That they are. And the thing is, Ion in that round in particular really did a good job at understanding, okay, the Sense fell off the map, got shut down early. It is now my duty to pick up one of my 2 Talon shields, both of which were used up top of square to hold the flanks of top floor, and make my way down a staircase through an open breach, an open wall, an open door to his right, and somehow with a sliver of HP, he gets through it. He survives. Talon shield sustains as well. He gets enough of an opening for his team, and the trade comes out. They get bomb sites presence. It's just Echo alive, no Yokais in pocket, and the recall on the Barry 9 on a medium to long range is not easy to handle, as we saw, and that was enough for Black Dragons to take the round. They're really doing a good job for Black Dragons to take the time that they need, right? They're not rushing through anything. And Cyclops, well, they lost the opening kill. Gatorada on the mute that round fell rather early on, and that really could have been the difference maker for them if he had been alive for a bit longer, or maybe his C4 was available to them in that late stage of the round. Operator-wise, the nuke once again was teased from Patoxy but changed into Nomad instead. So a more conventional attack perhaps, where we play more together with more members on one side. But look again!
Just give the people what they want.
The Sense is being brought, and hopefully this time we can see what Black Dragons wants to do with the Operator, because it was taken away from us last round.
We want to see the Sens.
We do.
CAG might not be able to see if the gadgets go down properly. There's no way. There's still a default cam.
Surely someone checks it.
Oh, why on earth? This is rogue levels of bad. What are you doing? It's major champions. But
that's shameless, Parker.
Major champions. It's still up. Come on.
That's tough.
Anybody do your due diligence. There's a jump out potential for Cyclops right now, and I think they need to make that calculus. Is it worth it? Because getting back into the building is the much greater challenge. On Bank, it's a long run.
Yeah, it is. Let's see if Nate drones out this member of CH in the corner. He doesn't. He takes the left, goes to the rotate, doesn't see the member on the right, but Gatorada, well, he shoots the drone, plays it safe, and drops down to the basement instead. Nate now has to wonder, did he leave or is he sticking around because he's alone?
Okay, this is your jump out potential right now. Look at there. There's 3 players from Black Dragons, and all of them are vulnerable to a single run out or any type of presence. But the one good thing that Black Dragons has going is they have isolated any of the defenders over by the windows, and Bassetto tucked into the corner going for the plant. Shut down Black Ray, the first kill, but it's our very first trade of the matchup, and a frenzy will unfold inside of the bomb site. Both teams emerging with 3 players still in good spirits and good health. Gatorada, the only one who's taking a little bit of damage. Anaton stops Ion as he hops in through the window. Suddenly Black Dragons are the ones on their back heel. They can move to match point if they manage to find these last 3 players. But they have the much harder job as they are on attack, and there will still be intel up. There's still default cams, there's still Yokais, there's still bulletproof cameras for Cyclops. Black Dragons now have a minute at a 2v2 and Gatorada at half HP to pull this off. And it's entirely possible that Black Dragons can do it, but not if you're going to be shooting like that. Perez missing a golden opportunity to eliminate Gatorada. Now it's Patoxy, 5 kills, 5 deaths. 5 rounds for Black Dragons. Good patience right now, just being shown by Patoxy, using what secondary gadgetry is available. Cyclops don't need to move an inch. Yokais are still present for Cyclops, so you've got the dead players still calling. That makes it significantly more challenging as Patoxy looks for an opening. If you're waiting for Cyclops to make a mistake, you're not going to find it because so far, they're not giving it to you whatsoever. Look to the left, look to the right. Beautiful. Just a tiny bit of intel done, and that is a stalwart defense from Cyclops to keep this game close. 4 rounds for Cyclops, 5 for Black Dragons. We're going into the depths of Bank.
Really good discipline from Cyclops in that 1 versus 2. That's an area that they've massively improved upon in the last 9 months, give or take, because when we used to see them at the international level, they would get into those, oh, this is super winnable, and then somehow throw the 1 versus 2, or 2 versus 1 rather, but in that instance, it was a good crossfire. When one member got the engagement, the other member swung. That's exactly how you want to use the numbers advantage against your opponent, and what happened in that round was actually really spectacular. The sense was used to cut the bomb set in half in CEO. Planter goes deep throughout the building, Yokai drone comes on in, but the Yokai, it gets the information of where the plant is going down, and then it gets C4'd by another member from CAG. But even though that happened, the information was shared, so you could shoot through the smoke, kill the Planter of Passetto, and then all havoc breaks loose. It's a trade 2 for 2, leaving us in that 3 versus 3. But as you mentioned, Parker, the defenders have the advantage because the bomb did not successfully get planted, and now you gotta pick up the pieces where only some members of the attacking side are inside the building and others are simply still outside, unable to really help. And that brings this match closer. 4-5 in scoreline. Black Dragons still in the lead, but not really finding success on their attacking side so far. They got a round, but they need 2 more.
Did you say they got around?
They got a round.
Got a round.
Got a rada.
It was a poor attempt at a joke, but we're still early. It's still early. We're still acclimating here. Shaking off the jet lag. You and I also haven't casted in almost.
It's been a bit because NAL ended early.
That is correct. We, like North America at most events, we finished early and went home.
Oh, good one.
It's not even a North American team playing in this match.
No, it's not.
There is a North American team that's playing at the moment. If you have somehow stumbled on over to this stream, we'd like to remind you that on the main Rainbow Six channel, you have both SONIQS and M&M Gaming doing battle on Chalet at the moment. And as was pointed out to us behind the scenes, M&M have never lost Chalet ever since their inception as a team. That's a heady task for SONIQS.
Well, they did start playing at 10 a.m., which also is their kryptonite, so...
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
They don't have the best track record when they play early in the day.
SONIQS team giving its first international showing with that new roster after Super retired from the team. We'll focus on that afterwards, though. If there's a conclusion, we'll let you know. The top performer from Black Dragons is no more. Perez removed from action, and, well, the grave gets a bit deeper as there's a second body thrown in of Nade. Black Dragons suffering casualties as they walk into the building and are immediately shown the door. Patoxy trying to keep things as close as he can. And it's an on the roam. Found, punished. The Black Dragons still have plenty of time, a minute to go. The Nook finally being brought out. That was Patoxy involved in that first engagement. Ion getting droned in from above. Hatches will need to be opened up. They still have a thermite with 2 exothermic charges. Additionally, Patoxy has 2 of those secondary can openers, the heart breach gadgets from Nook. So you can still get a decent amount of heart breach done on this map.
You can, but with the time only being 40 seconds, you're kind of limited to a hatch, drop, execute. You can't go servers, take that control, and breach the walls. And Thermite also used all these exothermic charges already, so it's gonna be a backside slash hatch execute, and you're playing 3 versus 4. That's not in your favor at all.
Ion walking his way down the stairs. The rubber meets the road for Black Dragons here. Their lead could be squandered. Struggling on attack, just as Cyclops did before them. A defender-sided Bank shaping up. Will the trend line be broken? Passetto dropping on in. Worried about the Nitro Sally. Heard it. It goes off at his feet. Wrong direction. Takes out Suzu. Patoxy is down. Passetto will need to clutch. If not, It's a tie game. Gatorado will send us to all 12 rounds as he gives Cyclops their 5th. Suddenly, just like that, things have closed up. And Cyclops, after winning 2 in a row and 3 of the last 4, they'll be the ones to call the timeout.
Yeah, I actually think this makes sense, and I'll explain why. Cyclops, they just successfully defended CEO into basement. And then now they're going to go to open area most likely, or consider going Archives Tillers. If they go for open area, they got to figure out what went wrong last time, because that's where Black Dragons found their only attacking victory so far since the side swap, and that would put them to match point. Then CAG would need to force overtime. We all know how that goes. The other side of the story is perhaps the coach and the players want to discuss the possibility of going Tillers Archives, a very, very weak bomb site statistically, one of the weakest in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege. If you are to go to Archives Tellers, you need a pocket strat very specifically tailored for success. Often that means a mirror or an extended roam up above, or playing a certain playstyle like playing really, really aggressive, or playing for time. But you need to be on the same page with all 5 members, because otherwise this bomb set falls apart. And they did actually hover Archives Tellers for the last 10 seconds, but they did change it to open area at the tail end instead. So a bit of a tease there again. So now we're on familiar ground. The same operator lineup as the last time we saw this. The Mute, Wamai, Echo, Alibi, and Doc versus both the Zero and the Sense and the Ossa from Black Dragons. So both teams believe in the strat they brought the previous time, but they both want a kind of different result. Sure, Black Dragons came out the victor, but they didn't like how things started, right? They lost Basetto on the Sense early, then Ion had to pick up the pieces with the Talon Shields instead on Ossa. So even though they won, Black Dragons, they want their execute to go differently, and for certain members to stay alive for longer, to enable that execute to be done correctly this time. Whereas CAG, they gotta be able to shut it down, keep members alive, or hold on to the roam game for a bit longer and use that vertical advantage that Black Ray can build for them up inside of CEO.
Very well said. Black Dragons, we talked about their one attack with Zero and with Sens, and they'll do it again. I'll do it again.
Let's do it again.
Haven't seen the most success from Sens just yet. Again, an operator that occupies a very odd space in the meta. A lot of teams, from talking to them in scrims and from talking to teams behind the scenes, a lot of them will say, yeah, that we have good results in scrims. We have an idea. There's a very structured game plan that involves Sens. The problem is that those roly-poly-olies, they have a mind of their own sometimes, and you can't exactly get them to favorably bounce off of the right surfaces. Additionally, some teams just get very aggressive and can take the fight to you. After their timeout, Cyclops, staring down this Sens lineup from Black Dragons, have lost Black Ray. The fact that Black Ray, again, I would like to underscore the fact that Black Ray comes in as the statistical best performer in APAC North through the last stage. In terms of kills, in terms of plus minus, in terms of rating, the fact that Black Ray's stats right now are underwater is dreadfully bad for Cyclops. But the good news is that if you look at Cyclops right now, only a single player on the team has a positive KD, and yet they are still tied against Black Dragons. Why is that? Because on Black Dragons, you've got Perez.
Yeah.
Perez right now sitting at 16-5, has stolen round after round away from Cyclops. You can do it again. A 4K happened for Perez on this exact bomb site, open area. Lightning can strike twice, it's happened before. But the good news for Black Dragons is the supporting cast seems to be waking up.
Downside though is Basetto fell once again early on, sends off the button, Iron falls next to 2 most important operators for the bomb site executed, 50 seconds to spare. Sure, you lost Black Ray, you lost CEO control early, Anitin had to retake that position, but the bomb site now actually is rather defendable, but there's no one there.
Basetto obviously on that Sens, dying early both of these times. You never get to see what that gadget can do on this open area execute. 3v3 now with 30 seconds remaining. Black Dragons tantalizingly close to the bomb site. There's still some reinforcements from CAG in terms of that Yokai. Anitin and Gatorada are in. Nade has the diffuser escorted into the bomb site. We'll hear an air jab go off. The 4th man for Black Dragons is the Yokai. Nade will go for the plant, but gets pressured from over towards blue stairs. It's a joint effort. Cyclops They didn't look mighty good at the start of the round, Nick.
Oh,
But they go to match point, and for the first time all game, Cyclops has the lead.
yeah, I mean, look at that final 1 versus 3. Again, the discipline and the teamwork from Cyclops. Yoka drone active on the ground, 1 member on side, swinging as the server stairs member swings as well. Every single person is taking the fight together to utilize the man advantage. And it started off rough with Black getting a shutdown early inside of CEO. But then Black Dragons, they really lost it when the scent fell. There's no easy way into the bomb site, and then it's like picking up the pieces, and, well, the Ossa also died second. Paris with 16 kills, you mentioned Parker, really doing all the work on the killing side for Black Dragons. In the last 2 to 3 rounds, he hasn't found that much value inside the server, and neither has any of the other members in his stead. That's going to force the final tactical timeout, as CAG called one the previous round. Of course, Black Dragons, they want to guarantee as much as they can to take this to overtime. They do not want to lose 5 to 7. We gotta go the distance if Black Dragons wants to take this.
We're not going to spoil what happened in the other matchup of this group. In terms of Group A, you have these two combatants in both Cyclops and Black Dragons. You also have SONIQS and M&M. They played on the other channel. The matchup is over, and we don't want to spoil it for you. We'll actively go out of our way to obfuscate results in the other matchup so that you can find it yourself. This is especially important for those that like to watch this content back on VODs. We go out of our way to try and avoid spoilers of matches playing at the same time. Unfortunately, if you're watching this matchup after the day is concluded, we will be talking as the day goes on about results that have already happened, and we cannot stop spoilers. I apologize in advance because I know a lot of you simply don't have the ability to wake up at the time zone that we are currently in here in Central Europe. Well, at being the time zone. I wouldn't call Sweden Central Europe.
No,
It's just,
not quite.
that's the time zone.
Yeah.
For those of you confused. Either way, we're not going to talk about what happened in the M&M SQ game, but obviously there are implications here.
Yeah.
If CAG comes out with a victory, that puts them in excellent position moving forward. Now, obviously, CAG are the #1 seed in this group. They topped APAC North. They're going up against teams that showed, I would say, some greater weaknesses in their interregional play. Black Dragons obviously coming in as the lowest seed out of Brazil.
Yep.
Should not, theoretically, be as competitive as the #1 seed of another region, but we have quite a great deal of parity right now in Rainbow Six Esports. And again, this is a semi-favorable map for both of these teams, even if the nod of preference would probably go to Cyclops. Cyclops have at least guaranteed themselves overtime, by the way, which is very good for their round differential, and it will net them an advantage if they end up in a similar circumstance to what happened in Mexico.
Yeah. Speaking of Cyclops, Anderton is playing Clash on a CEO defense, which on paper it looks two ways. And one way it's like, oh wow, you can move around and the rappel angles are not going to be an annoyance for you. But at the same time, it's one less gun on the board for the defenders. Sure, you get information, but it's how you use that information to play aggressive off. And so far, Anderton just kind of stalling for time. Nothing aggressive being done so far. Half the round has been going already. Petoxy and the Nurk is on a window rappel, so not actively inside the building as of yet. No Valkyrie, no Echo on the board, but Suzuki is bringing out the Warden for flashbangs and any possible smoke grenades.
I just got to hand it to these teams that are bringing OSA as often as they are. The application of the Talon Shields to essentially move your beachhead farther and farther away from the entry point and closer to the bomb site is excellent. And excellency has been the name of the game for Perez. Finds the first kill for Black Dragons. Overtime looking more likely than it did moments ago. Still, tackling that clash might be the issue. Putting the shield away and taking matters into their own hands, it's Aniton, the gun down Ion, the very first pick for CAG. Black Ray finally getting something going, looking to get out from the basement. Faceto now downed as well. Cyclops had surrendered that first pick, and yet here they are with the upper hand against BD. But Perez is still in play, and as long as he's there, Black Dragons is still very much in this matchup. Deep enough back. 20 kills possible if Perez can get the picks on Nasuzu and Aniton, but there's a shield in his way. Nade walking in, surveying the wreckage, can't find anything just yet. Capitalizing on Nasuzu. It's Aniton between a rock and a hard place, and he gets out-dueled by Perez. Black Dragons denying the regulation win for CAG for now. They could deny CAG a win, period, depending on what happens as we now go into the bowels of overtime.
And the good thing if you're Black Dragons is that you start on defense in overtime, where you had more success than on your attack. Remember, it was a 4-2 split on both sides of Black Dragons. They had 4 defenses, then they had 2 attacks. So, of course, same story for Cyclops as well. Both teams really favor the defending side. So, of course, if you get 2 of those, if you were to go all 3 rounds, Black Dragons in a favorable spot. And what they're showing right now in basement is music to my ears, because they played really passive both times when they played the basement bomb side previously, and now they're showing Mossy, Vigil, Oryx, and a Valkyrie. They can just put Baseto on smoke single-handedly on the bomb side, and then have 4 members roaming if that's what they want to do. The Toxic Babes are gonna stall out in case of a bomb side rush. The 3 members can play aggressively while you still have those Valkyrie cameras to grant you information to work off of. The Mossy is gonna slow down the attacking information game, and she can either slow down drones or capture them and stop them entirely. So CAG's answer, are they gonna go for a straight server push? Will they go for Garage, or will they go for a roam clear? Well, they got the Nuke and they got the Dokkaebi, so they really have either option to work with, but there's no Jackal being brought from them, so the roam clear focus is not going to be as gadget-centric, but more teamwork, coordination-based with those drones.
Now, it might seem like an entirely different game the last time that we saw Black Dragons defend this particular bomb site. For those of you that need a refresher, those of you that weren't here for rounds 1 and 4, Black Dragons came out on top of this bomb site both times that they defended it.
Yes.
And the real focus of that round was CAG's inability to flush out the player from Black Dragons playing on blue stairs. Now, CAG surrendered the first pick in both of those rounds. They've done so again. 3rd time's a charm.
Yeah.
Gator is down, so it might not be the same. But Black Dragons are just running riot over top of Cyclops right now. 3 picks within the first minute of action, completely shutting down CAG as they attempt to get into the building. As dire straits. Black Ray and Suzu are the only 2 players still left standing. They managed to find one. So much more to be done, though.
So much more. I mean, right now for Black Dragons, they could just theoretically go back towards the bomb side and hide in the corner and then make CAG work for it. Or they can just stick around on their own because they are comfortable with the man advantage. But either way, changing up the pace and playing really aggressive after a rather defensive first half in defense is a really good approach to Rainbow Six Siege, because it's going to catch your opponents off guard and they're not going to have any experience in the server directly about how you were to play that. So we're not expecting this kind of aggression from Black Dragons. Paris, he's got his 20th kill, by the way, on the board. Great opening game for him as an individual. But this round is Black Dragons, all 5 members really playing their roles and all of them getting great value on the round.
It's a minute now that's been worn down here. Look at Perez, 20 kills. It's a disappearing act. No! Wait, what? Suzu just saw him! You need to capitalize off of this, and there you go. Well, there's backup. Black Dragons working in tandem, holding this area from above. Black Ray in a 1v3 becomes a 1v2 on a nice shot on a Patoxy. A 6th sense, it seems like, for Black Ray on that pick. Still trying to find a way to get positive on that scoreboard. A way back into this match for the top player. But he's got a beat on one of them, can't do any damage. Sustains some in the process. Baseto not dead on that engagement. The smoke to obscure down on the ground. Black Ray is in, but it's the shotgun blast from Baseto. It's Black Dragons now on match point.
It's a nice try. If he got that counter smoke, I mean, he has cover on the chassis. He has about 10 seconds left to go. He's got options, but the shotgun shuts it down. The 1v2s are being played with so much discipline from both sides, and they're really playing down the time. Cyclops got overrun on the initial roam clear. Now, of course, because we are in overtime, we will be swapping sides each and every single round. CAG goes in defense, Black Dragons goes in attack, and we will be going back downstairs to the basement lockers bomb side once more. And Cyclops, unironically, also looking like they're going to change their approach, playing a more passive basement. We got the Goyo canisters like they did the last time. Of course, Suzuki on that Echo has been a stable pick for them every single round. Gatorada, last time on basement, was roaming out of Akav's tethers, stayed live for so long, and the roam clear for Black Dragons really was a problem for them.
Now, in terms of the way that these bomb sites have played out, things look a bit troubling for Cyclops. And the reason for that is that this downstairs bomb site of lockers and CCTV has been played 5 times, as we just saw that 5th time that just transpired. All 5 of those times have been won by the defenders. Doesn't matter if it's Black Dragons, doesn't matter if it's Cyclops. This is a bomb site that the defense excels on. Now, it's entirely possible that Black Dragons manages to break that streak, but let's say that they don't break that streak. Let's say we do go to round number 15. The bomb site that Black Dragons will almost certainly go to is that top floor bomb site upstairs in CEO and conference room. And why is that? Because it, just like this bottom floor bomb site, has not been lost by Black Dragons. They were wholly unsuccessful on their defenses on open areas, so Black Dragons will likely go back to CEO. Cyclops need to mentally prepare for that throughout this round because they don't have a timeout. They can't stop it. The moment that this is done, if Cyclops prevails, they have to pivot towards pulling off something they haven't been able to do on the 2 attempts, which is win that top floor. Black Dragons are in an excellent spot to close out this match right now, irrespective of what happens in this round.
I had to agree with you. CAG, they gotta show up now more than ever. Minute on the clock has been burned. Petoxy on the nuke here can get some great value from the lobby entrance point because cameras are not going to see the nuke at all. So if you play the gadget correctly, the timings, and you get information, you can easily get a backstab kill here. That'll be huge for Black Dragons to kind of put a thorn in the side of the roam game from CAG. You do see those Black Eye Valkyrie cameras everywhere across the map. Default cams being watched as well. Ion is on the IQ but not able to use the scanner because we're actively fighting enemies. Vertical destruction and horizontal fighting as well. He finds one.
Well, that's a good start for Black Dragons, and things will continue to get better. Ion fishing. He comes home with at least 2 so far, and a nice catch. Down goes Anaton. Anaton has been the best player for CAG on the battlefield. Saving grace for him. He's still got those Black Eye cams at his disposal. Black Dragons are just demolishing this Japanese team of Cyclops right now as Perez gets in on it as well. Why not continue to go upwards? 21 kills for Perez's very first international match ever. Really incredible stuff for Black Dragons. And an impressive showing, but a less so impressive read on the stairs, punished by Black Ray. Again, Black Ray still not positive. We're going to continue to focus on this because in APAC North, Black Ray was a plus 34.
Yeah.
The highest margin of any of the players has not shown up for his team, has been swiftly shut down by better guns on Black Dragons than maybe he's used to dealing with in Japan. Either way, Cyclops staring down the barrel of defeat. Suzu in a very ugly gun battle. It's Black Ray to get to that positiveness that he needs. But positivity doesn't win you matches. Kills do. Black Dragons finds them all. And with the skeleton key in hand, they walk it down. 8-6 for the Brazilian team as they win their very first matchup here in Sweden.
But they made Cyclops fight for it and work for it indeed. And that really shows how close Group A might end up being, where some people, fans speculating, who's going to come out on top? Well, we don't know because it is so close, even in our very first matchup between these 2 teams.
I mean, this is peak Cyclops. Comes so close.
Yep.
And then ultimately fall off in the end. For APAC fans, this is a very familiar refrain. You know this story. Black Dragons wins their very first matchup on international soil with this roster. An impressive debut for them, a more impressive debut for Perez. But either way, that's it for game number 1. We're going to break it down for you, and then we're going to get on with the matches because we got a long day ahead of us, and we don't want to keep you waiting. Toss to a break. We'll come back in just a couple minutes. Sit tight. All right, our very first matchup is in the books. We had an APAC versus Brazil brawl.
Yeah.
And it came down to the wire. Almost the wire, to be fair. We had all but a single round that was used. Black Dragons coming out on top, 8-6. The only loss that CAG had in Stage 3 for APAC North was the same scoreline, and it was against a team that is here in Jönköping, and that's Sandbox. So, I mean, they seem to know this scoreline quite well. Either way, Black Dragons, quite impressive in the way that they were able to dismantle some of the things that CAG threw at them. Did anything really stand out to you?
I really liked how Black Dragons had multiple ways to go around the map, right? We often see teams go really easy in the beginning of a tournament, kind of like hide their strats, if you will. They attacked the same bomb site on open area like 3 different ways. They approached it quite well, whether it's like adding an Ossa, first time it was just the Sense and the Zero. Next time, Ossa gets brought out as well. And they kind of build upon their foundations. I like how they can play aggressive but also passive. We saw that once overtime kicked in, it was a much more aggressive Black Dragons team than in regulation. And it really worked to their favor, and I think it was one of the big stable points for why they overcame Cyclops, because they could change their play style and catch them off guard.
Absolutely. Lots of highlight plays for you as they're now on your screen, brought to you by Predator. The standout performer for me and for just about everybody who watched, his very first international event. And it's Perez to come in, walking out of this matchup with 21 kills. That is a real, that's the spoils of war for a player who hasn't competed at this level for that long. And again, this Black Dragons team is the inverse of Cyclops. This whole Cyclops core has been around for years and have competed in international events for years with this exact same roster. Ultimately, victory has eluded them more often than not, but you still got an experienced team, the opposite for Black Dragons. The most experienced player on Black Dragons is Ion, who used to play on that FaZe squad way back in the day, who's competed internationally before. The rest of the team are very green, but it doesn't matter because we've seen teams with very limited experience come in and do quite well. The one that always jumps out to me, of course, is always going to be Empire.
Yeah.
No longer Empire, completely different team now, but they came in out of nowhere, first international event, they win in Milan, they finish quite strongly in SI. With that Dan roster, they end up winning Milan, and then they end up winning Raleigh shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
Again, new teams can make some serious noise, and boy, did Black Dragons ever do that, beating a pretty historic squad in Cyclops.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Black Dragons will continue to develop throughout this tournament, because as they keep succeeding, if that's the case, teams will look out for them, right? They'll study their games that are very recent at this event, to look at exact data of how they performed, and then they can kind of counter that or look into how they develop their strategies. And then that's my question mark for Black Dragons. How deep are their stat books, right? How far can they go, or is it an early showing of success and then they falter?
Well, there's another matchup today from this group, in case you're curious. In fact, 2 more matchups, as these teams will be back in action much later on, so they're going to have a bit of a break. But for Group A, you've also got SONIQS and M&M in here. And now this is when I say spoilers inbound, because here's what we look at for the groups. M&M Gaming making pretty short work of the SONIQS in the very first matchup. On the other stream, the main stream, defeating them by a pretty lopsided margin of 7-3. And M&M at one point were up, I think 4-0 or 5-0. I was trying to keep tabs on exactly what their scoreline was. Well, not detracting from the actual matchup that we were focusing on. Now, Cyclops will be in action later today against M&M. So you've got a team that lost in overtime versus a team that bulldozed their way to a victory. And then you've got Black Dragons going up against the SONIQS. This is where you start to get into troubling situations for these teams. If SONIQS ends the day 0-2 with the way that this group is looking, with M&M doing well, Cyclops picking up a point, Black Dragons getting 2 points, the SONIQS can find themselves in a very deep hole very quickly. And I know that there's still 4 more matches to be played. Outside of today, you've got both Tuesday and you got Wednesday. But SONIQS ending the day 0-2 is not necessarily the kiss of death. But it's really challenging when you look at the way that these teams play and you look at the matchups today to see if they're going to be able to pull it back in and make it out of this group. And for Cyclops, they're going to be looking for revenge against M&M. M&M seem to be quite warmed up, and they're not going to be playing at 10 a.m. So who knows how they're going to do. That's it for us. We got another matchup in just a couple minutes. Wolves versus Mirage is next here on the B stream. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you give me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so I can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, you never know why. No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I'll try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget.
Wow. (55명) 57? 65요?
65요? 아, 뭐라고?
아 이거 어떡하지?
좋아, 내가 할게.
그래서 저 쳐야지. 너무 많아.
너무 많은데?
나도 해볼까?
응. 오케이. Not spicy. Good.
딱히 그냥 밖에서 파는 그냥 솔직히 피자에 파는 핫소스보다 약한.
맛있는데?
독일, 젊은이.
홀란드? 또 먹네. 외계인 코딱지처럼 생겼는데?
이거는 1단계보다 약해. 이거는 이제 이게 바뀌어야 돼 이렇게. 이렇게 바뀌어야 돼. 잘 그러면. easy.
easy.
타이드.
뭐야? 저요, MB 테일러. 야.
아니 나는 오퍼레이터 하길래 나는 진짜 오퍼레이터인 줄 알았어. 아,
보세요.
나 혼자 먹어? 아, 나 계속 먹네. 노인 공격 해야지. 조금 해줘.
오케이, 오케이.
색깔이 좀 진한데 어려울 것 같은데.
맛있나요?
아직 약해.
아직 약해?
오케이.
easy.
easy.
Time for our second matchup here on the B stream. I'm Intero, this is Pengu. We're going to be rolling through today as quickly as possible because we know how many games there are to get to. And
a lot.
You know you want to get to the goods. A team that surprised us all in North America, Mirage, the 4th place team in the NAL in Stage 3, will be competing against the 1st place team in the EU. And dare I say it, despite the fact that Rogue won the Berlin Major, and I know they will be upset with me for saying this, but possibly the most consistent team in Europe, the Wolves, will be up against Mirage.
I think it's a fair thing to say because Wolves has made all 3 majors, and while domestically they've been really, really strong, even beating BDS in some stages, they don't do that well internationally. So they still have a lot to prove for themselves at this particular event.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with these French European teams that are coming in, but they just, it's not even a slight. It's just, if you look at the teams that have come out of France in Europe, there has never been a team that has truly, truly dominated. I mean, what, you can go back to Jönköping.
Yeah, year 2 or
year
1,
two.
season 2.
Year 1, season 2, all the way back in, what was it, like early 2017, end of 2016, somewhere in that window. You have to go back over half a decade to find any significant measured international success. Now, BDS came awfully close. They finished 4th in the Mexico Major. They made it into the top 4 as well at the 6th Invitational in 2020. Yep. But outside of that, you have teams like BDS, and right now the team that we're talking about, Wolves, never really having that international level of success. But to be fair, and I know you're European, and I know that we are on European soil.
Choose your next words carefully.
I might be deported because of this. So if you don't see me from this point onwards, this is the reason why.
Okay.
No European teams have really been as successful as a lot of their regional counterparts in North America and Brazil over the last year and a half.
That's fair.
And so it's not just that Wolves have underperformed, it's that with the exception of Rogue winning the Berlin Major, none of these teams have really succeeded. Obviously, Empire was the outlier with them finishing 2nd at SI to TSM.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I mean, at Charlotte, you had an all-NA final. In Yavlo, we had an all-Brazil final. Brazil, in fact, dominating 2021.
Yes.
So Europe has spent a lot of time in the shade. But the sun is coming up, my friend.
It's rising. Slowly, will I say, because as you mentioned, the Empire that got 2nd place at Invite, they're not together anymore, that roster either. So we saw Rogue shine up the Berlin Major. We're thinking, Rogue, they'll make the Sweden Major as well. Guess what? They're not here to compete. So instead, we're looking towards Wolves now to see if they finally have what it takes to make it further than quarters.
I mean, and we've spoken about Wolves a lot so far, but their opponents are Mirage, a team that is, in a way, actually connected to French heritage, but French-Canadian, as this is a Northern Arena-owned team coming all the way, the organization itself from Canada, the players from America. We're going to go to Clubhouse, by the way, as it's on your screen. Very similar to what we saw out of the matchup that just transpired. CAG versus Black Dragons. Black Dragons coming in with only a single player having any international experience, and that was Ion. Well, you look at Mirage, and they also only have a single player with international experience, and it was Dexter when he competed at the Saudi Arabian event.
Yep.
As a brief substitute for Space Station after Skies had stepped off of the team. So, I mean, even then, I think it's a bit charitable to call that international experience. I don't necessarily think it counts. So when you look at the landscape of this matchup, it's safe to say you got a team that is as green as Black Dragons are.
Yeah.
You got 5 players coming in, no real measured success, no real international competition under their belt, and a team that was actually the basement dwellers of NA for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And then they make a couple roster moves. They bring Mohesi onto this team. They bring Dexter onto this team. Kento came on a couple stages before. And to the surprise of almost every single North American enjoyer, Mirage is the team that ends up making it here. They've got a heady task ahead of them, just as Black Dragons did. But Black Dragons ended up pulling off the victory against CAG. Can Mirage repeat that success? Let's waste no time. Let's go into Clubhouse, German soil. Wolves will be starting off with their bans. Mirage will be following. Now, if the social vote, overwhelmingly in favor of Wolves, that's not much of a surprise.
Not a surprise
Not
at all. It seems like a given, especially that it's Clubhouse. I mean, Mirage, they're known for their individual performances, of heroic attempts of trying to solve rounds. Whereas Wolves, it's all about teamwork and team play, and Clubhouse really does favor Wolves' playstyle more than that of Mirage. Operator bans are going out. We could start with 2 attackers. It's Maverick off the board first, followed by Hibana. So we're really focusing around the hard breach capabilities of Clubhouse, which makes a lot of sense because it's all about breaching the walls or the hatches for each and every single bomb site. So when you target 2 separate hard breachers, teams have to get creative. They have to kind of work out of the norms, if you will, unless, of course, you practice in this environment frequently.
These bans so far in stark contrast to what we saw in our very first match. Obviously, these matches happen in isolation, and the bans that Black Dragons and Cyclops have in their matchup that just happened have no bearing whatsoever on this matchup. These are both teams in very different groups as well. Cyclops and Black Dragons in Group A. Now we have this Mirage Wolves matchup in Group B. Group D. Hold on a second.
Hold up.
Is that the damn Undertaker's logo? That... I'm assuming this is unreleased content, and I don't necessarily want to draw attention to it.
But
as a mark myself, that was the Undertaker's logo.
I believe so, but I also, as you said, I don't believe that's... I haven't seen that before.
I mean, don't snitch. If you're watching, shh, don't snitch. You didn't see anything.
Oh.
You didn't see anything at all. You don't want to go one-on-one with the Undertaker. So
that's for certain.
Either way, Wolves starting off on defense here. Again, these matches, they happen in isolation. What happened between the Cyclops and Black Dragons teams in matchup number 1 does not have an impact whatsoever right now on Group D's matchups, which is where Wolves and Mirage are currently doing battle. The operator ban's locked in. Mira was the last operator that was taken out again, in stark contrast to what we saw in matchup number 1. Not a single hard breacher was removed from action, which for a period of time was a bit unorthodox on Bank. Starting off the festivities, Rise decides to get quite creative on main stairs. Gets punished for it. Almost loses his life. Not a single point of damage done to Mirage. That could have been a triumphant start for this North American squad.
Wolves do like to play very aggressive in their domestic games as well, and Rise will often be the first member to die or get a kill almost every single round, and when you are kind of the captain of your team, that's not always a negative thing because you can make those decisions and call-outs from the grave, focusing on the overarching story and goal of the round instead of having to worry about the stress of being in the round yourselves. Mirage, good aggressive start here. Mid on the clock has been burned. They've established half the top floor. They're getting an office, they're getting a master bedroom, and Nuke is making her way throughout the map as well. So Wolves, they kind of gotta scatter backwards and slowly make their way back towards that bomb site because it is in the basement.
You know, I've never actually asked you this question. Do you, as somebody who comes from the same country that the operator of Nuke comes from,
Sure.
do you take great joy being able to properly pronounce her name in a way that most of us cannot?
I do, and Nuke's like one of the arguably strongest attackers in the entire game, most banned operator right now in all of Pro League, so I take a lot of pride in the strength of the operator too.
Do you think that you like it more than Milos does?
No, absolutely not. No, Milos is like the numero uno in that regard because he takes a lot of pride in pronunciations.
That's Spanish, you can't say that.
Sure. Then I will say,
You earn that street cred just.
han tager rigtig meget kredit i at sige tingene rigtigt.
You could have literally said anything.
Yeah, well,
You could have just sunk this broadcast.
I could have.
But you didn't.
I might have, but I didn't.
Would you like to translate for the people?
I just said that he takes great pride in saying things the right way.
Of course.
Yeah,
We love you, Milos.
we do.
We cannot wait for you to be here. This round has flown by so far. Outside of the skirmish that Rise had with an unnamed foe earlier in the round, there hasn't been a ton of action, but the little that was remaining is found by Kento's Mirage, have eased their way down the main stairs. Now come up the hard breach gadgets, and an impact goes off. It seems to have been successful, maybe not. The screen shake would give it away. Shinka with shotgun primed and ready. He's waiting for the swing here in Dirt Tunnel. Melted at close range. Does he know what's in front of him? Oh, it doesn't seem like he does. Wolves get 2 on the board. They wrestle back the lead from Mirage, despite Mirage getting that opening pick. Flashes galore and chaos inside of the bomb site. Wolves finding the scoreboard more than once, and it will continue as Mirage now in the site. Dexter in particular tasked with getting anything going, and he gets something before the car stalls out. Well, it was a rough start with that first pick on Rise, but I guess it was a ceremonial first kill for Mirage because they didn't have much else after that, and Wolves on defense looking mighty good, and suddenly we are awash with the Undertaker.
Yeah, and this time there's 3 of them instead of just 2. Multiplying as every round goes by.
There's only one Undertaker.
That's true, I suppose.
Downstairs defense, by the way, for Wolves. Very typical style, shelter in place, stay in the confines of the bomb site, don't roam. You had Rise roaming, that was really it. Mirage are still going to take probably about a minute and a half to fully drone out this entire map. And then you need to have to translate that to the bottom floor bomb site. That seems to be the stumbling point for a lot of these teams. How do you then go from, okay, everything's clear, let's make this work? You got to do the song and dance inside a kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
Hard breach gadget down, avoid nitro cells, avoid impacts, avoid being shot through the floor. You got to complete that checklist, then you got to get somebody down the main stairs, you got to have Moto hatch open, likely have somebody drop from Moto, cover that angle, ensure blue is flushed out. A lot to be done, and for a team like Mirage, who are going to be playing international squads for the first time ever, they're not used to playing teams like Wolves.
No.
So you not only have to play your game, you got to play their game too.
I would say Wolves, in my opinion, is a team that gets stronger as the round goes on for, both in their attacks and their defenses. In the last 20 to 30 seconds, that is arguably where I would say the Wolves are the strongest right now. Mirage, in the hand, they're the strongest in the first minute and a half of every round domestically in the North American lead. They're quite good at getting opening kills, and they're quite good at getting an early advantage. But where Mirage falls is typically in the later stage of the round. They cannot always convert that lead or that advantage into a round victory. So I do think Mirage, they need to keep up the aggression, try and shut down Wolves early to build up a higher % chance of finding the victories in the rounds. And they're doing a good job so far in the second round too. A minute off the clock, they're already applying pressure on that extended defense from Wolves. But the real question now comes, can they pick apart the strong positions? Yeah, sure, Benji gets the opening to Rise. That's going to help out greatly. P4 now left alone inside a cash server room. He doesn't have much support because of the members of Wolves. They have to play retake.
Rise dying early is not an abnormality.
No.
Wolves, and oftentimes they need him to die for them to succeed, but unfortunately things for Wolves not going so hot. Bibu and P4 will join him in the afterlife on this particular round, leaving Mowgli and Shinka as the last 2 men standing. Avert your eyes, because it's not suitable for work. Benji's the only player on Mirage who's taken even a tiny bit of damage. The rest of the team in mighty fine form. Half of the round gone, half of it to go. A Jim execute for Mirage. I mean, they've got all the tools at their disposal. They've got Thatcher on the board. They've got Flores. They've got multiple hard breach gadgets. And they might have a flawless round on their hands as well, unless Shinka can, as a doc, apply a tourniquet to the bleeding. There he is. Down goes Dexter, but it's not a secure, not yet. All the while, Kento gets the diffuser down. They know that the doc is positioned inside of logistics. That's a secure. Diffuser goes down. No flawless round for Wolves, but Shinka on the retake. We stop for 20 seconds of the 45-second timer as that Goyo canister burns in front of him. Overheal potential is still here for Shinka, by the way, if he wants to. You've got those darts in pocket. Doc obviously getting a sizable buff.
Yeah.
And there's the overheal, but not by that much. Just priming himself good and ready. Flashed out as they know his position inside of construction. He's got too many targets to prioritize. And the Azami barrier is actually working against him as he has to retake against his opponents. Mirage take their first round, comes in the second, and we've tied it up.
And it really shows the story that we're kind of setting the tone for, is that the early round for Mirage is where they shine, and the late round for Wolves is where they shine. But when you lose 3 members in the first minute, it doesn't matter how good you are in the later half, you don't have enough manpower to hold your ground or really fight back. So Mirage need to keep applying the same pressure point in the same way as you just did in that previous round on this bar attack as well. Wolves, specifically Rise, might need to be more cautious of how early of an engagement he takes, because as you mentioned, Barker, he usually dies first. That is not an abnormality for this squad, but in this particular instance, Mirage might just be able to abuse that situation against them. Rise is playing a Warden right now, which can be a crucial operator later on, depending on smoke grenades and flashbangs and how they get utilized from Mirage's side. It will be an extension up above. Vertical angles for the bomb side. Of course, there's information, both the Maestro and the Valkyrie cameras as well. This means that you can play the entirety of this bomb side from the top floor because of that verticality, basically covering every single angle. Mirage, they have a tall task ahead of them. They gotta figure out how they want to attack this, clear the top floor, leave it alone, rush the bomb side, or just clean out one half, then try and plant horizontally on the other.
This cheeky little drone getting into position. Right now by Benji. Benji Mula. Mr. Cash Money himself. Very impressed with Mirage on the previous round.
Yes.
Almost a perfect one, too.
I mean, sure they lost the member, but that's like as perfect as it gets almost, right? Like they played the first minute and a half flawlessly.
Quick opening pick, snowball from there, take out most of the major threats, isolate the remaining threats in a position that you know is almost impossible to retake from. While you're doing that, don't lose the plot. Time and time again, we have seen teams at the highest level of play tunnel vision. Oh, there's 2 more players left. Well, I can't possibly get that diffuser down. There's 4 other people to watch. Even if there's a nitro cell, even if they come from an angle you're not expecting, you can trade out at that point. You should have a good understanding of where they're going to come from. Get somebody to get that diffuser down. Mirage got that done. A lot of inexperienced teams, believe it or not, are incapable of doing that. Now, that was that round, though. There's a good Evil Eye Cam, or Black Eye Cam, rather, set up. Evil Eye Cam set up as well from Wolves in these cheeky spots, giving information as to where Mirage is coming from on this bar stage defense from Wolves.
Looks like Mirage are opting for that half clear. So what they do is they take server and cache, they open up their wall towards construction. That gives them construction control. They hatch that overseas stage right below us. As long as they have this area without Mowgli being aggressive, they can basically plan, but Mowgli knows this, so he's going to aggress with Rise and try and take back this ground.
Why not? Rise has been the first one to die for his team. Oh, could still be the first one to die for his team. Nope, it's Mowgli who does it before he gets Benji. Teams trade out. You've lost one of the hard breachers for Mirage. There is an insurance policy there in Mo Hesse, but Mo, who's had a very quiet matchup, has no access to any extra thermics. All the hard breach has been used. Smokes will go out, and there's the diffuser being planted by Melted. Mo will be the one to cover on over. Melted is not usually the player who's going to get the diffuser down, but why not go for something a little bit different and put Wolves on their back foot? Rise finally falters. He's down. The remaining players from Wolves not close enough to the diffuser. They'll need to get within arm's reach. Ibu has a distraction as that nitro cell goes out. The retake will be especially troubling. half of the diffuser worked away at this point. Wolves have firepower at their disposal, and Shinka will go in and pre-fire, taking down Kento. He and P4 side by side. Mo with the long range. He's got the good read. There's a much heralded pickup for Mirage, and in his first international matchup, that's a pretty good round to have as the rest of the team does their work to ensure that Mirage takes 2 in a row and gains the lead.
One of the things that really fell apart there for Wolves is that Rise is on the Warden, which is a very crucial operator for the plan because of those smoke grenades, right? We know that Mirage, they like to play the Thermite. They did it domestically in North America. They did it in the first 2 rounds as well. And of course, in the first 2 rounds as well. So of course in the third they will do it too. So Rise getting that kill on the Warden, or helping Moti get a kill rather on the Warden, and then choosing to stay aggressively on the room above is a bit troublesome because the only real bomb site denier that you have outside of like information like Black Eye Cams and Evil Eyes is the Warden, who can see through smokes, but he's not in a position to use that gadget correctly. Therefore Melted gets that diffuser planted, and then you're playing the retake post plant, which is so difficult on pretty much any single map in Rainbow Six Siege. And that really is the story for Mirage. If they can keep on figuring out the weaknesses in these rounds for Wolves, they can find those moments of success. Mo, extremely clutch player, the IGL and support player of Mirage, plays an aggressive role himself once he's enabled, right? Once he gets those extra thermite charges off, once he gets the bomb down, if he is the planter, he can get very aggressive. We saw it previously, he gets 2 kills for his team, secures it, locks it down. Dexter, when Mirage goes on the defensive side, he's normally the player that I look to as like the star player, always looking for openings, always looking for a way throughout the map. Wolves, of course, we always talk about Mowgli, because he gets everything done all the time. Got a little bit too cute in the previous round, jumped over that railing and just got shut down immediately. A bit unnecessary.
I mean, yeah, but where does he go? There's 2 players from Mirage.
You stick around.
Yeah, I guess.
You find, like, Rise was sticking around, help Rise stay alive. Either way.
He needs all the help he can get.
Yeah, he does. Either way.
0-3, not the first to die, but good leadership for the team. What was it? He went like 0-11 or something like that.
Yeah.
At first EUL match in stage 1 or stage 2, and then bounced back by...
Had a big game.
Yeah, had a big game, and then ended up like almost topping the charts in EUL for that stage, which is an impressive spot to be in. Damage has been done to Kento, but he finds Mowgli.
Yeah. Mirage
have either gotten the first pick or traded within surrendering that first pick right away. There has been no advantage for Wolves. And as P4 tosses out the Nitro Cell and manages to rip it right before he dies, Melted punishes him for that. Mirage were unsuccessful on this bomb site before. Things fell apart in Dirt Tunnel. Things fell apart when they tried to take Kitchen. That's not the case right now. 5v3 for Mirage, looking mighty fine, but Rise catches Mohesi. Unbeknownst to Mirage, still from above, and Rise pulls off 2. Suddenly the numbers are back into a 3v3. Excellent position, and Rise showing his worth and value on this team.
Yeah, the roam works out. I will say, Melted did a great job getting behind enemy lines and got the kill and got right back out the building to stay alive. But then Rise, he recognized we need to find a way back into this round. Gets those 2 kills, still active on the roam, and now with a minute to go, Mirage, they have to figure out either where Rise is, ignore him, or shut him down. Members of Wolves can hold on tight. They got those Goyo canisters as well to stall for time. Rise can play his card slowly, but chooses to aggress. It gets punished by Dexter. It's a 3v2 with 40 seconds on the clock.
Mirage are in much better shape as they want to push into the bomb site. Their one impediment is Bibu. And he collapses onto Melted. Dog piles him. Benji's just a little bit too far to be able to do anything with it. Bibu sustaining some damage in the process. A single bullet or 2 from Mirage will be enough to put it into a 1v2 for Wolves. This is perfect timing. That Goyo canister goes off at exactly 20 seconds. That means that your pathway in has been blunted, but Benji's found another avenue. He's got the diffuser down. Telltale sound of the case going off. Bibu, what little was left is gone. Shinka, but sneaking up! Shinka can pull off some heroics. It's him and Benji. Look at Shinka's face. All business. Ice in his veins with that SMG-11. Tip-tapping away, only a couple bullets. Shouldering it off. 5 left. Go for a reload. Benji still in this spot. Can Benji pull it off? Yes, he can. Cash that Benji check in the bank, ladies and gentlemen. 3-1 in favor of Mirage.
Benji Mola is here to play, but the frustration when you're Shinka in that position with SMG 11, you only got 17 bullets to work with. You know he's going to be a 1 HP because you hit him earlier on the round, and he can't find the angle because he's sidestepping back and forth with that bulletproof pantry basically between them. It shuts down that opening, and therefore Wolves, they fall in a round that was so clutchable and oh so close. And Shinka, that one's going to hurt. Wolves, they call a tactical timeout to figure out how they can find these next 2 rounds and end the half 3-3, because right now Mirage, they're stealing the show.
Yeah, this is rough for Wolves when you look at the landscape of this matchup. You know, you've got your usual high performers right now just ultimately falling short. I mean, you're used to Mowgli, you're used to P4 topping the charts. It's not happening at the moment, and obviously we're still quite early into the matchup. Only 4 rounds have gone by. Clubhouse tends to have the distinction of being a defender-sided map, and I think that's why Wolves are a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
With Mirage taking 3 of these 6 rounds, the best that Wolves can accomplish is a draw before they switch sides. If the general stats of Clubhouse hold up, that means that Wolves will not have a lead when they go onto the side that is harder. Obviously not. You don't need to be the greatest 2-time world champ named Nicholas Maritzen to know.
I don't know why
you don't you don't need to be Pengu to know that you want to win the more favorable side. For Wolves, if we assume that defense is still the favorable side on Clubhouse,
yeah,
which I think is a fair assumption.
Yeah, I mean, statistically for Wolves in the UL, they are also winning more rounds on defense than attack, so even there it's good to get supported.
It's a bad spot to be in for Wolves.
Yeah.
I understand Lilun calling that timeout, trying to settle the team down. This has happened to Wolves before, though. They have had sluggish starts at previous international events and have been able to recover, but a lot of times that recovery comes a little bit too late, and it isn't enough to put them in good position to either make a run in the playoffs or make a deep run in the playoffs. And we've seen Wolves go home a bit prematurely for what they are capable of. When you are the #1 seeded team out of Europe, there is an expectation, and I think a very fair expectation, that you will make the playoffs.
Yeah.
If the Wolves do not make it out of their group, then they are falling very far short of their expectations and their fans' expectations. And this is a competitive group.
It is. Group D sitting on Wolves, Direwolves, FaZe. Yeah, 2 Wolves.
2 Wolves.
FaZe and Mirage. So when you look at that, well, losing to Mirage right now is like, well, then you gotta go up against FaZe and Direwolves after that, and you gotta make top 2, not top 3, which means, well, there's a high likelihood all of a sudden that you're gonna have to fight tooth and nail to just have a chance to qualify. This minute has flown by as we're defending Gym right now. Mirage have slowed things down and gone for a more utility-heavy lineup. Melted on the floors off that operator of Nuke, bringing double Heartbreach, Thatcher and Thermite to open up the right walls that they require, and slowly making their way throughout. Wolves did a good job here. They started on the roam, they fell back as early as possible so that they did not suffer any casualties. We will see this round play out 5 versus 5 with almost only a minute left on the clock. There is going to be 1 C4 in the pocket of P4 that could be used vertically with those Valkyrie cameras, but P4 himself is currently on the bomb site. Could of course drop that hatch at any moment's notice. It's a waiting game right now. Mirage have to make the first step. Wolves, they just gotta hold on and defend.
I want to talk to you about this in the next round. I'd like to do it now, but action could start at any moment, so... Mowgli pulls, and down goes Kento and multiple players from Mirage as he finds a 3rd pick. When we talk about the superstars of Wolves showing up, Mowgli having a huge round, rewarded at the hands of Mohesi, leaving Melted as the last, and it's P4 to pick up the final 2 kills. What did I say? Action could happen at a moment's notice, and it did, in fact, happen. Now, here's the question that I wanted to ask you. Is there any particular reason why with a Maverick and a Hibana ban, and Kaid still up, Mute still up, Bandit still up, why we are not seeing a defense of that CCTV cache bomb site?
That is a great question. I personally am a huge fan of it. I know a lot of pro teams in the current meta, they are not. They prefer bar over CCTV, you know, because the bar bomb site has really been fundamentalized, where it's now a playable, viable bomb site. And honestly, I think Rogue at the Berlin Major was one of the big front runners. Also, FaZe from LATAM, where they play the bomb site internationally, they show it can work, they find success, other teams go, huh, maybe it's not that bad anyway. And then CCTV, you know, ever since Maverick was released, has slowly been one of those, this bomb site kind of sucks. But you are correct. With Hibana and Maverick both being banned, you can play that Kaid banding situation, try and trick around those EMPs. And there is this strat back in G2 that we had that was called the EMP economy strat, which means that you play the Bandit, the Mute, and the Kaid, and you play around the fact that there's only 3 EMPs, but you got 4 Bandit batteries, 2 Kite Claws, 4 Mute Jammers. You can easily trick around that piece of utility and make it a puzzle-solving round for the opponent, whereas Mirage, they're not known to be good at problem-solving in the NAL. They're great for their gun skill and playing together and playing off one another. So if you give Mirage a very big puzzle that's very complicated with a 3-minute timer, that could really work in Wolves' favor. But of course, looking at the rounds and looking at how Wolves is choosing their bomb sites, that's not necessarily how they want to play the game right now. They want to challenge and fight Mirage on the ground they're both comfortable at.
So, after the timeout, it's nice to see that it pays off for Wolves.
Yeah.
And
it's a clean round. Somewhat clean round.
It's a clean bird. That's what we call it.
It's a clean bird.
That's a clean bird, as we call it in the business. Mowgli with the fade away, doing some extensive damage to Kento before escaping the premises.
Reloading.
You got to be very careful that he's not lying down below, and that's exactly what Mirage is doing right now as they endeavor to clear out that top floor before translating towards the actual bomb site. Another attempt for Wolves, the last attempt for them as they are down below. They've split this bomb site 50-50.
It's a slow round again. Melted is on the nuke, which doesn't really grant you much of a benefit this round because, again, the roaming presence from Wolves is sacrificed, or rather surrendered, early in the round. And I think they realized, especially with that tactical timeout from their coach who can tune in, saying, guys, stay alive. Don't play so aggressive all the time because we're losing those engagements. Rise especially, just fall back 20 seconds earlier than usual and we'll be looking fine. And once again, same story. It's a 5 versus 5 with about a minute to go. And when that happened on that gym defense, Wolves, they came out on top.
Not a bad position for them to be in right now. Still, just again, this anchor-style defense at the bottom floor. Nick. This is the due diligence that we talked about, the checklist for Mirage. And one of those components is avoiding the explosives. Is definitely handled by Dexter as the Nitro Cell goes off in the wrong part of the kitchen floor. Mowgli has been on an absolute tear the last 2 rounds, and it seems to continue onwards as he finds the very first pick for Wolves. This is actually the first time all game that Wolves have gotten a first pick that has gone unanswered by Mirage. Not a bad time for that to start happening. There goes one of the secondary hard breach gadgets.
The last one, there's nothing left.
No way to open up that kitchen hatch. Things can go from bad to worse for Mirage as they force their way into the bomb site. Dexter drops Kento not too far away. Benji, the first kill for Mirage. Rise flushed out of church. A bomb site is for their taking, but look at Bibu. Look at Bibu in this position. Oh, a bit of a miss, but he pulls out the sidearm, gets greedy, and he loses it, and so does Wolves. The first half in the books. Mirage are the victors 4-2. The teams swap sides.
The round really should not have gone that way. It looked so winnable for Wolves. The shotgun got whipped out and somehow Mo came off the plant, walked back in towards Moto, back turned towards Bibu. It looked really dire for a moment, but the cover was there. And I will say, the members of Wolves swinging solo on that Moto door. Rise aggressing up with like 30 HP to take a gunfight where the attackers are waiting for you instead of letting them walk in through that door and establish a crossfire with Bibu, who's behind the bar inside of church, is one of those puzzling moments for me where I'm thinking Wolves are so good at playing together and they have such good teamwork and synergy in the EUL normally, and in that round, if you showed me that round with the names of the teams and players blurred out, I would have never guessed that Wolves would make such a huge blunder on a round that was practically won by them because they played so well around the utility, denying the hot breach. The impact trick was made mid-round because there was no holes in the ceiling. Mowgli made that, then tossed the impact, and it caught Mirage off guard. They were scrambling bottom main stairs, funneling 4 members through one door, and it shouldn't work, but it did. And that means Mirage, they're up 4 against 2 on Wolves' side. So round number 7, side swap. Mirage now have to defend. In the NAL, this is where Mirage are the strongest. When they defend any map really, that's when they shine. So it is concerning for Wolves, who also statistically has a worse attacking side at the same time, to be in this position. And they really gotta show up now and show us that Wolves are here to play and that they will make it out of groups because, yeah, sure, this is their first match. This will not define whether they're gonna make it or not, but it sure is a good indication of what skill level they'll be playing at going forward in this tournament.
Yeah, you really set the stage when you talked about Wolves' abilities on attack versus defense. I'm sure this is a team that they are very aware of their own deficiencies as well.
For sure.
So if you struggle on attack and you come to a map where in many cases the defenders have a significant advantage, or if not significant, if you want to argue over that, an advantage just in general, then there's really no way to sell it otherwise. This is a bad spot for Wolves to be in. They just simply didn't show up when they had the most favorable opportunities at their disposal. And, well, I mean, they lose Rise again, an early pick for Mirage. Continuing on with what we saw through most of this first half, Mowgli answers back. Mowgli seems to be the only performer on Wolves showing up over these last 3 rounds. And boy, what a performance it's been.
It's been good. I will credit Wolves here. They bring in triple Heart Breach, the Ace and the Thermite, plus P4 on the block has that secondary Heart Breach can opener. So losing Rise is almost like, as we mentioned, Wolves are used to this, right? And they bring that contingency plan where Rise can play aggressive, and if he succeeds, all is good. If he were to fall in that early engagement, there's a backup plan. That guy is P4. So even though we're playing 4 versus 4 now, we're still in a comfortable position as Wolves to attack this basement bomb site. We have enough Heart Breach utility to get the hatches and the walls open, and we have the Thatcher and Shinga, so there really is nothing stopping Wolves right now from still finding success in this round.
Those zombies that we just saw being broken by Wolves used off-site. Now, the thing with Kiba barriers is that they generate over time, so you're going to have Melted be able to use some of them down in the bomb site should he so choose, and there's still one in his back pocket. Suss out where the attack is going to come from, and you can set up a Kiba barrier last minute. Melted has soft walls in front of him. Is he wary of somebody maybe pushing through towards that pull spot? We could very easily use it. And there it goes! Nade goes out, perfectly timed. And that will blunt the advance of Wolves, but for a moment or so. Oh, Mowgli's down, but he gets traded out by Mohesi. Down goes Kento. It's a push from Wolves in towards Church. This is where all the damage was done from Mirage in the past. Diffuser in the hands of Shinka, but he's watching his team fall by the wayside. Mohesi picks up a second kill. And as the timer hits 0, Mirage is aware of the tricks of Wolves. Right now nestled very firmly inside a Church. They're lighting each other up. Benji got the very first kill of the round. He might get the second last. Shinka in a 1v3. Diffuser still going away. Oh. Cross body, and Shinka picks up 2. One more to be found into Benji. 8 and 3 in hot pursuit. He has to make a lot of noise. Suppressor's quiet, but he still hears the Tracers go. Will he stick it? Pops off, expecting it, but he's running out of time. This is being played perfectly by Shinka, but Shinka just needs to waste time, and the clock will give it. No matter what happens, Shinka kills himself to the electricity. Benji knows there's nothing you can do. Well played by both teams as the cat and mouse game goes in favor of Wolves, and they win their very first attack.
And Shinka kind of gets his chance at redemption, right? Because he had that 1 versus 2 earlier, also on basement on the defensive side, where it looked like he should have won it, but then he lost it. And now in a 1 versus 3, it looked like he shouldn't win it, but then he won it. So a huge round pickup for him as an individual, and of course, Wolves, they get a round on the board as well. It seemed like Mirage was under the impression that there was no way that the Wolves could have planned on that round because they're playing so far back in the bottom side, waiting for the timer to hit 0, and the moment it hits 0, they go, wait, they're actually planting. We're into this quote-unquote overtime round situation where even though the timer is 0, if the plant is going down, the timer extends, and it was kind of a panic moment for them, running towards the objective. They found that initial kill. They were in the 1 versus 3, and I won't even say that Mirage played it poorly. I'll say that Shinka played that really well. He was actively engaging in those 1 versus versus 1 gunfights and finding a moment for himself where, with a split-second decision making, if he makes the right choice and hits his shot, he can put himself in a winning position. That's exactly what he did, and once the 1 versus 1 was enabled, he played it smart. He recognizes, I don't have to get the final kill. I can play off time, sprint around, make some noise, shoot when he starts defusing, and if he shoots back at me, I just stay here. And therefore, he won the round easy peasy. Even though the electrified wall was a problem, it was a problem at a time where the round was won for him. It didn't matter. Beautifully done for Shinga.
This has been a seesaw when it comes to the bomb sites. It's the 4th time that we've seen that bottom floor bomb site get brought out. Mirage won it twice.
They zapped it.
They did. Mirage won it twice. Wolves won it twice. Mirage, so far, both their victories come on attack. Obviously, we'll watch the rotation as it continues to develop. We've still yet to see a CCTV cache defense. Again, we talked about this earlier in the first half as to why that's happening. Over to Jim as the secondary bomb site for Mirage, same as it was for Wolves.
That it is. Mowgli sitting on that bottom middle stairs, just awaiting an enemy to run into his crosshair perhaps. But Mirage, in similar fashion of Wolves, they've surrendered that early extension and are now back towards the bomb side. The difference here is, well, they're bringing the Frost, which really favors if the attackers goes for a window execute, but there's no real anything, like there's no castle to deny the windows, there's no traps or banshees to slow enemies down. You do have 2 C4s that you could use at your disposal, but with all the members in their current positions, and of course Wolves being so far off the bomb side, we're not going to see that actively in play anytime soon. It's a minute and 15. Decisions from the attacking side still has to be made, but it's looking good if you look at the timer and where we are in the round. P4 rotating around towards the window side, apply some pressure towards the bomb side and limit how much defenders can move around. Melted on this Jaeger on middle of master bedroom on the mattress is a vital member because his position controls everything. The door to construction, the window jump in, the gym jump in as well. And that's exactly what Wolves has to worry about first if they can.
Suppressor meta still dominating right now. This round has flown by, 40 seconds. First kill goes to Mowgli, continuing on as is tradition, but speaking of tradition, Mirage trades it right back, and we are going to just see bloodshed occurring in close quarters and in quick succession. It leaves Shinka in a 1v2 as everybody in the server clears out in the span of 5 seconds. Shinka's still in this spot. Thank goodness for Wolves that the diffuser is in the hands of the last player standing, so there is no retrieval that needs to be had. But Shinka looks the wrong way, pulls off a miraculous shot onto Benji. Mohesi just needs to live, and there you go. Fall back. Diffuser going down. Now Mohesi can get into the action. It's on 0. Mirage win the round as Mohesi gets the final pick. It's 5-3 in favor of the North American team.
Watching a Shinga versus Mo 1 versus 1 is always going to be a great sight, I think, because they play the game in a similar fashion where they're not what we classify as mechanical players where they will work off their gun skill even though they are good shots. They are smart players, as we can say. They play off intuition, game knowledge, and information, right? So when Shinga played the 1v3, when it came down to the 1v1, he ran away for time. When Mo was in the 1 versus 1, he was like, well, he has to plant, I have information, I'll just run to server cache. Either he chases me, time runs out, he goes to a plant, timer hits 0, I get a free kill. They both play the game about the numbers, right? The consistent approach to a clutch and to a round. And we have a little smiley face melted. Very nice. The reason why you see teams like shoot open a single hole in this wall, by the way, is because it helps with the sound propagation from the outside to the inside. If you just reinforce the wall like normal, you can't really hear what's going on outside that wall, but by opening a shotgun hole first and then reinforcing it, it actually makes it easier to hear the exothermic charge being placed, if an EMP is getting cooked in your hands, or a Selma charge goes out. And it's especially important for that bandit trick, which the CCTV bomb site allows for, and that's because we're seeing this bomb site for the very first time. We are just seeing the bandit. There's no kite or mute follow-up, so we can't play that dance between the exothermic charge, the Selma charge, and the EMP. And Wolves, they now have the challenge in front of them. Can they solve the problem successfully without wasting too much utility? And will Melted stay alive and be up for that task? Because bandit tricking, it's a simple concept, but it's hard to execute at this level.
Welcome aboard, everybody, from the A stream. By the way, A stream is just, well, they're burning through
They're going through it fast.
They're burning through it. They were ahead of us when it comes to game number 1. They were ahead of us when it comes to game number 2. Dev and Mandy, exceptionally talented casters. We're great to have, or we are very lucky to have them here, and it's great to have them here. I'm sorry that you, Stream A folks, don't get to hear as much of them as you'd like, because the teams that are competing seem to want to give Dev and Mandy an early day. Either way, welcome aboard all those of you who are watching the FaZe versus Dire Wolves matchup. Obviously, again, for those of you that are tuning into the B stream from the very start, we're not going to spoil that active match, but it is already over. If you're interested in the scoreline, you can seek it out for yourselves. Different wolves on the screen.
Yes, important to note.
Hopefully you're dog people. Who knows? Either way, the results right now for these wolves not going as they had hoped for. They've already used their timeout, but in terms of the fancy stats, the complex stats, things like plants, clutches, opening picks, etc., Mirage have been significantly a better team, and the scoreboard right now certainly aligns with that and shows it that Mirage has been the better team in terms of winning these rounds as well.
Yeah. And it's again Wolves now in the 5 versus 5 position with a minute and 10 to go. They don't have any openings yet. I like this rotation. EMP goes around, so does the Thermite. Is melted there with the bandit trick? I believe not. So the Wolves should... No. Second EMP goes out, and this time the wall gets opened up. So a bit of a bait back and forth. Wolves, with a minute to go, has opened both sides here. Construction side and CCTV breach. Now the members of Mirage are stuck in really bad positions or in corners where it's hard to fight back. And Wolves, they can slowly start setting up for a plan because the only thing stopping them are the 2 toxic babes from the side of Mo. And they're going to run out rather soon.
Oh, it's 40 seconds left. Time for the action to come in. Mowgli has been triumphant when it comes to these opening picks, but it's Bibu's turn. He doesn't have much left for Wolves. They lose P4. They lose Shinka as well. Dexter in this position, but there's Mowgli suddenly putting in huge work with 3 kills. Mirage could have moved to match point. It still can happen, but Bibu with 2 and Mowgli with 3 in the middle. That's a full house for Wolves. That's a full house for you, Jim. It's for real estate. Wolves end up winning it on attack. And it's close. Mirage will use their timeout. Wolves used it earlier in the first half. It's time for Mirage to settle themselves down. When the timeout was taken for Wolves, Mowgli was 1-4. He is now 11-8. That is a much better performance from the person on Wolves that we are so often accustomed to topping the charts. Benji, meanwhile.
Oh boy.
He's not stealing checks. He's cashing checks.
Yes, cashing checks.
Right now, he has the best KD in the server. Both of these players topping their respective teams, sitting at 11 kills. It really has been the day of individual heroics.
It has been so far. And it's still early, of course, but that's the story right now, where individual players, they shine and they find these moments in the round where they carry their team forward literally on their backs. I mean, look at what you saw. Mowgli walked up red stairs, killed 2 members of his FMG. Second, Deagle came out, got a 3rd kill. All of a sudden, Wolves are on the bomb side. They start planting and they start getting things done. Last member was stuck on the catwalk rafters from Mirage, could not get any way back into the bomb site because Bibu was on that CCTV breach rappel. It's a hard angle to fight back against. Mirage will change their bomb sites. They went church, gym, CCTV, and now on their 4th defending rotation, they will show us their bar bomb site instead, which seems to be a more stable bomb site than CCTV in the current given meta. I like the fact that they're bringing both the Echo and the Maestro. I love the fact that they're bringing out the castle barricades because that's going to help you stall for more time up in that top floor part, as the windows can be barricaded off, so can doors if you were to choose that instead. And it means that Wolves just have one more step on their to-do list to really take care of before they can move forward in the round. It also means Rise was normally a very aggressive player doing the entry job for Wolves. Now has to walk around the map with his hammer, opening up those castle barricades, or force other members to use their utility instead to do that same exact job. So Rise might even be a bit limited on where he spawns. We see him right now spawning construction, take care of the missiles window first, go on the roof, get the office hatch opened up, and then he might even go towards the construction window after. Although, as I say that, it has been opened up by the Ash charges instead. As Mowgli said, I'll just do it myself. It's a bit faster and more efficient. Bibu's going to check in there for the bandit trick. Fake puts it down, doesn't hit the bandit, knows he isn't there to trick it, and then it goes on the second time. Could be a rush.
And it absolutely is. You called this one correctly. Dexter, the first one to find Wolves. And the rush, well, it doesn't exactly work out the way that they want. Rise dives on in, finds a kill on to Benji. It's Bibu and Rise to hold this one together. Mohesi's been downed in the midst of the chaos. His Yokais will still persist. Diffuser will need to be retrieved. Wolves went for broke, and it might be Mirage who emerges as now the small bit of shrapnel from that Nitro cell is enough to take out Rise, leaving Bibu as the last player from Wolves. What can he put together? Tons of time if he wants to work with it. Mohesi's been downed, so that wasn't technically that impressive a kill. Oh, that one is on the melted though. And now it's the final boss of Mirage. Dexter.
So match point. Minute and 20 seconds. Now if you're Bibu, which Bibu himself is in this case, very experienced player, all the way from console to PC, he will take the time that he needs, set up his drone, gain information, and make a decision based off knowledge more than game sense, because Dexter could be anywhere on this map. He could be top floor, as Bibu is pondering about. He could be waiting in lounge as a castle barrack in front of him. What we know, that Dexter has no C4, but Bibu has basically no health left. He does have 3 flashbangs.
I mean, when you look at the SMG-11, high fire rate, low damage, but not so low that it won't kill Bibu in one shot. There are still Evil Eye cams up. There are still Yokais up. And as you can see right now, 3 players from Mirage are sitting on an Evil Eye cam. They're going to give this information to Dexter. And they've just lost some of it. So now what do? You go to the Yokai, which is where Benji is on. Tools that work against the attacker are still up. Might have they just lost some of them. Dexter called into action. Forces Bibu off of the plant. Flash goes out. Good patience from Dexter. Will it be rewarded? Will Bibu take the engagement? It certainly looks that way, but Dexter wins it. Tense moments. Mirage move to match point.
They do. Bibu not confident to stick the plan when he saw the run out there from his stock into the kitchen hallway. And again, Bibu being 1 HP will be the difference maker in most cases for most players about how you play that 1 versus 1, because the confidence is likely not going to be on your side to take that engagement, because as you mentioned, Parker, the SMG-11, high fire rate, sure, low-ish damage on range, and it has relatively high recoil, but all you need is a single stray bullet anywhere in the body of Bibu, and he will fall to the ground. Some pro players, actually, fun fact, will play with their health bar taken off the HUD so that they cannot see how much health they have. Because if you're an injury player, you cannot doubt yourself when you walk in through a door being, oh, I have 20 HP, I might die. No, you can always die in Rainbow Six Siege. Full HP is still 1 single shot to the head. So by removing the health bar, some injured players in pro play have found more success and more confidence in themselves, because you're technically always full HP, but you're also technically always 1 HP. That's something that Uno himself, who's also at this event from Heroic, he actually used to play with that sitting off, back when he was on my team at least, and he still might do. If Bibu didn't in that scenario, he might have benefited from having that setting off. Would it have changed the round? Maybe, maybe not. But at the very least, if confidence is an issue for you, it might help you in those moments.
Well, Mirage in their international debut, and an international debut for pretty much everybody on this team. Again, there's an asterisk when it comes next to Dexter's name, because he did technically play that event in Saudi Arabia. But I know that whether you consider that a full bit of international experience, up to the same level as a major, I can definitively say that it is in no way or no planet the same as a major.
Agreed.
That this is these are really the major reps that you're getting in, and Mirage have kind of mighty good performance so far. A lot of games are often determined by who really makes the fewest mistakes. And I gotta say, from what I've witnessed in this match, and you're the expert between the two of us, so feel free to disagree with me on this, there's really not been a lot of glaring mistakes between these teams. There's been a very scrappy matchup, and there have obviously been issues that have been present, but nothing really stands out to me as being catastrophically wrong.
No, I think the only isolated instance was that basement defense by Wolves where Rise swung the door and like sacrificed people behind him basically. But like that was a blunder from Wolves. But besides that single moment, this has been a back and forth where teams are playing well, but just one team playing a little bit better and getting those final kills. Also, we've had a lot of close rounds, 1 versus 1s, 1 versus 2s, etc., which speaks to just how close this match has been. Sure, it's 6-4 for Mirage, but 3 or 4 of these rounds could have gone to either team. The story right now is that Mirage are in a position to win this outright. They do have a little bit less health on the board. Dexter took a bit of a damage earlier when he fought Rise, but Rise stays alive. Last time the Wolves attacked this bomb site, they started off with Rise dead in the grave. They now have more Heartbeat's destruction to work through this map and through this bomb site in particular, which is very important. You got Moto Hatch, Kitchen Hatch, Church Walls, Dirt Walls, and the Blue Hatch as well. So now, because you have every single member alive, you can open everything up if you want to, because Stature is still on the board from Shinga as well.
Inching ever closer to this bomb site. With 45 seconds remaining, Mirage could win their very first international event. And there's a soft wall to be had that'll now open up. Wolves spying that, they're hungry. It's P4 to start things off. The slaughter comes. Down goes Dexter. He didn't have a lot of HP working with, to be fair. Now Wolves will have to tackle Church. Rise getting softened up. Down goes Melted Kento now as well. Suddenly, Wolves are absolutely winning it, but Mo pulls off a 2-piece in his position, and he has control of the diffuser. Rise is waiting out the plume of smoke. Down goes Mo Hesse. Benji will need to clutch, and he's deep inside of the bomb site. Missing out on the opportunity to take care of Rise. Bibu will need to watch. Where does Benji come from? Firing away. The Thermite knows. Benji, you've got some nerves. You can win this right now outright, but Wolves won't let it happen. It's not a lone wolf. There's still 2 of them, but the Wolf Pack answers back. And we're going to need all 12 rounds yet again, Nick.
That we are, and I mean, I want to say that when I said earlier that the Wolves are the strongest at the last 20 to 30 seconds left in the round, this round is exactly what I'm referring to. They're walking through Moto Door, 3 members, they trade, but they trade so well that they don't even lose more than 1 member in that position. Sure, Mo got that great flank, got the double shotgun kill, but then he was stuck inside of Moto with no information to work with, and Dexter, his only teammate, is stuck in the back of B-bomb side with no help as well. So they're isolated in weak positions, and Wolves, they exploited that. Rise had 1 HP left as he was running through the bomb site with that diffuser in the 1 versus 2. But 1 HP means he is still able to run. He's not on the ground just yet, and that's all Wolves needed. Mowgli sitting on 12 kills, followed by Bibu on 10. On the side of Mirage, we're looking at 13 from Benji, followed by 11 from Dexter. Dexter, phenomenal player on the defensive half. That's really where he's shown up so far. Finding so many openings in the mid-round, finding 1 or 2 kills, stalling Wolves' attack, and buying time for himself. Now we're looking at gym defense. This could be the final round, and it will guarantee be the final round of regulation, that's the case, because then we enter overtime if Wolves were to come out victorious. No real change operator-wise. We're seeing the same defenders being brought out. We're seeing the same attackers being brought out. Rise plays either the Ace or he plays the Dokkaebi. This time around, Sledge isn't on the board. But the thing is, neither is Castle, so you don't necessarily need that Sledgehammer as much as you did the previous time around. Instead, enable your fraggers of P4 and Mowgli by giving them those Dokkaebi calls to then expose the positions of Mirage and then give them that sound cue to work off of before taking that gunfight confrontation. It's gonna be a slow start for both teams here.
I gotta say.
Yeah?
Win, lose, or draw, Mirage putting in an impressive performance for their very first chance at this. Benji botches the bandit tricking that they're doing. And look at this. Wolves are off to the races yet again. This is the same thing they did before. But it's Wolves to persevere and come out ahead of that engagement. They were blunted by Mirage last time around, but behold thy fields of killing. They are not bare. They are fruitful, my friends. Melted in a 1v3. Kento might be retrievable. Melted is inside a cache. He'll have Kento. Just move his body on over to him. Pick him up. Rise, Shinka, and Bibu sitting on top of that diffuser. Time working away. There goes Kento. Now it's Melted. Can he stave off overtime and perform what might be the finest clutch of his career. Starts with 1. 2 more to be had. I know exactly where he is. Long range. Bibu's going to send us to overtime. Wolves close the gap in a hurry. And we need at least 2 more rounds to solve this.
I can't believe they did it twice. I mean, when you see a rush like that or any sort of like pocket strat that's very unorthodox, we always say in Pro Play, it works only one time because the second time around, it's going to be expected and they've seen it before just a few minutes prior. But Wolves, they said, you know what? This is match point. High pressure. These guys are not the most experienced players. They're probably not going to think that we have the balls, if you will, to make the rush again, because not a single member of Mirage was even questioning the possibility of, oh, they might do. No, nobody looked at the breach. They only found out what happened when P4 was inside of office, killing 2 members at once. That's when they went, guys, I think they rushed the breach. That is huge decision-making from Wolves. And they like to play this off-pace kind of playstyle where if they see an opening, they will fully commit, and that really is the difference maker in those moments where it's a split-second decision. If somebody hesitates or doesn't follow through, it all falls apart. But they trusted the call, P4 led the charge, and he did so successfully, finding both of those kills. And Mirage, well, we saw what happened. They're stuck offside, playing retake again. That's gonna force overtime. We need to go the distance. It's gonna be Wolves on attack, following the same trend as they have, and Mirage defending first, choosing that bomb site downstairs, all the way in the depths of basement. Capcan being brought out might speak to how fast Wolves been working their way through the map, or just the fact that if they roam a bit more aggressively, they might be burning enough time where Wolves to speed up their roam clearing process, and therefore might hit a trap or 2 in that mid stage of the round. Kento hiding inside of cash, waiting for that garage member of Wolves to walk in, has the angle on lockdown, might do some damage, but has to hit a nice shot to get the kill. P4 thinks otherwise of it, goes to the breach instead, will not intrude through Garrett's door.
Well, you look at the way that Church has been played so far. 3 times when Wolves were on defense, and then twice when Mirage was on defense originally. So this will be Mirage's 3rd time playing. It's 6th time that this bomb site has shown up. And honestly, in terms of objective play for the attackers, they've been able to pull off the diffuser more often than not. When the Wolves defended this bomb site, they were only able to do so successfully 1 time. What a shot by Dexter.
Nice.
Dexter and Mowgli on a collision course right now. The 2 standout performers for their team, but don't discredit Benji.
No.
The last couple rounds, Benji has been heating up. Mowgli at one point was doing poorly at the beginning, started to excel. Was at a quieter last couple rounds, but Wolves have still been putting points on the board. So it doesn't matter if Mowgli fades into the shadows, if the team is capable of getting it done. Benji pounced upon by 2 separate players of Wolves, and there's now free access to this garage, which means that Mirage have to be wary of what might happen on the blue portion of this Church defense downstairs.
It's a really good collapse from Wolves, not taking that gunfight 1 versus 1, but getting 1 member in the garage door, 1 member server window. Worst case, and probably most expected outcome there, is that you trade 1 for 1, leaving Mirage still in the man lead 4 versus 3 in that case. But Wolves, they were successful. So it's a 4 versus 4 now with a minute to go. Bibu open up the motor hatch, that's his last exothermic charge. P4 still has 1 can open in his pocket, that's secondary hot breach, and Rai still has 3 Selma charges left as well. So if they make quick work of Kitchen, they can open up every single hatch. But with 30 seconds left, that might not be enough time in their mind, so they might go for a Church motor door take instead. We'll have to see.
Well, there goes the Selmas onto the Church wall. Again, this is a similar setup to what we saw from Mirage, leaving that 1 panel soft. Late Kiba barrier tossed out by Melted. Very similar again to what we saw before. So things going exactly as it has been in the past. Kento giving it an even greater advantage to Mirage. Wolves really taking their lumps, really taking their beatings. There's Bibu in this spot before, right now by Blue. He'll watch over, but Shinka gets off the plant. Mirage ends up getting all the kills right as the timer expires. And even though Wolves pushed us to overtime, it's a familiar set of circumstances as Mirage is yet again on match point.
Unironically, Wolves' attacks were a lot more successful than their defenses, which meant that them starting on attack seemed to be a really good sign for them, but then they don't win that first overtime round, and now they're on their weaker side. Now they gotta show us that at some point throughout this last half, they've, just gotten that teamwork, the synergy, the communication flowing, because you don't have any real way to improve your defenses when you're on the attack, besides just getting people up to speed and on the same page. Mirage, of course, we saw their attacks before. They like to use Melted on the nuke to get inside the building behind enemy lines, and you always wonder, is there a nuke on the map somewhere? Where is this person if there is? And then all of a sudden you get shot in the back and you think, oh, there she is. My bad for being here as a roamer. And Melted is still hovering the nuke operator. Benji is gonna go from Ace onto Dokkaebi to further enhance that roam clear, and Dexter goes from Sledge onto Bog. And this is a very classic thing for a basement attack, because Bog is a safer operator to do vertical destruction with in kitchen, as you can do it on range instead of using the hammer up close, and you get that secondary Heartbreach gadget, which you always want to bring in case your Thermodata dies, or just to really fulfill the criteria, that is, do you have enough Heartbreach destruction? Because if we look away from Dexter on the Bug, we only have 2 exothermic charges. That means you can get 2 hatches or 2 walls, 1 hatch and 1 wall. That is not enough for a successful basement attack in most rounds, unless you're going for like a dirt rush or a blue rush, which typically isn't the case. I like the fact that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's and making sure that we have all the tools available to us that we need, and I like this as well. The Thatcher continues to be brought out from both teams, countering the Kaid from Bibu. It's going to slow you down and waste some utility, but it's not going to make any big differences.
Outstanding performance by Mirage so far. And honestly, I mean, you look on the right side of your screen and there's really not anybody who stands out as not performing up to snuff. I mean, it's easy to see that Kento has not been the greatest in terms of killing, but I mean,
there's more to do than killing in this game, thankfully.
Absolutely, and I mean, Kento in a lot of this match has been playing on those more support-oriented roles.
Absolutely.
Right now, he was on some drone work, getting his team in. And Mohesi plays a very, almost like Kendrew-esque style of team leader slash hard breacher who's in the action more often than not. So if you have somebody like Mohesi who can perform admirably, and going 10-8 on a Thermite is not something you see every day.
What you just saw there is actually a pretty big deal. Because people kite tricked the Claw, it forced out 2 EMPs from Mirage. That means they have 0 left now. So this Kite Claw on Church Wall is going to stay alive the entirety of this round, which means Mirage cannot go for a Church attack. They are forced into blue dirt and kitchen slash moto hatch, which is significantly going to make the round more difficult for them, because 1 less avenue is going to be opened up. Very small detail, massive impact.
It also allows for that rotate out of Moto, as we saw it. Impacts go off, but the hatch gets opened up nonetheless. Dexter had some difficulties with this before. First kill in this round, a fateful one for Mirage, as Mowgli, he was the raid boss for Wolves. He is no more. Mirage with the upper hand, with 35 seconds remaining. While utility work for Wolves forced Mirage into an uncomfortable position, Mirage are still able to bail themselves out of it. Now they are running out of time, but as long as they've droned out the site, they have a good read as to where they want to go. They can start to win on these numbers down. Mohesi gets tossed out by a Nitro Cell, and Melted is felled as well. Suddenly the gun's coming alive from both sides, but Wolves are not going out quietly. No 8-6 victory for Mirage. We need all 15 rounds.
We really are going a distance, and look at the social vote before this match started, heavily in favor of Wolves. Heavily.
In the 70s.
Yep.
For Wolves.
I didn't see, caster predictions. I don't know if we've done any, but if we were to do it, I'm pretty sure that the Wolves would have been massively favored as well, because it makes the most sense. I mean, we're not Mirage haters. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to predict them, because it's Wolves versus Mirage. And how much can you do if you're Mirage in the off time that you've had, right? Had about a month since NAL ended to where you are now. You probably took a small break, and then you started grinding. Or maybe if you're Mirage, because you're kind of far behind the curve, you didn't take a break. You've been grinding throughout this entire period, getting up to speed, and it's paying off immediately in this first game. Mirage's biggest weakness in the NAL throughout Stage 3 with this current roster that you see on screen has been them repeating the same attacks and the same defenses time and time again. That means that when Mirage does a strat and it doesn't work, they have no option but to repeat that exact same thing again because their strat book was so small due to the nature of how little time the squad had together. This is only Game 1, this is only Clubhouse, we haven't seen that much from them of course, but I will say that looking at it so far, it seems that Mirage have been working on that weakness of their own, bringing multiple both attacking and defending strats, making small adjustments to player positions, and understanding, well, if Wolves change this, we should change this to counter it. And that's one of the biggest reasons why the match score is so close, because we're no longer repeating the same process. We're actually going through the motion and changing small components, and therefore we're finding success as Mirage. This is the final round. No matter what happens, the victor of this round wins the match. Both teams are guaranteed at least 1 point, that's the loser, and of course the winner takes 2. The big thing is, at the end of the day, on Wednesday, 1 point could be the difference maker in this scenario. So every single point matters. Both teams, they want this so bad.
Very well put. And I mean, we have seen time and time again groups get decided by a single point. So just being here, being able to make it to overtime is huge for the team that doesn't prevail. We are not any closer to choosing a victor. The one thing we do know is that in the next 2 minutes, one of these teams will walk away with 2 points, the other will walk away with 1. Who is it? Is it the top team in Europe, who seem to consistently underperform their own expectations? Is it the team who's never competed in an international event, in Mirage, who I would argue are far exceeding their own expectations? Yeah. We don't know at all. These two teams also inhabit a group with FaZe Clan, who might not be the #1 seed out of LATAM, but they certainly play like it. And Direwolves out of APAC. The teams will trade back and forth. Wolves and Mirage both surrendering a pick. Mowgli again, dying early, but the entry from Wolves seems to be hitting its marks. Down goes Dexter. Benji almost follows. Melted and Mohesi are the two that are on Mirage at full HP. Wolves in control right now. And they'll go from the advantage that they had to even bigger.
Slowly gonna fall apart from Mirage. They need to get aggressive and find a kill because playing 2 versus 4 is not ideal. You've lost top floor control. You can't play active on those Yokais because you're on the bomb side as Mohesi. You can't wait for Wolves to start planting. It's too risky. You need to find something here. Otherwise, it's gonna be tough. Wolves taking their time and respecting Mirage, not just going through the motions of rushing the bomb side. They're gonna find the positions, then they're gonna act.
A lot of munitions for both of these teams, but P4, well, he's woken up. It's earlier in the day, and I mean, I guess the early match doesn't help him at all, but Melted suddenly doing work himself before Bibu, one of the longest serving EU players, longest serving players ever, shuts that one down. It's the French team to prevail. Wolves 8-7, they secure 2 points. Their matchup over Mirage, but still Mirage an impressive showing for a team that's never competed at this level before.
I do like the fact that we're seeing smiles from both teams, despite Wolves having what we can argue is a weak start, and Mirage, of course, ending up in a loss. Both teams understand that they got very far in this matchup, and they arguably exceeded Mirage's expectations, and Wolves, well, they still got the dub. So both teams can take something away from this to learn, but also be happy with how it went.
I mean, no team is going to come to the major and think to themselves, yeah, we're going to get tossed out.
No.
Every team is going to come, and whether it's hubris, whether it's based on your scrims, whether it's based on whatever, you're going to think, okay, we can at least be competitive. I know Mirage has that thought in their head, and honestly, they were competitive. They came a couple kills away from toppling Wolves in their very first international match. We'll dissect this game in just a couple moments. We're going to go to a break first. We'll see you in a few. Well, Wolves ended up with the victory, but it was Mirage that stole my heart, at least, if I can try to shed my own North American bias here. As their first international match, they were still able to put up 7 rounds against the best team out of Europe. This is going to be a competitive group. You've got an unpredictable team that also doesn't have a ton of international experience in Dire Wolves, and then you've got one of the best teams that we've seen over the last 2 years in FaZe Clan, who can beat just about anybody on a good day. So the fact that Mirage was able to keep pace with Wolves is a very good sign, even if Wolves did end up getting the victory.
No, it absolutely is, because people look at this group and go, well, Dire Wolves goes out, Mirage goes out, Wolves face the advance, boom, done. It's not that simple.
No, not at all.
It really isn't, and that's beautiful, because if you go back 2 or 3 years in time, it was always like, this group's a bit of a sleeper, this matchup kind of sucks. It isn't like that anywhere anymore.
Correct.
I love that as a caster, as a spectator, as a fan of Rainbow Six Siege, because who would have thought Mirage goes 7-8 against Wolves?
Now, we've told you time and time again that we want to avoid spoilers as much as is humanly possible. So we're sorry for what we're about to say, but I mean, cover your ears, at least for the moment, because what happened in the matchup on the mainstream was honestly, it was brutal, a blowout. Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually watch the matchup, but FaZe slaughtered Dire Wolves 7-1.
I mean, we could tell it was going to be a slaughter because it ended when we're in like round 6 or 7 ourselves, at like a 4-3 scoreline. Yeah,
we're like, oh yeah, it's yeah, just want to let you guys know that Stream A is joining us, and I'm like, it's 5th round.
Yeah.
What happened here? Now, in their matchup today, Wolves have been a bit in the past slow to start at international events, and it's cost them in their group. Obviously, an 8-7 squeaker over a team that a lot of the public wrote off is not the result that they wanted. Wolves would have liked to have walked into this matchup 7-4, walked out.
Yeah.
Just as FaZe did to Dire Wolves, maybe a little bit more competitive. Now, Wolves are rewarded for this matchup by playing FaZe Clan later today. It's Mirage and Dire Wolves in that matchup. Now, I think these 2 matches are going to tell us more about these teams than just about any other matches that we're going to see today. If FaZe crushes Wolves later, then we have a very clear hierarchy on this group. And if you're wondering what's going on in the group, we have a visualization for you, so we can bring up the group here in Group D so you can actually see what all is going on. Mirage against Dire Wolves is the match that I am going to be keeping my eye on the most, because Dire Wolves are an unpredictable team because of circumstances at the Charlotte Major. Dire Wolves were actually in a position where they could have theoretically made it into the playoffs. Now, that didn't end up happening, but this was still a team that was on the precipice of making it out of groups. Again, it was crazy circumstances, but Dire Wolves are unpredictable. They've got one of the most touted prospect in Reaps here, who can make some serious noise. How do they stack up against Mirage later today? That's what I want to see. As you can see on your screen, FaZe Clan walking away with all 3 points. Mirage and Wolves, as you watched on this channel, they split the points because they went to overtime.
Yep. And I mean, overall, both teams, as you mentioned, kind of happy with that outcome, right? As you mentioned, Wolves to win, Mirage to go, a team to show that they're made out of something real. And also, one of the things about Mirage is that they haven't played many different maps in the NAL.
Correct.
They've only won on like 2 maps, I believe, like Villa and Theme Park. So them going to Clubhouse and having such a strong showing means that their map pool has also increased over time, which they really needed for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is effectively an all-new Mirage squad, right? They bring in Mohesi, they bring in Dexter, they only get 9 matches. That's it with this new team. And against pretty much all odds, they make the major. Not your perennial contenders like OXG, like Dark Zero. No. It ends up being a Mirage team that time and time again, the public slept on. And honestly, the talent in North America slept on quite a lot. And if you slept on them today in your matchup, as 20-something% of you, or 70-something% of you did, only 20% of you thought they were going to end up winning their match, well, it was a lot closer than we thought and a lot closer than you thought as well. Again, Wolves will be in action later today against FaZe Clan, and Mirage will be going up against Dire Wolves. That said, we're going to go to another group in just a couple minutes because the defending world champions at TSM are going to go up against Heroic.
Exciting.
So we're going to have another NA-EU match in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Don't think about it, make it feel so high, make it it feel so, so high. Make it feel so high. Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so, so high. Make it feel so, so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so I can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so, so high. Make it feel so, so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. You never know why. No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I'll try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember star in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Free Fire's the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Oh, look and do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship.
Work, it's Bolo above to save the round for his team. Explosion goes off, Bolt's on the case. All right, everybody, it's time for our third matchup here on the B stream. If you haven't been tuning in, well, pull up your chair, sit down, and get out your popcorn, because it's going to be a banger. TSM versus Heroic will be our third matchup, and so far we have needed 14 rounds and then 15 rounds. If that trend line holds, somehow we are going to end up needing 16 rounds, which I'm pretty sure would break the game.
Probably.
So we might have some other problems on our hands. But either way, so far for you and I, in polar opposite to our friends over on the A stream, we have had the long games, which means that I expect TSM and Heroic are going to be in the same vein.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the first three games, I would expect this one to be the barn burner 8-7 kind of vibe, because these are two very similar teams where, you know, they had a great performance at one point, they had a tough season, then they made both 2 roster changes. Same spot.
Hold on a second here. I have to interrupt you. Who did my boy Achieve dirty?
Oh, that's tough.
Who did my boy Achieve dirty?
He got the Dogi treatment.
You take the guy who is the smallest person on the team and you put him in the middle, sandwiched by 2 of the big boys in Gasher and Merc. Who's doing my boy? Who's doing my boy Achieved dirty? Matthew Solomon deserves better. Justice for Achieved. Anyway, sorry, I didn't.
No, that's a very good point.
I noticed it. I thought to myself, this needs to be commented on.
No, yeah, it is. I mean, but yeah, you got Snake and Gasher joining TSM, and that really changed. Like, they shifted gear for them, frankly, because they had a terrible Stage 1 and Stage 2 in NAL. They looked terrible, right? They come off winning.
Bottom 2 team.
Came off winning Invitationals into, where are they? Nowhere to be found in domestic play. And then Heroic, you know, they had a great start in Stage 1, had a bit of a sleeper Stage 2. They made 2 roster changes as well, bringing in Yume and Mello. And all of a sudden, they're doing really good as well. And now both teams are here facing each other in their opening match in a very similar situation. That's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I know that people were quite critical of shipping off Chala and Geo. You've got Geo, who has historically been one of the top performers on his role in North America. You had Chala, Mr. Appreciation Thread himself, who's really flexible across the board. If you want him to entry, he can usually do so quite confidently. If you want him to work as a support, he can drone you in, he can talk to you, he can work you through it, and he's going to excel in just about whatever role you put him in. Clearly something was not working with this team. And there comes a time, and you can talk to teams about it, where the team is just not the sum of its parts. sometimes you need to cut what is a good player to pick up a player who is on paper maybe a lateral move, maybe even a bit of a downgrade in terms of mechanical ability, but brings something else to the team.
Change it up a bit.
Exactly. Sometimes shakeups need to happen.
It couldn't be said better, because that is, I mean, you can't stagnate and you have the same players, the same regime, doing the same thing, seeing the game the same way. It's like, it's really hard to innovate. You need sometimes some outside knowledge to just kind of stir the pot around and see what comes out of it, like an elixir, right? You don't really know what you're making until you brew it together, and then you drink it, maybe you go invisible, you start flying, you can jump tall, I don't know. But it worked for both of these teams here, and TSM, they looked like the better team if you were to match them up directly against Heroic, but again, they play in two different regions. You can't really do that.
All these teams settle in and get ready for their game. You might want to know where are we going to go. So far today here on this stream, we have seen Bank and Clubhouse. I actually don't know what map FaZe and Direwolves played on. I don't think it mattered.
Doesn't seem like it mattered.
The first match was played on Chalet, so we've had pretty good diversity across the board. Cafe Dostoevsky is where these two teams will choose to engage with one another.
I mean, when you talk about TSM, the first thing that most people will say in terms of map pool is Cafe is their home turf. It's like when they first came to the North American League years back, that's the map that everybody would ban against them. It's a map that they 7-0'd me on in scrims the first time I scrimmed TSM back when I was a player, and we hated playing it against them. Super frustrating. Of course, different meta, different circumstance in Heroic. They've had time to prep for this matchup for as long as they can think about it, 2 to 3 weeks ahead of time probably. So if you think you're going to go up against TSM, you're going to prep Cafe, and if you're confident in it, you can take them to it and see if you can break it.
This Heroic squad has really been through some ups and downs.
Oh, they have.
When you look at the expectations in Charlotte, to me, this is where Heroic really was like the team that came in as the one to beat. Oh, look at Heroic. Oh, look at W7M. The visa issues sank W7M's chances. The team then obviously didn't have the performance that they wanted at Berlin. As for Heroic, they come in to Charlotte. Most people have them making the Final Four. With the way that they were able to bully the EUL and the way that the team was playing, they thought, okay, this is going to be great. They bottomed out.
Yep.
The team did not perform anywhere close to expectations. EUL has just been a meat grinder for these squads, and there's been a lot of unpredictability in the, I suppose, where you think they're going to be. I mean, the defending major champions Rogue didn't even qualify for this event.
Yep.
So, whereas TSM and Mirage, teams that were literally 9th and 10th in North America, suddenly are now here at the major. Things are very competitive. There's a lot of parity between these squads. But Heroic now, before we talk about TSM, you think they bounce back? Do you think there's a potential for them to show people what they're capable of, like people thought they would in Charlotte, but they ultimately didn't end up getting there?
I think it's a hard one to say, because looking at Heroic in the EOL, I mean, they barely made it here. It wasn't even up to their own efforts. It was based off other people's results, not final play day for them. And I'm not a huge fan of, like, I feel like Heroic, they are not, like, consistent enough domestically, where I'm like, oh yeah, they're going to make it out of groups, they're going to get, like, top 4, whatever. They need to prove it to me, right? I will buy into them, but they got to show me what I'm buying first before doing so. Whereas with TSM, I mean, they did really good domestically in NAL, and we know how capable they are with the core of a Chief Bowl and Merc off of invitationals earlier this year in February. My money is safer in their pockets, if you will. So honestly, in this particular instance, I feel like TSM has the upper hand, but anything can happen. Again, as we said, it's such a tight competition.
No, I mean, anything can happen in Rainbow Six, period. We've seen teams go on these miracle runs, you know, it's... Team 1, for example, pops to mind.
Oh,
Mexico
God.
Major. Probably one of the wildest runs that we've ever seen out of a team. You know, usually when you look back on the lands and the way that, you know, the finals have gone, you can kind of understand it. Rogue versus FaZe. Rogue had a dominant run through EUL. They look like a mighty fine team. Obviously, there's been issues with Rogue not making it into deep runs. They kind of got that monkey off their back, and suddenly, now that they've made it into the finals, they can flourish. FaZe Clan dominates for a year and a half, but they end up losing to other Brazilian teams. Why?
Yep.
Because Brazil is such a strong region. You see Liquid make the finals. You see NIP make the finals, and suddenly you're thinking to yourself, oh, okay, you know, well, Liquid obviously in BR6, you think to yourself, oh, these are teams that are going to make deep runs. These are teams that we expect to do well. When you look at, you know, where we are right now, it's a bit odd to see that certain teams can rise to the top. Team 1 obviously being the one that always jumps to mind. As time has worn on here in Rainbow Six, every single event I always say, you know what? I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I genuinely don't know what's going to happen here at this event. I have obviously my favorites that I think are going to make it out. And when I say my favorites, I don't mean like I like the team. I mean like I think they're going to win.
Okay. I agree with you.
I'm not a biased caster.
People always, they ask about, like, you know, tier list and who's going to make it out, predictions and all those things. And I'm always like, I think this team is going to have a really good shot. And for this tournament in particular, I have a team where I'm like, I could see them win the thing with like somewhat of confidence. But I'm like, what about the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place? I really have no idea because it can go either direction. I will say LATAM as a region overall, I know they're not like in this matchup particularly as NAEU, but LATAM as a region overall has really impressed me the last 2 years for Rainbow Six Siege. Whereas Europe, you know, we used to run the show basically, and then we kind of fell off a cliff for a bit, and now we're fighting our way back up. And then, you know, NA, they did this sneaky thing because they were down there in the dirt with Europe. All of a sudden, they race car up to the top, and then they fall off the cliff again with us. So it's like regions are just coming and going constantly in these 3 months intervals where anything can really happen. APAC, they've made deep runs now at events. We saw Demon Kia, Cyclops, all showing great performances also in their group stage performances in the past, really showing that APAC as a region is not one to be underestimated like in the past. So anyone here can play at a high level. We're just waiting for the final 2 members to join the lobby. I'm not going to call them out yet, but I will if too much time goes by because they should be, of course, dragged to the mud with us since they are delaying us. But I guess we can... What's Pojo doing? I guess he's testing his microphone or something. He looked like he was... I don't know. Couldn't make out what was happening. Either way, we're just waiting for 2 players to join the lobby, then we should get underway. As Parker went over, the map is going to be Cafe between both TSM and Heroic. And it's both of these guys' first match today. I believe, yes. Yes, it is.
This is Group B, by the way. So for those of you that are tuning in, there is going to be another match occurring at the same time. Group B is a frightening, frightening group. You've got Team Liquid and Sandbox as the other 2 squads. They're going to be going on over on the main stream. I believe it's Fluke and Hap, actually, who are casting those right now. So that means that Dev and Mandy had light work of matches 2 and are now taking a very nice break. I imagine, given the fact that they flew all the way over from Australia, that they are suffering through some jet lag. So I'm sure they are not upset by the fact that they have additional time off. There's a meme template here, by the way, with everybody standing around looking at Merc's computer screen.
Yeah.
We're going to update you when we have some information as to why this match hasn't started yet. I don't know exactly what's going on. But, oh, it's an audio issue.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
We hate those, actually.
Yes. The last group to go into action will be occurring next. It's BDS and SSG, and then W7M versus Fury. Fury, of course, the APAC team that will be competing for the first time internationally. That's also a very scary group. BDS, SSG, W7M, and Fury.
Oh. I have good news. The final 2 members have joined the lobby, so once the audio issue has been resolved, we should be jumping right into the server. As you see, TSM huddle up for a final roar before the game begins. We should be on the way in just a moment. Whereas Heroic, they've been sitting patiently, waiting, already done their ceremonial beginnings of their own. They are ready to get into the server as well. Cafe, once again, between these 2 teams. A stable map for TSM. And of course, Heroic, they played in the EUL, but in terms of map statistics, I can check, because I don't know the top of my head, but...
Pull them out.
I will pull it out.
Crunch the numbers and
send them to me. I shall do just that.
Please do so.
Let's see how fast I can be. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Cafe, it is actually... It's like a middle pack for Heroic, honestly. It's like a round win percentage, like 56%. It's like in the middle of the preferences. So it's like slap dab in the middle. Whereas the TSM is a little bit higher on that list. But we saw earlier between Cyclops and Black Dragons, how those maps favored them statistically and how much of a preference they have for that map. And it really didn't matter because we went all the way to OT and it was a very close match. So the numbers, they can be nice to reference, but it all comes down to who shows up on the server on the given day and what happens in each individual round. We all know that one kill in that 1 versus 1 clutch moment can define the outcome of the round and who gets that round score. And 1 round is all it takes when you're on match point to, of course, take it all then and there. That is Mellow on your screen. For you guys who are not familiar with his face, he's new to Pro League and new to Heroic. He's been playing in the European high-ranked and Go For scene for quite a while. I played with him years back when he was actually underage. He's a very nice guy, Parker. That's all I'm trying to say. Give the young boys...
Talking about yourself and your competitiveness again.
It's actually... It was ranked. Is that competitive to you because you're stuck in gold? Is that... It's like hard for you?
I don't know how to tell you.
What?
If you're one of the geniuses
okay.
out there who think that a caster's ability is defined by their rank,
every person's skill is defined by their rank. That's what ranked is about. It shows how good you are.
do you think that being able to communicate using words the things which appear on your screen has any way, shape, or form a basis in your mechanical abilities in the game?
No, but I would argue that the higher rank you are,
I win, thank you.
The better communication you have, on average.
I don't think that's true.
not always.
I think in this game, mechanics often define how well you're able to do.
Okay, that's fair.
By the way, 70% of you think TSM is going to win it. Boy, that is lopsided.
I mean, TSM doesn't lose social votes. We've been over this many times before.
That's true. In so much so that in North America, we started trying to trick the TSM fans by saying which team isn't going to win today.
Yeah.
And guess what, TSM fans? Your reading comprehension skills failed you. So
they just saw TSM and opposition, and they said TSM. They didn't even read the question.
See TSM. TSM, yeah, TSM's good. I like TSM. They're going to win. I'm going to click the TSM button. TSM do real good. Go TSM! Basically is what I imagine a good component of that is. And Dunk, if you're listening from TSM, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I like you, Dunk. You're a good fella.
Dunk is great.
Dunk is great. We're going through operator bans, and I mean, assuming that you tuned into the first 2 matches, maybe you didn't. But if you tuned into the first 2 matches, there's a little bit of new faces popping up on the operator bans. Flores and Nook had not been banned out here on this channel. Mira and Azami had been. Azami all the way back in match number 1, Mira in match number 2.
Correct. I believe Bolo asked for a pause, so we'll just take a quick one for him because...
Oh, well, if Bolo asked for it.
Yeah, if Bolo asked for it, I mean...
If Bolo asked for it, then we have to.
In case you're wondering, yes, Bolo is playing right now. I saw that was the title screen at the bottom third of the screen earlier on. It says, when is Bolo playing? Well, he is playing right now. Or at least he will be in just a second. It might be he was the person with the audio problem, and maybe it has returned. I don't know the specifics, but it shall be resolved swiftly. And I don't believe we've had... Oh, I don't want to jinx this. We have not had a rehost yet. And I said I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to speak into existence.
Please.
But like day 1 is usually rough.
Please.
And it has. I'm so
Don't even say the word.
Please don't. I swear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I'm like really proud and happy with like everything, and like production's been great. They've been helping us out. Like everything's going way too smooth, one could argue. Except for the games. The games we've had have not, I mean, they've been good, but it's like a struggle for both sides, going OT, going max OT. It has not been a breeze in that department on the B stream. But on the A stream, however, as you mentioned, it's been a quick day for them.
They're flying through it over there.
Yep.
We have absolutely no idea why we are currently paused, and we will
it's very simple.
Tell you
it's because Bolo asked for it. And he said now in chat he's ready, which means, look, the game will begin. It's like what Bolo says is law.
So here's what I will say.
Okay.
The first time that I saw Bolo was yesterday at breakfast.
Yeah.
And he had what appeared to be half of a Kleenex shoved up his nose.
Oh, okay.
Because of a nosebleed.
Oh, it's the climate, I believe. He has that.
And I will tell you, I have actually seen quite a number of people with the same thing.
Yeah.
In fact, at breakfast this morning, I saw 2 just random citizens. sitting, presumably with nosebleeds, as they had Kleenex in their nose as well. Who knows? Maybe that was the reason for the pause. We have not been told why, and we will, again, we'll tell you if anything changes. We'll get underway with round numero uno here on Cafe. TSM starting on defense. You talked about the new players on TSM. Walk me through the 2 new additions to Heroic.
All right, so the Heroic editions are very interesting, I should say, because like looking at before Stage 3 of EO started, it made no sense to pick up Mello and Hume, and especially it made no sense to pick them together. They're unproven, they have no experience, they're basically straight out of ranked and FPL and whatnot. Sure, Hume played for that Delta Project team with Fabian for a few months, but like they didn't really get anywhere, and they're very unproven for a team that's been making majors in Heroic. But essentially what it comes down to is that Mello and Hume is a very aggressive entry duo that gets enabled by Grizzly and Uno on the supportive cast. Then you have Benjamaster being the +1. He gets to do whatever he wants essentially, kind of like Mowgli from Wolves. But Majuma and Mello are very aggressive players, front runners of the team, and they usually get stuff done first.
You got to decide whether you're going to say Yumi or...
I'm going to have a hard time with that one because I call him both all the time when I play with him. So
how does he say it?
I think he's the kind of guy that says, I don't care. So he's not really helping me, right? Let's say Yume. Yume?
Sure.
Do you have a preference?
I don't care.
Let's say Yume.
That's fine with me.
Yumi. Let's go with Yumi.
That's literally what you said at the beginning.
I know.
The first time I heard it, I was like, okay, hold on a second here. Yumi is a cat. Merc! Merc is down. He goes for the jump out, but Uno was prepared for that. The Claymore placed in anticipation. TSM don't even get into an engagement. They've already lost a number.
Of course, Merc being a very aggressive player for TSM, always the first in battle, always dying or getting that kill initially. Gasher, new member from TSM, plays that anchor position for them. Very smart player in his positioning and decision making. It makes sense to put him inside a Baker desk here to use that Kushima launcher, but he got shut down by a grenade from Benja. 2 kills in the round for Heroic.
And suddenly, this attack is shaping up quite well. There's a Monty still for them to deal with. Monty's powers grow the more that you see the defenders fall away because you can isolate them and there's not a lot of crossfire potential. There's the Monty trapped in the corner right now, and Achieved sees it and he goes, nope, nope, I don't want to be in there anymore. Ooh. Man, Heroic is really hitting their marks. Bolo the only kill so far for TSM. Snake now to clutch out. A quad kill from Uno. It all started with that Claymore going down. Heroic just bulldozed their way into the bomb site to take round 1.
You got the Uno, huh? The Yume Uno? The Uno?
You've screwed up my brain.
No, I'm very sorry for that. I do apologize. I did love the Monty being brought round to really try and control TSM. I'm a huge Monty fan, as we all know. I love to play the character, watch the character, and I think it's a very big showcasing a player's skill and how well you can play the operator as well. It's all about positioning and decision making because you can't really fight back in most cases as the Monty. You're just gonna extend out your gadget, Le Roc as it's called, and walk around, give information, and your teammates also have to play around it, otherwise it's not gonna fly. And Heroic played a very nice slow-paced round. They got the Claymore set up, opened up the windows, applied pressure, then Monty was just messing with the Tachanka, forcing out those toxic grenades, the fire grenades rather, from the Streamer launcher, and then the grenade just came flying on in. It was easy for Heroic because the Monty gave them so much cover, and it really worked well. But it's not going to be the round forward for Heroic every single time because already now on the following round of round number 2, they're off the Monty. Now Mello is on the line instead. Again, trying to compartmentalize and make TSM stand still or feel that pressure of the gadget, but in a different way this time around. Also because it is indeed a different bomb site. So Heroic doing good flex work so far, whereas we see TSM, they're bringing out Achieved on the pulse, a very stable operator for him. He's gonna give you that information, and you have Merc downstairs with him to utilize that C4 combination with the scanner for info.
There's an E1D go off. I will say, I like the flexibility immediately visible from Heroic. Time and time again, we tend to see that 417, that DMR, get brought out by either Twitch or the Lion. It's a gun that's shared by the two. No Vector, with a lot of bullets in it, by the way. That thing can be a bit of a bullet hose, but instead, you want the DMR that hits like a truck. Just a stylistic choice. Bolo The only player who got a kill for TSM before.
Okay.
He's not going to be able to get anything this time. He and Merc first to die. Heroic already off to a good start in a 5v3.
Now the question comes, Heroic, can they hold their ground right now? Because sometimes in EOL, they get these big leads, and then they get a little bit too excited, and they walk forward too fast, and they start falling apart. Slow things down, drone it all out. You basically, with every single kill you gain in Siege, you also get time on the clock, because there's less things to worry about, less positions to clear, and less map control you have to really take into control. So take the time you need. You got the lead already, got 2 kills on the board. Benji got both of those.
Heroic with a lot of tools at their disposal so far. All 7 kills for the team in the hands of 2 players. Mello gets on the board. Down goes Gasher. TSM seems to have very little fight in them at the moment. Smoke, or Snake rather, playing from above. And Benja's waiting. Good lord. This is a mercy killing so far from Heroic. TSM, seemingly with all those delays on their end, the tech issues, yet to spawn into the server. Achieve gives his position away, he gets a single kill. Mello picks up number 2, Heroic dominating through these 2 rounds.
I mean, look at how passive Heroic played, even in that 5 versus 1. They're just sitting still. Only 1 member was even moving on the map, and that was Uno trying to deliver the diffuser in toward the bomb site itself. And when he got shot down by Achieve, well, they know his position, then all 4 members, they moved towards that location, and Melo ended up getting that final kill for the team. Heroic right now just really thriving off the initial man advantage and just snowballing from there by holding such a tight net around TSM. And it's kind of hard right now if you're a TSM fan, or if you're a player rather, because what do you do against this? It's not like TSM are hiding in corners and getting droned out. No, they're playing in the quote-unquote default expected positions that they've been practicing time and time again, but they're just losing their gunfights straight off the bat. Bolo playing that pixel spot inside a piano, he does it every single time normally, but Benji just walks in Cigar, finds 1 kill, and then kills Bolo right after. It's like, what do? You simply just need to win those. And that's normally what TSM does. They win those individual gunfights, they hold their ground successfully. But right now, that's where they struggle. Europe bands, we didn't speak much about it. It's Flores and Asami from TSM, and Nook and Mira from Heroic. Pretty stable operator bands on both sides on this particular map. One question is like, do you leave the Valkyrie open or do you target ban it? In this case, it's on the board, it's being played by Achieve. The Mirror is a very big target ban for most teams because it's so hard to attack this map against it. That's why it makes a lot of sense for Heroic, who's on the starting side on attack, to get rid of that defender so they can get some rounds on the board, get that lead, and get comfortable with the map. Big payout so far. Round number 3 is underway.
There's another E1D that's used to no effect in terms of killing. The first one that was used in the previous round was in a same spot. Nothing really gained from it outside of map control, maybe some knowledge as to where somebody is. You lived through the worst of the Lion meta, my friend. You know how powerful those EE1Ds can be. Potent force for finding the players off-site, which TSM has in spades at the moment. Managed to breach the building on Heroic's side. It's a common setup by Bathroom. TSM favors this quite a lot. The deployable shield over there. And then usually an avenue to get into the back bar. Merc, the first kill. Down goes Joom. And by the way, it's Joom.
I saw. Joom.
I had to go to the referees.
Yeah, we did.
I had to go to the referees because I was like, I came in thinking, okay, pronunciation for this player, I think it's Joom. And then I heard you say like Humi.
Yeah, I've always called him Yumi, always.
Yeah, because J's and H's or whatever, or J's and Y's or whatever are the same that you're used to. Which is why there was a period of time where Fabian was calling Ying Jing.
Yep, same issue there.
Yep. That's okay.
We live, we learn, right?
Variety is the spice of life.
Stable round so far. It is that 4 versus 5 in favor of TSM with a minute to go. This time it's Uno and the Ossa to bring out some flexibility of his own. Normally Uno plays the flex role for Heroic, but of course you need a stable heart breacher in most rounds. In this round in particular, there is no heart breach because we're attacking the top 4 bomb site. It's not necessarily something that you need to bring, it's more of a choice. Nate goes out, does a tiny bit of damage onto Gasher. Not much can be found for Heroic right now.
Talk about the patience from Heroic, which is something on attack that you don't hear get brought up all that often. The clock is just continuing to work against them. And now it's Grizzly under fire from multiple angles. Bolo, long range, subdues him. Benja's in a frost mat. Things have gone from bad to worse. And oh my! The stab of your fingers. 2 bear mat kills. TSM win their very first round on Cafe. Comes in round number 3 and comes flawlessly as well.
And that looks like a lot more of a stable position for TSM. And that's kind of what we expected on the previous defensive reading, is that you play your default positions and you play them well. That's the result you kind of get. Didn't see it the first time, but we saw it the second time around. But the issue for TSM now is that you lock that bomb site for the next 3 rounds, or 2 rounds counting this one. So you can't go back there. You need to go either reading, mining, or go downstairs to kitchen again, where that was a really brutal opening round for them. And Melo, right off the rip, before even seeing the bomb site, chooses to hover the Monty until a discussion can be made whether they should do the same kind of attack or change things up. That's a very big debate for pro teams is, well, the first time we did this attack, it worked really, really well. That is normally going to mean that the opposing team of TSM, they're going to keep that in mind. They're going to set up everything in order to counter what you just did the last time, which is why most professional teams, they will not do the exact same thing 2 times in a row. It's why we're seeing these attacker repicks coming out from Heroic. They want to go for a different approach, at the very least have different tools for the job than what it worked last time. And I think it makes a lot of sense, because TSM, they can read into this, right? They're a very experienced Cafe team. They're not going to fall for the same thing twice, or at the very least, they shouldn't.
It's all those pings.
A lot of pings.
A lot of pings. The Monty was hovered, as you said, talked about. It ultimately was not brought out. There's a different shield operator that's on the board. That's the Osa from Uno Meister. Oh, jump outs did not favor TSM before, and they won't do so again. The trade back, though, as Mello manages to punish Snake for the jump out before achieved down below in delivery. Knocks out the teeth of one of the members of Heroic. Puck off the board. Did you see what charm was being used by that player?
I did not, actually. What charm was that?
Happened to be the head of a penguin.
Oh, look at that. What player was it?
Uno.
Oh, really? Uno's representing? Actually, I was always like fun when I see like previous teammates and stuff. Like I bumped into Uno at breakfast yesterday.
He's dead.
And he's dead.
The charm didn't work.
Charm didn't work. Should have used the entire charm instead, perhaps. Maybe next
He
time.
wouldn't even spawn into the match.
He wouldn't make the cut. Did you see Uno's tweet that he made about G2? So he was wearing G2 flip-flops, and he was like, 3rd time I'm carrying G2 to a major, basically. And social media was loving it. Because yeah, G2, they're not here physically, but...
Have you seen G2 lately? Somebody's got to get him here.
Yeah, exactly. So Uno took that upon himself, and he brought his shoes with him that has their logo on it. 4 versus 3. Although Achieved is not long for this world, he's 1 HP left in that bar. Nate goes out, takes his shield, second one, covers the drop, and here we go. Heroic onto the bomb site.
Doesn't matter if you're 1 HP, you can still do some serious damage. And just like that, Heroic have breached the freezer. And they'll start to target the TSM players. Achieved on the back, trying to get back into the bomb site. Will not be successful. Merc does some damage. Out goes one of those Shamika launchers as well. The Molotov starting to burn at the feet of Grizzly. Down goes Gatcher. He gets taken out by the fire, and it's Merc with a great round to give TSM their 2nd in a row, and it will tie it up. Through those first 2 rounds, Heroic looked dominant, but TSM seemingly found themselves after a slow start.
And this is the day 1 of groups. This is the first game for all these teams, so we always have to keep in mind that they're getting used to the setup and getting comfortable, and a slow start is to be expected from some of the players and some of the teams that are here. Day 2 and day 3 is really where things start kicking off for real, I would say, but Heroic struggling in that round. They lost the opening kill by that nice trade from TSM, Snake jumping out, Achieve swinging that delivery door as well. That worked really well for them, and when you're defending Cafe, you have about 2 or 3 defending operators that are typically someone you could spare. For example, Snake and Rooney, once you put down your gadget in prep phase, you can actually just go and take gunfights. If you die, not much comes out of it. Same with Merc on Frost. So you have these expendable operators, whereas look at the attacking side. No matter who you kill on attack, it's a massive value loss for them. Either you kill the Heartbreacher, the Lion Flex Gadget, or the grenades from either the Sledge or the Diana. And even if they're attacker repicking, you're going to lose the Flank Watch, you're going to lose Soft Reach on Sophia, you're going to lose the Twitch drones and the smoke grenades. So trading 1 for 1, especially on Cafe, is extremely worth it. If you're watching that previous round, you're like, why did Snake jump out the window? He's obviously going to die. Well, it's because a Chief was there with him and they trade 1-for-1, which is usually always worth it if you're a defender. So TSM, they can keep leveraging this value of operators and just go for those aggressive initiations early to mid in the round.
Activating shock drone.
In terms of sides on this map, before we got in, so historically this has been a very favorable map for TSM. Heroic, you said it's a bit middle of the pack.
Yeah, it's about middle.
If you crunch the numbers, by the way.
I did crunch the numbers this time. And
Who is the upper hand here, the defenders or the attackers?
Typically it's the defenders. Of course, Arbiter bands play a very big part in that. But Turbidity Cafe has always, I believe, I don't think there's ever been a time where it was like significantly attacker favored. But nowadays it's rather close. It's like a 55-45 type of scenario. So rather close.
A controversial change to the game if you talk to some different coaches, but attacker repick really benefiting some of these very defender-sided maps.
Yeah.
Allowing attackers more opportunities to pick out the ideal composition and the ideal lineup to deal with the problems that you tend to see.
It is true, and I mean, you said it was controversial. That's because that there's so many back and forths on it, right? Some people think 5 is fine for attacker repick. Some people think it should be removed. Some think it should be 1 or 2. Ultimately, if you're good at using the attacker repick system, you always have. Oh,
not again! That's the third bear mat.
Ooh.
The third bear mat. Oh no, no, no! Achieved almost losing his life to Joom.
Yep. It's Uno instead, though.
Uno down for the count. The one was followed by Mello. Snake putting in good work. Gasher now in on it as well. TSM in excellent position at the moment. And another flawless round for them. Wow. Well done on TSM's round. 3 in a row.
I have to say the pacing really shifted on round number 3, which is when TSM got that first flawless victory on top floor defense on Cocktail. Where like round 1 and round 2 went like in a pretty normal fashion, right? We get like a pretty chill first half of the round, then like a mini execute happens, attackers that take control into the real execute. But in round number 4 and number 5 that we just witnessed, it's like nothing happens, everything happens, one member is alive, and then the round is over. Heroic is taking a long time to get into these initial stages of a round, and TSM is doing a really good job just simply staying alive. They understand that they don't need to make all the first moves, and if they do make the first move, they do it together. Like we saw, Snake and Achieve going for that peak together. We don't need to be isolated when you're TSM right now, because that's where Heroic they thrive. They're holding angles, they're waiting for something to happen, they're waiting for TSM to aggress. So as long as TSM does that calculatedly, they can get out of this ahead. And they've done so the last 3 rounds in a row, 2 of those being flawless. It is attack on Cafe, it is favored to be a defender. So going 3-3 is not the end of the world. Going 4-2 in favor of TSM, not that bad for Heroic either. It is going to be a close series, and it has been so far, besides, of course, the flawless defenses from TSM.
Well, TSM really starting to fire up the war machines here. Kills spread out quite evenly. You wouldn't realize that the Bolo is actually the top performer on the squad right now, but he is indeed. Lots of content that's being pumped out for Bolo, Shaiko, and Nesk. They seem to be the 3 stars that have been promoted in the run-up to this major, and
yeah,
the content pieces that we've been watching. For good reason.
I was about to say, like, for good reason as well. I know that every single Latam fan and Liquid fan is waiting for Nesk to lift the trophy in recent history. It hasn't happened yet, but everyone is waiting for that moment because he's one of the players that the community feels deserves it the most, playing for as long as he has, as well as he has for as long time as he has. Yeah.
This is a very slow round so far.
It's Heroic's playstyle right now, right? They're waiting for TSM to make a move. TSM isn't making a move, so what happens? It's a standstill. And there we go, it's a team kill because Yum says, you know what, I'll do it myself. Takes off Benji Master, and sure, the nade that Benji tossed right before getting team killed then finds a Chief as well.
If TSM's not coming to me, you're coming to me instead.
What a mess.
Bolo the first kill for TSM, and despite this, Heroic are behind, again because of that unfortunate team kill.
Yep.
Both Mello and Hume making their debut here on the international stage. Uno, the next one, fell. TSM showing us why they have been considered such a strong team here, but great damage to be done from the DMR in the hands of Mello, and say goodbye to Merc.
Still got a minute to work with, but Heroic, they don't have the tools, no nades, no flashbangs, so TSM, they can play on these hard walls, undestroyable areas, and play those crossfires they can establish. The bomb site is up top, so this is what we're going to be working with, nothing else. It's a hard position to be Heroic. They got to just find the kills and just walk through the bomb site somehow.
Grizzly is just waiting for a move, but TSM's not giving him a single inch. It's not far off of Mello. Ever patient as Bolo in his position. He could rope around behind them. Snake will be in a direct collision course. And there's the damage that's done. Leaving just Mello up for Heroic. TSM wins 4 in a row, and that's the first half in the books.
It's a huge one. And I mean, TSM now, they're comfortable. With this side swap, they're going to feel really good about the individual performances and winning those gunfights, which is going to play a part because now TSM has to attack. And it's very frustrating to attack on Cafe. And we see it. You're on the window repellers as Heroic, you're dropping that red hatch into Cigar, and you gotta try and pick off people in tight corners, behind deployable shields, behind reinforcements, and you look away for 1 second at the wrong time, all of a sudden they swing out, and you die instead. And you're also, so many attackers are gonna be in the same closed space, and it's why team kills like what happened with Yum and Benji Master, they occur sometimes, because you're so close to one another constantly. There's not a whole lot of safe space once you drop that red hatch. That's why Monty is such a stable operator in Cafe, because it grants you a bit more mobility, especially inside of that piano room. Heroic will start on reading bomb site. It's the most versatile and dynamic one, I would say. You can extend up above, you can extend down below, you can hold top floor for a brief period of time, enable that pulse to grant information, use those C4s as well, and then just hold on. Again, let TSM do the work first. And Merc, he's showing that he knows the game plan of Heroic. He's going from the Nomad onto IQ to combat the information game that Heroic is bringing.
Well, Nick, it happened again, by the way.
It happened again?
Welcome, Stream A.
Welcome, Stream A.
Welcome, Stream A, to our wonderful channel. They are speedrunning the first day of groups.
That's wild.
The Team Liquid sandbox game, I cannot imagine what the scoreline was on that again. I actually don't know what it is. I'm not going to spoil the results for you because you're welcome to seek them out for yourself. But
damn,
they're back over here, and we're only halfway through this matchup.
Honestly, I feel like a lot of people are excited about the TSM Heroic matchup, so in a way I'm like happy for them because to me, this is one of the highlight games of the day, right? Both teams have made 2 roster changes. The first international tournament with this exact squad from both teams. Both had like a rough year overall with ups and downs. And now in the opening game for both of them, they get to play off on Cafe, which statistically favors TSM, but Heroic, they're willing to go there. I like this in Benja, hiding in the corner.
He gets droned, yeah, and now has to pop back up. Soft walls, yes, but he gets away just in the nick of time.
Sees the same slow story for TSM because what's clear and what's not. Snake is making his way in throughout the map. He is the injury player for TSM, but he doesn't have that much support, no information. And Milo gets an easy kill there. Nice shot onto Snake, that's Ash off the board.
Well, I mean, a TSM favored Cafe at the moment, but also a defender-sided Cafe. And that's going to benefit Heroic as they now sit on defense for the remainder of this matchup, unless we need overtime, which you and I have for the 2 matches that we've seen so far. The A-Stream matches have been absolute blowouts. Our matches have been nail-biters between the teams, and don't get me wrong, I'd always much rather sit and cast a nail-biter than a blowout, but I just find it very funny that it's been so decided by channel.
Yeah.
A-Stream matches being all the blowouts just sequestered, supposedly.
Bolo is walking on side. No info here from Heroic. He might just get a kill or two first.
How is he being able to find all this ground?
He's going through.
And he gets it. He finds Uno. Looks the right way. What? Flicks down onto Benja. He'll watch that laundry hatch. And there's going to be a drop. He gets slaughtered by Joom. Diffuser goes down all the same. So TSM will now be on the keep away. Joom is dropped. Looks like one player from TSM will actually go below. Achieved finds Mellow and say goodbye. Joom is on the diffuser. He gets gunned down. Grizzly will need to be the one to clutch out. TSM looking for their 5th round in a row. Can they get it? 0-4 Grizzly is what seems to be the only obstacle. It's not much of an obstacle at all. 5 in a row from TSM.
I mean, look at how they played that. Merc is down below with the IQ scanner, can see if anyone's defusing, and Floorbang with the pistol. And a member of TSM on the window rappel as well. The post plan is played perfectly from them, and they cover all the angles. But it all started off the back of Bolo, just walking through the bomb site, dropping that piano hatch, finding 2 kills, and stalling the smoke as well up above. Toxic Babes couldn't be used, Joom couldn't get any real value there, and Heroic, they're gonna take their timeout now because they've lost the last 5 rounds in a row, and they're on defense now. If they lose any more rounds, we're looking at match point, then we're in a troubled situation. We gotta start putting some rounds on the board, otherwise it's gonna be over very, very soon.
Very, very quickly do we see this slowly fading from Heroic. Grizzly 0-5. That's something to obviously go back and talk about a few times because we are now 7 rounds in, being unable to find the scoreboard. It's still not great when your team is winning. It is very much worth talking about when your team is losing. Heroic seem to have so much swagger and confidence in their first 2 rounds, and then after that it just fell apart.
You are correct. I mean, whether you're winning or losing, you gotta get kills on the board. You can always argue that you can IGL, lead your team, drone, play supportive operators, etc. But more importantly, when you're in the situation of Heroic, where you're playing like 5 versus 5, so with a minute left in the round, it's anyone's game to get a kill. Because you've done your job, you've breached walls, you've used your drones, etc. It's not like you're droning your entries in and they die in the first 10 seconds, or they just swoop the board for you. Every single member of both teams have had a fair game at getting confrontation and gunfights. It just happens that Grizzly hasn't really been a part of them in a successful manner as of yet. A lot of people criticized Bolo in the last year on performance and whatnot, but for stage 3, he really showed up statistically in the NAL, being the highest. Ooh, and he said, ooh.
Mellow at least gets 1, but you can see the frustration on his face. Immediately moving the hand up and touching his face, being quite unhappy with that one.
I mean, when you're prone on the ground like that and you get the first kill, you shoot Gasher as a second member, but then you gotta start standing up. You go into this hip-fire mode where you're not gonna be accurate, when the DMR especially, not the ideal situation. And he might have thought he had to kill the injurer. Turns out he didn't. But it's a 1-for-1 trade, like we said earlier. Trading a Rooney for Sophia means you clear half the soft clear explosion from the attacking side, and you do half health to Gasher. So when you look at it, it's a net positive for Heroic and for Mellow, so the frustration levels shouldn't be too high for them. It was well done for them, it was good worth and good value. Bolo to sit this one out and watch from the drone point of view.
You trade out Bolo, who's been the superstar for TSM in this match. Much criticism was thrown at the feet of Bolo for his disappearing act. Same with Achieved, as both of them went through their very noticeable slumps. Adding Gasher and Snake onto this squad has rejuvenated TSM as a whole. This is the team that finished first in North America in the NAL stage number 3. And I mean, over the last 5 rounds, they've shown exactly how formidable they can be. I liked the early gambit from Heroic. I like that they decide, you know what, we're already in such a bad position, let's try to knock them off their stride and do just that. Clearly there needs to be more work, though, as Grizzly's the next one in the line of fire. The alibi at Joom gets in on it. Down goes Gasher. Benja joins as Merc gets the kill for TSM.
That's gonna surely create a pause here for a brief moment because both teams are suffering casualties. 3 versus 3 with these Renegades still being in the path of TSM. You need to start clearing this out before things get too hectic because all of a sudden no one can do the job, then you can't quite get in. Achieved looking for a flank, possibly up the white stairs. That could be a defining factor for TSM if you can go unnoticed and if there's no barbed wire on the top of white stairs.
And there is not, so no Legion on the boards. You don't have to worry about goo mines. No barbed wire there present at all. No barbed, in fact, one bit in the heroic side. Nice play by Joom. And the roof is on fire, apparently. Heroic gets their very first round since round number 2. They desperately needed it. They call their timeout. They've seemingly settled themselves down. And they get back on the board. That could have been match point for TSM in what would have been our first lopsided game here on the B stream today.
Heroic not opting to go downstairs into kitchen. They're actually going reading, which they lost, into cocktail, which they then won, back to reading again. Whereas TSM, they started kitchen and went back whenever they could 2 rounds later after locking the top floor bomb site. So, bit of a difference in preference here between these two teams. And Heroic, well, didn't work out last time they went here, but they believe in the mission that they have in front of them. They got a bit of a more aggressive lineup this time. Previously, they had 2 C4s down below that could help, Uno on the post. Now they just have the 1 C4 and a more aggressive lineup. Jaeger, Alibi, and Romai can all take really aggressive gunfights. Whereas Doom, well, he gets to play the smoke every single round, play on that back line, stall out, stay alive for that gadgetry usage of these toxic babes. And it's always one of those, like, when you think of Doom as a player, in case you guys aren't aware of his past, he's a very, very aggressive ranked player, an FPL player, and in Tier 2, Tier 3. But in professional play, he's been put in a more semi-flex support role in defense where he plays the smoke. And sure, on some bomb sites you can play really aggressive and play front forward, but on Cafe, typically, that's not going to be your role. You're gonna play on that back line. So while Doom has 6 kills, some of those of course being on the attacking side, he is limited in how aggressive he can be enabled because of the nature of Cafe and how long line of sight you have. And with the SMG-11, that's not really the best place to fight. So you let the Alibi with the zoom scope do the work instead, and you sit back.
Petition to call him June with an M has been submitted, by the way.
Yeah, I like that.
June with an M.
June.
We're still caught up on this because I came in with June anyway.
In my defense, it was also by the referee said that he used to just say whatever you want to call me, you can. So that's where my confusion came from. Snake.
Nice pick from TSM. Very first one onto Benja.
Not that many uncontested opening kills here either. It's been a bit of a back and forth because there's been slow couple of rounds, but TSM, they find one and do damage on towards the second of Grizzly. Slowly building that lead. Snake again with no support, no drone work, just goes on in. It's a nice trade because Milo aggresses forward, but it didn't have to be that way for Heroic.
Gasher's an inch away from his monitor and also an inch away from Mello on that engagement. Joom now suffering a lot of damage. The only player on Heroic who is still in good spirits, if you want to call it that, is Uno. Everybody else finds themselves in quite precarious positions. Bodes well for TSM. They still have 2 grenades in the hands of Achieve, 2 grenades in the hands of Merc. A Claymore from Bolo can get set down should they fear a potential run out from Heroic, though as unlikely as it may be. Oh, huge Nitro Cell from Uno, and suddenly it's Heroic with the upper hand.
Massive C4. Now you gotta wonder, where's the pulse? What info do they have? And or you can also just act and go to bomb site because you know one member is off the side. Either way, TSM, 35 seconds on the clock. They can't really plant here because they can't cover more than 1 angle at a time because only Bolo is there as a gun.
It seemed like such a sure thing that TSM would take the round, Nick, but that Nitro Cell from Uno was so well played. The pulse still working his magic. There's a nade to go in. Nobody found. The last of Joom, taken out by Achieved, and now inside a fireplace. Achieved will march forward. He's got an idea that somebody's upstairs. He's right about that. Achieved with the diffuser going down. It's all up to Bolo to watch over. The drop inside a laundry. Bolo knows it. That's a lethal pick. Uno boxed out of the bomb site. Nice play onto Achieved. Bolo versus Uno. TSM moving to match point if they prevail. Bolo sees the shoulder, peels off. Allow Uno to take up a bit more space. Oh! Nice shot by Uno. Good lord. Easily the veteran leader on Heroic. Plenty of time to hop on the diffuser. And that is one of the finest clutches that we've seen so far. TSM immediately calling for a timeout as they're watching their lead get bled away by Heroic.
Uno has 8 kills in this match so far, and he got those in 2 rounds. Opening round got a 4K as Ibana. This round just now, at round number 9, got a 4K as Pole. So only for 2 rounds he's had any sort of value on the scoreboard, but he pretty much carried those rounds single-handedly. There's a C4 into 2 kills with the gun, and the thing is, Bolo wasn't aware of that tiny hole in the wall, so the angle he was holding through that rotate was a little bit off, whereas Uno, he already got 1 kill through that exact same hole. He knew the whereabouts of it, took that deep angle, and Bolo just walked on into it. Uno had a very, very rough year as an individual player. Ever since starting Heroic, he's been on that more vocal, leadership, IGL role, and whenever you play that, it tends to mess with your personal statistics, right? Especially as a non-native speaker. Uno is from Finland, so speaking and thinking as much as you are as a captain, as a leader in English, it does take a toll on your performance. You gotta sit there, hold an angle, translate, think, direct people, and you get swung. And that's gonna, increase your reaction time effectively because you're focusing on other things. It doesn't come as naturally to you as a native speaker. So Uno has a pretty bad track record of Stage 3 of NAL. Bottom of the barrel for his team, like minus 22 or 24, I believe. But he's really showing up so far individually in these moments and in these rounds for Heroic. And now on the defensive side, we see Uno again on this flex role where he plays the pulls, he plays the smoke, he plays whatever the team needs really, allowing other people to shine whenever possible. Look at this, now Uno's on smoke, what does that do? It allows Doom to go onto Melusi and he can get more aggressive and get into those gunfights, which is where Doom shines as a player, and he's now allowed that freedom and that space. So it really is Uno plus Grizzly trying their hardest to enable Melo, Benja, and Doom as the aggressive young gunners that they are.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it. Attackers drop the diffuser.
All right. Look at this lineup from Heroic.
Doing his best Daypack impression from Berlin Major.
Who, by the way, forgot that they'd won the Berlin Major.
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw that on Twitter yesterday
yeah.
or the day before. Suddenly they just seemingly were unaware, blissfully unaware, that they had won the major, which is just vintage.
I guess Stage 3 was so rough for Rogue, they forgot they had succeeded in the past. He's like, wow. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Anywho, timeout taken by both teams now. No ripcord to be pulled should you find yourself in free fall. Jum in an odd spot. Both those hatches to be broken overhead, and well, the Melusi could be visible. He'll tempt fate over by the skylight. Back towards the hatch. A single bullet fired out. They know somewhat of where he may be. And look at this. Now, reading door is open too. Again, a lot of different places that he can be playing in. He'll scamper off. It's the defense of that bakery kitchen defense down below. Technically double kitchen now, but old habits die hard.
It's a very nicely played roam game from Heroic. It's very European style where you don't really roam to die and roam to fight. You roam to, waste time and kill drones. And look top left of your screen, only 6 drones remain for TSM, so 4 have been shot. And just now they figured out, okay, there are in fact no roamers from Heroic, but look at the time, 1 minute 22 seconds as the first Claymore gets put down. Now you gotta put a drone on red stairs, on brown stairs, on white stairs, then you gotta start the vertical destruction. These are things that are gonna take a lot of time. Now the good thing for TSM, they got both the Bog and the Sledge, so the time that, it looks like they don't have that much time, but they can double up on the verticality and pretty much gain that leverage back. So Heroic, they did their best, they're all staying alive. For TSM, they have the right tools to punish them back by having him in 22 seconds. You see it? Vertical destruction going off really quickly. Hatch open up as well. They can still go for Baker attack if they want to, but this looks to be a backside freezer hatch drop like we typically see.
And there goes the yokai. 40 seconds left to keep those yokais in strong position. If there's a freezer drop, you'll have an idea as to where the attackers are coming from. There's one of those canisters going out, and now a smoke canister as well. Fire in the flames, all in the same area. Bolo trying to kickstart something for TSM. They won 5 rounds in a row. They have not had the success after that they've wanted. 10 kills to Bolo's name, looking to add towards that and get well above just the first level of double digits. Snake trades out a lot of his HP. First kill from Heroic comes in. It's Joom picking up 2. And the Yokai needs to get in a position to stop that, but they can't do it in time. Gasher gets the diffuser down. Snake retaking from above. The 2 new players from TSM. They'll be the 2 to watch over. Heroic has an advantage. Gasher takes out Uno. Heroic now losing out on that advantage. The Yokai drone pops up in Bakery. Joom knows that. He engages, loses the fight to Gasher. Still drunk by Grizzly's Yokai. Now it's the Echo to take matters into his own hands, but Gasher is ready and prepared. TSM on match point.
Heroic did a good job at fighting with their guns, but the Yokai and information utility was not used correctly. They didn't even know where the plant was going down. It looked like they thought it was going to be in that kitchen half wall, which would be a freezer drop execute. But because Bolo and Gasher rushed through Bakery, that really confused Heroic as to what the exact game plan was. It was just chaos across the board, fighting left and right, and there was no real breathing room for the Echo to use his Yokai drones to double check the situation. Grizzly, unfortunately, a little bit too late to move it around. Therefore, the plant went down, and the post plant played beautifully. Even if Gasher ran down inside a Bakery, the last member of TSM is up above on that vertical destruction of the floor, which means the post plant is rather safe and very comfortable for TSM. And there wasn't enough time for Heroic to push up the staircases, so it was pretty much a done deal for the attacking side. That's match point. That's 6-4. Now Heroic, they have to win 2 rounds in a row, take it to overtime, and then they have a shot at winning. Or TSM, if they win one of the following 2 rounds, they take it in regulation instead. And Attacker repicks, I mean, I kind of love to see it. And look at this. We see Bolo on Ying. Not super common, but it has been done before. But we see the Thatcher, the Thermite, and the Ying all coming into play. Those EMPs will disable anything that might stop the Ying from executing. Bolo himself has flashbangs and smoke grenades to really create that chaotic effect of the execute itself. And I mean, if you're TSM, you can go for a straight Skylight, super fast-paced execute, or you can take your time, go piano, go through that 1-2-3 process, and then eventually use the Ying. But what matters the most right now is that Bolo stays alive until they utilize his gadget. Otherwise, it's a wasted operator to be played.
Harsh words.
Yeah.
Harsh words.
True words, though.
True. Any truers in the chat?
True.
Any truers? Any truers in the chat? We'll see what they say. I mean, I also don't read Twitch chat, so I don't. I try to maintain my sanity.
Fair.
As much as is humanly possible. Anywho.
This
is not necessarily the result that I expected. Still time for Heroic to push us into overtime, as has been the case so far. First layer of defense for Heroic is Joom. Gets droned out and then takes a beating as well. Oh no. Is Mello going to go for the run out here? It certainly seems like it. Cut somebody down that might be hanging up on Repel.
He's there.
Can Mello do this? Oh, the waiting game.
He's waiting for the confirmation, because once he goes to the run out, he's going to get spotted. So let's make sure that he's there, and the opportunity's gone. Didn't go for it. Bolo repelled in. Would have been a huge kill otherwise.
I think Mello just got spotted for a second, too, when he ran outside. So if that's the case, they know that somebody from Heroic is down below.
See, normally Bolo does the entry job. Because he's found himself on the Ying, someone else has to take that job now instead. Merc using those EMPs, now he's, able to just go aggressive because he's just a running gun. Bolo has to sit still and wait for his moment.
And there's Snake by the Humidor. Shoot away and do some more caliber-based destruction. Exothermic charge going down onto the bathroom wall, or well, that's technically the back bar wall. Just by bathroom, where one of the players from Heroic is nestled in quite safely. Look at what lies below. Heroic could wait and get a deep lurker to go on in. Bolo sustaining damage. Those Candelas have not been used yet. Suddenly Heroic are on the scoreboard. Grizzly and Joom doing some damage. It's Uno as well. Almost everybody is in on this. There go the Candelas. Snake and Bolo on limited HP. Joom has been downed amidst the fury, but Grizzly picks up yet another kill. And it's Snake is the last one standing before he gets dragged down. And it's a flawless round. We will again need 12 rounds to settle this one.
I can't believe that's a flawless round. It was so chaotic on both sides. Candela's flying across the board, so many members taking damage. Joom got injured, but somehow Heroic, they end up with that flawless. That's the third flawless round in this matchup so far. TSM, round number 3, round number 5, they got flawless in their defenses. And then, of course, we just saw round number 11. It was Heroic's turn. And the possible final bomb site here, depending on what happens, is going to be that fireplace mining. It's a very much of a one-off flex kind of bomb site for most teams. Usually when Mirage is open, this is where you'd want to bring her. She's closed. She's not on the board. Heroic banned her themselves. They are bringing the Maestro for information instead, with, of course, Uno on the post as you do on these vertical bomb sites, because you can do it on first floor and C4 up. You can do it in the basement and C4 up towards the first floor. Castle, stellar operator for this particular bomb site as well. You can help compartmentalize it in, kind of control where the attackers can come from and create so many safe zones for you as a defender, because when you don't have Valkyrie on the board for that very mobile kind of information scattered across the entire map, you have to kind of just have dead zones. Okay, cast a barricade here. As long as it stays alive, we know we don't have to worry about it. And once it gets destroyed, it'll create a sound cue of either an explosive or a sledgehammer that'll signify that somebody is going to be over there. So that's a great way to use Castle on this bomb site in particular. It's why it's being brought. And of course you bring that bulletproof camera. So information game is huge for Heroic, but now they have to act upon it and make the right decisions, and of course also win their gunfights. TSM are getting Bolo back on a fracking operator to enable his entering because it was so successful. I think that makes a lot of sense, while Merc can stay on that IQ and keep denying information from Uno.
We should just run a poll right now.
Okay.
We shouldn't even say, oh yeah, here, which team is going to win? We should run a poll saying, are we going to overtime yet again?
We should actually do.
Are we going to have 3 blowouts on the main channel and 3 games of overtime over here? The thing is that you and I think we have a break after this match.
Well, that depends on what happens in A stream, doesn't it?
We do Cyclops versus Eminem on the A stream, which I don't think is next up.
Okay. No, there should be a game between, yeah.
Yes.
And I don't think that game has started yet, so we might have a small break.
No, well, I mean, I think we're on a fixed schedule, are we not?
We are on a fixed schedule.
Yeah. So.
We'll be okay.
Still leisurely entry for Happen Fluke, as they did the FaZe sandbox match. So. Either way.
One tap to the heel.
Ooh, Joom now finished off by Achieved from above. TSM put together those 5 rounds in a row, and then it was Heroic to storm back. 3 of the last 4 rounds have gone in favor of the Europeans. It's proving to be quite a defender-sided cafe. TSM with the very first pick in this round. They can break that streak. Give North America its first win in regulation so far here.
We could. Minute to go.
First win period, to be fair.
First win period, yeah, I suppose. Spoilers.
Is it period or period Okay.
I didn't catch that, I'm sorry. Let's see what they can do here. 40 seconds to go, man advantage for TSM. They can still make it work, but Heroic, usually in these later moments, Uno finds a way in. He has the C4 in pocket, still can do it once more. Last time was a double kill C4 to start it off.
There will be people who understand that, and they're going to absolutely hate it.
Okay.
Oh, nice read through the wall. Is Grizzly going to be able to get to the rescue in time? No! Merc is just too good. He almost gets Benja as well, or rather, if not him, somebody else. Uno down below has had great success with that Nitro cell. Achieved somehow. Naded Gasher. He needs to stop this plant in its tracks.
Ooh.
Here it comes.
Gambles
Nitro
it.
cell out. It's on the wrong target. Now Achieved can get it down, but Uno can still go back on and start to shoot through the floor. They need to prevent this from happening, and they've managed to scare him off in the process. Hatch opens up. Uno down below, and TSM will vacate the premises. Uno back on to that heartbeat sensor. He knows how grave this situation is. A watch towards white stairs, daring someone from TSM to move a muscle. I think that's... Is that fate that Uno has resigned himself to on his face? GG's coming in from TSM, the utter disrespect. They know Uno's not going to be able to pull this off. Bolo manages to take him out. A great game from Bolo in particular. TSM gives North America their first victory so far today here in Sweden.
They do. And I mean, it looked really good for Heroic in the first 2 rounds. Then TSM really started showing up. It was a back and forth. Ultimately, a win in regulation for them. 3 big points that they could really use. It's a great start for them.
Absolutely. Break is ready for us. So that means that we can get into the next matchup faster. Again, we know that today is going to be a long day for you. We don't want to keep you waiting. TSM topple Heroic 7-5. A matchup that was defined by flawless rounds, actually a few of them, a surprising amount.
Yeah.
But TSM ended up being the better team just by a couple inches so far today. We'll come down and break down this matchup in just a moment or two, but we'll be back before then. A quick break. See you in a few. Well, it still ended up being a close match, but not quite as close as our 2 matches before.
Thankfully, in a way. But at the same time...
I'm sorry that you don't like my company. Sorry that you don't like watching Heroic and TSM do battle. And what a battle it was, honestly. It was a very oddly paced match for both of these teams. Heroic was quite sluggish. TSM could be explosive, but they also seemed to sit back and almost out-Heroic Heroic.
Okay.
And see who could play the more slow play style, so to speak.
Yeah, well, it was like the pacing, again, I don't say thankfully not to go to because it was a competitive match, I want to watch it further, but the pacing was so hard to follow sometimes because it was a matter of like, sometimes we're just waiting for something to happen and neither team wanted to really instigate it. So I'm happy that TSM started ramping up and going forward with the more aggressive playstyle because Heroic, they weren't doing it.
I mean, sometimes you have to let your opponent make a mistake.
True. It's true.
It's really just what it boils down to. And both Heroic and TSM, over a variety of rounds, were waiting to see who's going to make the mistake first. We aren't going to be the team to do it. TSM's going to be the team to make the mistake. You know, Heroic's going to be the team to make the mistake. No, in the end, ultimately, it was a relatively clean match.
Yeah.
There were some moments that I think we will look back on. A team kill from both of the teams, by the way, which obviously was not great. But at the end of the day, TSM just ended up being the better team on a familiar map, a map that they've played many, many times, a map that they're very good on, a map that they're very well practiced on. Yep. TSM gives North America its very first victory. And by the way, if you didn't tune in to the other group match, which was FaZe versus Sandbox, or Liquid versus Sandbox, rather, you're probably curious as to what the group looks like. We'll bring it up on the screen for you. And boy, oh boy, LATAM today.
Yep, they're on fire.
They're doing pretty well. Black Dragons won their match. FaZe won their match. Now Liquid has won their match. Brazilian fans are very high on Hopium right now.
Hopium.
North American fans are they're sucking down the copium at the moment. They're hoping that SSG, who are going to be playing in the next matchup on A stream, will be able to make a nice deep run here. TSM, the only hope so far for North America, as Mirage made it to overtime and SONIQS were blown out in regulation.
Yeah, so far. Of course,
so far.
Early days, first game jitters, whatever excuse you want to use, but LATAM certainly is showing up, and I think most people expected it. Looking at the last 2 years that they've had as a region, they performed really well across the board.
And speaking of LATAM, we got another Brazilian team to grace your screen in just a moment. APAC versus LATAM will happen yet again. W7M from Brazil, one of the most dominant teams over the last calendar year, but they don't have the hardware to show it yet.
Not yet.
Are going to go up against a team that are making their debut on the stage in Fury. We're not going to be casting it, but somebody will be. Who? Find out in just a couple minutes. We'll be back.
Welcome back to the B stream at the Major, guys. I'm Dev, and Mandy, you lost your box.
Yeah, I know. I've become shorter. The magic is gone.
Do I have to do this now? Is that how we're going to play it?
Yeah,
I'm just going to crouch down?
You've got to do one of those.
Oh, okay. I'm going to really get fit. But guess what? We have a banging game coming up for you guys. It's W7M, everyone's favorites out of Brazil, especially this one's favorites, versing one of our APAC South homeboys. It is Fury. A lot of favorites on that roster as well, a lot of love. But this is going to be an interesting game, to say the least. There is no beating around the bush. This should be a one-sided affair.
Absolutely. W7M, they are the best in Brazil at the moment. They are on a crazy win streak. I think it's like 11 maps or something like that win streak for them going at the moment. For Fury, on the other hand, they did really well in APAC South, but they're not doing as well here. I don't think they're going to do as well here in the Major because they're a pretty scary group.
They certainly do. And for Fury, putting it into context, this is a team that in Stage 1, within APAC South, they did not get a single point. They never pushed any teams to overtime. They lost every single game in regulation. And since then, it has been a rough year. Finally, they did, despite everyone's expectations, get ahead of teams like Gaming Gladiators and teams like Elevate for a spot here at the Jönköping Major, which is huge for us and huge for them. But I will say, there's not a lot of expectation from there. They are still the underdogs of being underdogs. They're from the most underdog region in APAC, and they are the most underdog team. So no one really has a lot of expectation. I think if people had a ranking of all 16 teams at the tournament, most people would probably put Fury in that last spot.
Probably. I would have to agree with that. I think Fury, they got in because of their improvement over the last 3 stages. They did start off as the 0 of APAC South. Quite literally, in Stage 1, they didn't get a single point, like not even OT, not a single point, I believe it was. And now at Stage 3, they're here at the Major. So that's already crazy progress in just what, the last like 10 months. That is crazy good for them. But is that good enough for W7M? Maybe not.
That's the thing. We're not saying this because we're trying to rag on Fury. We're saying this to put it into context of this is a bloody hard group. This is Space Station, BDS, and W7M.
Yeah.
We'll dive more into W7M for a sec, but just one last point for Fury. Their focus here is just getting what experience they can and dealing some damage. Because between SSG, BDS, and W7M, one of those teams, potentially 2 of them maybe, aren't going to make it to playoffs, and Fury could deal some damage if they can knock some points away from these opponents. But let's talk about W7M. We can't throw this any other way. I think 2022 has been the year of the Bulls.
It has been the year for W7M. They've qualified for every single major, if not wrong. They've already set their sights on SI23. Yeah. They've got, it's not 11 maps, it's 11 series.
Right.
In a row, I believe. They're on an 11 series win streak since picking up Julio, which a lot of people criticize them for, and they've proved their entire region wrong. They have had an amazing Stage 3, and in my opinion, I think they could be one of the ones to lift the trophy here in Jönköping.
Well, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not wrong, W7M are currently the #1 ranked team in the world right now.
Yep.
They have been nuts. They have been dominating locally within Brazil and with Latin America. But the man on your screens, Julio, is the one that you mentioned. Huge pickup, right? He was formerly of Fury as coach, and before that, he was very experienced back in the Ninjas in Pajamas days. In fact, of all of the players at this event, he is the player with the 3rd most career maps played at this event. And he just spent the last stage as a coach. So if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. But let's get into it. It looks like we may well be going to Oregon.
Ooh, this could be exciting. Fury, if I'm not wrong. So Thai teams, they like Oregon. Yep. But they play it a lot in their league between all the teams. It's very much a comfort map for them. I could be completely wrong about Fury, and that is possible. But certainly when I think of Thai teams, I think of Oregon. I think this is the map that's very defining of their region. For W7M, I don't feel like Oregon is as defining in LATAM. But certainly for Fury, if they have one chance to take it to W7M, this is probably the map that I'd expect them to at least give it a go on.
Yeah, I mean, just having a look at the history right now, and for Fury, they do have a lot of plays on this map because they play it a lot in their national league. And yeah, like you were saying, this is a very Thai map. Fury have more wins than losses. There are 6-4 records, so 60% win rate. As for W7M, strangely, Oregon is their lowest win rate map in the map pool. In the last 6 months, I mean, technically like 5 months, they have played 8 out of the 9 maps in the map pool, Theme Park being the only exception. And Oregon, they have won twice out of the 6 times they've played it. So only a 33% win rate, which is the worst of any of the maps they've played.
Interesting. Not bad research from the side of Fury, if you ask me, then. Seems like they've done pretty good here.
Yeah, and even if you look recently, you were mentioning that W7 are on a huge winning streak in terms of the series, even though they have dropped a couple maps. And guess what? The last 2 big series that they played and won, the map they dropped was Oregon. So that was when they played Team Liquid in the Copa Elite 6 Grand Final and the upper bracket. They also played Liquid. And Black Dragons as well. Earlier in the Copa Elite 6 bracket, they lost to that team 7-4 on Oregon.
Very interesting. So Fury has certainly done their research going into the series. They've picked a map that they're pretty happy on, that they play often against players in their own region. And for W7M, well, even though they are the favourites going into this, maybe we could give Fury a couple rounds here.
Yeah, honestly, I am pretty excited for Fury. Obviously, there's no doubt that W7M are ready for this map. Even if it is historically one of their worst maps, they're probably confident that they can take it regardless. For Fury, this is a map they play fairly frequently. They've played it a lot against quite low-level teams within their national circuit, so I wouldn't put too much stake on those. But they have beaten some fairly strong teams, such as the Knights in APAC South. The last time they played that was in September, and that was a 7-4. That's a pretty good victory for Fury. Now, let's dive a little bit more into Fury and where they sit at the moment, man. And we've talked about how this has been a bit of a rough year for them, ending in a bit of an upwards tick. And a lot of people point to the reason for the upwards tick is the 2 players that you can see on your screens right now. It's I9 and BG Man. Right as I say that, we go and look at W7M. But I9 and BG Man. I9 you might formerly know if you watch the 6 Invitational as Napew. He played for Elevate. He was dropped. He moved over to the other Thai team in APAC South in Fury, and he's been tearing it up. And Fury has had a second wind, a new life, and that has brought them all the way to a major.
And that's exactly right. They also have brought BG Man into their core roster, who's also a former Elevate player, I believe Elevate sub, if I'm not wrong here. And so Fury have suddenly got this injection of players that have played at a higher level or played with a team that is competing internationally, and they're bringing along some of that experience, some knowledge, and they're teaching all the other players, the new guard essentially, what it takes to get to these international events and to be on a roster like that. And like you said, I9 is such an impactful player because his early round is incredible. The entries, especially making them explosive on like the Ashe, the Iana, that type of thing, is what I9 brought to the team that Fury didn't have beforehand. Before that, they were a very, very slow team, especially in APAC standards, and now they're matching the pace of, in my opinion, pretty much the rest of the international world.
Yeah, for sure. And if you do look at statistically the highlight players for Fury, it's, funnily enough, in Stage 3, BG Man has been the highest rated player with a 1.12, which isn't exceptional, but it's a very respectable and very good rating. I9 and Lycolis are behind on 1.05 and 1.09 respectively. So those are the players to look out for. But for me, another interesting one, if we're talking about Stage 3 performances, is if you flick on over to W7M, I know coming into the start of Stage 3, everyone was talking about the Finka nerf, because Finka was instrumental in defining to that Stage 2 and Stage 1 of 2022, and when her LMG got nerfed hugely, when she lost those nades, we stopped seeing her. Now, KZ was an insane, unstoppable force. He had a 1.41 rating in Stage 2, maining that Finka, and that rating has dropped down to 1.13, which is, by the way, still very good.
Imagine that. Oh no, only 1.13.
When he goes from being like a literal Terminator to getting that Finka nerve, and I'm not insinuating, I'm just saying that this is what people were saying. People were, saying, oh, what's going to happen to the Finka one tricks? It doesn't matter, though, because everyone else has elevated their performances on the back of it, and W7M are scarier than ever.
Absolutely. And I think another thing is with this team, they are pretty crazy. Like, it's not just KZ that can go off. You've got Volps, who's actually the IGL of this roster, as I learnt very recently. Pretty much like the second entry flex type player. He can go off when he needs to, absolutely. Same thing with JV. JV is that player on the roster that will pick up whatever they need in the moment. It might be a bit of an odd operator pick, but he goes off with it anyway. And off the back of that, they're supported by Julio and Herds. And so it's just such a great roster for enabling. Even when KZ doesn't step up, there are so many other players that just fulfill that role in the frags.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Julio back. I remember back in the good old days of Ninjas in Pajamas, and before that, they were called Black Dragons. Julio was the blitz main. He was the creative just beautiful mind that brought such an entertaining aspect to the game. And yeah, he sat out and spent some time coaching Furia, but now he's back playing again. And according to my calculations, Mandy, Julio has played 456 maps of Rainbow Six in his professional career. And for reference, the next highest player on his team is Herds with 191. He's got more than double the experience of the next player on his team.
That's mad. That's exactly what W7M need, though, don't you think so? Especially coming off the back of the last 2 majors. What prevented them from going into that semi-final and beyond was experience.
Yeah.
Last time we were in Berlin, when they lost to FaZe, they were so heartbroken. We saw them in the lobby afterwards, just around the venue, and we got to chat to them, and they said the mental was just so hard to push through. When those clutches came through from FaZe, when they were losing the 1-on-3s, they couldn't stay composed, and in that moment, they didn't have that veteran, older figure to say, come on guys, pull it together, this is what we need to be international. And now that they have Julia on the roster, that is so much experience and value that he brings in.
Yeah, I'm super keen to see what W7M can do because, to be honest, I think most people here at the Jönköping Major are looking at W7M to potentially find their first major win here in Sweden. They are the favorites for the event in many people's eyes, and it starts here with their match against the underest of underdogs, Fury.
Community vote, of course, going 76% the way of W7M. Seems to agree with us here on the day.
To be honest, that's kind of generous to Fury.
You think so? Oh dear. Well, W7M, let's get right into it. Immediately off the back there, first ban comes out will be Ying from the side of W7M. Second one to go to Fury. Ying's an interesting one to me. I don't mind that, especially against Fury. We find that players like Fury, you've got like things like Hajime, or even like sometimes BG Man. A lot of the flex players on Fury, especially on Oregon, like to take that Ying because dropping through that electrical box for your basement execute is enabled so much more when you have those Candelas and flashbangs to go with it.
This is Lion Band's quite unusual to me. W7M doesn't often get Lion Band against them, nor does Fury often ban Lion. It's only their 3rd most banned operator. And as we have a look, yeah, just touching on that Ying ban, is W7M's most banned operator, so I think that's a good pick from them.
Pretty interesting here so far. Mira as well has been banned out, as well as the Izami. Okay, so on the side of the defense, you've pretty much got all your anti-hard breach. That's fine. You've got your mutes, you've got your bandits, and Kaid has been left in. So if they want to play like a more closed-off defense on the basement, for example, they bring the Kaid. They tried it. There we go. Laundry supply. We've already got the Kaid coming out from JV. Try and play like a more closed-off E-box hatch. There's no Ying as well, so even by the time they do get that open, it's going to be much more frustrating to execute onto the back. I don't mind this ban phase. I feel like W7M comes out on top starting out on the defense.
Let's see how it pans out. This is actually if you told me what are the 5 operators to bring on defense of Oregon Basement, I would say these 5. This is very classic. You've got your projectile denial in Jaeger Wamai. You've got the shield on Smoke, you've got your hatch protection on the Kaid, and you've got Malusi, because who doesn't love having a bit of a Malusi to slow down your opponents? And, well, you can also get a bit cheeky with those impact grenades, and also pretty good gun. Good operator to go frag with.
So W7M are playing a pretty closed-off, more anchor-centric kind of defense going down into the basement. They've brought along the Kaid, like you pointed out. They've also brought along the shield on the side of Volp, so it shouldn't really go anywhere, with the duel of Wemai and Diego as well, to hold on to these anchor positions for as long as they can. Now, on the side of Fury, if they wanted to, they could bring the EMPs, but they're actually going to bring along the Maverick to try and deal with that hatch and get that open, instead of being finicky with trying to trick it with the EMPs or something like that. Already, like Colossus with a drone inside of T3 may look to make this early entry happen. Oop, that's a hard breach charge. That's not your Gara hook, and that is your Gara hook going into T2.
Is that the shotgun? Did my eyes deceive me? Is this a supernova shoddy? Wow, that's quite something. I respect that from Lycolis. Bringing a bit of Thai spice here into Sweden.
So already Fury looking to start to do this back take. The next step is to get control of meeting, to start making their way in through blue bunker. But of course that is being contested by Julio inside of Psycho spot, and of course by Volps playing that smoke later. So it's just up to Fury to start to get their work on that hatches early, start to burn that utility. They've got plenty of it in the flashbangs of BJ Man and inside of the nades of Dark as well. So it's just about making sure this time management works for them.
Okay, well there you go, KZ, a nice quick peek there. It's the opening pick onto I9. That's a big player to take down. Fury's just getting to work, prodding, surrounding the bomb site, and of course opening up this hatch. The lack of, the Kaid rather, is forcing the Maverick pick. The looks like the Kaid's actually been taken off, but it's not really a point at this this juncture. The Maverick's still got to do the difficult task of opening it up, and there you go, BG Man has succeeded in doing so.
Nice teamwork as well on the side of W7, and we saw I9, he was the one trying to hold the ground on that back stairs, and as soon as KZ saw one of his teammates in trouble, he came along and did the double swing with him and is able to take them down. Now Fury in the man disadvantage, but they do have that meeting hatch open, is going to have to try and punish the claustrophobic hold of W7M. We can see them spreading out towards the lobby side, looking to surround them like vultures and see what picks they can find leading into the execute.
Wow, time is ticking away, and in the 4v5, I can't see this being very easy for Fury. You look at it, and there's no nades left, there's 2 flashes to work with, and it feels like inevitable that Fury will slowly march on forward. They're going to have to nail some nutty shots in order to get into this game, as Dark has managed to do so on the JV, and he goes deep. That's Hajime. Dark's doubled down. Hang on a second. Fury are in this after all. Herds has now got to try and deny that diffuser. Oh no, can't quite land the shots that's needed, but he denies the diffuser. What is going on? Fury have got to hunt down these last 2 W7M players, but I cannot believe it. Lycolis with the shotty has started to march forward. Dark's gonna have to force down that diffuser. It's on KZ, and he's gonna clutch out the round with ease. What a comeback.
That was a bit scary for W7M there, Dev. We really thought they had a hold on that bomb site, but in the last moment, Fury decided that backtake was too hard for them. They droned out Blue Bunk, and they said, okay, that's a lot of my discs, that's a lot of Jaeger ADSs, let's not deal with that, and they decided to hit the front instead. They went for that laundry side take, they had Hajime come down Freezer, and that last second pivot meant that W7M wasn't fully ready for those crossfires. They gave them Freezer control for free, for example. They're able to come down quickly, make those entries work, and almost win out that round, but thankfully W7M players are there to take it back. Herds, KZ in tandem to win out the round for them.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought W7M was winning that round through and through. I'm genuinely surprised that Fury managed to find the picks that they did. Very impressive to do so, but yeah, like you said, W7M very well recomposed. It was Herds who denied that diffuser, I believe, and he was that saving grace. As we move back upstairs now for the first time.
10 seconds left.
They're employing the Oryx here, so I don't mind this Oryx pick from KZ and the setup that he's done, because he's got the meeting hatch open, he's made a rotate inside a kitchen. Not only that, but he can also maneuver his way up the attic hatch if that's been left open too. So this backsided take for Fury is going to be a little tricky with KZ running rampant down on this ground floor.
Bit of a spawn peek, bit of toyed aggression for Volps. BG Man on the Amara this time, taking that off of Lycolis. Looks like he's going to be pushing Attic at least a little bit. I wonder if he's running the shotty as well.
Nice early entry though. Getting Attic control early is always going to be beneficial, pretty much, especially if you're going to look for this master side take. Honestly, I think no matter what push you're doing, if you can get Attic, that's quick. I9, of course, has made his way all the way into Trophy completely uncontested, which is pretty uncharacteristic of this bomb site.
You got like no utility stopping him. Oh, he's on camera, that's the problem. Oh, but he still gets the kill onto Herds. Oh, does not manage to find that second one as Julio does trade him back. I really feel like Fury probably should have taken out that default camera, hey?
Yep, imagine that, but W7M are really on the ball with their trades. They're playing pretty close together here in this setup. They're ready to look for the swings, especially on that trophy door since they had forfeited the controls so early. Now here we're going to see this interaction with KZ now holding on to that ground floor controls, able to take down Dark, but there's actually BG Man inside of Attic that could be cutting off his meeting split.
Yeah, not sure he's going to be able to do that. KZ's watching, and there you go. BG Man is swift with the SMG-11. He's got to be running the shotty. That's the only reason I can imagine he's taking this SMG to the long-range engagements. I've got to say, Mandy, Fury are playing pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're taking advantage of the real estate they've been given. We saw the early trophy control, for example, and now we're seeing the early addict control, and both of those things are starting to work into fruition. The exothermic charge has just been tricked off that wall, but really there are not that many more impacts in the hands of W7M. Julio has also gone down to the vertical, and it's starting to look more and more like a Fury round.
Yeah, it certainly is, but Lycolis has been taken out as well. So it is a 2v2. Oh no, the Frost Mat! What is that placement? Volps could win this round now. Aggressively overtaking, and the impact gets the kill. BG Man's got to save it. It's a 1v2, and Volps, he does win the round for W7M.
Too good from the IGL of W7M. Really nice timing to retake into that trophy control. As soon as he heard that Frostmat go off, he used that timing to go, all right, now is my chance. There's one down. They're in a bit of a kerfuffle right now. Time to head in. And he absolutely did that in perfect timing. That impact, of course, got to catch them all right. Is able to take down another one. And W7M with a pretty, in my opinion, decisive end round.
Yeah, it's a good start for W7M, and yet not a rollover like the game we casted just earlier with Direwolves and FaZe. I'd say that was a far more one-sided affair.
Yeah.
This definitely feels like both of those rounds could have been Fury rounds. In fact, I reckon both of those rounds, W7M started looking good, and then Fury took an advantage, and then W7M came back. That's been the pattern 2 rounds in a row.
Well, the thing that interests me about this game, Dev, is that this W7M that we're seeing in this game feels a little more tame. I think it's odd. Maybe it's just the way that the bans have worked out for them, but it feels like they're playing a much more safe kind of operator lineup. They're always bringing Whammy Jaeger. They're always bringing a shield of some kind, except in this round, apparently they've got it completely wrong. And they're letting Fury have that early round real estate to either enter into small tower, big tower, inside of trophy control for free. They're giving them that sense of security, and all they're doing on these defenses is finding that perfect timing to retake and to get back on those gunfights to the mid to the late round. And I think it's a really interesting read into the way that Fury plays since they're so quick in the early round.
Yeah, certainly are. Look at this early aggression from KZ. I kind of roasted him a little bit of his rating going down in Stage 3 compared to Stage 2. I think he took that personally because he's gone 5-1. Volps, though, aggressively peeking that game's window is not advisable. Is KZ going to really re-peak that?
I think so. It's W7M after all. They can do what they want, Dev. This guy's got a whatever rating that you said he had. He's doing well for himself. BG Man has actually chosen to bring along the Ossa for this backsided take. Hajime is playing a cutoff in the basement as well. Interesting. Trying to anticipate some roam from W7M down there. But really, what are Fury going to do about this? This is kitchen and this is meeting. Are they going to do a big tower-sided take, or are they going to do a small tower-sided take? And that seems like what they're looking for with this Ossa is around the big tower, trying to look for that addict control early. KZ has just gone down as well to a nade, and suddenly Fury, look, they've got a pretty good grip on this round.
I was going to say, I mean, by all rights, this should be a Fury round, but they have to be careful because this is where defense starts to get aggressive when this advantage comes through, and we've already seen that with Julio taking down the Nomad of I9. Big pick. As the main breach is going to be open in just a moment. I don't know whether, oh, there's no mute on the board, so perhaps they've just elected not to breach it as of yet.
Well, they don't want to do that just yet, right? As soon as that wall gets open, you need to have a gun trained on the wall. The next thing you need to worry about is that addict control and is that basement control. And we saw Hajime just a little bit earlier get on a drone and set up that flank punch going down to the basement. We saw another player poise himself up the top in tier 2 and is starting to look his way into addict. So they're just slowly setting up for that execute, taking the steps they need. But it's going to be made much harder if Hertz is able to take down one like that. BG Man to trade, though.
This does become a trade game, though. It's Fury who are going to win it. 3v2. As BG Man starts to go forward, and JV's been taken out. It's all on Julio. By far the most experienced man in the server, but is he going to be able to clutch? It's not happening. And there's Fury. 2 close swings, and on the 3rd try, they score a round.
That was a great round from Fury. A very minimalist take into Big Tower. First of all, they set up Hajime down in the basement. I commented on it earlier. I found it a little bit odd, but it makes a lot of sense now looking back on it, right? He'd opened up that little tiny melee hole going to Freezer, anticipating that W7M players might be rotating down in the basement and trying to look to flank them in through that Big Tower. Not only that, but like you commented on, they took their time to open up that exothermic charge, because as soon as you open up the wall, you have to have a gun trained on it, right? That you don't have any more time after that to set up your flank watch on the basement, anymore on the attic, that type of thing, right? And so Fury taking it slow, step by step into W7M, and eventually breaking down the site and getting in.
I'm curious. Oh, look at this. They've already VODed this Amaru. Like, they've already read into it. And so they're going to put some Capcan traps down and see if they can take down that Amaru. I really like that. It's very clever from Julio. That seems like... I don't know if I'm just gassing them up for no reason, but that really just feels like a Julio moment.
I think you'd be right about that. So W7M looking to go down into this basement once again. They've changed their lineup slightly. They've brought along the Capcan like you pointed out instead. They're still holding on to this bunker side with the aid of the shield on the side of Volps, but they've taken away the Jaeger as well. It's only Wamai that's protecting that shield, and instead they're going to bring along the Goyo, trying to slow down the attack of Fury, because they certainly do take their time through the mid to late round. W7M identifying, okay, maybe we just need to delay them for a little bit longer, and that's what they're going for.
Well, Hertz does go for an aggressive peek and take down Hajime early. That's a pretty significant one. It's a lot of explosives to take out. Can I just say, every time I see a Blackbeard peak, a Blackbeard pick in 2022, I think it's just trolling. So what is I9 doing?
Not just that, but we've actually got the Sens as well on Lycolis. Now, their gadget is pretty exciting. I'm not sure how it's going to be used in this basement push that they're trying to do, especially if they're going for a back take. It's a curious one to me, so we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, and you said it. That double Capcan trap is lethal. 1 HP on Lycolis, and Julio's going to double down and take down I9.
Yeah, well, this is some really good mid-game adaptations from W7M, isn't it? They're starting to read into Fury, and instead of going for a full bunker strategy, everyone on site, they are having a couple of roamers and a bit of aggression, a bit of pressure, starting to get Fury's number.
Fury now and the man disadvantage starting to make their way down the backside of the map, but Hertz is still holding on to this attic control. A rotate will aid him in putting pressure into the big tower. Not before being traded up by Lycolis, though, who's on a slither of HP there on the Sens. Fury now, severe man disadvantage, low HP. It seems like a W7M round.
This basement is hard enough to attack in a 5v5, let alone a 2v4. Especially with KZ still roaming, so Fury got to be careful not to turn their backs on that Goyo. Roaming upstairs. Oh, there you go. Checks the angle for a second, and then Lycolis is taken out. It's poor PG, man, and he's swiftly dealt with. That's W7M finding their 3rd round of the game.
Nice from W7M. Once again, it was I9 that was the one to fall on that backstairs. He was positioned there to try and prevent the aggression coming up from W7M, but Julio was ready to take that engagement. You can tell they scrimmed that a lot. You know, you need to find the timing on that backstairs fight, because most of the time, that backstairs is going to be an isolated fight for the most part. It's just about making sure that you don't feed him, that you don't want to give away your life to him. And so W7M constantly have been doubling down on that backstairs fight to isolate it before they come flooding into pillar. And I think it's a really good way to play the basement.
My question is, will W7M continue to adapt like that? Because Fury have been very close on their first rotation of attacking these sites. And if W7 don't improve and start to adapt, wouldn't be surprised if Fury could hack through an attack here on Dorms.
Well, this is a very different setup from W7M. Like you said, they need to change things up just a little bit, especially on this bomb site where they gave Fury so much free control inside of Trophy. Look how different this setup is. We have a shield, aggressive, nice, in pit, facing Trophy. So that early entry coming through Armory can't be done. We even have a rotate on the closet wall as well, anticipating that Fury are going to repeat the same structure kind of attack into Big Tower and into Master Bedroom, right? Volps has even got a double Frostmat on that double window in case they just decide to change it up and jump back in. So I think W7M are doing the adaptations that you might have suggested.
And Julia's even playing below with the shoddy inside of security, full reinforcements as well to support his position on the mute down below. You can deny plant with C4 in the late round, or you can even watch a lot of jump-ins and repel-ins with the vertical holes as well. So this is going to be a tough cookie for Fury now. This kind of attack is very difficult to cut through.
And I think that they've done a really great read onto Fury as well. I9 immediately is looking for that control into Master, but this time he's not met by a set of reinforced walls. He's met by two very open, gaping holes denying his entry. Not just that, but even at the top of Armory says there's a player lying in wait. JV as well, early control of Big Tower, anticipating that the Amaru pick might come through, has his gun trained on it, but it's actually Dark to open up the round for Fury.
It's a good kill. I'm surprised that he won that fight onto Herds. Big play to take down in the smoke. Oh, there you go. KZ, aggressive inside of the closet, but he does lose his life. Perhaps a little bit over-aggressive. And that's going to force JV as well to fall back, reinforce up his position. He's going to try and kill that Amaru, but oh no! JV was not decisive enough and pays for it with blood.
Hajime as well is going to link arms with BG Man inside of Attic now that they've been given that control. 2-2 split is the push that Fury are going to go for here. Already, this Master Breach has been open for I9, and he could make an explosive execute at any time if he wanted to.
So be careful. Oh, he spots the player. JV crosses and barely survives.
JV, though, being very dangerous on this angle. Volps to be taken down by I9 by exactly that angle, that gaping hole inside of Master, and now the flood is going to come through.
They're going to have to do this fast because Julio is on for a flank. Got that C4, doesn't land anything with it as of yet. JV hears that the plant's going down from Lycolis. 2 players to cover. One on repel, but taken down now, JV. Can he find another one? Lycolis rounds the corner and bests him as BG Man finishes off Julio. And Fury here, Mandy, have found their second round.
Fury are doing really, really well for the real estate that they've been given inside of this server. I criticized at first that I thought they would actually be playing into the defense that W7M had, but as soon as I9 was able to make his way in tandem with Dark inside of Armory, they actually used those angles against W7M really, really well. W7M unfortunately just found some pretty unfortunate timing on some of his floors. KZ, for example, he got stuck in that closet rotate trying to take the gunfight, and then JV being indecisive on that attic rotate, not knowing when to dial it back in that kind of open defense, and being punished by Fury for it was really well played from them.
I feel like there was a moment of doubt for Volps. When he started reinforcing that attic wall off, he heard the Amaru hook and he thought, oh, I can quickly take this fight.
Exactly.
And then he changed his mind. He thought, no, that's risky. I want to play passive instead of risky. And if he had either committed to playing passive or committed to playing risky, it would have been better. But because he half-assed both things, he didn't manage to achieve either successfully.
Yeah, and like I said, we saw that happen twice as well. Same thing with KZ on the closet rotate. He didn't need to repeat if he didn't want to. And that's the danger in playing those kind of more open-ended setups, because you need to pick a time in the round that you're going to close everything back off again, right? And that's always quite challenging to do, especially against a team like Fury, who are really on the ball in these early rounds.
Yeah, you got to have conviction when you're playing this brand of Siege. And I'm just going to say it. I know we're only 5 rounds in. I know Fury's only found 2 rounds, but Fury have already exceeded my expectations and impressed me. Not in the number of rounds they've won, but how well they're playing. And the fact that they do not give a crap who they're playing against. Like, they are playing against one of the best teams in the world right now, and they show no fear. And you've got to respect them for that.
You got to do it if you're here at this major. You are playing against the best teams in the world. Fear is not an option. Julio's already got 2 Black Eyes actually set up in small tower, anticipating that Fury plays might be looking for it, and that's exactly what they're doing. We've got I9 and Dark immediately making their entry in, aided by the Ossa, to see what kind of execute they can go for.
I do like the Ossa pick. We do have impacts on KZ. He ends up being in a position to try and counter that Ossa later in the round. But for now, starting to put some pressure on Dining and Showers. Unusual to see Dining and Kitchen as a bomb site choice these days, meeting much more common, but it didn't work out for W7M last time.
So how's Lycolis going to get this exothermic charge on the wall? Okay, so he's just managed to get that on there, on the right hand. Oh, right in the smack bang in the middle. Okay, cool. See, just detonate it, see what they can go for. The first thing they're going to look for is this Ossa shield placement from BG Man. It's time to start baiting out those impacts and that utility so they can look for the plants. Already wants down an impact and a gun to follow up, and that's KZ to find the first one in the round.
That's why KZ is just such a nuts player. He always knows how to handle the situation. He's got the brain to back up the brawn, but he has been taken low, and he's in a pinch here. In showers, I think he spotted the player on the bus. He's about to be fully exposed. He's got to decide, what does he commit to? Plays aggressive, he gets Herds to play right on the corner. Take down one player, but like Colas, unfortunately, with that team kill, is going to make this hard. KZ now commits, and that puts Hajime in a spot of bother. KZ with a pre-fire to finish it off. What a round and what a play to close the half.
In such W7M fashion as well, as soon as one of their players was in trouble, that was KZ, he was stuck there in the bathroom, we saw all the W7M players come and link arms with him. One of them running his way, Hurts the madman, running his way straight through the shower hallways like, I got you, bro, don't worry, you swing with me. And they did it together, and as a result, they're able to take down the Fury players that were claustrophobic inside of Small Tower. They also did it in tandem with a player coming through dining as well, so it was a 3-man swing directly onto the breach. Fury weren't ready to hold all 3 of those angles and get punished for it.
And isn't it just amazing that KZ and the rest of W7M can not only just think of that strategy, but communicate it on the fly? Like if you have that shower walls open, you can't really play inside of showers. And he knew he couldn't retreat safely, so he decided, okay, let's just time a push together. And the fact that they can just do that at the drop of a hat, I don't know how you can talk fast enough to coordinate that.
I know, right?
In the run of the moment.
Right? It's almost like they have like a neural network between themselves, you know? They just psychic. They know exactly what they want to do because they've played together for so long. Anyway, we go into their attacking half, and there's a blitz pick.
Hey, I love this. It's not Julio, which would have made 2018 me very happy, but that's okay. I'll allow it from Volps. I'm really keen to see what the play is here. Usually when you see blitz, you're thinking it's going to be blue bunker, but it's actually not where Volps is right now. Maybe late round. Oh, it's a roam clearing blitz.
Oh no.
No drones ahead.
This is exciting from Volps. He's actually going to take the blitz down around the freezer side of the map instead. They've been given essentially the entire map for free, right? Fury, they're fully bunkered down. They've lent into that Kaid. And W7M are making full use of their real estate. There's about, 2 minutes left on the round. And already they're down in freezer, but Dark is there to meet them.
It's a big player to take down. KZ's already broken double digits this game. Huge pick. It's going to make it kind of awkward now. You got one less gun on the roster with Volps being that blitz. I mean, blitz can be dangerous, but it's not quite the same as having a rifle. And also, on top of that, we got the EMPs on Sledge. Here we go.
Well, there it is.
Is it going to work? Are they going to trick it? No. Did I not get it? Oh, he did!
There you go.
Oh, and you know what, Mandy? You know what sucks now? JV doesn't have the double impact, so he can't counter the trick anymore.
Oh, you're so right. Yeah. He's only got one more baby EMP in the pocket, so if I9 is able to juggle that second one, that hatch could stay closed. Nevertheless, W7M still have options here. If they don't want to go for this back take, they don't necessarily need this hatch open. Okay, there we go. Oh, no way. I9 is about to get the second one.
I think he's got it. Oh, I9. It's not just good looks. He's got the brain to back it up.
Wow, that's incredible. But look at this. They're still looking for this back take, even though the hatch is staying closed. The Flores is starting to make its way into blue bunker, led by the train of Fox. Here it comes. But oh no, it's being closed off. What a great read from Fury.
Fury are just playing out of their minds right now. Like, what the hell? These guys are playing so smart. They know exactly what to do. Now Volps is going to take matters into his own hands. Spots out the PPC. Over goes the C4, and Volps is down. Oh, the blitz. Put out of the equation like Colas finds one. Dark gets aggro. Herds to try and salvage this round. It's just up to him and JV, but they might be able to get it done.
Herds now making his way around that default plant will swap positions with JV. They have to get aggressive, find at least one pick in the 2-on-3, otherwise that retake is going to be way too hard for just one person to cover.
There's nothing that they can do to clear out that bulletproof camera at this point. They're just going to have to go straight into the meat grinder. JV stands no chance against BG Man. And Fury are getting one step closer to tying the scoreline this map, Mandy.
That is so cool. This is such an awesome game for us as APAC South to be watching of Fury. These guys have come from so far. They had no points in stage 1, and now look at the way they played that round. They went, I9 has just tricked the hatch twice. let's just close elbow. They're going for the back take. Don't even open it for the blitz train. We saw Volps round the corner and go, oh no guys, they're closed. We don't have enough X-Karos to open it anymore. And they had to funnel their way through that default plan, through that E-box and kill a position. And Fury was so disciplined. They sat there, they played the crossfires. They knew that they had the bunker that W7M could not crack into. And that was so perfectly played from them.
This is such a good game, not just as a Fury fan or as a, I mean, obviously W7M is still winning, but not just a Fury fan, as a Rainbow Six fan. Like, this is a really good game of Siege. And often when David is taking the fight to Goliath and really impressing, it's because Goliath is making mistakes or succumbing to the pressure. But you know what? W7M's playing just as good as ever. They are playing really good Siege. And yet, Fury is starting to meet them in some of these rounds.
Okay, so W7M, what have you got? They're actually going to bring along the Sens on the side of JV. Now, JV, I really like JV as a player. I just want to highlight him for a second because I feel like when we talk about W7M, everyone talks about KZ, everyone talks about Volps. There we go, I9's just taking down the one hard breach. I'm going to hop on a little bit about him.
That's fine, you can do that.
Okay, KZ's got a trade back, okay? The man count is even. It's all fine, everything's fine, Copium. Anyway, JV is a really wonderful player. I feel like when people talk about W7M, a lot of them talk about your Volps, your KZs, the ones that drop all the kills and yada-da. But having that kind of flex player in JV who's just kind of able to pick up anything and make an idea off of it is so valuable in this current meta of Siege. And I really wonder how they're going to incorporate this Sens into this top floor execute.
Well, with I9 getting traded, that's one less Sens counter available with that Warden going down. But man, I just cannot believe Lycola swings that.
And he wins it.
And he wins it. Volps has gone down, that's nades. And Diana's Gemini taken out. Like you said, the hard breach was spawn peaked by I9. And then with I9 being traded, honestly, I would take that exchange any day if I'm a defender. Get rid of the only hard breach and lose your Warden. Yeah, absolutely.
So what options do W7M have left here? They've got the Sens. That's on the side of JV, and he's looking to take the diffuser in through this big window. The problem with doing this is that they've got Dark there on that ground floor with the Jaeger that is playing that vertical angle, and so instead they've sent Hertz. He's on the Nook, looking to disrupt that anchor position.
In fact, he might actually be going up white. Now he's very cautious of the position from Dark. Who's going to win the fight? It is Hertz, and that could bring some life into this attack for W7M. There's plenty of time to work with, and the numbers are even.
Hertz as well has just doubled down and found a second onto Lycolas. JV seems very aware that there's a player inside of Kids that could be contesting his big window. Now the push has got to come through from those White Stairs, from that double window if they want to make it work. KZ's going to put the pressure onto Attic as well. Fury, Hajame's got to win this fight on White Stairs if they want to stay in this round.
Yeah, Hertz. Oh, he's done so much this round, bringing it back into the realm of possibility, but he's been taken out. Does Hajime know that he's got the down? He doesn't, and he's got to clutch this now. He's going to have to play off the sound as the Sens has already passed in through into Kids. They don't seem to know where Hajime is. He snuck his way to big window. He would hear the revive right now, but he needs to focus on JV inside of Kids. And Hajime takes down one. Can he get the second one? A good flick from JV. And a big round from W7M to get their heads back in the game.
Really nice comeback from W7M. That's exactly the power of having JV on your team, right? If you don't have a player on your team that can go for that off pick, like bringing along that Sens, where are you going to get the opportunity to do an execute like that, right? That is exactly why he's such a valuable player. Not just that, but Hertz as well, the captain of the team, being on board with the plan and saying, okay, I see the plan you're going for, jump in big window, I need to kill that guy inside security for you. And just getting straight on the ball, he did that all on his own, enabled himself with that Nook to go and make that play. It's just so masterful from W7M to bring themselves back into that round.
Yeah, if you're Fury in that position, I think it was a 4v3 at one point with no hard breach. Fury could realistically just play passive and win the round almost by default. But because W7M, as you said, like found that point of weakness, they got themselves back in the game, and it goes to show this team doesn't get rattled. I mean, well, I guess you could point out that they perhaps felt the pressure catch up to them a little bit in the Berlin semi-final against FaZe. But again, Julio's here now. This is a different team. This is a new and refreshed team. One that is, at least they believe, ready to play in a grand final at a major and even to win it.
now Fury, they're going to take us over to this kitchen and meeting. So tertiary bomb site, they don't want to repeat what they did before, force W7M to do something new. Now we can see W7M, they're also choosing to bring along the Ossa. Seems to come into fashion these days when you attack meeting. It really enables that plant to be open once you have that stage wall exothermic charge down, and that's exactly what they're looking for here. 3 plays shaped up around the big tower, meanwhile putting on the pressure from lobby with those Selma charges, opening up the wall in the back, trying to flush out at least one anchor position before they go for the execute.
It's interesting from BG Man using impacts to try and trick these south meeting walls, but at the end of it he's not able to do so, and so there are vaultable holes on both sides.
Good steps from W7M. That was some really quick pressure coming in from Mirage, and still 2 minutes to work this big tower side of the map. Hertz has just made his way into T3 and can start to open up the wall into Attic, put the pressure down there, and eventually get the stage open as well.
Attic's open. Stage getting open right now. Has he detonated it yet? There you go. Let's see what this Ossa can do for Julio. At the moment he's just on flank watch duty. Oh no, sorry, he is watching the breach, my bad. Got disoriented there for a second. Ooh, big pick there. Julio does take down I9. That's the Echo, Mandy.
Yeah. The early setup for W7M is really starting to pay off now. Because they opened up those 2 lobby angles so quickly, it is very dangerous to sit in meeting. Really, the only place that is safe is where BG Man is. That's behind the little sandbags. KZ is going to double down on another pick onto Dark, starting to take that top floor control, catching off any Fury plays that might be trying to retake Attic.
Yeah, this is a real tough position now for Fury, isn't it? 2v5 now with Herds finding Lycolis. They got to get aggressive. Hajime guts it. Sees out the Ossa. Doesn't have any impacts to work with. And KZ's taking him down. It's all up to BG, man. Does find one. 1v3 now. Plant not down yet, but this is a tough position to be in. With the Ossa shield there, it's going to be nigh impossible. And spraying through the smoke, JV can close the round and push W7M into match point.
That was really masterfully played from W7M in that round. Every single step of the way, they were being really careful about. They just did what they needed to do. They wanted to lobby. They opened up those 2 angles into meeting. And by doing that, it makes the sides of meeting very dangerous to play. And those are your main 2 power positions, along with the meeting split, for when a stage attack comes through like that, right? Because otherwise you're being exposed to the hatch if you sit literally anywhere else in meeting, right? And so having that early setup, getting those walls open and just taking it nice and slow. We had KZ who had a really nice lurk on that top floor on the other side because he knew the win condition was making sure that Attic stays in control of W7M when they go for that execute, right? Just every single step along the way, W7M were 1 more ahead of Fury.
Now with match point staring them down, Fury will take their tactical timeout. Just have a quick chat. Do they have their coach behind them? I can't quite see. Is it just the 5 players?
Seems like it.
Wow. Oh, well, there you go. So, I mean, according to what I've got, their coach's name is Dominic, and they also have a manager. But it seems like those guys haven't actually rocked up to the event. They weren't able to come or something like that. I'll have to investigate that. I'll ask them after the game. But man, that's even more pressure, isn't it? Talk about being an underdog, not having anyone there behind you to help you out when you're in a pickle and need a second opinion.
Fury, once again, not looking to repeat the bomb site. They're changing to this basement instead. Playing the blue bunker hold with that shield on the side of Lycolis, and let's see if they open or close this mini hatch. That's sort of, in my opinion, what defines these kind of holds. I imagine that they're going to close it with the more bunker-like setup that they're going for, tandem with the Jaeger and the shields, that type of thing. But let's see what Fury are able to bring, because at this point they're going to try 3 different approaches to defend this entire map, and so far none of them have been successful.
Well, I will say for Fury, they successfully defended on Laundry Supply, which is where they're going right now. So, in theory, they should be able to win this round. That said, it's not a given. W7M have brought that blitz again, however, and attempting this blue push with an early Flores drone.
Yeah, and here comes Volps once again.
He's gonna
the Volps train on his way down to bunker. What's the rest of W7M going to do about it though? Last time they were in a bit of a tussle with the hatch. This time Fury haven't chosen to bring along the Kaid. In fact, the meeting hatch is soft, I believe. I could be wrong.
Really?
Pietro,
what?
Can we borrow you? The meeting hatch is soft. for Fury. So they're looking to do maybe a bit more of a roam here. They've actually got 3 reinforcements in their pocket. It makes me curious. Anyway, KZ's made his way down inside of Laundry, being traded out by I9. Trade's starting to go back and forth for W7. And actually, they've been given a lot of map control, except there's a cheeky play in the top floor. There is so much going on in this round right now.
Yeah, and it's all very separated as well. Julio's still on flank watch as Herds has done some damage. Volps is in sight, and I9 does find one before being traded back, but that means it's only on BG Man, and well, the game was over as soon as it started, it seems. W7M show how good they are. Fantastic performance from one of the tournament favorites. Fury gave them a little bit of a run for their money at the start, but W7M reminded us just who they are.
Yeah, what an odd final round to close it on as well. It felt like there was a lot going on in that round. Fury, they looked really disconnected on that roam, and W7M were able to pick that one apart. They snuck their way in where they could. That's what that last round felt like. You had Volp sneak his way in through blue, another one sneak their way in through Laundry, and there were just not that many Fury players there to meet them, really able to take them down right on the site. W7M fashion, able to win that game 7-3.
Well, a reassuring start to the tournament for the Brazilians. We'll be back to break it down in just a moment. What we expected to be a pretty cut and dried affair ended up a pretty cut and dried affair. A valiant effort from Fury, but W7M have shown up here and they are taking no prisoners at the major.
Absolutely. I want to hand it to Fury. Honestly, I think if there was any map for them to give it a crack on, Oregon was the one, and they showed us why. They have a really great Oregon, but W7M are able to bring it back, especially as soon as they got onto that attack half. The adaptation that team was able to show was far beyond what Fury were able to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good stuff from W7M this year, and it just feels like they're getting better and better. I also got to say, it's so nice to see Julio back at it, and it's nice to see that he has a place on the team. He spent a bit of time out of the server as a coach for Furia, so yes, he'd played the whole of Stage 3, but coming into the major, I was thinking, is he going to be one of those players that's kind of just like the hard sup who's going to donut the whole game? And he proved me wrong. He played well. But, I mean, well, let's go look at some of the highlights. I got to say, this was, as many people would expect, this was Herds' game. Oh, sorry, KZ.
I was going to say, KZ, this man is an absolute demon. I put him down, so when we did predictions for this, I put him down as my little MVP because he is such a beast when it comes to playing anything on the defense that he's handed to. He gets the Alibi license, he gets Auric license, he can play Malusi, and that's the perfect player to play it on, right? He's amazing in the frag department and can really claw back rounds for W7M. We saw especially in that 2-on-5 in the basement where him and Herds were able to claw it back. That was a 4K for KZ. He just shows up like that.
Yeah, huge player. There was another one of them that ended up on 11 kills as well. I believe it was Herds. And he had some hugely impactful rounds, like the one we're watching right now. Honestly, just W7M doing W7M things. They really know how to come back from a disadvantage. The round on Dorms where I9 managed to spawn peek the Thermite, and yet they still managed to come back from the 3v4. That is the kind of caliber of play that we expect from a team like W7M. They know exactly how to keep pace with their opponent. They know how to flip the switch. They know if their plan goes out the window, they'll come up with another one on the spot.
Exactly. That is the strength, and not just W7M, but I think in general, the LATAM region, their problem-solving skills and the way they're able to bounce and communicate ideas off each other is just so unmatched, and I think W7M just does it so well.
How about that dining play in the showers?
Yeah.
That was nuts.
That's exactly it. It's so nuts that you can coordinate a 3-man push in the span of, what was it, like 5 seconds? KZ goes, my wall's getting opened. And Hertz is there like, don't worry, man, I'm running it down showers to come help you out. Like, immediately. There's the neural network that they have got going is something special.
It was 1 HP as well.
Yeah, exactly.
He does not care.
He just doesn't care.
Yeah, nuts stuff. And W7M, in terms of the trajectory of the tournament right now, they're in a very tough group. But I would still send them. I would still put my vote for them in going through the playoffs. I still think they're one of the favorites for the tournament as well. Let's have a look at how that group is looking as it stands right now. This was these teams' first game, but doesn't mean that the group hasn't been very busy. You can see that BDS have already found their 3 points. Oh, really? I guess that was on the other stream, but that's cool. So BDS took down Space Station in regulation by the looks of it. And Fury unfortunately lost this game to W7M. So there you go, the standings as they currently sit, having had all teams play just a single game.
I am so looking forward to that W7 and BDS game. I think we're doing that one, right? Is that one tomorrow?
Probably.
That is the one that is coming up tomorrow, and it's going to separate that first and second place. So far, the same on points. The only thing separating them is round difference at the moment, where W7 are just a little bit more dominant over Fury compared to BDS. But so far, this group shaping up to be kind of how we expected. I just want to see how that mid to top half of that standings plays out tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we talked so much about W7M and Fury, but for me, Space Station still have quite a bit to prove. They haven't been a namesake on the international stage for quite some time, so I'm keen to see if they can take on Fury. Honestly, I think they are a safe bet against Fury, but I wouldn't be surprised with how well Fury played in the 3 rounds they won against W7M today if Space Station will be given a hard time. Also, I want to see BDS back at a major because, yeah, BDS are one of those teams that historically get super pumped up and hyped up and fail to perform at the majors. Ever since they were in conversation being one of the best teams in the world, they've struggled to actually attain that title or even get to a grand final at a major. However, they have won 2 pretty significant international events in the Gamers 8 and the Japan Invitational. If that counts for something, credit to them. I want to see how this group pans out at the end of it, though, because it's a pretty tight one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the more tight groups. A and B are definitely by far the tightest. A is, I have no idea who's going to come out of this one. But C could definitely have some upsets. I don't think it's going to go the way that people think it is.
Well, I think it'd be a pretty safe bet that the team that wins the tournament could well be in this group.
It's possible. It's very possible.
It's very possible. We have more games coming up very shortly here on the B stream, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Oh. (55명)
57? 65요?
65요? 아, 뭐라고?
아, 이거 어떡하지?
좋아, 내가 할게.
그래서 저 쳐야지. 너무 많아.
너무 많은데?
나도 해볼까?
응. 오케이. Not spicy. Good.
딱히 그냥 밖에서 파는 그냥 솔직히 피자에 파는 핫소스보다 약한.
맛있는데?
독일, 젊은이.
홀란? 또 먹네. 외계인 코딱지처럼 생겼는데?
이거는 1단계보다 약해. 이거는 이제 이게 바뀌어야 돼 이렇게. 이렇게 바뀌어야 돼. 그러면 easy.
easy.
hide.
뭐야? 저요. MB 테일러. 야.
아니 나는 오퍼레이터 하길래 나는 진짜 오퍼레이터인 줄 알았어. 아,
드세요.
나 혼자 먹어? 아, 나 계속 먹네. 노인 건강 해야지. 조금 해줘.
오케이.
색깔이 좀 진한데 어려울 것 같은데.
맛있나요?
아직 약해.
아직 약해?
오케이.
이지. 볼더.
포트위스. 클럽하우스.
클럽하우스야? 저기 where?
화장실.
아,
토일렛.
불칸.
아, 이건 내가 줄게 이거.
그래.
동생 내가 하나 따라줘야지. 그래. 어? 아, 이거.
진짜 미안한데 진짜 하나도 안 매워요. I'm sorry. No spicy.
진짜야?
This is sweet.
한 번만.
안 맵지 하나도.
아직도 안 매워.
Shire? 어? 아 네일 유형. 아.
넬로. 아, 코스트라인. 먹어야겠지?
오케이. This. 한번 먹어볼까? 야, 안 나오는데? 내가 뿌려줄게.
같이 먹을까?
그래. Cheers 아까 cheers.
오케이.
Cheers. 진짜 안 매운데? 뭐지?
단순히 그냥 조금 먹을만하다 아직까지는.
누구야?
에이스?
I'm sorry, I'm idiot. I don't know.
아,
플루크.
난 몰랐어.
영화 그거였어? 오케이, 타창카. 야, 이건 좀 약간 매워 보인다?
힘들지도.
오, 쉣.
너무 무리하지 마.
하나도 안 매워 나는. Cheers. 이거 그건데 개 짜다.
이거는 짜고 매운 건 차라리 이게 더 매워. 아,
나도 근데 약간 이거 다 먹으니까 약간 매운 것 같기도 하고.
근데 이거를 계속 먹는다 하면 난 못 먹을 것 같아. 그냥 한 번씩 먹으니까. 아, 그래? 나 힘들어.
This is slowing starter. Oh my god.
슬로우 스타터?
Yeah.
오케이.
But it's okay. This. No?
Maybe this? Oh my god. Stop.
What the? 약간 매운데 지금? 오, 오케이, let's go.
난 더워. 또. 매운 거 먹으면 땀나.
오케이.
그냥 먹고 죽자 그래.
그래, cheers.
그래. 오. 근데 이게 7번보단 덜 매워.
그래?
이게 여기 이렇게 있어야 돼. 이렇게.
난 근데 약간 지금 매운 거를 계속 누적돼서 먹었다 보니까
프렌드 파이어? 오케이. 근데 이게 나 7번이 더 매웠던 게 더 찐득하고 짜서 더 매웠던 것 같아. 매워 지금? 더?
아, 씨발. 약간 아, 씨. 잠깐. 또, 잠깐. 갑자기 매운데요? 잠깐만. 와우. 와우. 와우.
Hello everyone and welcome back here onto the Bravo stream where we have found our way to fill in some gaps and, well, see if we can enjoy some of the company. The first reset has happened. The first teams that played today are back for their second taste. This time, SONIQS are going to see if they can try and get anything out of Black Dragons.
Yeah, they want to be finding themselves a victory for Joe Bro's birthday. It's a bit of a nice...
Happy birthday, Joe Bro.
Happy birthday. Hope
Everyone
you
say
are
happy
enjoying
birthday,
it so
Joe
far.
Bro. Probably not. SONIQS lost.
Yeah, I mean, SONIQS lost, but at least we've had some good games. Maybe as a Siege fan, he can enjoy those.
You hope?
Let's get a win in.
Yeah, you hope, because it wasn't a good start for SONIQS.
No.
You wanted expectations from them. Obviously, we're sort of talking about results. We assume people here are fans of the two teams, so we're not really spoiling anything because you watched the previous games before this. But SONIQS, they currently sit at the bottom of the board. They're the only team from this group without any points. Black Dragons got 2 because Cyclops took them to the brink. However, the OT win was for the Latin American team, so they're here wanting the full 3 points.
Yeah, they want to be making sure they find themselves on 5 at the end of the day to really, well, not lock themselves in, but put themselves on a big step towards the playoffs. Because it has been a while since we've seen Black Dragons at Majors. So them being back on the international stage, they want to make the most out of it as they go on.
Now, what we also want to sort of get a taste here as well is a bit of that NA response and revenge. It's been a bit of a mixed bag for the region so far throughout the day. You'll have to check other people's results. I'm not going to spoil those precisely. And this is a chance for SONIQS, who came in the back with a bit of excitement about them. The roster itself has never been fantastic, or the org even, but there has obviously been changes to the roster. The most notable is the old figurehead Super has moved away. It can entirely redefine a team. Can it redefine a major performance?
I mean, it had to redefine the team, right? Because it was very, well, objective plays around Super in the term of, like, he made those calls. He made the decisions, which they went for the follow-up. But that has changed now. And according to some, there's no true, like, one leader in the team. It's just everybody calls out what they see is an opportunity, and they make the most out of it. Now, it got them here, but is it going to get them out of groups eventually is going to be that big question.
That's it. That's the taste. That's the tell, and that's the story that we've got to sort of see here, because from your unbiased position of just wanting to watch good Siege, you want it to be competitive. You want to have all the regions fighting. The best thing for any Siege major, and there's no two ways about this, is if we have 4 different regions in the semifinals, is if we have 2 different regions in the grand finals, and that only comes from all the regions slugging it out and swinging inside of the groups. We want to make sure that we have as many people involved on the grand stage, because it spells 2 things. 1, a more exciting final with easier teams to decide who you want to win and lose, but 2, a better statement of health of how the competitive scene is across the entirety of Siege's world.
Well, talking about having 4 teams in the quarters, in that case, APAC needs to be stepping up a little bit here, because NA, EU are doing okay. LATAM, though, is completely on top. And we've seen that last year as well. It is dangerous that we're leaning back into that little trend. Let's see if it continues down the group stages. But as we go through, SONIQS might be able to make a difference for that. Might be able to shut down Black Dragons.
Well, we'll also get a bit of a taste. You and I actually, I think, cast the last performance of SONIQS on the international stage with Super, their last game. And we'll see, I guess, the second step back in here, the map that we're going to be going towards. It's Chalet, if my eyes don't deceive me. Our screen is a little bit further away than yours at home, so you'll have a bit of a better taste of it. And I believe SONIQS is starting on defense.
Yes, the SONIQS are starting on defense here with Chalet. Now, Chalet is a map that historically does bode well for North American teams. However, we just have a bit of proof that it does not always work out quite well earlier today for the SONIQS themselves as well. So they're looking to go back here. They're looking to, well, instantly correct the mistakes they've made before.
I mean, that's sort of it. That's the tricky thing on a day like today. It's all well and good to sort of quote the teams that can turn out a huge first day performance, or the teams that can bounce back from a bad first day. The first team that ever springs to mind for this is a team that's not here, OXG, that often had a shaky first day or a fantastic first day, and then the second was a vice versa. It can happen, but you don't want it to be. You want to try and get competitive on the global scene and stage as quickly as possible, and this is your opportunity to here. Otherwise, if SONIQS don't have a bite or a fight in this game, even if they don't get the win but get to OT, that's a different story than 2 full fat losses on a first day.
Every point will matter at the end of the group stages here. So even if they only pick up 1, even if they pick up 2, it might be the difference maker at the end of things. So we're waiting for all the players to get ready so we can get going on Chalet to see if Black Dragons is going to be able to put up another win in their books, or to see if SONIQS is going to be able to find one for Jobro and his birthday.
You never want to be the only team from your group that hasn't taken points at the end of the first day.
Your journey a lot harder to get out.
It goes beyond making it a lot harder to get out. There it is, the board and the results from before. Cyclops, they actually had the opportunity to get the full 3 against Black Dragons. They didn't get it. Spoiler alert. But it's still a point, and they still have an opportunity now against M&M, a team that is chaotic, that is terrifying, to put a difference in. SONIQS are well aware of this. They've played M&M. They're hoping M&M lose just to keep a bit of pace in it, but either way, they still got to win this to make that matter.
They still have to win this. It's an important game at that. And you know, we talked about it before, how 2 wins is often quite important. Well, let's start with 1.
I mean, 1 helps.
1 helps. I mean, it's halfway there to 2. It's getting you in a position where you can actually fight for qualifying for playoffs. Which is something
1 is always a useful start.
Yeah, 1 is better than none as well. You know, there's so many things we can say about it.
See you in the last minute. Team talk.
Yep.
Jönköping?
Jönköping. I think it's
Jönköping. You're not allowed to say you think because you're closer to the region than I am. You should know.
Am I? Am I really though? Yeah. You've been invaded by them, like all the way back in the day.
A few
all the
hundred years
Vikings
ago.
coming through.
Yeah.
I've not. Our coasts have.
I look very Swedish and I get mistaken for Swedish a lot.
Oh, there you go. So you should be the one.
I do, but I don't speak any.
I don't speak.
There's just a bit of a tech thing. We'll get it sorted out and get into game as soon as possible. Obviously, the players want to play as soon as possible as well. So hopefully we'll have all 10 players in the game, in the server, in just a moment. Just
tossing around warm-up bags, you know.
Tossing it around. I'm trying... Is it just a way of like a break? Because you got to break the stuff up.
Yeah, you
so
got to
like,
break them, so maybe that's what he's doing.
It's just a method of doing it.
I wonder if that's how he opens up his hard-boiled eggs in the morning as well.
There's a lot to this story. I like the idea that he always just has hard-boiled eggs, which is a fact that you know. And
no, just if he does, you know.
If he does, maybe
that's how you open it.
Maybe that's how he opens, like hazelnuts and walnuts.
Just toss
if he
them at the
doesn't have
table.
an allergy. I don't know.
I don't know either.
But it's the season. You have them around this time of year in the snow. It's so snowy. We saw M&M having a snowball fight, or the observers did even, and they accidentally hit a member of production with a snowball, who then got involved in the snowball fight.
That's what happens, you know. It's you include them into the fight, and they'll more than happily take part of it for a limited amount of time. I actually temporarily disabled Parker's...
You broke Parker's phone,
yeah,
and then he threw my phone into the snow.
With one little simple snowball.
He's
so
so
all I had to do.
And I know he can't hear me right now because I think...
Tactical snowball.
I think he's on A stream. We're talking about M&M. They are on the A stream currently. The A stream showdown is the other 2 teams from this group, M&M versus CAG, which is going to be a bit of a hectic game. That's cool.
What's cool?
Oh, you just missed it.
Oh, sorry. Did they do the huddle up? Yeah.
No, it was like a one arm up.
Okay.
Huddle up.
I was just quickly checking if Red Light was typing anything in the chat. You pulled up. Oh, it's like.
That's just Red Light.
But he did not. No.
Now he is typing something. Just red things.
Yeah, just Red Light things.
Mamma mia.
You actually bullied him by saying pineapple belongs on pizza.
I did, because they can hear us, and we can't hear them. So, which is, I guess, no, I like Red Light. It's Easy and Medex are the 2 amazing observers over this tournament. I don't need to hear them. We'll be in the game in about 2 minutes. So get yourself a drink. Get yourself a beverage. Type happy birthday, Jobro, in the chat as well.
If you haven't already, yeah.
If you haven't already. Have you seen the new emotes?
I was literally just going to say that. Have you taken a look yet at the new emote?
I have. I have subscribed. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know how I do.
You can maybe bring them over.
You can. If you subscribe to normal stream,
yeah, you
can
use
bring
them
over
in any
channel, yes.
So if you haven't seen it, if for some reason you've been on Bravo all day today, there's new Rainbow Six Siege emotes by Hanjosi, Siege Tales, and Muffled Berry.
Yeah.
3 amazing artists from the community. And They're great.
So if you haven't used your Twitch Prime yet,
if you haven't used it,
go ahead and use those emotes to cheer on your favorite teams.
I think there was an actual social post with the breakdown of what's going on with this stuff, but they're cool. They're fun. Spam them around.
They are fun.
Spam the emotes.
Now, for those of you wondering, we're still waiting until the game gets going.
Yeah, we'll be there. Well, how about now?
How about now?
Should we press the big cast the start button?
Or should we let Red Like do it?
We'll let Red Like do it, I think.
Come on.
We were mean enough about pizza. Oh, instantly. Instantly.
Ready for
he's pressed the remove UI button. He wants to just let you guys soak in the players a little bit longer. Watch the fist bumps. And there we go.
Ban phase.
Ban phase. What are your thoughts about how this might go?
Well,
Have
a
you
lot of
seen?
game has been banned against Black Dragons 8 times in total, so wouldn't be surprised if it gets removed here. No, Nuck, okay. SONIQS not wanting to deal with that. It's actually a very common ban that we are seeing nowadays, Nuck to be removed.
Well, do you have what they banned earlier on in the day on this map? Because we haven't actually mentioned it. I was going to wait until we got into the map itself, because we find ourselves, obviously... Well, quickly have a Butcher's. Quickly have a look as I regale people. Yeah, Butcher's look. About the fact we're back in Chalet. We're back on the map that SONIQS played as the opening gambit today. It's a good map for SONIQS. It was a better map for M&M, and that was sort of displayed in the 7-3. We're back here, back on the sides. SONIQS onto this defense, you know, and it was a bit of a terrifying tour de force that was played from the opposite end. They obviously started on their attack. Last time around, they get a bit of a different taste here, so we'll get a bit more of a full stretch, but when we get this fourth one, has it been replicated?
Well, I mean, if it's a Valkyrie, it's the ban that M&M would have gone through, so it's indeed the ban that M&M had in this Chalet map against the SONIQS that they pushed through. Actually, both the bans that M&M went for. So.
I mean, it weren't broke.
You know what? It's like M&M won the game, so if we just steal everything, including their bans, that might actually be successful for us. And pulled through.
All right. Let's get into this. And obviously, as I said, we got a smaller taste of their time on the opposite ends. It was a very well put together approach here from the side of M&M against SONIQS. They didn't do the 5 versus 1 chokes.
No.
4 versus 1 danger.
Did let it get very close, though.
They did.
I mean, no, it wouldn't be M&M without...
It wouldn't be, oh yeah.
Like heart attacks every now and then with these kind of, well, almost throws to come through.
But this is now SONIQS' moment to sort of, I guess, show us at first the other half of their game properly when they haven't been knocked around a little. On second, to see if they can try and improve on the first.
Well, they kind of have to, because otherwise, you know, people at home will be questioning, why did they go to Chalet twice? And no worries, there's very competent teams behind them, like analysts and coaches. They know exactly why they're going back towards a map like Chalet. So there is no need to question it. But if they lose it again, people will always start to have a little bit of hesitation in that one. By the way, the SONIQS are starting off on the defense here, and we are in Snowmobile to start things off. Top floor is usually going to be contested, well, ever so slightly, at least by the attack, because you work yourselves top to down. And the question is, how heavily is SONIQS going to be holding on to that top floor and the first floor as well?
Yeah, it's something that I guess we'll get a proper taste of as things start to progress here. They've got themselves a couple of pocket C4s. You're looking at some control here from the side of Black Dragons. That stretch, that idea of the lion, the push behind it, and the glass, not the most common scene, but when going for a take down below, it can be huge. It starts at the top, though. They're trying to pitter-patter their way down here. Eyes and angles onto blue. The player's already retreated. There is one sitting around onto Solarium on the back end. And it's Geo that's sort of got himself a bit of a stretch. The roaming mute, it's not the most common to see on a lockdown, but they're going to see if they can try and put the pressure. The glass over the top. That is something that I like to see. It's new, it's a little bit fresh, and you can see why they're doing it because, well, they're opening up for exactly that cover, and they're sort of playing away from that mirror without mirror being able to stop it.
Yeah, that's it, right? You want to make sure you do not have to worry about that mirror window, but there is going to be extra Excaliburs needed. One got shut out, the second one as well, so there needs to be another set of Excaliburs being shot on, but as long as you do not have control fully, you might just be tossing utility at it without really getting any form of return out of it.
Gunnar, he's still sort of waiting for a first bit of presence. He hears those ex-Kairos start to, again, get close. The pop of that. Gio snuck himself closer towards the half wall onto Piano. They've cleared a pocket of space, Black Dragons. They're sort of saying, well, we want this column, we want pressure onto Fireplace, and we might just try and stick a plant at this point. Ion's going to try and get the lockdown over the opposite side. Basetto's digging his way closer and closer towards the breach. As said, this is going to be the plan A. When you got a glass, you got the smokes and the cover. It is this lean in, but Grixer gets the take from the back end. That's the glass gone. They're just going to have to trust the cover in the smoke and the E1D behind it. Basetto, he's tucked around onto the lockers. He's got the kid in pocket. He's not entirely sure about going for the plant, but Grixer just has to make a movement to get this take.
Needs to run for it, doesn't see it, they know the plant's happening and it's gone down. 45 seconds. Now two players trying to rush back up to that main staircase as Kansan finds one. Nade takes down Gunnar though, brings it to a 4-on-3. Time still ticking down, 30 seconds left on the clock, but a great kill from Kansan onto Ion. That is going to be giving him an opportunity to breathe right here as Rexon is going for the defuse in the meantime, but has to go off. It's going to provide some support with Nade coming in the back right now.
There it is, the off-piste plant is going to cause them problems. They just had to retake stairs. It worked in terms of getting the kit down. It was a good play. You could see as soon as they had the idea, SONIQS were going to see if they could swing into it. But also in that moment in time, they didn't quite know where the right angle was. At that point, you just have to get the control of the stairs. It becomes really tricky to swing onto that exact angle if you do not have either the stairs control or the drop down on the hatch, which we saw in the little box.
Yeah, for sure. So, well, they did the best they could there, Black Dragons. They managed to get that plan down, but unfortunately not properly set up enough afterwards to maintain the advantage they were just able to create for themselves, which was flipping the 6 teammate of time into their own favor. And with that, it is going to be the SONIQS to take a first round, quite convincingly as well. Now are looking for one. We're headed one floor up towards the bar and gaming room. Now, this is a site where, specifically NA, when Chalet just got reintroduced towards the map pool, was able to dissect European defenses perfectly whilst not really suffering to the same extent. So, their defenses usually over bar and gaming are really good.
Rexon, will he get lucky? Will they drift their way in? Doesn't seem like he's going to stick around and find out, actually. I think he wanted to get a very early catch here. He's moved himself onto Piano window, I believe, as the pressure's tucked in. There is everything that Gio wants to do to try and hold on to that top corner. It becomes a bit of a lockdown here on the second story. You have to clear out that corner player and see if you can at least get the kill on the way through the door. You're not going to get it with grenades, but you might get a catch on an angle. Then you got to deal with the player at the top of the fireplace, and then you got to see if you can try and push down the stairs. It's starting quite wide here for Black Dragons. They're going to initialize themselves with that double door open, but most of the pressure towards Trophy on the far end.
Again, just trying to find some early wins here, Black Dragons, using that utility to get rid of other utilities, so the floors drones, to get rid of banshees, to get rid of barbed wire, maybe even magnets or ADSs if you're lucky, just so you make it easier for yourself once you do need to push through in the dying couple of seconds of that round. So a minute has passed, and right now Black Dragons members are starting to enter the building as they need to pressure onto the mezzanines and onto the library itself, but Grixer, still being below, is going to be finding himself in a gunfight with Nate soon if he didn't push out just in time.
That's it. Look at SONIQS. They're just peeling away. They're reevaluating the pressure that they've got at minute 30, and they've forced Black Dragons into a wide clear. They forced them to pay attention towards the entirety of the map itself, and SONIQS are still unscathed pretty much from it. Rexon, the only man to take damage, and that was by his own hand, ramadashing. They still have, as I said, the control over the verticality. Gunnar is still locked in here, and he might be the first point of problems. They've got themselves tacked onto the balcony. There's still not the angle and the support. It's a dangerous 1 versus 1 to just take, especially when you know that there's a cross window towards the top of blue stairs. There's the swing from box as well, which is the option you take, Black Dragons.
And the floor is about to be pushing through here. They know someone's going to be on that big pillar, but also someone inside the library. Takes a small amount of damage, but nothing too big to worry about. Yeah, Ion is going to be holding off that angle, hoping to punish the player if they lean back into the fight, but it's not quite happening as of yet. Gunnar goes down. Rexon is well aware of the player on the balcony, but gets shut down by the big window of press.
That's it, the cross angles. I talked about it before. The blinds come across the board, and suddenly BD is in and on and around. Gunnar's gone down on Fireplace as well. Should be an easy pickup, and there it is. now. They've got to drop and see if they can get the kit down. 25 seconds. And Gio has gone for the rotate towards Snowmo underneath. Grixer wants to retake, misses the man, misses the opportunity. One more for Black Dragons, 15 seconds. It's the back line of Kansan to do something massive here. There's another swing of the E1D. Knows they've taken the drop, and Bassetto's going for the plant. Can't quite get the angle. Knows it's being watched. What route do you take? Unfortunately, none that leads to success. Gio at least gets one, and there's two. 3 was too many. Black Dragons get the second round.
Didn't actually realize that a jump in was happening. Otherwise, Kansan might have been able to do something from that supply line earlier. Drop that diffuser, really make them stressed for time. But it's going to be Black Dragons that equalize that scoreline with a very well executed attack. They isolated those players. They set up those long angles. So if one stepped just out of line from the SONIQS, you were able to pick them up within a heartbeat. So well done by Black Dragons. That lands them their first attacking round on their way for more though.
First round, back and forth. Hey, B-Stream seems to have a bit of a habit of this, and you know, Black Dragons, if we're talking about how important it is for SONIQS to get points from this game, and it is, Black Dragons want to get a full fat win. They want to try and match the pace that a lot of the other Latin American teams have been able to do. They want to make sure that they're sitting pretty towards the top of the group, especially with M&M being able to do it against this roster. Even if, let's just say, based on the results from earlier on, that M&M and Black Dragons are the teams in first and second, the fact that the other one was able to pull full points from this team, if you're not able to, then second becomes less a opportunity, but more an unfortunate guarantee when you should be wanting first.
Axton go for a bit of an attempt at a spawn peek here, but went off just as a player would have appeared onto the heli platform. It's not going to be finding any early opening here on either Nate or Bassetto. Unless they fall back, as we still have 10 players in game. It's a sense, by the way, making an appearance.
Love them.
Together with Glass. On this map,
especially. On this map, Sens, love them. They can just drive takes. There's drone holes, there's angles, there's positions, especially on this site. The drone hole Perez is drifting close to that I know you want to talk about.
Now, I was actually going to say, the one counter towards the Sens light screen is going to be impact grenades or explosives.
Yep.
If you look at the left-hand side of the screen, there's none left.
Nada.
So they will stay up. You'll just have to fire through and hope for the best, because there's also no mute. And that basically just like doubles the value of these light screens.
SONIQS, they're a little bit cautious, but they're trying to make sure that they still stand up close towards the lines that they built. They'll hear the air jabs going off. That buys them a second here for Ion's going to just drone out ahead and get some clarity and know they're not going to get swung on the ping on the piano player. The second right on the door of the balcony. And they'll fall back. This is what I'm talking about. It's caution. They want to make sure they're not instantly punished by it. Bassetto now knows he can get this clean and clear as anything. Nothing's going to stop it, and the breach over the top happens. It's part one of a two-part story. The second is the first story, and he's instantly there as well.
The thing is, with that breach, they know no one is going to be playing up right above it because it is kind of a suicide position and they have it. Toxic is going to get ready. He's wanting to use that light screen, roll it through that drone hole. The glass will be covering from the main stairs all the way through it, basically making it impossible to stop this plant, except if you have a C4. Didn't fully come through. Smoke canisters and grenades coming in, though. The plant is coming through. Gunner takes a small amount of damage there, and it's going to be 45 seconds soon to be on the clock. A perfect execute.
I mean, we called it, we said it, and it was done without anything being done against them. It's a fight over the top in the second story. Black Dragons win out 2 of them. Ion does go down in at least the trade situation, but Nade might be able to creep his way back round. He's concerned about an instant retake. Grixer's trying to find the fight on the back end. The glass is down, which is at least a boon towards the fight on the smoke. Gunner's able to get one, doesn't get the pickup player there. Keeps the body balance into the favor of Black Dragons. They've got verticality to worry about. They've got the players on the swing to worry about. There's 2 on the door, 1 high, 1 low. Can't fully connect. Black Dragons, they demonstrated how to do a plant and a take without really so much as a whiff from SONIQS.
How often have we seen Sens being played in EUL and in APAC North, and we've just hoped for a perfect execute to just be shown. So, for example, Fresh and our guest analysts could do a bit of a know-how siege on how to do those executes. Never does it work. This is the perfect execute for Sens. You open up those walls, the wall above first, so there's no verticality to threaten you. You open up the wall below, you get in those light screens, you go in for the plant with a glass to overwatch for you. Nothing that the defenders could do unless they had C4s, unless they had impacts, but they had none. So everything just lined up for Black Dragons.
I just love that you said fresh and guests.
Well, I mean, it's basically fresh and guests.
Just because his team is fresh and friends.
Yes.
I just like the idea of his work being fresh and guests. And then at home, it's fresh and family.
He's all this kind of different circles that way.
He just defines them. He's a defining man. All right. We rotate our way background down to Snowmobile.
Yep.
Down to see if this can, I guess, be the repeat here of SONIQS getting around. They could tie things back up, get themselves 2 for 2. They want to try and do as much distance and difference on this, the first half, the defense side, because we know what happened earlier on.
Yeah, for sure, and they managed to get a win here the earlier time around. Again, the mirror window will be placed in the same position to hold on to that lobby a little bit, but Black Dragons, they will have learned from that as well. More than likely, will be putting up some extra pressure. I mean, look at that. Perez is bringing out these Twitch drones. He's going to be able to just quickly zap that mirror window out of existence, and after that, well, it's going to be quite easily to open up those hatches to start working on the control you want to have in your hands. Now, as we continue, player in pantry, player above as well. Drones are gathering that information slowly but steadily. And as the SONIQS are falling back bit by bit, it is followed by Black Dragons taking more and more ground and putting up the pressure.
Oh, there was a bit of a bite there, and the E1D is going to quickly come around to just make sure that that isn't something that's followed up. SONIQS are a great gun team, and you have to give a bit of control back towards that play and towards that player. There's a taste, there's a stretch, and there's an angle and an idea, but once again, we're seeing this change-up from Black Dragons. They have an appreciation for what SONIQS did before. They know it didn't work, so instead, they're going to go for the same breach as before, but the shape is generally different.
Ooh. It's going to be a good nitro. Taking up Perez is going to be crucial in that case. Snowmobile has been opened up. There is still utility left on Black Dragons, but they're still afraid of players around onto the first and second floor. Now the pantry has been cleared. It's been taken under control by Ian. He's gonna see if they can make anything happen from that position onwards. Quite heavily an aggressive play coming out from the blue stairs by SONIQS, but no Black Dragons mapping it from above. Oh, the C4 coming out. Oh, makes this job a whole lot easier now.
It was, yeah, it was quite a dangerous gambit to sort of say, oh, I can take this from above because of this. It's all soft. It's a revenge and a response they can make. The mirror gets popped, but it could have been your life if the C4 was just, you know, half a foot towards a different side. And there's still 30 seconds in the main site itself to try and put the breach onto. Nade takes a bit of damage on the swing round. Gio's got himself stacked up and rocked as he turned rounds. Gunner finds one on the break-in. Bassetto gets 2 of his own. Gunner and Kansan gone. The fight onto blue. Patoxi's down. Bassetto's going to see if he can get the plant down as Ian Zero puts all of the damage down himself. And there it is, 45 seconds. Plant in the same place it went last time. They made it work. They broke the mirror window and they pulled themselves out. It's a rotate, though. Over onto the side of the stairs. The important fight inside. There's the bulletproof that's giving a bit of the read. They just see the tail end of the player. Rexon with the swing round. They want to capitalize on one, but where is the second is the big question. They lose a very important fight. The pre-fire, the hammer hits, sees the head of one. They just see the same thing, and it's Ion to get the last one. Black Dragons get the plant for the 4th round in a row and find their 3rd on the back of it.
Just a bunch of DMRs shooting at one another after that. But a tactical timeout will be called by SONIQS. They are going to have a little chat about what's going wrong because they've just lost 3 rounds in a row. And you mentioned it before, 4 plans happening. No matter what, Black Dragons is going to be able to make the plan stick. Now, 3 of those rounds, they have been able to convert it into a round win. So far, Black Dragons really looking strong against SONIQS here.
It's some very clean attacks. I think that's the main thing here. What I love to see, and you'll see it on teams where sometimes it's very apparent and sometimes it's a little bit of a mystery what they're doing on their attacks. How they're bringing pieces together. We complimented the Sens take because it was a by-the-book take that we all know and can explain, but it's rare to see it done well. it's sort of similar lessons across all of these attacks. It's why they're so consistent with the plant. They know where they need to be. They know what each other is doing, and they know the holds that they want. They're not looking for full map control. They're not even really looking for arguments. They're looking to do enough to buy room for Basetto to get in on the back of doing the thermites. What we are seeing here is almost something that you would see at the beginning of Siege Comp. A thermite main doing what a thermite main does. Somewhere, Ace of Pyrite is very happy.
He's very proud.
He is like, I'm Basetto.
Do you know how many plans Basetto had over CE6?
No.
CE6? Do you? I do. You can take a guess.
I'm going to guess low.
Multiple choice?
Oh, yeah, give me that.
All right, so it's A, 10.
Yeah.
Right? B, 18.
Okay.
C, 23. Or D, 30 plus.
I'm going to go 23.
Yes, 23.
All right.
For BR6 and CE6. So
it's a huge number.
It's massive. And with that, he's also one of the top planters in the world at this moment in time. But it shows how effective this gameplay can be still, even in this meta.
It's the fundamentals. And it's done perfectly. It's tough to play against because the fundamentals become the fundamentals for the reason that they are consistent and reliable. If you can nail them, teams have won championships off the back of having the fundamentals down for a wider map pool. Map pool is also another important aspect and what generally gets stressed when you get out of groups. But here on Chalet, Black Dragons have the fundamentals nailed.
Especially in the attack so far, they do indeed. There's little to actually mention. And even if they're a man down, they're still able to get back into it because of these fundamentals, because of the plant-oriented playstyle. They get that diffuser down on the ground, suddenly SONIQS they need to retake and get out of the comfortable zone they were playing in. And it's exactly what they're aiming for. So with, well, only 2 more rounds to go for Black Dragons onto their attack, are we going to see 2 more plants? That's a big question.
That's it. And, you know, as I said before, they're also clearing the space well enough. They're just getting it locked down. For example, the last time they were here, they broke open box and forced the players off of it, but then didn't push for the fight like a lot of other teams do that will try and push them further back all the way towards the very back line and the plant room here in the wonderful solarium. Instead, they just said, okay, now let's focus on the site. Let's play the Sens and get the plant down. SONIQS, on the other hand, they're still trying to piece together some of that luck. Here's a change. Kansan has bought the man with the glasses. He's going to make sure that they're not able to do the same play twice. They're not going for exactly the same play, obviously. There's no Sens. There is still SMOKES, there is still Basetto, and there is still Perez on the glass. Hasn't had the best time, but it just takes a second to score.
And even if you do not get the kills, it is still going to be a DMR that takes about at least half of worth for the HP of the defender you're shooting at, easying them up for the other players that are on your team. Now, Kansan is playing with those glasses. You mentioned it before. They brought him in ever since round 4 to stop any of these executes to happen.
Maestro bubbles as well. I'm not sure if that one's new. I'm trying to remember back now.
I'm not quite sure. I mean, it definitely didn't haunt them the last
I think it's new. Grixer. That's something new. They're able to get the first kill, something that's sort of evaded them for a while. Takes care of Ion, the Nomad, that flank watch. We heard a couple of those air jabs already deployed. They have some idea, some control, and some lockdown, but from that, otherwise, what can you do behind it? They're a bit cautious this time. I think SONIQS are making more of a flat statement, and it's going to come to that. Patoxy hops up, hops over, and takes care of Kansan, and they flood the site itself. Suddenly they're in, and they're in deeper than I think they expected. They're watching the swing round. They're looking for the fight. They can't find the angle. Nade finds Gunner, though, and there's the drop from above. Nade gets the lockdown. The Maestro bubble cannot do enough. Rexon does a bit more, but it's a post-plant. Basetto is merely a memory at this point, and once again does everything a Thermite main dreams of. There is a huge LMG bursting its way through onto the site. Geo swinging which way and every way, but they still have vertical. Nade, the important player right now. 2 kills from before. Patoxy's down on the far end. He might be able to call a bit of movement, but this is the most important one. The man's on the kit. He's off. They're watching, waiting. Nade's going to see if he can get a bit of a strike here. He looks. He finds one. Pulls himself back in. His 3rd for the round. Rexon cannot get off the kit, and it's over this round. He tried to dabber with the fight, but verticality wins out.
Again, focusing on the plant, and let's just highlight Basetto a little bit more. 5 kills, 5 plants after 5 rounds. He's literally positive on anything you can ask for on a Heartbreach, even more than that. So He's really a driving factor in here. Even though he died right after he got that plan down, the rest of his team was ready to pick up the pieces afterwards. And, well, it is just very scary to play against if you are SONIQS at this moment in time. Just that first round he managed to win. After that, everything kind of slips away. So let's see if they can find a second. We said this before, they kind of need to. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves in a really tough second half of Chalet.
I mean, if they get the planter ace, which is you get a plant every single round.
Yeah.
I know that's technically 6 rather than the 5 of an ace, but...
Well, I mean, an ace technically means killing the entire team, right?
Yeah, planting the entire half.
Yeah, half.
I'm happy to call that a plant ace. You don't really see him.
You don't really see him, no. It's rare that you see every single round ending with a plant. And it is definitely happening here. And it's not like, you know, it's a 4v1 and whilst the other are off hunting down that last player, you're going down for that plant.
Oh, no doubt. It's a team effort.
It's literally focused around that.
Yeah. Do not get us wrong when we're talking about how important that plant role is, because it is. It's the fact that the rest of the roster is doing all the work to clear that space and making sure they don't overexert and they do not forget about the Thermite main, who actually this time around has dabbled with the idea of Candelas and the Ying. They know it's going to be a bit of a short and sharp swing. And to be fair, of all the sites, this is the one that Thermite really does the least in terms of bringing that drive. There can still be some bits of hard destruction, but mainly it's a bit of a flat fight and a quick jump in that I think they might want to try and dabble in with them Candelas.
That's it, right? You need to get library under control, and the next big part is going to be the pantry, the supply line that you need to take within your own hands. Once you remove those players, like Brest removes Gunner, things become a whole lot easier. He actually went for a bit of a jump out from a Harry Potter window that was looking over. Okay. Well, I mean, you went for it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but that's going to be putting Black Dragons in an even better position right now.
That's it. The first body goes against them. They're going for this awareness. They're still not overextending. They're making sure it's sort of pace for pace. And, you know, the Echo might be something that Geo can play a bit further on a stretch. If they're a team that does like to flood themselves into the site and try and get the kit down, it buys you an opportunity. It's not something that they've had to directly check for before, and it could at least buy you a bit more time. It's often that Geo is still alive when a plant is being applied, and utilizing that, maybe he can do something different that just shakes Black Dragon's planting machine.
The thing is, though, Black Dragons is always very well aware of what's happening, what's needing to happen. So as soon as they realize there's going to be an Echo and Yokai's about, they'll make sure to either isolate the players or get rid of those drones before they actually want to get that plant in. They don't really put Basetto in any much risk if he is forced to put down that plant. There's always cover. Everything is always taken care of for him.
Now, the Candelas, they're going to try and pop their way around over the top, blind the man on the stairs. The second is going to roll itself deeper. Kansan, he gets taken down. That could have been huge, but it doesn't quite have the connection. Rexon escapes, gets the drop down onto the bar itself, but with a flash and a flood, they've taken top floor. 40 seconds to see if they can take the site itself as well.
It's going to be a 2-on-5 situation because Geo has removed himself from the playing field. He's put himself in the basement so he can play with the Yokai drones. And of course, there's 35 seconds left on the clock. Those Yokai drones could be the decisive factor, but you kind of need people out here to pressure out onto those attackers because you're going to be overwhelmed in just a matter of time.
Now, can they get the drop? Can they get one more kit planted onto the ground itself? Basetto, he's going for the cover of that. The blinds come through. The grenade and the team kill. Oh no, Ion! You deny the man the statistic. Rexon gets revenge in this final round. Nade's going to see if he can stick it. An Echo drone watches Rexon claim the round, and SONIQS get their second from the back of a rarely seen mistake on an execute.
The unfortunate team kill there was supposed to be suppressive fire or maybe even live fire towards the player on the supply line, but accidentally caught Basetto into the cross angles, and that means he's not going to get his plantate. It's not going to be a 6 plant for Black Dragons. There was another member that tried to correct that mistake, but it was too little too late. It didn't have control of the supply line. We mentioned it before, library first, supply line second. That's the 2 power positions you need to take care of if you want to make a plant stick. One of them was not under control, and instantly SONIQS is able to win a round.
I guess that's kind of fitting for a Thermite main to suffer on the edge of greatness and team killed.
Yeah.
Every Thermite main watching this went, yeah, that's about right. That's how, yeah, I get it. It's still a 4-2 half in their attack. whether that mistake was the make or break, it would have caused a bit more work there for Rexon to have to do, because then the planter would have had a bit of cover. He was able to win out 2 kills in that exact space afterwards, but it was then, instead of being a 2 versus 1 with 1 planting, 1 covering, 3 very quick, don't get me wrong, but 3 technical 1 versus 1s.
Yeah, and of course, you know, even if the team kill didn't came through, there was still going to be the Yokai, stopping that plan from happening, temporarily putting the head up, allowing Krixer to go in for that kill. So, you know, it probably would have ended into a round for the SONIQS, even if that team kill wouldn't have happened due to the supply line still being in their control. And that leads us to this 2-4. Black Dragons is still leading now. Over to the defense they go, as the SONIQS will have to approach attack once again. Doing that quickly. Sending out some RC Retiros to get rid of utility, mainly going to be the Banshees early on, maybe find a bulletproof camera on the way there, or a shield if you're finding yourself lucky. But they do need to go to that top floor. And that shield, I believe Gunnar has seen it. I think he took out a bulletproof camera that was placed there. You heard the EMP dart to be shot, unfortunately not hitting the RC Retiro, which meant it destroyed itself.
The burn on the gates, the pressure on the back end. They knew Patoxy was holding one angle. It's got a shorter route to travel from this side, and there's the break on the shield itself. It'll give them a little bit more that they can approach, but it wasn't a very aggressively played shield. Usually you'll maybe see that onto piano, sometimes even the half wall around the door bathroom. Here it's just the job's done a bit sooner, and they do have another one around the half wall anyway.
I mean, it was played earlier on. Like, when the first RC Rotero popped, it was being played. However, due to the library being taken under control by SONIQS, you simply do not have the same form of freedom and security anymore. So that's why they fell back. That's why they abandoned the shield, forced them to use an RC Rotero in its process, which means that's one less to worry about. Important to mention, Perez down below. Same goes for Iron. They have an opportunity to rotate back up or toss up a C4 to really stop this plan from happening.
Ooh, Patoxy gets the long range, and Gunnar finds Basetto in the mix of it. They're at least able to get an instant bit of revenge. The smoke's gone. We saw at least 2 canisters used. There may have been one more in pocket with 57 seconds. That's a bit of a breath of fresh air for SONIQS. Oh. There it is, removed though. Patoxy and Rexon and Kanzin get an instant response. It might turn into Patoxy having to drive this entire round. Nade is still alive. On the far end, they've got a bit of a backline. They're not going to risk that fight, and fair enough. Kanzin removes the player without having to have him remove your head. The last pinged. They're well aware of where he is. They've just got to try and lock down the kit and see if they can get it planted. Caught on a drone and none to spare. He's caught out almost on the swing from the door itself. Rexon stops it in time, but SONIQS find their 3rd round, 2nd in a row.
And it allows them to close up that gap just ever so slightly towards Black Dragons. And whilst I mentioned that before, Black Dragons are in a good position. They have side control. They still have 2 roamers up on the board, and Patoxy able to find 2 kills themselves as well. It didn't last. The roamers were taken out quite quickly after that. And that basically opened the entire round for SONIQS to try and work with. There was information then onto Patoxy. The grenade followed, took him out as well. And suddenly it is going to be finding him in a 1v3 situation, which is, even with how Black Dragons have been gunning altogether, almost impossible to win for a single player.
SONIQS, suddenly from things looking a bit dire in the first half, as it was your earlier showing on Chalet, you might be able to bullet back even here on your attack. Chalet is a good attacker map. There's no 2 ways about it. The reason that we were concerned about that first half is how their first game on this map went. They had to sort of do a bit of a distance just to prove that they could keep the fight on. To be honest, it could have very easily been a 5-1. It would have been a 5-2 now, but that looks a lot worse than a 4-3.
It definitely would have. And this is doable for SONIQS, especially if they maintain the composure they have just shown onto their attack, where they stayed calm, still dealt with the roamers that were starting to come up and put some pressure, whilst making sure the site was being approached as well. Now library is going to be the first focus point. We are back in bar and gaming, and I mentioned it in round 6. You need to take care of library, and then you need to take care of the supply line. And Iron is going to be that first hurdle. He's going to be playing into the corner of library, where you often see grenades to be used to dispatch these players. If teams even struggle with that, that's when they start going towards a Capita, for example. Put incendiary bolts onto the mix. Now, Iron will drop. He will first use a magnet, though. So if they do toss in a grenade, it would be called off. But if just drone it out, they know the position is going to be clear, so there's no more utility that needs to be expended to get rid of the player out there.
Nade gets the opener here. Takes care of Grixer and puts that little bit of pressure back on towards the side here of SONIQS. They got to make sure that every moment counts. They want to try and catch up. That's the important. Set up the second site is going to be one that instead of being a possibility of taken becomes more of a consistency. The pressure over the top, the Twitch drone able to get in and get destructive. Look at this territory just cleared out. They haven't decided to try and fight it for as long as SONIQS did. The drop is over the top. Kansan, he's going to start sledging away towards the angle, put the pressure onto it. They're just trying to fish. There is a rotate on the far end, though. A single Black Dragons player has made their way up towards Solarium. They're going to see if they can try and creep themselves around. And Gunnar, in the meantime, takes care of Nade.
There's a second player potentially being out there, though. Gunnar takes down Perez as well, and suddenly the side is starting to open up a bit much. Has come back. He's going to be playing the supply line now, but he needs to be careful to not lose another player because supply line is going to be, as mentioned before, that last stronghold that Black Dragons have to make sure that this turns into a victorious round.
Gunnar's holding on. Waits for the swing, and the swing comes and is punished. Basetto, he wanted to try and get a bit of revenge, but it's just a third name added to the bodies Gunnar has taken. Suddenly they have more than just a man advantage, and they got a chance to go for the drop, but the final step is the toughest. There's a fight with the Twitch drone that's drawing some attention. They slip their way through. It's Gunnar with a quad. Can he try and cement maybe the first ace of the tournament? It is! Gunnar locks it down, brings SONIQS level, and starts maybe a bit of a better story for NA in this group.
That is going to be equaling the score, and that is what SONIQS need if they want to go for a victory here. Instant tactical timeout to be called by Black Dragons. They need 45 to quickly have that chat because things are starting to slip away. And now, SONIQS are able to look forward to potentially securing themselves a point, maybe even picking up 2 or a full-fledged victory after the ace we've just seen from Gunnar, who, by the way, he had been quite quiet before this round. Only 3 kills. They managed to put 5 more to the tally and win that round single-handedly almost. Of course, there was support from his teammates with openings being made, flushing other Black Dragons members back towards vulnerable positions, but he eventually added all those names to his tally.
I'm finding out if that was the first ace.
It's good to check.
I'm running the numbers. Obviously, we cannot watch every single game. We're casting
whilst games happen.
Whilst games are happening. I'm hoping. We have Spribuni and Wrath, the wonderful statisticians, up in our talent room.
Talent support. We have our own
Tippy tapping away. Yeah, Fresh is busy co-streaming.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Milosh and Anna gallivanting in Europe, probably also watching. I don't know, are they co-streaming?
I think Anne has co-streaming, right? I'm not sure if Milosh is co-streaming.
Okay. Either way, the analysts that we have here to support are woeful caster bodies. Spribuni and Wrath. So, I'll let you know. I called it as the first. I think it was, but I might be wrong.
See the Castle Elite gadget skins to come in. The dogs are being put in the map. Just a bit of a different texture for us. As we're, of course, playing down in the kitchen and in the dining area. Now, this is the site where we saw the, for me, first ever perfect use of sense and an execute on the back of it. SONIQS not running that. Instead, going for the library hole first. Want to be clearing out that top floor nice and steadily before they are headed down towards the kitchen and the dining area. It's the right way to go at it, usually, right? You want to get top floor control, you want to get verticality established, and after that you start headed towards the site itself.
4-4 over the top. Now they're going to see if they can, see if they can build on the back of it. They've got themselves a lead. They've got themselves a good bit of energy, and they've got themselves pressure that they can apply now onto Black Dragons. They're forcing movement, forcing positioning. And I think forcing Black Dragons to be a little bit cautious. It was a late execute before, and they did lose the entrance. But, you know, obviously, an ace is always a huge play. How many of it was them trying to fight their way back up on the rotation that Gunnar just won out? Was it swings towards the site, or was it like the third kill we saw?
That's it. It's always a bit of a question mark, which we will not be able to answer until the replay files. But SONIQS putting up the pressure on the top floor now, starting to open up the wall towards the half wall. In the meantime, up onto the balcony, trying to put some pressure down onto the bathroom as SONIQS is trying to figure out, is it clear on this top floor? Now, there's some castle barricades that need to be taken care of and will be taken care of. And 8-9, they will be in the Solarium there, just holding, hoping to find themselves an entry. In a bit of a crossfire. Shields down there as well, but they have been abandoned. Could be used by any of the attackers sneaking through. That's a grenade that pops up from below. Dealt a lot of damage. Not getting a kill.
Old nades, that would have been 2 kills.
That would have been 2 kills with the previous nades. That is correct. Gunnar will find the entry either way. Iron gets taken down, and well, Nate is left with 5 HP to try and hold on to the top floor with everything he has.
Gunnar 6 kills in a row. Now can he see if he can try and add on to the end of that tally? The hop round and the control over the back end. Nade, as he said, he's going to see if he can hold on. His position's revealed, and it's dangerous to play with only a flicker of health, so instead drops down. They're going to watch for the rotate. They're going to hold the angle. Basetto is making sure that nobody goes for a bit of a hot hop and a route round. There will be bullet marks in the broken floor to sort of say a statement that maybe someone's around this area. The breach in the angle, a little bit more room to play. Basetto does not quite have the connection with that and instead routes himself back towards the site. But 20 seconds left on the board. The angles are coming through. Nade goes down. Perez suffers as well. Grixer and Rexon, one apiece, and they're inside the site. They just have to try and connect the kit, and that is that last step. A 5 versus 2, a 5 versus 1. Patoxy gets one on the back end, but no more. SONIQS, from a 4-1 deficit, they lead 5-4.
They've been able to put quite a couple of rounds in a row there, and as you saw right there, they just pulled the trigger. They realized, okay, there's only a couple inside, there is some off, we can just go, we have that numbers advantage, we need to utilize it as the time was ticking down, and they did so well. This is the confidence that might have been lacking in the game before, and they've definitely shown that they are capable of competing with Black Dragons here. Now, Black Dragons, they will be worried because they want to pick up some good points from this game. They might start losing out on some here.
I mean, that's...
They don't slip anymore.
It's dangerous. I said about it before. I was like, Black Dragons, with how that first game went, they wanted to make sure they got the full points. I do not know how the game on the other stream is going, but if M&M are able to...
delays, so it's definitely not going to be done yet.
Well, if M&M are able to get the full points on that, that puts so much pressure on the other teams in this group.
It does, and it's also going to be removing a lot from M&M, who, you know, I've always had my question marks with them because they do okay in the league. They sometimes struggle to get to the majors, but after that, it's not just connecting right the same way as it did in the European League. However, their opening game looked really strong, and I'm really looking forward to see what else they can bring against, for example, Black Dragons, which would be the only team to still play at after this game. Still playing against Cyclops as we speak.
All right, SONIQS, you've built more than enough momentum now. Can you just push this onto map point? You found resilience, and you found a much better performance here onto Chalet. Black Dragons, they've been a bit quiet in the most recent swing of rounds. Now that they're not driving the momentum and able to do those pitch-perfect executes they had before, they've suffered on the back end of it. Patoxy's going to see if he can try and get the lead in. It's droned heavily, though. There is the extension of Perez. This time he wasn't quite in this position. They didn't have a second player able to offer some support towards Patoxy's position, who actually rotates out. They think, well, a minute's wasted and the pressure's going to start coming. Let's get out of there. Perez does the same.
Yeah, they don't want to stick around. They don't want to give away the entries towards SONIQS, so they just need to be a bit fluid here. Maybe throw something up the spanner here. Make sure that you are able to distract the SONIQS or even come in at a moment they do not expect. And we've talked about it before, when they sent 2 roamers down towards the bottom floor, that should have been the decisive factor, but as they pushed up, they got shut down, and as Patoxy now finds Kansan, that is a much-needed entry for Black Dragons.
It is something that they've sort of been eyeing up for a long time, but it wouldn't be the first time Patoxy's got an entrance and the rest of the round starts to fall away from them. Pressure onto the balcony, and Grixer gets revenge. Within that sort of 7-second window, can they build behind it? There's the next, though, and it's Gunnar that falls. Nade with the swing right onto the window, and they find themselves still slightly on the back foot. Nade did suffer in the scrap and the engagement. A minute on, though, and he has time to breathe and rebuild. The smoke canisters stop the approach directly onto the balcony. Grix is eyeing up the back line to see if he can get a catch and a whiff. There's the camera, the reveal. They expected a player behind it. The C4 from Ion just makes the connection. There's the next, though, with an SMG. Black Dragons, they're not ready to go to map point. They want this to be tied again.
They want us to tie it up, and that's exactly what we do, and that means it is going to be a shootout for this next round. 11. Whoever wins it will take a point and has the opportunity to fight for 3. Whoever who loses it is going to be having the opportunity to fight for overtime instead. Also, after the Sonics have won 5 rounds in a row, this was actually the 6th round in a row where Black Dragons managed to get the entry kill on their side, Emmy. But every single time in the last 5 rounds, it fell away from them, except for this one. And that's exactly what they need. See if they can repeat that now on Bar and Gaming. Different side, which did come down to Gunnar, of course, putting down that ace on the board.
I still haven't got a response from Mr. Sprabuni.
He's checking every single VOD now to find out.
Well, he's just been sat there watching all day.
That is true.
I would love to ask the other casters. Some of them are casting. They probably
won't be answering. Right?
And they haven't seen other games. They can't talk about. I can only talk about the games we've
Well,
watched.
that's it, right? Like they can also talk about the games they've watched. So that gives us the opportunity to deduct whether or not it was the only entry.
I'm just gonna say it was.
For now, it was. Until it's the Schrodinger's first ace of the tournament.
Maybe I'll ask Fresh.
Maybe he knows. 5-5 though. Black Dragons still on looking for a point because they were victorious against Cyclops, picking up 2 points in the process. It wasn't a full-fledged one as Raxon gets in very quickly into Solarium, gets spotted out though. They know he's there. Can Black Dragons regroup to take him out early?
That's it. There's always that sort of debate of do you try and swing out of position and punish a player early? No. Perez gets caught out there. Inside trophy, the swing wide on the window from Grixer, and they lose the Malusi early on at this point. There's the tuck and the hold towards the top of the site itself, but the player lost on the other side of the map without so much as a whiff properly of that gunfight. It's going to be a little bit of a blow here. Grixer is weighing up what to take and only really sees the Banshee, so drops that instead. The next will be around here. Gunner's holding onto the angle, hoping Patoxy drifts in. He's been very good at these fights so far, but so has Gunner. How wide do you go?
It's a big question. They're a man down. They need to take a risk somewhere to bring it back to equal numbers. To let time play in your favor, because as long as SONIQS is having the man advantage, they will be able to muscle that into a round victory. Something you want to prevent at this point in the game. Where this round will decide who picks up a point at least and has the opportunity to fight for 3. With some Excaliburs used, now Iron has the opportunity to shoot those out, so it is going to be a bit more safe for Patoxy playing onto the mezzanines. But it does give away his position. Raxon coming in right now from the piano hallway, gets smoked out, is forced backwards. Something struggling to find the opening they need. Might just actually eye up going for the site directly.
Oh, there's a bit of a drift round. Nade's doing everything to sort of make a statement and say this window is not a safe passage to pass on. It's been a long time since that first body was taken out, and since then, the spray through does not quite connect. And Black Dragons have been able to keep SONIQS at a bit of an arm's length. They've locked in. Kansan does find the next, and that's your backline player. Nade's gone. Basetto's going to see if he can lean back in. The shotgun pop locked and ready to lock and load. Round on the corner, the swing, the player's gone. The next comes from a side he didn't expect, but he's still able to lock out the kill and retreats before revenge can be had. Lucky timing and positioning is what this game is built on, and there is another kill built upon it.
Trying to rotate through. Iron is going to get taken down, though. That's going to be the library that has now fallen into the hands of SONIQS, leaving it only up to 2 Black Dragons members who need to hold on to this side if they want to be picking up a point, but that's a player spotted out. It's only up to Patoxy now in a 1v4. Is he going to be able to clutch this out? The drops are coming through. The pressure is from every single one side. Raxon finds it, wins it. 6-5 for SONIQS.
6-5. They're the first team to make it to map point, but a distance of only 1 is not insurmountable. It is now down for the pressure onto Black Dragons. SONIQS are so close to really dragging themselves back into the fight here. Sure, they may have dropped points earlier on, but suddenly Black Dragons' win of only 2 turns into a bad day at the office.
Have we seen any plant yet from SONIQS? I mean, we've seen some attempts that ended because last kill came through, but I don't think we've actually seen a plant. I mean, there is 2 ticks on the objective marks right there, but those are the defuses, I think, that happened. No, one was a defuse, the other one must have been a plant in that case. I'm just trying to remember, because I do not recall the plants on SONIQS' side.
No, I'm the same.
I think there's one.
If there was a plant, it happened very late in the water. It happened as things...
Mandy's just brought in...
Mandy snuck in, but by sneaking,
she's also
stared at us.
backing out of the room right now.
Just crouched, stared at us, smiling.
She's not crouching, she's just small.
She's just small. Okay. That's why she has the box. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. Need it for beat stream.
Yeah, I mean, needs it. Maybe if we just get us some platform shoes.
It's a very high.
Like, you know, like those old like disco shoes with like goldfish in?
Yeah, I know them.
Yeah. Familiar with the fish shoes.
Maybe that works.
Okay, SONIQS 6-5. This could be a huge moment here for them to just lock in some much needed and precious points. Black Dragons, they're in this situation earlier today. The team that they were up against were on this exact position, and they forced you OT and they won it. They could replicate the same thing, but losing the full fat points twice, I mean, it's a bit of a blow. That's almost a whole game's worth of points dropped in this engagement. SONIQS, they want to see if they can get the lead in. They want to see if they can get that first bite of success.
That's it. They want to get those full 3 points after missing out on them against M&M. Any point, it doesn't matter. High and aggressive around Solarium again. This is where a grenade popped earlier and almost took out 2 players from Black Dragons. This time they are a bit more spread out. Nate is having some concrete underneath his feet. He's not going to be blown up by a grenade, at least not from below. If it comes through the door, however, that's a different story. Tosses one out himself and now falling back. They are wanting to hold onto the top floor, but not at any given cost. They need to make sure that SONIQS work themselves through it slowly but steadily.
Ion holding off, hoping somebody drifts just a bit wide into the firefight here if he can take somebody by surprise. A lot of time has ticked itself away now at this point. They're still trying to see if there's just a semblance of a remaining player here. Nate is there to offer some support as well. It's a bit of a cross angle. There's some width coming through, but Perez and Bassetto are underneath, still locked in. And they're ready with the shotgun to catch any loose player.
Want to make sure they hold on. That's a jump in from the Yana clone. The Gemini replicator taken out. Yana might follow soon, though. It's Ion also putting in some shots, gets taken down. That means that Nate is now solely responsible for keeping on to the top floor. He finds one, but instantly taken out afterwards.
Bassetto underneath pops the trap, and Gunner pops one right back. It has been blow for blow here on this round, and with 30 seconds, you can see Patoxy going for a big rotate. He has to get somewhere he can offer some contribution, but he cannot risk losing his life to a wide take. He's waiting for the moment when there's not much time left to try and change up the idea. They're holding off the route the plant's going to make their way through on. Grixer has to win this fight inside Trophy. The kit rotates the hatch. Patoxy gets that rotate round, and Grixer's covering, watching. There's the first fight. It almost goes away from him. The second ensures the plant goes down. There is just one separating SONIQS here from the 3 points, and 2 Perez from the fight for more. They're dug in, tucked themselves round on the kitchen side. The big rotate to the top floor. The verticality to find this plant. Last time, it's not needed. Rexon cements in that final kill. And SONIQS, happy birthday, Joe Bro. There's your win.
They managed to get it in the end. It's not going to be the 2 they were hoping for, but still 3 points on the board, which means they'll also overtake Black Dragons in the standings at the end of today. So it is damage control of some sorts here on the first day of the Major. Their first day is going to be done. Ours far from as of yet, but they will be more than happy with that. We're going for a quick break before we break this game down any further. See you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back here onto the B stream, and we find ourselves in a slightly different status for SONIQS. A win, a 3-point win after a disappointing first performance in Chalet. They bounce back and find success on the second.
They find success, they find 3 points. That is what they were looking for. Sadly, not the 6 that they hoped to go for Black Dragons, not the 5, but at least it keeps the group nice and spicy and all closed up, which means there is going to be plenty to play for the next couple of days.
Very spicy. Black Dragons once again found themselves on that precipice of overtime, 6-5, after a very powerful opening half. Now that round with the team kill that could have been theirs, it could have been a 5-1 half. Well, that's going to haunt them. It was pitch perfect on their opener, pretty much, apart from one snafu at the end. It gave a second round in my books towards SONIQS, and fairness to SONIQS, they made it count onto their attack, onto a different team, a different game, and a different result, as we said before. Black Dragons, now the fact that they only took 2 points from their win earlier on, that puts them in a dangerous spot.
Puts them into that 3rd place for now, depending on how the other game goes. Maybe Cyclops has taken a full-fledged victory up against M&M, which would put them last in that case, Black Dragons. So it's definitely something they need to worry about. They need to come back for the second day to ensure themselves a good opportunity of making it out of groups.
It has to be more than that. I guess that's the thing about this group. Obviously, we don't yet know what the result was, if there was a set result on the other stream. We'll find out momentarily, obviously, with the group standings, but it makes the fight more vicious. It's that sort of statistic of if you can open up on a good day, it's great. Everybody can have a good day. It's a 3-day sort of setup. You're playing 2 games a day, but the actual thing that matters is, I guess, being able to change the face. If you can go from a loss to a win on the same map within the same sort of 4-hour window, that shows a team that's hungry.
It shows a team that's hungry, and it shows why they went back to Chalet again. They can adapt, they can overcome the mistakes they've made before, and they were here against Black Dragons to show. We're here to win. This first game was a bit of a slip-up. M&M, they just slipped us the curse this time around for the 10 AM games. There's no more of that coming through. And with that, a very solid victory. And potential first ace, we think is the first ace of the tournament as well. SONIQS have shown everything they have to play for.
They do, and I think that's that sort of stretch now, is Black Dragons. It was the first time we've seen them on an international stage for a long time. SONIQS, we've seen them, but they've never had the biggest success. There are roster changes, obviously, that are apparent. There were question marks onto SONIQS because they were major. In the grand scheme of people picking up generally new gunners, young gunners, they had that big architectural change. They had that big sort of prominent IGL and shot caller of their sort of heyday. That figurehead was removed. This is a good statement, a good bit of momentum to keep a tight group tight.
That's it, right? The group stays all closely knit together. There is no team yet that feels himself qualified. This means that the other game is still going on between M&M and Cyclops, as we do not have any other points to be given out. So SONIQS for now is finding themselves onto the 2nd spot of the tables, but that might still change at the end of the next game.
It could be huge as well. The result at the end of the next game at this point, obviously there's still technically 4 to play after this round, but you're looking at M&M either jumping ahead, putting a big distance and difference between them, or Cyclops keeping the pack close. And either result at this point for SONIQS, I guess it's either, okay, we're now in a fight for second, or reset day. Everybody's beat everybody pretty much. We are round and round we go. The group of death becomes one of nobody is assured.
That's it, and it's kind of what you want with a group of death, right? One that is going to be all the way close to the very last game, to the very last round, to determine who will be making it out. So that is going to be this group all tied up for today. Still 2 more days, 4 more games worth to play for that group in, well, the next couple of days of the group stages. But for now, we set our eyes to the next groups.
We do, and that's the sort of play out, obviously. If you are unaware, every team plays every other team twice. These two teams will have another matchup on the final day, the third day. I think it's their opening game. And that's the sort of lessons learned here, because a close game like this, there's always ways to grow from it. There's always places to sort of drive from it.
There's always ways to improve. Even if you win 7-0, there might still be mistakes that you can learn from. So it's going to be good to see how these teams, both these teams, will progress and evaluate themselves throughout the next couple of days. And that's basically all for this game.
Let's go to a break.
Time to keep kicking it here at the Major on the B stream. We have another game coming to you guys. We get to watch Direwolves play again, and Mirage are stepping up to the block. Briefly saw some of the Mirage guys hang around the ping pong table before we jumped in here, and they were super excited. They were super keen to get in.
They are. I'm really excited for Mirage. They seem pretty hyped to be here, of course, at your first international event. These guys are all, the energy is all up in the air. They had a pretty banger match against the Wolves earlier today as well, so the energy is up there for this team. But of course, they're going up against the Direwolves, who've been handed an L to them just earlier today.
Yeah, and this is a game of underdogs in a way. Both of these teams are not regarded as favourites for the Major or even for playoffs by many. Mirage being, funnily enough, like I said this earlier today, out of the whole year of NAL, even with all 3 stages combined, they were still dead last. That's crazy. To think that they can come top 4 here in Stage 3 and still be dead last. But that is Mirage for you. They are spontaneous. They are on the rise. Will they be able to hack it at their first international land, though? They're going up against Direwolves, who have been here before at a Major back in Charlotte. They did win a map or 2 at that event. They were unable to progress to playoffs, and that is what they're looking to be ambitious with this time around. They got Reaps, the Chinese sensation. He's been tapping heads all in APAC South League. Hasn't quite found his form on the Major, but we saw flashes of it this morning.
Definitely did. We definitely did. Direwolves, I guess the story of this game is, right, you've got the Direwolves who are actually the top of APAC South. They went flawless in Stage 1. Stage 3, did they go flawless in Stage 3 as well?
Yeah, they did.
They did in the end.
Depends how you define flawless. They didn't. Okay. They were undefeated, but they did get taken to overtime a couple of times. Whereas in Stage 1, they actually did get
Makes sense. Full regulation, yes.
Yeah.
So they are essentially flawless in Stage 3 as well. Whereas Mirage, they've had a pretty similar story, right? They were not so great in Stage 1. In Stage 3, now they're very competitive, as all of NAL is actually very, very competitive. And so this is, I think this is a really exciting. Both these teams are sort of at the same point in progression as maturity goes forth in international stakes, I suppose. Yeah. And so I'm really excited to get straight into this match, see what they can show us and see how far they've gone in the past year.
Yeah. Particularly with Mirage, I'm thinking about the fact that what does this Major mean to them? It is their first chance. Is their first shot on the global stage. It doesn't matter if Mirage end up the champions of this event. They will not be going to 6 Invitational based on points. They might go and take the experience from this game to that NAL qualifier and make their way to SI through that, but they definitely won't be going on points. It's impossible. For Direwolves, not impossible, but very improbable.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing for Direwolves. The chances of them making the Major are there. They're not nothing. It's not 0. Yeah. But it's very, very slim that we're almost going to count them out, especially when the midfield battle between the other 5 teams with a high percentage, it's like your Heroics, your Cags, your Liquids, that kind of... Those are much more competitive.
I was on the lower end. I'll check later, but I'm pretty sure it was something like they have to make top 8 for even like a decent chance. Yeah. And making top 8 is, I think, achievable for Direwolves, though we didn't see enough from them this morning in their previous game. I think for most people, though, if you're a Direwolves fan, you're looking at this game. Mirage should, in theory, be a beatable opponent for Direwolves. In a way, Direwolves actually have more experience than Mirage do, having been to the Charlotte Major. But of course, Mirage come from a more competitive region. NA has been pretty profitable on the global stage. They've won a Major at the start of the year. They even won SI this year. But of course, Mirage will have to make their own name here, as we can see the veto. And it looks like, Mandy, we're going to Theme Park.
Theme Park. Ooh, that's an exciting one. I can't wait to get into this one. Direwolves, if I'm not wrong, I don't think we've seen a lot of Direwolves play Theme Park in APAC South, I believe.
I've got one result. And let me double check when that was. That was way back in September in the Operation League.
So.
It did beat Elevate, which is obviously a good team, but it's Operation League, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, and on the side of Mirage, they played it for their first 3 matches of NAL.
They loved it.
They loved it.
They couldn't stop.
For a bit. And they actually won quite some significant results on it too. Against Oxygen, against Australis. Those are big results. Those are really big results for Mirage. And so for Direwolves, this is a bit of an anomaly for us. I have absolutely no idea how they play this map. For Mirage, they have brought it out, but not in a while. So we'll see if they're still good on it.
The other thing, I can't see the map video anymore, but typically Theme Park is quite a defensive favoured map, and we know that Direwolves will start on that attacking side. I presume that means that Direwolves got the last ban and therefore Mirage got the side pick and chose to start defense first. But if I take a squiz at the stats, like you said, Mirage played this 3 times in NAL, and they actually had a pretty impressive attack record. They were 56% of their attacks and only 50% of their defenses.
That's really interesting because when I think about theme park, especially I suppose in the current meta, I think about it being very defender-sided. Some of those walls can be very challenging to get open, and so I think that for Mirage to have a stat like that is very impressive. It shows that they must have a really good read on this map, and they must know how to deal with those problems in a way that we probably haven't seen at all in Apex South, really.
Well, in contrast, Apex South, or Direwolves specifically, their attack win percentage on this map is only down at 29%. Of course, that is a very small sample size of one game, whereas their defense win rate up at 83%. But let's have a reflection on how this group's going so far. Of course, Direwolves were bested by FaZe earlier today, weren't able to get a point away from that match. However, when Mirage played against Wolves, it was actually Mirage to find match point first and then Wolves to come back and win in overtime. Therefore, Mirage still have that 1 point they walked away with. And so, as you can see, the standings are pretty cut and dried, 3-2-1-0. That will be shaken up this match, though. There's a significant chance that Mirage will be able to go and achieve first place in the group, obviously pending FaZe and Wolves' results later. And even Direwolves could rocket up into potentially first place, tied first place probably with FaZe.
This group could get pretty dicey with the overtimes and the way that the points work out, I think. Especially with both Direwolves and Mirage, I believe will be competitive in this group. Direwolves, I think, struggled, of course, against FaZe. That's a pretty different caliber of playstyle they're not used to. But I feel like they will be able to take it to Mirage. I feel like they will be able to take it to SSG. So I think that mid-round of this group is going to get the midfield of this group is going to get pretty dicey very fast.
Yeah, to be honest, like the group feels all like midfield. I mean, FaZe are so good, right? And they are consistent internationally. Wolves are great, but they tend to struggle continuing to represent their EU performance on the world stage. We saw that as well in Berlin, where Wolves really struggled in the groups. Even just thinking about the APAC matchups that they played Gladiators twice and only barely beat them twice. So it goes to show that even though Wolves are a really strong team, they struggle at international events. FaZe are a really strong team and don't struggle at international events, so I think you probably would put them in the first place. But I could realistically see any of Wolves, Mirage, or Direwolves in that second spot in the group potentially.
I would have to agree with you. I think this group is a lot tighter than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
At the start, I put the Wolves and FaZe as very clear favourites that they were going to come straight on top. But after watching that Mirage and Wolves game, I sort of changed my mind on that. I think that, yeah, definitely the rest of the pack is very competitive too. Just looking at these player cams as well, I just really love looking at these player cams. It's so much fun. I love watching how excited they are to get into the lobby. And yeah, seeing them all next to each other, especially here, I guess us coming from APAC South, we don't really have the LAN league that that North American league has got. And so getting to see our Asian friends together, it's awesome. We love it.
Yeah, and just speaking about Mirage for a minute, you mentioned that they had a really good performance against Wolves. Let's dissect that a little bit. Obviously, Wolves have a little stigma about them. They've dominated EUL. There's no question they have been better than their competition of BDS and Rogue and G2 in the EUL. They are the kings, the Wolves. However, here at the majors, they struggle. Is that where we lay responsibility for Mirage getting a point away from them, or is it more a Mirage upsetting and showing how good they can play Clubhouse?
I think it's a bit of both. I think at the beginning it very much felt like Wolves being uncharacteristically slow at the game. Wolves, they pride themselves in the communication and the pacing of it. And there was one round in particular that I remember watching, that their attack onto the gym bedroom bomb site, where Shinka just walked, or was it P4 actually just walked straight in through the breach the moment that it got opened, and I thought, okay, Wolves are starting to get back into it. This is a Wolves attack round. And I just feel like Wolves coming into it felt maybe a little bit nervous. They didn't really seem like they were in their element as much, and that allowed Mirage to thrive through. They are a competitive team. I think Mirage have been playing very well as well. But I think as soon as Wolves switched their pacing and they started getting more on the ball with the timing, it was all done and dusted from there.
Well, let's start talking specifically about some of the players on Mirage. When we were talking to the guys before, when we just saw them out in the player area, Mirage were claiming themselves to be the Clutch Kings. I said, what should I look up for watching you guys? And they said, the round's never over. We are the Clutch Kings. And with the two new players on the roster, Dexter, who was subbing in for SSG for a bit, and Mohesi, both of them have only been on this team for 2 months, the same amount of time, by the way, as Reaps on Direwolves. I feel like Mirage have had a massive rejuvenation. They are quite a different beast to what we've seen through Stage 1 and 2 of the NAL.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really impressed by the new Mirage changes. I just think, in general, I've been impressed by the roster changes coming into this particular major. Every single one of these teams, when they made their changes, I think people were skeptical about right at the beginning of Stage 3, right? You've got the SONIQS. They made a lot of changes, right? They lost their IGL, they lost a vocal player. They changed things out. Here they are at the major. Same thing with the Mirage. They picked up these 2 new players, and no one really knew how it was going to go, but they've shown exactly why they did it. And I think that this is the story of so many teams in this major. We've got new players, new faces, rookie players, and they're all coming to show here at an international event, which is really awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super keen to see what some of the old guys on Mirage can do as well. The ones that have been around the block a couple times. Melted and Benji are kind of OGs for this squad, at least for a little while now. And both of them have had pretty strong performances, both above 1.1 ratings in Stage 3. And so they're in hot form. That's also quite a significant lift up from Stage 2, where both of them were quite significantly negative. I feel like Mirage, the team is starting to gel. They're starting to get that confidence. And we know confidence is king in Rainbow Six. It makes all the difference. It's also what we would say for Direwolves. In fact, I was talking to ED the other day, and he told me, we're talking about not just the skill of teams, but individual, not just mechanics, but like killing ability, your ability to combine your mechanics and your game sense to find kills. And he actually reckons that Direwolves has one of the best gun skills in all of APAC, which is funny because, yeah, you've got like players like Reaps and Pika and Souffle, but I hadn't really thought of that as a collective package. These are really dangerous players.
Yeah, and I think it was reflected in the FaZe game, right? Even though FaZe absolutely ended up smashing these guys, they gave them respect in the gunfights.
Oh, yeah.
Especially to players like Reaps and Jackie Wu that were there on the entry. We didn't see FaZe go and re-peak things over and over again because they knew, okay, these are the Direwolves players. They're actually okay, mechanically. They really are. And I think it comes to show up in this major as well.
Yeah, keen to see what they can do once they get into the server. Both of these teams still looking for their first win. Mirage had a bit of a taste for it when they took a point off of Wolves, but they weren't able to get it across the line. If they struggle against Direwolves here, I gotta say, I mean, to be frank, whichever team loses this game will likely feel a lot of frustration. They'll go the whole of day 1 without a win, and both of these teams will be looking at this game to be their way in, right? If you're Mirage, you're looking for a weakness in this group, you're going to be looking at Direwolves instead of Wolves or FaZe, right? And it's likewise if you're Direwolves, you're looking at Mirage to be that weak link that you're looking to target. And if you end up, particularly if it ends up being a smashing, that would be really rough going into day 2. There'd be rattled confidences, there'd be second guessing, there'd be all kinds of strife that these teams would have to bounce back from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the mental game and the momentum, I think in particular, plays a big part. We saw that. I think there's teams like M&M, for example, at the Berlin major, they had a really rough day 1, for example, and as the event went on, they started to pick up the pace. By day 3 of Berlin, they looked like an incredible team. They absolutely did, taking down both Elevate and Astralis in that final day. They looked amazing, but it takes a little while for these players to get settled into the LAN environment and get used to it. It's about who can adapt to it the quickest. Now, just from an experience POV, Direwolves have done this before. They have been here before in this position internationally, right? Whereas Mirage, they don't have that experience under their belt. They don't know what the conditions are like just yet.
I'm just having a bit of a deeper dive into the NAL stats because, admittedly, I've obviously watched a lot less NAL than I have of APAC South. And Benji is actually a highlight player in terms of the cost rating. He's the 4th best cost player in the league at 74%, which is very high. And up for clutches, it's, of course, Melted, who with the most clutches in all of the NAL. But with that said, Mirage are going to be gunning to impress at their 6th major debut, their first ever international event. And here we are on Theme Park. And let's see what you guys reckon. A slight sway for Mirage in the social polls, but Direwolves looking for their first win on their return to the international stage will fight tooth and nail.
45-55 for the social vote as well. That's pretty close between these two teams. Seems like the socials agree with what we think as well. First 2 bans to come out are going to be Nook and Flores. Very interesting. Leaving the Thatcher in, those EMPs will be enabled to open up some of those walls. But taking out the Flores is a pretty curious one for me. Usually clearing that utility through the 3 lanes of the top floor, as I like to interpret it as, can be quite challenging. And taking away Flores just makes that a little bit more tricky. They're going to be relying on more of those explosives to get that done.
I like that Warden ban as well. Not something you see every day. I wonder if Direwolves are just trying to target a really strong operator with a good gun and a shield, or if it's specifically they're looking to play into perhaps the Ying, which was banned against them. And as I say that, they actually have already picked the Ying in Souffle. This was banned against them by FaZe in their match earlier today, and now it is unleashed. With that Warden banned out and the potential for some flash plays, I'd be a little bit scared for Mirage. They are going to have to adapt to this behavior.
I think taking out the Azami is a pretty scary one as well on the side of the defense for Mirage. Azami really enables some of these sites to just become such a fortress. Theme Park, similar to Skyscraper actually, as we casted a little bit earlier, they're not cutoffs aplenty. There's a couple of them here and there, but it's not super easy to get like long lines of sight into the bomb site, cut them in half, that type of thing, right? And so Azami is very enabling to build those fortresses in the site, and getting those taken away, meanwhile still keeping the Thatcher in or your hard breach, blah, 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 I feel like can be a little challenging getting to that mid to late round where all the walls are open.
Well, let's start having a look at this setup. Wow. I gotta admit, man, you usually see one or two of some of these operators like the Oryx and the Frost and the Legion, but you usually don't see this full combo. This is an unusual lineup. You don't have any SAS boys, no mute, no smoke, no wall denial whatsoever, unless if you count those 4 impacts we've got on Mohesi and Dexter. And I wonder if that's what they're gonna be gunning for. And we're going for a rehost.
It wouldn't be Rainbow Six without a round 0 rehost. The point I was going to make based on what you just said is I feel like in this current meta of Siege, you don't always need site construction. So those SAS operators, you don't need them, especially if you've got like things like the secondary shotgun on Frost. You've got the Bailiff, which is now on Dock, believe it or not. That's crazy.
I still need to play some Dock, I reckon.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big fan of the site construction ops.
Yeah.
No one else opens my vert for me, so got to take matters into my own hands.
But there are so many ways that you can take matters into your own hands now.
Yeah, it's true.
You've got your alibis with the Bailiff. That's something that Mirage brought along. We had the Frost secondary shotgun, Oryx to open up rotates where you need to.
Or my personal favorite, Supergirl, Aruni.
Yes.
Who has an arm that would put Henry Cavill's Superman to shame.
Exactly, and so I feel like for these bomb sites, site construction is no longer a necessary thing, and I think that what it means is that it opens up a plethora of new utility that the defense can bring that is not just smokes and mute, right? You can start to bring along your Aruni gates to hunker down positions. You can bring along your Oryx to just run rampant, right? Just have a good time, because you don't really need that site construction anymore. You can have another player that's more mobile than they could be if they were forced onto the smoke.
It's true. Well, as we can't really see the game right now, and my memory for exactly what operators and what setup was picked is a bit fuzzy, let's continue talking about these players. We talked a bit about ED earlier today and how he's been starting to serve his national service, which has pretty significantly, I'd say, affected Direwolves' ability to practice like normal. You were saying they've actually been scrimming with their coach and former core player Harambe quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it makes a big difference as well, because subbing in for a different role can be quite challenging. So Harambe was the hard breach player, so subbing in for ED isn't too bad. But the month before that, Harambe was subbing in for Reaps, and Reaps is their primary entry. I just think that playing 2 months without your 5 roster and having your sub interchange between roles can make it quite challenging for the roster to grow and to learn from those scrims, especially when the dynamic is a little bit different like that.
Jackie Wu on screen. Looking pretty focused, just chilling, buying some time. I always wonder, when you have delays like this, I mean, obviously it can be quite frustrating as a player, but part of the game is making sure that doesn't get to you and doing what you need to do, whether it is a little bit of a stress ball, cracking a joke.
Stress ball is an octopus, isn't it? Maybe we were looking at it. I can't remember.
What? Is it?
I thought that the stress ball was like, it had like tentacles on the bottom. Oh, yeah, it does. I'm not going insane.
Isn't that like a squid then? Surely it would be a squid.
A squid, okay. Yes.
I don't know if I'll pay octopus.
I'm not fluent in the marine animals as you are. Apologies.
Well, yeah. Perhaps not. But Mirage just looking to kill some time, looking to keep relaxed. I do wonder how much of an advantage playing the NAL on LAN has coming into a situation like this. Even just little things like the fact that these guys are used to playing not on their own home setups that they would do their scrims on, or whether they've got team houses or whatever they usually practice on. The fact that you have to use your in-ears with then you can see the ESL headphones over the top that's pumping white noise in to make sure that there's soundproofing so they can't hear comms from the other team or anything that's that might be going on in the venue. That's quite a significant change.
Absolutely. I think that the NAL guys definitely have that experience up. That being said, I think Mirage is a bit of a unique case because even though they have been playing in a LAN environment in their local league, they haven't been to a major.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas the Direwolves, they've actually done the travel, right? They've done the jet lag problems. They've done the figuring out how to stay healthy and eat and not get cold and freeze to death in the cold of Stockholm, right? Whereas I think for Mirage, the transit, and I think getting over that mental hurdle and staying healthy is more, in my opinion, what impacts these teams and their mental health, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a hot take. It could be.
I don't know. It's hard to say, but I will say these Mirage guys seem pretty chill. I wonder what Kento's having a chat about right now. Just having a yarn. Seems to be pretty happy. I really get worried when you can visibly see that the players are quite agitated. And speaking of agitated, we can see the lobby right now. Reeps is just spamming switch teams. You guys can't see this, but Reeps is just spamming spacebar. And I don't know, that to me is a sign of impatience.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to do this time? Sit there?
It's nice to finally get to see Reeps as well. He's not had quite as much limelight in terms of his physical persona. I don't think he has his own actual face on his Twitter profile, and I believe his SiegeGG and Wikipedia don't have photos, so it's nice to actually see him in the flesh.
Neither does mine.
Well, maybe you should change that.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Reeps is not the most animated character. Direwolves, when we think about the Direwolves, at least here from APAC South, we think about them being very animated people, right? We've got Harambe. We literally have a dance called the Harambe dance when they win a round.
And yet he's not even standing behind the players as the coach, is he? So we're deprived. ED was telling me, and Odin were telling me that they actually don't like the Harambe dance.
What?
I think they're embarrassed. It's like when your dad says like a bad joke, and you're like, "Oh no, Dad, I don't know this guy." I think they get embarrassed by Harambe. But look, I personally think he is very cool.
I think the Harambe dance is great. I can't believe they don't like it. Direwolves, if you're the org and you're listening to this, go and get angry at your players. This is horrible. This is free. This is the freest content ever.
Odin is doing some drawing. ED is trying to stay entertained, but we are going to a really quick break, and when we're back, we will kick off this game, so don't go anywhere.
매워 지금? 더?
와우. (55명)
57? 65요?
65요? 아, 뭐라고?
이거 뭐가지?
좋아, 내가 할게.
그래서 저 쳐야지. 너무 많아.
너무 많은데?
나도 해볼까?
응. 오케이. Not spicy. Good.
딱히 그냥 밖에서 파는 그냥 솔직히 피자에 파는 핫소스보다 약한.
맛있는데?
독일, Germany.
홀란드? 또 먹네. 외계인 코딱지처럼 생겼는데?
이거는 1단계보다 약해. 이거는 이제
봐도
이게 바뀌어야 돼 이렇게. 이렇게 바뀌어야 돼. 그러면 easy.
easy.
하이드.
뭐야? 저요, MB 테일러. 야.
아니 나는 오퍼레이터 하길래 나는 진짜 오퍼레이터인 줄 알았어.
보세요.
나 혼자 먹어? 나 계속 먹네. 노인 공격 해야지. 조금 해줘. 오케이. 색깔이 좀 진한데 어려울 것 같은데.
맛있나요?
아직 약해.
아직 약해?
오케이.
이지. 볼더.
포트리스. 클럽하우스.
클럽하우스요? 저기 where?
화장실. 토일렛.
불칸.
이건 내가 줄게 이거. 그래. 동생 내가 하나 따라줘야지. 그래. 잘 봤고. 이거.
진짜 미안한데 진짜 하나도 안 매워요. I'm sorry. No spicy.
진짜야?
This is sweet.
한 번만.
안 맵지 하나도.
아직도 안 매워.
Shire? 네일 유형.
넬로. 코스트라인. 먹어야겠지?
오케이. This. 한번 먹어볼까? 안 나오는데? 내가 뿌려줄게.
같이 먹을까?
그래. Cheers 아까 cheers.
오케이.
Cheers. 진짜 안 매운데? 뭐지?
단순히 그냥 조금 먹을만하다 아직까지는.
누구야?
에이스?
I'm sorry, I'm idiot. I don't know. 플루크.
나 몰랐어.
영화 그거였어? 오케이, 타창카. 야, 이건 좀 약간 매워 보인다?
힘들지도.
오, 쉣.
너무 무리하지 마.
하나도 안 매워 나는. 오케이. Cheers. 이거 그건데 개 짜다.
이거는 짜고 매운 건 차라리 이게 더 매워.
나도 근데 약간 이거 다 먹으니까 약간 매운 것 같기도 하고.
근데 이거를 계속 먹는다 하면 나는 못 먹을 것 같아. 그냥 한 번씩 먹으니까. 그래? 나 힘들어.
This is slowing starter. Oh my god.
슬로우 스타터?
Yeah.
오케이.
But it's okay. This. No?
Maybe this? Oh my god. Stop.
What the? 약간 매운데 지금? 오, fuck. Okay, let's go.
난 더워. 매운 거 먹으면 땀나.
오케이.
그래 먹고 죽자 그래.
그래, cheers.
그래. 오. 근데 이게 7번보단 덜 매워.
그래?
이게 여기 이렇게 있어야 돼. 이렇게.
난 근데 약간 지금 매운 거를 계속 누적돼서 먹었다. 누적돼서 먹었다 보니까.
프렌드 파이어? 오케이. 근데 이게 나 7번이 이게 더 매웠던 게 더 찐득하고 짜서 더 매웠던 것 같아. 매워 지금? 더?
씨발. 약간. 잠깐. 갑자기 매운데요? 잠깐만. 와우. Wow. Wow.
We are back at it again, and we are getting back into Direwolves and Mirage. I'm particularly excited for this game because for both teams, it's a big breakout game. It's a tough group with Wolves and FaZe. Both of these teams have already copped L's to those guys. And so this is really where they have a chance to prove that they might actually have a shot at making playoffs. Of course, we do have a double round robin, so they can go and rematch FaZe and Wolves and beat them later. But I feel like ending day one, 0-2, it's not it.
No, that is not what any of these teams want to end up as. Both of them, this is their best chance. Both of them very similar in progression, in experience, and they've got to show up in the server. And it's in theme park of all the maps to go to. Pretty unique one.
Yeah, I'm super keen because we did get a little bit of a tease of the operators that were picked on the defensive side, and to me, a bit unusual, bit of roam game, bit of Oryx, bit of Legion, bit of fun stuff. So I'm keen to see what Mirage have to show for us. Also, I've never casted Mirage before. A lot of these other NA teams that come back to events, you feel familiar with them. To me, Mirage, yeah, they've been around for a hot minute. They've been around for quite a while now, but this is their first ever time on the international stage. And to be honest, they have been consistently the worst team in North America for quite some time, up until just the last couple of months.
Pretty excited for them, though. It's good. It's good to see them here on this international stage. I think the improvement that they've had over the past two or three stages has been pretty exciting to watch following the NAL. For us in Australia, the NAL time is at like the worst time zone ever. We are asleep. It starts at like 6 or 7 in the morning or something like that.
If you get up at a respectable time in the morning, you usually get to catch the end of it. But
that's right.
If you're like staying up late and you're like, oh, NAL starts in a few hours, don't even think about trying to stay awake for it because it will be so cooked. And so, yeah, as a result, I think I've only watched like 1 or 2 NAL matches live this season, if that, to be honest.
Well, I've done my fair amount of VOD reviews on these Mirage guys, and I think they can absolutely take it, especially against the Direwolves, I think.
Is Edie having a nap? He gets caught on camera. Caught in 4K, mate. Put that chair back up. Look alive. You're about to get into the server.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was just saying, I think Mirage, after VOD reviewing how they've done in Stage 3, I think the way they've changed their roster and the team dynamic is definitely something that it has brought them to this major, their new pickups and the way they've had to shuffle around the roles a little bit to make it work. I think it's injected this like sort of new life into them, just a different way of approaching and playing the game. And I hope that it works on this international stage as well. I think if there's any map to take it to, Theme Park, they had pretty dominant 3 games on it right at the beginning. Well, one of them was a loss, but 2 of them were wins. And it's against...
All 3 of them were against good teams.
All 3 of them, exactly. All 3 of them were pretty big results, right? And so I think that taking them to this map is pretty dangerous, I think, for the Direwolves, especially them being unknown territory. But I'd like to see Mirage have a crack at this. I think that this is a very good proving grounds for them, especially after such a close series earlier against the Wolves. If there's any time to retake their title and actually gain all 3 points, this is the one.
Yeah, well, Mirage will be pretty cut about that loss to Wolves because they did have match point first. They could have locked it out for full 3 points, but when it slipped to overtime and they lost, they only get the 1. And what you were saying about Theme Park, if you want to add to that, Mirage do start on the defense as well, which to many people is going to be much more comfy on Theme. In fact, a lot of the reason why you don't usually see Theme in BO1s is because it's pretty one-sided, and so teams don't really want to allow their opponent to get the upper hand. And because if there's only 2 maps left in the pool and, like, let's say Direwolves is banning and they get the last ban, that means that the opposing team, Mirage, will get to pick sides. And so if you're Direwolves, you don't really want to let a map through that the opponent is going to pick a really dominant side on. So we don't often see it for that reason. And we actually haven't seen it at all from Direwolves and APAC South in the last stage at all. They played it once in the Operation League and beat Elevate, but to be honest, it's hard to read too much into that when it is a national league and trying to extrapolate those results to here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that for the Direwolves, heading into unknown territory, it can be good, it can be bad, especially going into these majors, right? In one way, you go, okay, they don't have VODs on our particular map because we haven't played it yet. On the other hand, it's uncharted territory as well because they've only played it and trialed it in scrims. And so how is that actually fair in an official setting against international teams? I don't know. Scrim results cannot tell you everything, right? They allow you to test things, but as soon as you get into the official match, it really shows just the success of what's going on, right? Because the environment's not quite the same. So yeah, I think dangerous pick for Direwolves. Mirage definitely have played this Vita a lot lot safer than the Direwolves have, but of course showing your hand on this first day coming to the Major could be really exciting too. There's definitely benefits of not having bots out there.
Yeah. Well, is this Odin drawing? What's he writing? I honestly cannot see. Now that screen, no, it's ED writing, and I couldn't tell you. That screen is way too small. Have you got any clue?
I have absolutely no idea. Okay,
come on, ED.
Okay.
Get it in focus. Is he playing? Oh my God! Come on, ED. Show us again.
Is he playing like noughts and crosses?
I thought he was playing noughts and crosses.
What's going on? He's playing noughts and crosses against himself?
Good, well played, man. Well played, I guess. Got to kill time somehow, I guess, ED. I will say, ED is very chill. If you've watched any of the APAC South interviews, you will be very familiar with this man. Yeah, he's chill. He's a lad.
Yeah, I reckon, I don't know if chill is the right word for it though. Every time he gets onto an interview, he's so excited that even Rob, who's our host of the show, gets like, oh my gosh, he gets outdone in the energy by ED.
Yeah. ED is easily a fan favorite and one of our favorites to interview. He's quite a character, quite a personality. Despite English not being his first language, he's an absolute cracker and he really does bring that energy. I'm keen to see Direwolves bring that same energy here to a Major, though we haven't quite seen that as of yet. It was not an easy game against FaZe earlier today. It wasn't an easy map either. That was Skyscraper, and I believe, if I recall correctly, they started attack on that, and they found very little success. They got 7-1, right? They won one attack round, and that was all, and then ended up losing 2 defenses in a row. Direwolves going from Skyscraper in their previous game over now to Theme Park. A lot of people say quite similar maps.
Yeah?
I think they have similarities.
In some ways, yeah.
I think
you're not wrong.
Yeah, I think you got the 2 floors on both maps, both of which are fairly linear and have a lot of chokes, and you have a lot of like Hell in a Cell positions.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, and the entry is quite challenging.
Yes, getting in the map in the first place is quite challenging.
Entry is quite challenging, even if you go from cache side, getting into cache can be quite tricky, especially with those like hallway angles or someone playing top dragon. Getting into cafe is always very challenging because getting through that double door is very frustrating. Kind of thing. Once you get into the actual map.
What did Reaps write?
Oh no, here we go.
Well, they're actually standing up and walking around now.
Oh,
here we go.
Oh!
Poor ED. Oh well, thumbs up. He gave it a crack.
He did give it a go. He did give it his best go.
Come on, Odin, give it a shot.
Go on, Odin. Go again.
Come on.
Go again.
You can't tempt us like that.
Oh,
no! Oh, you just got sassed, mate. You just got sassed. He says, look, you're the coach. Just sit back down, mate. I would tell you,
so funny.
He's a bit of a character. He is a bit of a character.
That is such an ED thing to do as well. So the players, I was chatting to them yesterday, right? Because they were doing the media and they were running around the studio, just kind of go, yeah. They really put down their coach. It is so funny. It is so funny the way they interact with their coach because they never see each other in person, right? Odin lives in South Africa. It's hilarious. Anyway, sorry. What's going on?
What's going on is, I'm afraid we're actually going to toss over to Stream A. You can see on screen, it's actually Wolves versus FaZe. 2 incredibly strong teams in this group are going head-to-head on Clubhouse. So go and enjoy that game, and we'll be back for the rest of the B Stream games later.
Grenades to enable those executes on this gym attack.
All right, upstairs to Jim. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard from Stream B. Nice to have you here. Apparently the game on Stream B is either delayed or not ready at the moment, so we are welcoming them over.
I was trying to think if they somehow finished the game. I was like, how is that possible? I mean, we're in round number 2, like, there's no way. That makes more sense.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard. We're happy to have you over here. And we are also better than the people who were casting over there, which I think was Happen Fluke. I could be wrong. It might be, it might be Mandy and Deb, in which case
it's not Happen Fluke.
I really wanted to make fun of both Hap and Fluke.
Happen Fluke
because it's Hap's country that lost my. It was Hap's country that lost my luggage, and I will never.
Oh, I see. Okay? It's personal now.
It's absolutely it is.
Mowgli on the main stairs getting aggressive. Had an altercation on the main stairs chain position outside, but both escape with full HP. Soul's getting that single wall to construction opened up with the EMP to follow along. EMP economy playing around with the mute here from Mowgli. All 3 EMPs have been spent. While in one way it's bad not to have more EMPs, it enables Astro now to be a free roaming gun on this map. He can take more risks now, become an entry player, because he is quite literally a walking gun. That's it. No more real utility. That enables Cameraman to take the supportive work and enable himself as a Ying for when the execute is ready. That's stage 3 of the round. Right now, we're still figuring out exactly how to approach this. Aggressive swing from Wolves. It gets... Oh, it works out. I was afraid it was going to get punished for a second, but Mowgli finds the kill to Cyber instead. It's 5v4. Candelas are coming out. Any second now, Cyber. Or Cameraman, sorry.
Shinka's just watching this hatch. Cameraman looking left and right. Ideally getting some information. Shinka still very patient. Down goes Souls. Wolves starting off quite well here on defense. That's your Hard Breacher gone as well. Has Jacuzzi been opened up? That is the question that needs to be answered.
Yes.
Yes, it has. There's still secondary Hard Breach as well in the hands of Cameraman, so you've got some insurance.
The patience from Cameraman, he still has that Candela in his hand. Here we go.
And there go Candelas. Dropping on in, slaughtered by Bibu. Wolves answering this perfectly. FaZe not able to get a single thing done. It's followed up on by Astro. That is really, really rough. Bullets last one left. Flawless round for Wolves.
I would like to believe that this is what happens when a structured playstyle team meets a very arguably overly aggressive team. Because you're trying to do the steps 1, 2, 3. Get Jacuzzi Breach, start droning, play it passive. Mowgli Pichu, gets 1 kill. Then second guy drops on gym window, has a passive angle. Mowgli swings again, shotgun, dead, 2 kills. Gets the third before that happened as well. It's just like you're trying as FaZe to play this really logical, sensible, you know, step-by-step play, and then Wolves just says no every single time. We saw it. Cameraman on the office hatch was ready to execute for a full minute straight, but in the midst of all of him being ready, other people are just falling apart. They had to replace those positions every single time, and they never got a stable foothold to go for it. And then when Cameraman was finally able to go, he drops, he immediately dies because his position wasn't covered because of that rotation. So Wolves, they're up 2-0. They had a slow start against Mirage, but they have a great start against FaZe. Double fist pumps going out as well.
By the way, this is a technical pause, not a tactical timeout. So, okay.
So, okay.
Okay, Lilu. Liloon.
Liloon?
Liloon. Some technical issues have befallen these teams. We're not sure what, but this is not a proper timeout, so the coaches are not able to speak with them.
That is correct. Wolves, they went the basement into gym. Obviously won both. They arguably found opening kill on both, a trade in that first round at least. Third bomb side rotation, I am going to assume it's going to be a bar, just given the fact that Bandit makes, I would say, no sense to go CCTV at all in this matchup, because that is like the operator that you would need unless you got a different kind of pocket strat available to you. But Mirror's also banned. That kind of removes some of the pocket strats that are available. You can play the Mirrors in Lounge or the Castle Barricade, extend below. All those options are gone with those 2 operator bans. FaZe Clan might just need to get more aggressive and play more explosive. I think they had a good kind of handle on it in that opening round. They traded 1-for-1. They were all there to follow up. In the second round on gym, it's just isolated members just dying alone. No real follow-up. Nothing really happening. It's 5 members on each of their own positions. I think they got to get more together and fight Wolves, because if Mogli's going to swing you, have 2 guns stare him down, trade 1-for-1 at worst, because right now he's just winning every single 1 versus 1. It's a 50-50. But for players like Mowgli, it's not really a 50-50 because he wins them 75% of the time. That's how he plays.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Bar it is.
Bar indeed it is. You called it correctly.
I mean, it's too logical, right? Because it's like, the Bandit's gone, CCTV is gonna fall. There's just no way to hold it. It really like lives and dies off the Bandit. Maybe if that's your span, you can excuse it with a kite or a mute and make things work. Maybe if Mirror's open, you can like impact trick through the mirror window. But with both of those operators banned, being Mirror and Bandit, there's just no way that's a sensible choice. Attacker Repix coming out from FaZe. They're responding to this bar bomb set being showcased. Nothing too drastic, just a different lineup of different kinds of utility pieces, whereas Wolves are bringing kind of everything. Information, plant denies, can see through smoke, keep it barriers, C4. They are preparing for any sort of outcome with this lineup.
And Twitch drone will clear out some of this utility inside of the bomb site. Oh,
hunting time.
Absolutely is.
But this is the thing, when you got a Twitch drone, there's nobody on the site itself, you can just take whatever you want, then leave your drone in the middle of the site for information later on. It's great value from Astro. Astro also arguably the Twitch player in the world of Rainbow Six Siege. Always played this operator since year one.
You just saw that Shinka lost at least one yokai, right? So I'm curious as to how many more they might have lost out on. Because an Echo without a yokai, and especially losing those yokais early, it's absolutely debilitating. Shinka also has the Supernova, doesn't have access to the MP5 suppressed, so that will be a close range Echo, I'm assuming played similarly to what we see out of Smokes.
A Baron 9 on long distance is not pretty. Look at Mowgli again, always getting aggressive. Spotted out.
Oh my. Baited in perfectly.
That looks too easy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Look at this. Nice angle from Rise, looking up above. I've yet to see Shinka go onto a yokai. That could just be me not seeing it, but...
I think you're right.
I'm curious here as to if there's still one in play. It shows he doesn't have one in his pocket, but FaZe just taking their time, dotting their I's, crossing their T's.
I mean, they thought they had that easy walk on in, but the angle from above shut them down. Shin gets the Baron 9 kill onto Cameraman, and now FaZe, they gotta find something to work out here because nothing's really going their way.
Shinka in that same spot up on the top of the stairs that we've seen before. Astro's in planting, by the way. Rise knows that, but it doesn't look like he had a good read on it. Oh, Bibu drops. Rise had shot the foot. Souls refrags heading onto the stage. Bullet far away. Through the hatch, down goes P4. FaZe have evened the numbers out. There's still time left to get that diffuser and have the Brazilian squad accomplish the objective. Again, we have to ask the question, what utility in terms of cams are available? I don't think there's any yokais left. That means that it's just up to the black eye cams, which they've spotted and now are gone. Shinka over towards the hatch. Rise not too far off. And Rise can see from above, Souls taking an awful beating there, only 15 seconds left. FaZe will need to figure out a way to get this plant down. And Souls will do it by the hatch. Bullet absolutely must cover. He does a good enough job of it. Shinka takes out Bullet though. Souls with the diffuser has but a second to get on it. And now Shinka can run up and end it in its tracks. Wolves sprinting to the finish line. They're up 3-0.
And again, it's Shinka, last alive as always, to play down the clock as they have done so many times before. And I mean, I'm not like confused necessarily, but FaZe tried to plant in the same spot in like 3 or 4 different locations, none of which worked, and they never took master bedroom control. There was never a guy on the master bedroom window. That wasn't how they approached the round, so it is confusing to me that they chose to keep trying to force it, especially once they figured out there was a warden on the board, because those smoke grenades are not gonna grant you any cover. Either you gotta get above and disrupt the verticality, or you gotta find a different position to plant, like they did towards the end below the hatch. But then Shinka, he was there for the trade because Wolves, they communicated 3, 2, 1. You swing the hatch, I'm gonna swing pool table. One of us is gonna get a kill, other person plays the 1v1 with 4 seconds left. And that's exactly what they did. And that's why it worked out so well for them, because they worked together. Whereas FaZe Clan, one member has to just hold F on his keyboard and plant, while the other member just has to fight 2 people at once. That's never gonna work in your favor. Especially not at this level of play. And Wolves right now, they're really showing up strategically and dynamically, something that they were not really able to do against Mirage earlier today. It looks like they've had a good hard talk together with their coaching staff and really thought through the problems of the past.
Outside, Souls on Ying. This is going to be an annoying lineup to deal with. First Logic Bomb from the Dokkaebi of Cameraman will go off. Candelas and Logic Bombs to deal with for the defenders. Not a great spot to be in. Nobody likes doing that. Raise your hands if you've played Rainbow Six Siege and had to deal with both a Ying and a Dokkaebi, and frankly just not had a very good time.
I mean, add Jackal to the mix as well, right? It's like you get Jackal, Tracked, and Lions, and it's like, do you move or do you stand still? Like, what's worse? Either way, you probably die in the end.
I believe you just stand still.
Yeah, just stand still, right?
That's what they say, right?
Yeah. Suppose that's true.
You called out FaZe's lack of a Thatcher and EMPs before. No pocket EMPs on this lineup from FaZe either. Meaning that if there's a Kaid in play, which there is, those Electro Claws can be very, very powerful on some of the hatches that are harder to get at. FaZe triumphant in their entry. Bounce back from Wolves as they pick up 2. Candelas go in, Souls from Dirt Tunnel, but another Kiba goes up right as he melees it. Bullet in, capitalizing off of a potentially blind P4. Rise takes out Cameraman, and Mowgli, standing inside of Church, has to deal with these last 2 players, allowing Rise to get back to the bomb site. Souls on the plant, but he aborts it. Not going to be able to pull it off. Bullet has the bead on Rise, and there you go. Souls getting the plant down. Mowgli will need to stop it in its tracks. Can he do it? Doesn't look likely. A blind fire through. FaZe get their very first round. It's still 3-1 in favor of Wolves, but at least FaZe is on the board.
And that's exactly what I want to see from FaZe. A change of pace to play more aggressive, because they can still thrive in these aggressive, explosive situations. Like I explained earlier, they can play both styles. It's a matter of choosing which one they think works the best. There's a fast blue and dirt attack. It was a good follow-up. They didn't even get to really utilize the Incantelas whatsoever.
Guess what, guys? It's happening. We're back. We're actually going to do it. We're actually going to play Direwolves versus Mirage. I hope you enjoyed that little sneak peek of what's going on the A stream with Wolves and FaZe, the 2 would-be kings of this group. But now we're looking at the Jacks and seeing whether they might be able to lift themselves up and start a coup d'etat to make for those playoff spots. What do you reckon? That was all right, wasn't it?
Oh, that wasn't bad from you. I like that one.
Yeah, I've been, sitting here writing all these lines.
Considering that you almost just choked on a piece of licorice, that's not bad from you.
The audience doesn't need to know that I was desperately trying to swallow a piece of licorice in time for us to come back. Why would you expose me like that?
I gotta do it too.
Well, I'm glad you've got a box now at least,
yeah,
so I don't have to...
Listen, I'm nice and tall now, all right? I might be short, but I've got tall person energy.
Well, fortunately for you guys, you don't have to look at our ugly mugs anymore. We're getting into the game. It's Direwolves and Mirage. And of course, we're playing here on everybody's favorite theme park. Let's see what rides they've got in store for us.
Exciting, exciting. Here we go. Down to Armory and Throne Room. Of course, even though rehost has happened, they have to pick the same site and bring the same lineup. So as long as they do these things, and the admins do not have a fit at them, we will be in the game.
It looks all correct to me.
It looks all correct to you, Mr. Admin, Dev Mod James.
I'm not an admin. Please do not defer to my judgment. I will not take responsibility. Yeah, so what do we got? We've got the Frost. Down in Throne Armory, we've got the Frost. The Valkyrie is a good one. I like to see Valkyrie in. That Warden ban is an unusual one. Perhaps they were looking to ban Valkyrie and they accidentally went for the other operator that has an MPX. There's a cat, by the way. That was a joke. You're not laughing right now. Why aren't you laughing?
Mirage are looking to do this extended roam through the entire map, essentially. You've got your Frost setting up their things inside of Drug. There you go. That's the one Frost map with a line of sight as well. On top of that, they've actually opened up the hatch that goes into that split, going into the bomb site 2 and the top floor. And so they're looking to hold on to that top floor for as long as possible and fall off back into the site later. So very extensive from Mirage, very ambitious kind of hold. And we can see all 5 players segmenting themselves in one part of the map each.
Yeah, I quite like that. This is a very mobile kind of operator lineup on the defense, isn't it? Especially when you got that Valk to help out. This looks like Reaps is just going to yeet into that bathroom window once it's droned clear by his teammates. One thing I personally love, I love playing Valk on this map, and I love doing pre-placed C4s, but funnily enough, Valkyrie's actually not brought C4, she's brought Impact. So I've got to assume that she's playing on site and she's going to Impact trick the walls.
Well, Impact tricking the walls is going to be a very, very late stage of the round if it does happen. The roam clear has started to announce for the Direwolves, and they're going to be met by Kento just inside of that hall. And he's going to be taken down by Reeds, who's good for 2 instead. The onslaught of the Direwolves continues to go through, but not before Melted claws one back.
But this is what we expected from Reeps and his debut on the international stage. This Chinaman has been so hyped up. He was a ranked demon, one of the original #1 champs in the world. And now he's made his way onto the international stage, into the comp scene. He's tearing it up. He had a bit of a slow game against FaZe, but he's woken up here against Mirage. However, ED went down, and that's your hard breach.
Yeah, that's not good signs, but really, how much hard breach do they realistically need on this bomb site? If they can get this vertical off from Pika, the other 2 players of Mirage, I believe, are still off-site. I could be completely wrong, and Pietro will tell me that I'm wrong, perhaps. And yeah, I think
so
it's, okay, so it's only Mohesi on the site.
Oh, yeah, Melted's off.
Okay.
No, so we do have Frost is prone in Furnace, I think.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
So if they do want to go for a site execute, it's really just going to be a 4-on-2, right? At the point that they flood, and they've got only 1 roamer to deal with. And if they identify just how empty the site is, even without getting the walls open, it's still doable without the hard breach.
Is Benji actually just playing the hiding game? Is he trying to bait Dial into thinking Furnace is clear? Well, a nade just found his way right to his feet, and somehow he didn't take damage from it. He's still hiding in that corner. The drop comes through, and oh no! They don't know! But it doesn't matter because they turn on him! Benji, how did it all go wrong? Melted has got to have an impact here, but perfect play from Pika. Mohesi now in the 1v2. Could clutch this, and he might just do that. Jackie Woo's down on the ground. Pika has to commit to this. Is he going to be able to see him? Oh, Mohesi gets off. And that is round 1 going to Direwolves.
Nice push from the Direwolves. Like I said earlier, even though ED went down, the fact that they had gotten so far in the man advantage from that roam clear meant that they could just flood the site. Even though there was only 2 of them on the site, it was a 2-on-4, and they all committed to that idea, except for the 1 player that held the hatch for that post plant that Jackie Wu went for, right next to that split hatch. I think that was really well played from the Direwolves to be decisive on that decision. They all went for it together, and there was redundancy in that entry when it came through. That was exactly the win condition of that attack, and they went for it.
I love that. Good round, honestly. Credit to Mirage. They brought it back from a 3v4 into that eventual 1v1, largely due to some heroics there. But yeah, I actually, it's pretty disgusting, but I do like that attempt from Benji. Very cheeky, just a prone in Furnace. And I think Direwolves need to be extra careful because they got off scot-free pretty much. I don't think the Frost found a kill at all. And if he had, that may well have been Mirage's round.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Mirage are going to take us over to this Bunks site instead. Playing this hold around the cafe area, the Iruni gate will aid the control just outside of that cafe door. Meanwhile, both walls inside of Cash have been reinforced off as well. This hallway getting opened. I suppose what that means is that that waiting area is more of a power position rather than the office or initiation itself. We'll see how Direwolves deal with it.
I know this may seem small, but it's interesting to me to see more Legion play. I feel like we barely see any Legion these days, and that's 2 for 2 in rounds right now. I wonder whether it's... I mean, well, in the absence of Nook, you don't need to rely on traps to try and look for these lurkers. You could use the cameras, which we've actually foregone this round. No more Valkyrie for Mohesi.
Well, I think Legion is a bit of a necessary evil when you're playing against Direwolves, especially when you have Reaps picking Amaru and running around. I mean, sorry, not Reaps, it's Souffle picking Amaru and running around.
It was Reaps
and
last
you've also
round.
got
Sharing the love.
Of course, of course. And then you've also got the rest of the Direwolves making some pretty unconventional entries. It looks like they're going to go for a... Ooh, okay, anyway. It looks like they're going to go for a bottom-up, more direct take onto the bomb site. ED is going to get this pressure down from below, starting to burn that utility. And that's on that cache... That's on that cafe double just upstairs. But Melted, in fact, is able to take the engagement, that one-on-one through the vertical and take him down.
It's actually really ambitious. I've never seen anyone do that vertical line, let alone contest it from the other way. But this nade could be big. That must have been caught out by a magnet, though. And in fact, Melted is still able to keep his shield alive. Direwolves desperately need to clear out this position because it is so powerful.
There's also a second magnet, I believe, right next to where Melted is currently sitting. There we go, he's just turned to him. And so if they want to chuck that second grenade in, maybe that takes it down with it. Oh, it actually does. There you go. The magnet was just slightly too close to that shield, and Melted Shield is now being taken down. They do have cafe control if they wish to make that entry, but first of all, they have to worry about the player on the arcade stairs, and that was Kento that was just taken down by Reaps.
Well, there you go. You said it and it happened. Reaps is once again on a tear. On the Yana this round, a great gun. Back with the 1.5 again. G36 players unite and rejoice at that change.
So Direwolves have actually decided to flip their push entirely. They're no longer going for that cafe, more direct take, and they're going to look for that map sweep. And that's where that Legion Mine really comes into play. Reaps, he just stepped into one coming up the Dragon Stairs, and now we see all of Mirage starting to train their sights on the other side of the map.
Ah, but Souffle's nailed Benji. He's now going to have to sit on those bulletproof cameras with Kento. Direwolves are kind of everywhere all at once. So here comes Reaps round in the corner. Dexter's gone down. Reaps goes deep. Is he going to be able to flatten the player? Top white. What a shot from Smoke. SMG 11, and it doesn't matter now. Melted steps up as well. He's the clutch player, but he's been taken down. All on Mahesi, but Pika to find the double with the F2. And Direwolves are 2 rounds on the trot on the attacking side of Theme Park.
Really nice pivot from the side of Direwolves. Once they realized that funnel coming up the arcade stairs and through cafe was a little dicey, it was pretty hard to work. They decided, okay, since we've been given this entire bottom floor control for free, let's just walk it up Dragon Stairs, make it a more multifaceted, like two-way pinch type push. And as a result, it forced Mirage to divide their attention. They were caught out in the gunfights. Reaps super good on that entry, coming in through initiation, eventually cleaned up by Pika on the double.
This is quite a different Direwolves to what we saw this morning with FaZe, isn't it? FaZe were manhandling Direwolves. They really struggled to get their feet into the building on Skyscraper. They struggled to find their confidence. And while I had theorized earlier, it feels like a long time ago when we were doing the pre-show for this game, Direwolves start on that attacking side. In theory, that's less favored. In theory, you have more comfort on your defense, and yet they have not held back. They've looked very organized, very prepared to play Theme Park, a map that they do not regularly play. So they've clearly scrimmed it, they're clearly confident in it, and they're taking that confidence into their gunfights, into their team play. They're not hesitating, and they've really put Mirage on the back foot early when Mirage would expect to be on the favored side.
This is a pretty chaotic game of Theme Park to follow as well. None of these pushes from the Direwolves have been linear at all. And typically, when you think of Theme Park, you think of a linear map. That's sort of the nature of the architecture. But the way that Mirage are extending themselves across the map, being ambitious with their roam, has enabled Direwolves to find an in on the entry, just find a way to slip into the building. And it's been pretty chaotic. It's been very hard to follow, and it's not the usual Theme Park that you see every day.
Mirage need to make sure they can get their heads back into the game. It's not been an easy start for them. It's been quite a long time coming to get into this game, and no doubt, especially for a team like Mirage that's not quite used to playing at this international stage. This is their debut. Direwolves might not be used to it, but they have at least done it once before in Charlotte. I feel like that is going to disproportionately affect these less experienced teams like Mirage. The fact that you're playing this waiting game, you're dealing with these issues, it just zaps you out of the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have to agree with you on that, especially for Mirage, where this is their first ever event on LAN, or I suppose aside from NAL, like a big major event.
I think it's quite a different vibe. Obviously, I've never been to the Vegas studio. I would love to one day go and see what an NAL play day is like at the studio, but I've got to say, it's no doubt going to be quite a different vibe to hear. And you said this before, like they've traveled halfway across the world.
Exactly, yeah. And having to deal with the travel and the jet lag and just making sure that everyone's healthy. I've been chatting to some of the players as they walk around the venue, and a lot of them I've asked them, okay, how are you going, that kind of thing. A lot of them are saying, yeah, some of our players are getting sick, it's really cold. Yeah. And so I think for all these teams, it's not only the hurdle of playing some good Rainbow Six against the best teams in the world, but also just trying to stay healthy and make sure things are okay. We've got the hand warmers, of course, that's just in the shot at the moment. Very, very rare and important commodity here inside of the studio here inside of Stockholm.
Because you mentioned the travel, I just thought, wouldn't it be fun to compare the weather right now in Las Vegas versus the weather in Stockholm? So today, on Monday, the maximum was 0 degrees. And it is snowing. I can confirm that. It is bloody cold outside. In Las Vegas, well, right now it's cold, but that's because it's very early. But the maximum temperature today in Las Vegas is 17 degrees and sunny with a bit of clouds. That's by the way, I know we're casting an American team. That's Celsius, by the way. Celsius. I don't believe in Fahrenheit. I'm sorry.
We're Australians.
I'm gonna get a lot of NA haters for that. I apologize. I feel like I'm gonna need to convert this to Fahrenheit now, but I honestly wouldn't even know where to begin.
As an engineer, or actually as an aerospace engineer, Kelvin is the superior.
Okay.
The superior metric.
Can you guess what temperature it is in Kelvin right now?
Well, to add 273.
Is that how you do it? You convert Celsius to Kelvin?
Yeah.
So it's 270. So if it's 0 degrees in Stockholm right now, it's 276 degrees Kelvin. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Why are you looking at me with a complete lack of confidence in your eyes?
Because we're doing math on the broadcast and we suck at doing math.
It's 0 plus 276.
No, 273.
Oh, well.
I believe. Could be completely wrong. That's very possible.
All right.
I'm an engineer, not an astronomer.
You will be marked for this afterwards, so be warned. This is the octopus. Is it an octopus or is it a squid? It's what I would love to know.
I think this is an octopus.
Does it have 8
Surely
legs?
that looks like
It's got to have 8
legs.
legs. It's got to have 8 legs if it's an octopus, by definition.
I reckon that's definitely 8 legs, I reckon.
Yeah, yeah.
Those legs are not very big and it's got quite a large diameter, you know?
Yeah.
That's an octopus.
Here's Reaps. Here we go. So, like I was saying before, you don't often get to see him. He looks like a very cool guy, don't you think? I feel like he could easily play like a Bond villain.
Yeah, for sure.
I
I get those vibes. I get those vibes too.
Or like a child prodigy, like owns a $1 billion tech company, has a villain arc kind of thing. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I feel those vibes. Mirage is just chilling, having a good time.
I've got a fun fact about Mirage. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah, give me a fun fact about Mirage.
So Mirage's manager, DNA, is the oldest of any support players or staff at this event, at 45 years old.
Wow, did you really have to out him like that? That's mean.
I mean, it's public information. Sorry, DNA, if that was private, but I found on Wikipedia, so you can blame Wikipedia for that one.
Oh no, you've really gone and done him in like that. Oh.
I mean, be proud of your age. With age comes wisdom. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Being the oldest player, the wisest player. Can you guess who the second oldest is? Did you just see my screen?
No, I didn't. I didn't see your
Can you
screen.
guess?
I have absolutely no idea. Player or support staff?
Support staff.
Oh, support staff, no idea.
All right, go player. Can you guess who the oldest player at this event is?
Rise? No.
That's close. I think he's second. Don't look at my screen for a second.
No.
He is second. Rise is second.
Yeah. Who is the oldest player? Not cameraman. Cameraman's 3.
That's correct. So who is number 1? The oldest player at the Jönköping Major. You can't get it, can you?
Stumped.
Do you want me to give you a clue?
I can't believe it.
Do you want me to give you a clue?
No.
No, you don't want a clue.
No, I've got to know this.
All right, you got to talk me through your process then.
Well, I thought maybe it's Julio, just for the sake of
that's a good
his
guess.
experience.
It's not, but that is a good guess.
But it's definitely not. And I have absolutely no idea who it is.
Do you want me to tell you?
Who is it?
It's Envy Taylor from Sandbox.
Of course. I'm an
Do you want me to out his age on stream? He is 30 years old. In fact, he is 10 days older than Rise.
Wow. So I was close.
Yeah, you were. But you know, close but no cigar. Close is still incorrect, as you would know, being an engineer. If you get the maths wrong, your plane is going to fall out of the sky. Doesn't matter if you're close, you're still going to fail.
This is a disaster.
You don't get points for close, Mandy.
No, unfortunately not.
All right, do you want to do youngest now? I'm right into this.
Youngest?
Yeah, I made a whole trivia section of my spreadsheet for exactly this moment.
Is the youngest not Reaps?
Let me check. So the thing is, I will, disclaimer, there are some players whose ages I do not have.
Okay.
However, I do have Reaps' age, and he is not the youngest.
Wow, okay. And it's not Mowgli. I thought it was Mowgli for a bit, but I think Mowgli is not the youngest.
I'll check if I have Mowgli's
Reaps
age.
is younger than Mowgli. That's what I know. Mowgli is 19, I believe.
Where did I put age? Here we go. No, Mowgli's not that old. He's in his 20s. He's 20.
Oh.
Sorry, not that young, I should say.
Who is the youngest player?
I'll give you a clue. He's an APAC player.
No way.
Yep, the youngest
Good
player.
boy.
Yes.
It's good boy.
And my next clue is it was the same youngest player at Berlin.
Of course.
1 day older than Spoit. Oh, sorry, 1 day younger than Spoit, rather.
Yes, of course.
The youngest player of the tournament, good boy, which also leads to another fun trivia point.
Here we go.
The oldest player at this major and the youngest player at this major play on the same team, Sandbox Gaming.
Yes, of course.
Isn't that
Mary
funny?
Taylor does.
I think that's you'd probably be hard pressed to find a modern Rainbow Six event that Sandbox have attended where they don't have the oldest and youngest player, because it was the same in Berlin as well.
Yes, of course. I mean, I think Wolves come close, right? Because they've got one of the oldest players and one of the younger players. They've got quite a big age gap between them.
Yeah, I mean, 10 years between Mowgli and Rise is pretty big.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's still not as big as 12 years between Good Boy and Envy Taylor.
12 years is a lot of time.
Yeah. Funnily enough, the second youngest player at this tournament is actually on Mirage, and it's Dexter.
Oh.
19 years of age.
There you have it.
Yeah. I do get a bit scared when I see that like people who are 2004 and 2003 babies are like 18, 19 now. That makes me feel old. And I'm not old.
That makes me feel scared. Both of us are not very old.
No.
Yeah.
I am older than you, though,
Yes.
which is pretty obvious in just the way we conduct ourselves, don't you think?
We're back in the game!
We're in the game!
We're back in the game!
I don't believe it! I see it, but I don't believe it. Theme Park. I'm going to let you in on a little secret, Mandy. I know Theme Park gets a lot of hate, but I actually love this map. I'm going to cop some hate for this, but this is one of my favorite maps to play. Disclaimer, when you are in a 5-stack and have a coordinated team. This map is hell to play when you're a solo on attack, but when you have a coordinated theme park attack, or like I love playing like a roam with Mute or Mozzie, nothing beats that feeling.
You know what, Dev? I don't think anyone cares about your ranked experience. Theme Park is still Theme Park.
I've had people tell me that before explicitly. Dev, can you please stop talking about your ranked games?
I reckon that's a hot take. Your ranked takes. Anyway, we're back on Theme Park. We're going down to the basement. I'm not the basement, the ground floor bomb site, Armory and Throne Room. Once again, Mirage looking for this extended roam, trying to take total map control, not only in this drug and storage side area, but also in the top floor. Last time, the Direwolves were able to cut down the roam really quickly. There was a super explosive entry that came from the side of Reaps and dueled with Souffle there on the Amaru. Let's see if they can repeat the form again.
I can't believe that ED is playing with his hood on as well. Can't imagine that would be very comfortable. But Reaps with a nade might make it a bit uncomfortable for Mirage playing around Cash. It's Kento. He was taken out by Reaps previously with that Amaru. No Amaru this time though, as Kento starts to fall back.
Starting to play a little bit more passively. Last time, like you said, they were caught out, so they don't want to repeat those mistakes again. Already starting to bunker down on the side as well. Mahesi rotating some of those Bandit charges to protect the walls. ED, once again, not taken down early, so if he wants to use that hard breach, there's still a minute and 45 seconds left to deal with it. What is the Direwolves going to do, though? Are they going to look for that full top floor clear, or are they just going to consolidate their hard breach into barrels, into maintenance, that type of thing?
Oh, well, still in this 5v5, it's quite a distinction between the previous time Direwolves attacked this when they had those 2 early picks and lost their hard breach right at the start of the round. It means we might actually see a bit of hard breach attempted. However, there's impacts and bandit batteries that will make it a little bit more difficult for ED to get that off.
Mirage having a little bit more success there on denying this time for Direwolves with that roam. There is a player inside of the drug lab as well. That's Reeves playing the cutoff on that player, and the rest of the Direwolves now starting to go through that problem-solving phase. How are they going to execute onto the bomb site? Are they going to go and try for that lateral control, or are they going to go and open up one of the walls? Now, they only have Selmas, and there's only one more.
I mean, they've got the tin can openers from Bach, but I would have thought they would use that on the hatch, but I guess ED decided he just needed to get that open as fast as possible. I'm scared here, Mandy, for Direwolves. They had such a strong start, but they've done so little this round.
I would have to agree with you. There's only 30 seconds left, and there's really no main breach that has gone down. Only the hatch is open to them, and they haven't cleared out any of the anchors so far.
Neither have they cleared out Drug as well, so they're also susceptible to a flank. They really need to get a move on. 25 seconds, no picks through the vert, no walls open, and here comes the Candelas. They're gonna have to use the Ying to its fullest potential. Flash in the corner of Furnace, melted, taken down, Souffle for a double! You can't stop him! ED now forcing this plant down, but Kento is traded back. Can't get that plant off now. He fakes it. And Mohesi is running up. He is able to deny the plant, leaving it all up to Pika. And he is not able to get it done.
Really unfortunate in that execute from the Direwolves. The explosion that came through from Souffle getting that double down. ED, once he started that plant, he got off it in fear that the cover didn't come through. And as a result, the re-attempt that he tried to do, there was just simply not enough time to get that done. By then, a Mirage player had snuck through the cracks. I believe that was Mohesi looking for the retake. And unfortunately, that late round just doesn't work out in their favor. Mirage able to claw that one back on time.
Yeah, it really feels like there was a lot missing from Direwolves there. The eventual Ying push was so good. I loved that. But yeah, like you said, little mistakes do cost rounds. And Mirage now, after that extended technical break, they've finally broken through. They've got their first round. They've got that under their belt, a bit of confidence to go along with it, a bit of self-assurance that they can step up as they go over. I believe we're back to bunk daycare. This didn't work out so well for them last time. If you are joining us now from the A stream, welcome. We've just started this game. It's the same group as the match you've been watching with Wolves and FaZe. It's Direwolves and Mirage. Neither team have a win just yet. Both of them looking to break through to put them back in the game for a playoff spot.
Mirage taking us over to this Bunk's side. Looking like a pretty conservative setup from them, nothing too fancy and nothing too ambitious like we saw in the previous round. And the Direwolves have actually decided to bring along the Monty with them. They're not bringing the hard breach on ED anymore. The hard breach has gone to Pika instead. Shuffled the roles a little bit, and they're going to try and use this Monty to make this entryway through the cache side of the map.
I like the idea. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe. We don't often see this from Jackie Wood. I don't really remember a lot of multiplayer in APAC South.
Reap's going to be the first point of contest into the building. The first one he's going to have to take this fight onto is that player in the top of the office rotate, which has just been reinforced off, in fact. He does take some damage through a long line of sight from inside of Bunk, and the rest of Mirage are starting to feel keyed into this cache-sided push. Now, the hard part for Direwolves here is that a lot of the walls are closed, right? Nice drone hole kill, though. Reaps, he was taken very low from that early engagement, but this is exactly the problem, right? The bandits are going to go on the wall, and this anti-hard breach is very, very hard to deal with. You've really got to lob a nade through it exactly the right angle through this doorway, through the double door, in order to clear it. And they've just lost their set of nades in Reaps. Of course, there's baby EMPs, true. That's another thing that they can use to deal with it.
Doesn't stop the bandit trick though, does it? And we've just seen the final bit of hard breach used up in Pika's Selma. Means that Direwolves will not be breaching this dorm's wall. But Monty's now taking control of the top of Yellow Stairs, and we can see Mirage begin to pull back onto Arcade.
Direwolves are making their territory their own, starting to make their way in through this cache side. They haven't elected to open up the initiation side of the map, so they've really got to consolidate all their plays around cache. Once again, explosive execute here from Souffle.
Not just yet, they will have to move. They do jump in now, and wow, this has not gone well at all. It's just Pika left. Gonna have to clutch this 1v3. There's a lot of time to work with though. 1v3 becomes 1v2 with Melted being the clutch king, the most clutch player in all of NAL. Pika's gonna have to take him down, and Mohesi sees the player, can take down Melted. Now it's up to Mohesi, and it's just a 1v1. Guess what? Pika's got sight to himself. He hasn't taken out that arcade cam, I do believe, as of yet, which gives Mohesi a bit of an advantage in this situation. No C4, Pika goes for the bait. Watching the position, but Mohesi baits him out as well. He's got to decide now. He's going to go for the drop. He is, but Mohesi reads him like a book. And that means the scoreline's been evened up.
Bro, Rob, that was so awkward, bro.
Yeah, I felt like the Direwolves there, they got a little, I suppose, I'm not going to say lazy. That's not the word that I'm looking for. But I think they got a bit ambitious with how little room they were trying to take through that top floor. They had the EMPs, they had the grenades, and if they wanted to, they could make a breach on the initiation wall as well as getting a breach on that top Yellow Stairs wall. I think what that did was that just gave way too much real estate on the site for Mirage to keep playing around in that area, and only taking that cafe side of the map made it quite hard for them to get into the bomb site. Eventually, one-on-one situation could have gone either way. But I think in general, Mirage had a much better grip on both of those bomb sites in that final execute.
What do you think about this site then, Mandy? Lab and storage. It took a little bit of time for teams to warm up to this site. I think it was just upon instinct, the least preferred site. But once teams started to realize the way that they can play the map a little bit more and play a bit more aggressively, lean into that roam game, it started to develop a little bit more favor.
Well, I think this is very characteristic of Mirage, if anything. Mirage have already shown us, even on that first ground floor bomb site, that Armory throne room bomb site, that they like to go for these ambitious roams. And they like to play this more fluid playstyle where they're making full map rotations and helping each other out in that way. And so I think this is the perfect bomb site for their game philosophy going to Theme Park.
I'm going to keep my eye on Reaps in the entry later on because he's been such a dangerous entry player, but he's also died first in the previous round. And when Reaps goes down early, you lose not only the util that he's got, the information gathering of the Geminis and the nades, but most importantly, you lose Reaps, the player that has given Direwolves a breath of fresh life into Stage 3 and helped them return to the international stage.
Direwolves once again choosing to bring along this Monty to aid this early game, making that roam clear hopefully a little bit quicker, because indeed the roam from Mirage is very, very extensive. There's a lot for the Direwolves if they want to break this map down and get full control.
Yeah, I do love this pulse pick. Monty's got to be extra careful. Mahesi could well get a vert kill here. At the moment, not walking on soft floor, but he's just a couple of steps away from it. Looks like he is running the tin can openers as Jackie Wu, so he can actually get a breach on that top yellow wall. But there's so much more ground still to be taken for Direwolves, isn't there?
Yeah, and that's exactly the beauty of the strat that Mirage has brought. It's going to be very tough for Direwolves to choose just exactly what part of the map they want to deal with. Their utility divided, their resources divided, and in the chaos is where Mirage thrive. 2 picks up now onto Direwolves.
And guess what? It is Reaps who went down first as well, so unfortunately, he could not deliver this round. Thankfully for Mirage, it's very clear that they have got themselves in the game. Wow, big risk from Jackie Wu to ADS in that gunfight, but Souffle does manage to get the cutoff, so Dexter does not escape with his life.
And now this is the second part of the push that the Direwolves got to. They've got this top floor control, but now they need to translate it down to the ground floor. And not only that, through the vertical though, Kento, goodness gracious me, that is not good on the side of the Direwolves. You do not want to be losing the man count when there is so much more room to take, when there are so many more areas that they need to claim before they can even hit the bomb site.
It's a real rough one, isn't it, for ED? Great shot though from Kento, nailed him through the floor. Jackie Wu's going to have to show that even on the Monty, he can deliver. Souffle as well. He's already found the only pick so far as he throws out a Candela and then just gets wall-banged by Kento. Jackie Wu versus the world, and it's not going to last very long at all.
Kento with a 3K in his position, first of all contesting the vertical and then cleaning up the final 2 picks. Really fantastic work from Mirage, capitalizing on just how little time the Direwolves had and the indecisiveness of that team as they came through the mid-round, right? That roam was very extensive from Mirage. There's a lot of effort and resources that went into clearing through that top floor. And what Mirage were able to do was, when Direwolves are going through that problem-solving phase through the mid-round, figuring out what to do next is exactly how you thrive in the chaos, is exactly when Kento is able to take that crazy fight. When they drop the hatch in desperation because they don't have enough players is when Kento finds his other 2 picks. It's just a wonderful strat from Mirage, and I think Direwolves played straight into their hands.
Yeah, 100%. And with that full circle of 3 different defense bomb site wins, Mirage have, well, they have 2 choices. They either go to Throne Armory, which is what I expect, or they go and try a bomb site we haven't seen yet, Initiation Office. And so that's what Direwolves going to be talking about right now. Not necessarily dissecting too much what went wrong in the last 3 rounds, because you only have a minute in the tactical timeout. You can't get too confident with it. They just need to suss out what are the things that they're going to do right here, right now, to breathe back new life into this game. Because after that big technical rehost after 2-0, Direwolves have really struggled.
I think the thing is, taking your tactical timeout on round 6 can be quite dangerous in some ways, because whatever you talk about on one half of the map doesn't translate to the other half of the attack. So Direwolves are really putting those resources and time into claiming that 3-3 half. They believe that getting this attack is important to them, and that's something that's really curious to me.
I will say, potentially, I agree with you in theory that whatever they're talking about now in terms of strategy or gameplay doesn't translate into the second half. But what if it's mental? What if it's about, hey guys, you know, just chill out? Like, that does translate into the second half. And what's more, if Direwolves end up 3-3 on their attack and manage to break this momentum from Mirage, I feel like the mental is in a completely different field to if they lose 4 rounds in a row to Mirage and end up having to get 5 of their defenses to win this in regulation.
That's a really good point, and something that I suppose is very unique to this series with the amount of pauses that we've had, and keeping that momentum in this game is quite challenging. That's exactly why that tactical timeout is probably more important for that reason, if anything else. Direwolves now starting once again on this roam clear. Mirage once again looking to extend their way across the entire map, but this time Direwolves have got some extra tools to try and deal with that roam clear. They've got the logic bomb of Jackie Wu that will aid some of those entries in identifying exactly where those roamers are and timing those pushes perfectly.
Interesting that Direwolves decided to get off that Monty. They tried it twice and it didn't work to great effect either time. Going for that Dockerby instead. Man, this feels really slow to me. There's so much work to be done if you're Direwolves, right? You've only got the one hard breacher. You can count the buck if you like. But there's so much map to clear out, and only then are you going to be opening up the site and opening up the vert.
Well, the thing is, it's a really tough decision for the Direwolves to make. They have 2 choices here, right? There's a big roam. Do we clear it? Or do we just segment part of the map and only clear exactly what we need? And it seems like they're going to be going for this roam clear. Reaps has just made his way inside of Cafe, but is being taken down through the vertical of Melted. There's just so many things that the Direwolves have to worry about if they want to go for total map control.
Reaps has just been shut down. These last 3 rounds, he has been the first player to die in the server. Not what you want from the would-be star player of Direwolves. At least, fortunately for Souffle, he was able to find 1 kill back, took down Benji. Looks like we've got 2 players fall back to site. Is there one more thrown? I think there is one thrown as well. Yeah, there you go. So it's a 3-1 split at the moment, and that player in maintenance is barely far behind as well. The big thing here for Direwolves is they've actually got full drug control, so they don't have to worry about that flank late round.
Honestly, I think this is a great call from Mirage. There's only 43 seconds left. The vertical's only just starting to come out, and we know that Mirage, in fact, are quite good at contesting the vertical.
Yeah.
So why not you just bunker down on the site, wait for these to get opened, and wait for them to panic as they exit into the site with only 30 seconds left to go.
Direwolves, big yellow breach open now, but got to worry about that furnace tuck-in. We can see there's no one there right now, but that doesn't mean Direwolves can't be worried about it. Big pick from Souffle, traded back by Dexter. ED now looking to move his way in, but there's a player hiding in the smoke. Peak has got to have an impact. Jackie Wu likely to push in as well, and he does find that pick, but traded back. It's all on Jackie now, as Kenso and Dexter will hide and not give him an inch. They instead take the mile and 4 rounds on their defensive stretch.
Let's go.
Big fans of the way that Mirage are currently playing that defense. That was a really disciplined way to fall back to the site and just take their time and allow Direwolves to essentially just run into the site with only 30 seconds left. There's no way they could have got drones in that time, and Mirage fully capitalized on the successes of that early to mid round, and that was the beauty of the strategy that they were running. That total map control, backing themselves in to hold onto as much of the map as possible, and relying on the fact that Direwolves will take too much time to make the decision on what they want to do is such a wonderful way to play Theme Park, and I think it's really led into this 4-2 success for them.
Yeah, I really liked that defense. I got to say for Direwolves, one thing I was disappointed that we didn't see was 2 hard breaches. Yeah, we had the buck with the tin cans, which I don't believe he ever used. Maybe he did open the hatch that last round. But you just get your ace thermite combo. I'm a big fan of that. If you can open up either the just any of the maintenance or barrels walls in tandem with that yellow wall, you cut off all of those backside positions and you make it way harder for the defense to have a solid spot to play. But funnily enough, it seems like the meta at the moment is to go for that single hard breach, because Mirage are also following suit with only an ace.
Well, the thing is, for Direwolves, like I said again, you can only do one of two things, right? You either consolidate one part of the map and just push it. That's where your double hard reach idea would work really well. Or you invest your utility and your resources into roam clearing. And that was what Direwolves went for each time they tried to attack into Mirage. Mirage, once again, I think are employing something pretty similar with their lineup too. They're looking for that roam clear. They're also electing to bring along that Dokkaebi. And they want to take as much map control as possible. It is this top floor bomb site, so admittedly there is a bit less of the map to take, but there's still something that they need to contest, and that's Reaps, first of all, inside of Dragon.
Reaps, the guy who's been shut out of the last 3 rounds without any impact whatsoever, and now he's in the Hell in a Cell position that's arguably one of the most important on this site. Playing around Cash, he almost loses his head, my god.
ED as well is there to support Reaps in this power position of the Dragon Stairs. A Logic Bomb to come out from Benji. This is a pretty tough entry to make. There's really only one window and one doorway, and there's a lot of utility protecting it. There you go. Reaps is able to make that swing onto Dexter and take him down.
Gotta say, still negative in the opening exchanges, and he's taking quite a bit of damage from that one too. So Reaps really needs to step it up. He's not shown the Reaps that we expected at this tournament. Of course, he, like many of these Mirage players, are having his first debut at an international tournament. But for Direwolves, fortunately, they recompose here, make it a 5-on-3.
Benji's making his way in through the cafe side, but given away by the Wee Woo on top of the doorway. Wee Woo. Just looking to claw something back here. When you're in that man disadvantage, you need to try and see what you can find. Any pick, anything that you might be able to do to claw back some of that real estate. Because right now, there's not a lot of it for Mirage. It seems like Benji's going to double down here with Melted on this cafe side of the map instead and try and catch someone off guard here.
Yeah, Mirage haven't quite decided exactly where they're going to push yet. Melted's crouch walked over to this hatch to try and avoid any sound cue. Here comes Benji with a drone to try and clear out Arcade and Bunks and Daycare. Make sure that this side of the map is clear. Down comes Melted on the drop. That would have been a pretty audible cue to Direwolves. Very nice little sledgehammer, but there's a 100% chance that Reaps knows exactly where Melted is here. He might lose his life to a nade. Pin pull might have been heard. Benji does take down Pika, but not without a bit of damage done once again by Reaps, and he can also find the final one. He might have died first 3 rounds in a row, but then he manages to get a 3K and get Direwolves back in the game.
Well played from Reaps and ED on the side of that Dragon Stairs. The strategy they employed there worked out perfectly for them. They had that double ADS that was protecting Reaps in his power position, as well as the line of sight open so that Reaps could juggle the 2 angles of the door and the window. On top of that, you have ED supporting him, so in case that control hatch drop does come through, he's able to be protected by his teammate. In the end, Mirage, it was all down to those entries, right? And unfortunately, it just didn't work out in their favor. Reaps found the timing on the swing and eventually win the round off the back of the man count.
Well, only 1 round separating these teams now, Mandy. Mirage looking to try and continue their lead. If they could get this round, 5-3, it'd be a pretty substantial scoreline. They'd be just 1 round away from getting a point on the standings. They already have 1 point in the standings from their overtime loss to Wolves. I actually did ask production earlier, do you mind if we do a bit of a spoiler warning for the previous game in this group that was happening on the A stream?
Go ahead.
Just going to make sure I have the exact... Why is Wikipedia not... Oh, I'm looking at... No, Wikipedia's not updating. I'm confused. Why is Wikipedia not updating? Oh, well. So what production told me was that, spoiler alert, guys, Wolves managed to take down FaZe.
Wow.
Yeah. I was as surprised as you are, which is why I'm trying to double check it on Wikipedia, which seemingly hasn't updated yet.
That is a very exciting result. All of y'all, go back and watch that one when you've got some time. But for now, we're getting stuck into it in the theme park. The round count is getting much tighter.
Sorry, is the 5-4? So I think the game is still going.
There you go. The game is still
I'm confused. Yeah.
That's okay. You might be confused, but hopefully these players are not.
So maybe that was a huge spoiler. The game hasn't even happened yet. Maybe I've predicted the future.
Have you looked into the future? That would be a little bit terrifying. Mirage is starting to make their way into the building. Once again, looking for that top floor entry. Made it a little bit easier as Kento is able to jump his way in. That ADS setup that ED and Reaps were doubling down on is no longer there, and they've been given a little bit more real estate on this side of the map.
Reaps is unlocked, baby. He's back in it. Took a while. donutted for 3 rounds, and here he is back in the server. Somehow he's managed to top frag. 9 kills, despite just opening death after opening death. He's come over that dry spell.
Bomb located by attackers.
Benji, though, has made his way inside of the bathroom. There's still a couple players left to deal with on this side of the map. One inside of Initiation, supported by his teammate. Just looking through this long line of sight. Oh, actually, now the player in Initiation is quite isolated. That's Jackie Wu on the Wamai. He's been fully flushed out now. Not too many teammates around him to help him out. Reaps is the closest one on the other side. But that wall's being open. It's going to isolate Reaps in his position as well. Jackie Wu's on his own.
He's got a C4 too. Like you said, though, Jackie alone. Reaps has gone all the way downstairs. Is he going for a flank? He's actually going to play the vert C4. Doesn't have info, so it's a blind one, but that does give information to Mirage. They know his position. They know he was below. They knew that C4 blew. But what's Jackie been able to do? He's still hiding in Initiation. He's about to get swung. Is he going to win the fight? He loses it. It's Kento who gets the better of him with 1 HP to his name.
45 seconds left to go. Mahesi has still got 1 more exothermic charge in his pocket, as well as 1 baby EMP, I believe. Oh, not baby EMP, big EMP on the side of Benji. So if they want to get open this wall inside of Initiation, they can, but not with a lot of time left to drain out the site and plan and execute.
Don't know how that's happened, but it looks like Reaps has been downed. Might not be able to get picked up with time ticking away. Looks like they're going to commit to holding down the fort without him, but ED and Pika have sprung into action. Souffle as well has just left Benji all alone. Poor Thatcher, low HP, no diffuser, and realistically, no chance. Direwolves, after losing 4 rounds in a row, they've come back to even the scoreline.
This is shaping up to be a very, very defender-sided theme park.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah, imagine that. It's almost like we said that before we got into the game or something like that. That's crazy. Now we're in the game, though. I think it really has come down to these early to mid rounds, right? The early round has been quite challenging because of the way that the teams have been extending out their roam and denying the entries, right? Getting their way, getting their face in that cash door, that top dragon window, that type of thing, that's the first challenge to overcome. Not only that, but even once you get into the building, the mid-round problem solving on theme park is very, very challenging. Choosing exactly what walls you want to go open, what extra part of the map you want to take control of to plan out your execute is super difficult because you're very limited on options of walls that you can get open. You can't really play cutoffs, that type of thing, right? And so I think with the bans that have come through, this is very, very defender-sided.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of that Valk. We saw it, I think, 1 round. Now we're seeing Echo for a bit of information gathering from ED.
10 seconds left.
I'm keen to see whether this is going to be used aggressively, rogue style, or whether this is going to be more of a late round kind of activation for ED. I quite like seeing that mute. I can't quite tell whether most of that is for wall denial or drone denial.
Direwolves are going down to this Armory and Throne Room bomb site, and they're employing exactly the same philosophy that Mirage did when they played this bomb site. They've only got 1 player on the bomb site, babysitting just in case something really, really bad happens, and the rest of the Direwolves are shaping themselves around the entire map, looking for that total map control, trying to deny Mirage as much real estate as they possibly can.
Dexter's going to start gathering some info here, as Mirage are looking to take as much map control as possible. Like you said, the name of the game has been full map clears here. Every round from both teams. And the first thing that they find will be Souffle playing top of the stairs with a shield to boot. He's been droned, he's got ADSs to protect him. Oh, for a second I thought that was a player, I got you baited. Gemini gone down, flashbangs go in, Souffle feeling that pressure, but he's still alive for now.
Souffle can tuck in his way behind that half-wall as well as the shield, and that's making this entry very frustrating for Mirage. That utility dump did come through, but both ADSs have been reactivated, and Souffle is still alive in his power position.
Struggling a little bit with dancing around the shield. He's done a bit of damage to Kento here. A flash goes out, he's full white. Doesn't reveal it. Kento does find 1 pick, but immediately traded back. Another flash goes through, and Souffle has been traded by Melted. So a good start here from Mirage. They win the exchange.
Not a bad start, but with a lot of time wasted off the board, they've only got a minute left, and the control that they've got is just inside of cash and just inside of control. Now they're going to drone out this top floor with the Gemini, and they're going to see that the rest of the Direwolves have fallen back and that they do indeed have that top floor control. If they want to make use of any vertical, there's actually not anything left though because that buck went down early.
Yeah, true. It's a big player to take out. I wonder whether there is wall denial or whether this thermite... So there is a single mute jammer. The thing is, that mute jammer is going to be pretty easy to shoot off from above. So I would expect the yellow wall to be vulnerable here if Mirage decides to go for that. It's going to be much harder to go for maintenance, though. I guess they do have... I completely forgot that they've got Dokkaebi with the secondary EMPs, so it's going to be possible if Benji can rotate, and there you go.
I think this is the right call, because if they wanted to go for yellow, they would also have to check the bathroom, and realistically, they don't have enough time for that. There's only 26 seconds, and the wall has only just been opened, and they haven't cleared Pika inside of Gong either.
Pika!
Oh, no!
Diffuser's down, and Pika is having a laugh. Hiding in Gong, but still numbers are even. Melted's been taken down by Jackie Wu, and Pika hunted down, not taken out. The hunter has become the hunted. Direwolves take the lead.
I think that round lived and died through that Dragon side kerfuffle that happened early on in the round, really. As soon as Mirage were able to deal with it, there was only 1 minute and 29 seconds left in the round. If you want to go for a yellow-sided take, like you said, that wall could have been vulnerable, but you can't do that until you check Drug Lab and until you check the bathroom. And you just don't have enough time to do that when all Mirage players have focused all their resources into only clearing the cache side of the map. They were forced to go for that maintenance wall. With only 25 seconds left, there's not enough time to get your drones in the bomb side either, and Direwolves playing a very disciplined game are able to claw back another defense round.
It's big for Direwolves. They really lost their mojo in the second half of the first half. They won 2 rounds. We had that rehost or tech pause, and then they lost 4 rounds in a row. Mirage really found their confidence, but since then Mirage has been unable to win a single attack round, and Direwolves have demonstrated they have solid defenses of 3 different bomb sites. They now return to offers initiation, and this was a fairly cut and dried affair, wasn't it? Reaps went massive. I believe a 3K on for the round.
For me, now that we've gotten to this second half of the map, it is possible for Direwolves to close this one out in regulation. I'm turning to Mirage to see what their problem-solving skills are going to be like, because looking for this total map control and getting ambitious with the attack is clearly not working. I wonder what they're going to change, bringing this Monty and bringing this Ying. And Ossa as well. That could be exciting.
Yeah, it's unusual. I don't think we've seen that. In fact, it's 2 shields, essentially, if you count the Ossa and the Monty together, plus the Ying. That's quite unusual. Kento's actually holding out a Candela. What's he playing at right now? He's put it away. Just toying with the idea. Oh my god, ED. Got a bit of a jump scare there as the hatch was opened above him.
Reaps, though, once again, early on the contest. He's got his own rotate that gets him to this power position in top of Dragon as well, so he's quite mobile in this position, but has a Monty that's giving constant information of his position. He's going to be joined by Pika, who's supporting him inside of the hallway as well, and Mirage, where are the rest of these players? It doesn't seem like there are too many right behind this Monty itself. Dexter is able to find a grenade, I can only assume from the ground below. And that's right. Oh, there we go. The info is coming out on the vertical. If this nade connects, that could be good.
Well, unfortunately for Dexter, Reaps isn't actually in cache right now, and so the floor is solid. Looks like Dexter's just watching for his flank. ED currently in throne. This Monty is kept at bay by a nice crossfire, not really able to do much other than call out information.
And really, the rest of Mirage do not have that much estate to support this Monty at the moment. Reaps is going to find really great timing on the utility, but is not able to connect the full shots onto the kill, and Kento's able to make his entry.
Wow!
Not even before taken down by these long lines of sight. Only 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and still ED's loitering his way down in the ground floor as well. There's just a lot of work here for Mirage to get done, and the Direwolves are slipping back into their shell.
Sketchy execute for Mirage, isn't it? It's so claustrophobic. So many players are taking a lot of damage now. Benji, 1 shield down to try and contest these long lines. Mahesi's also managed to take control of bathroom. ED flushed out from below, but he's got a C4. What's he going to be able to do with it? Oh no! What a frustration! ED fluffs the C4 throw, and on the back of that, Mirage get themselves in the game. It ends as a flawless round. What have we just witnessed?
Wow, I can't believe that is how that round ended up. As soon as they got that control inside of Cash and they're able to find the utility with the Yin Candles and the smokes, they went straight for that execute. They didn't dilly-dally like they did in the last 2 rounds. Great problem solving from Mirage through that mid-round, just saying, okay, guys, we really got to go now. We haven't done a whole lot until now, so it's the time to make this happen. And off the back of that Ying and the Monty pushing in, that's, I think, 4 smokes on the board between the 2 of them. That's exactly what you need to cover up all of Office, and the execute they went for was pretty successful.
Yeah, very unusual attack, I will say, from Mirage. That was... I said the word claustrophobic. That's just what I think of. How awkward is it to try and play all your 5 players within arm's reach of each other? You can't put 1 foot astray. But guess what, Mandy? We're at my favorite position now.
Are we?
Break point. I love it. 5-5. The next team to find a round gets 1 point on the standings.
The Direwolves are on the defense, and typically through this game, has been quite defender-sided, with the exception of that last round, which is quite explosive from Mirage on the execute. They are going to look to repeat one of these top floor bomb sites. It's not the initiation one, it's the bunk side one instead. And so Mirage have got a little bit more of the map to work through if they want to go for a cash side sweep.
Keen to see this early round. Who's going to win this opening exchange? Because it's been back and forth all game. It tends to feel like either Reaps goes down first or Reaps finds a multi-kill. That last round being somewhat of an exception.
This is a bit of a playstyle change, in my opinion, from the Direwolves. They're not doing this early contest on the Dragon side anymore because they've decided to pick the bunk side instead, and they know that Mirage have got more of the map to work through, right? They've just got these long lines of sight open, waiting for that sort of second phase in the attack, and that's where they're going to contest them.
Oh, Reaps struggling with the drones, feeling that pressure. ED's rotated over as well. No Monty this time around, but still that Ying persists. And in it goes, in Kento goes as well. It's Benji on the front. Oh, but the reinforcement's gone off. They might not realize though, I think Reaps has still managed to sit inside of Vault, holding on for just a moment longer.
Once again, they've locked out Jackie Wu, who I believe is stuck inside of Initiation now with all his Wamai charges. Not bad from the Direwolves. They've seen that the roam clear has started and is coming through. The time is being wasted, so why not close off those rotates, leave Jackie Wu in the dust, but then anticipate that the time is going to run out once again, as has the fashion of this game gone.
Oh, Jackie Wu's surely a dead man right now. Caught between a rock and a hard place with 5 hungry Mirage players, but Kento avidly watches for Reaps and takes him down. Mirage are poised to get this advantage 5v3. They do it. Mahesi to take down Jackie Wu. Now there's a minute left for them to execute on the site.
Direwolves have got a bit of a hole in their plan, and that is the rotate just at the top of Narnia. It's giving Mirage an in to cut off this hallway if they need to. Now Edie is forced to train his gun on it.
Iruni gate cleared. Potential for the EMP to come through and a breach on the site. Pika not really in a position to go for the juggle here. And I believe he is aware that that breach is going to get opened. Oh, this is such a tough position. Souffle down below does find Kento. I don't actually know that wasn't below. I honestly couldn't tell you what angle that was. Through the drone hole, perhaps? If so, that's disgusting. ED! What have you managed to do here? He's gone for a huge flank. And just like that, Direwolves might be able to find match point. Benji and Melted, desperate, destitute. Just 2 of them. 10 seconds remaining. It's a desperate attempt now. Benji dropping down, but he's all alone and he is done for. Direwolves match point.
ED regressing into waiting there was instrumental in Direwolves being able to win out that round. As soon as Mirage started to go for the wall, ED knew that his teammates on the site would be in trouble, and that was the timing that he needed to get back into that attacking backline and find those picks. It was perfect timing for that. Souffle, the turret of the team, is just able to hunker down the back, goes, don't worry guys, just worry about the front. Just worry about taking the fights there. I've got your back. And as a result, Direwolves claw that one back. Defender-sided, it really is in every single way this match has been.
Certainly has been. Wow, Souffle and Pika have really stepped into it, haven't they? Nutty players, both of them, both cracking double digits, the only ones in the server to do so. And Mandy, we find ourselves with Direwolves getting their first points of the tournament so far, and a shot at the full 3 out of this one. What are you thinking, Mandy? Is Mirage likely to push overtime?
It's tough. Direwolves have got one more defending round. I think I alluded to this earlier. They could close out in regulation just because of how defender-sided this entire series has been. Souffle, I really want to point out, I don't think we've spoke about him a lot this game. The spotlight's been a lot on Reaps and his entries, but he's a quiet achiever. Souffle is that player on the Direwolves that just does what you need to do, what you need him to do. And for that particular round, that was just hold the back of the site and make sure that ED does not die on the smoke. And that was pretty much it, right? Every single round, Souffle has been really instrumental in just allowing Direwolves to be where they need to be and to let his teammates do their job without being backstabbed. And I think it's so important in this particular series and theme park.
Now the pressure lies squarely on Mirage's shoulders. Stakes are high.
10 seconds to go.
They've already lost one game in overtime. They only have a single point on the standings. If they lose this game, I think most people would expect that they will finish last in the group. The only team they won't have faced in their group will be FaZe. And I think a lot of people are looking at FaZe as behemoth team, one of the favorites in the tournament. Mirage need to push overtime here.
So interesting idea from Direwolves. They actually brought the mirror, but they're using the mirror on the roam instead. They've got the first one, I believe, is on that office wall on the rotate, facing in for that cash entry, and anticipating that Mirage, time and time again, they've always done the same thing, will go for a cash-sided push. Who would have thunk it? It's supported by Souffle as well, who's got long lines of sight inside of office and inside of the hallway. And I don't mind this from the Direwolves. They've read into the fact that Mirage don't really know how to change their push. They're only going to do one thing, and so why not dedicate an entire mirror to it? It's a good idea.
Good mid-game adaptations. Mirage here pushing forward. It's Dexter. He's in a great position here, isn't he? All the way up in initiation and ready to backstab. What a far roam. With so much util offside. Melted spots a bit of it. Eventually his Twitch drone is taken down, however, and Mirage seems somewhat stalled.
It's really tough because Dexter is about to be met by that mirror. We're now inside of office.
Hang on a second. Look at this from Souffle. He's on for the flank. He's just gone straight past most of the attackers. Dexter's found a kill, but Souffle eventually does make his presence known. He goes in through office, and now he's really feeling that pressure. He's going to back on out all the way downstairs to live and to fight another day.
Really well played from Souffle to find that timing going through bathroom, knowing that the rest of the Mirage players have their eyes focused on this initiation side. We can see the wall being opened by Mahesi, that's opened their way inside of Bunk. But really, once again, the time is ticking away. We say this over and over and over again in this series. Souffle is still elusive inside of mains, and there's a C4 to connect from below onto Melted, and the man advantage even further for the Direwolves.
You know what, man? Like, you would not be remiss for thinking that this is an upstairs defense with just how much presence there has been on the top floor. And Direwolves have found 2 kills out of it. Now it's desperation for Mirage. Direwolves could legit just 4-stack on site and probably win this round out with just 40 seconds left. Things look dire for Mirage.
Dex will be his way inside of Arcade, trying to take the gunfight onto the player inside the drug lab. That's Reaps on the other side, on the alibi, that 1.5x license that he's been given. 2 or 3 players now collapsing on his position. The flashbangs do go out, and Dexter, the first one in, he's able to connect the shots and take down Reaps.
Big player to take down, but guess what? 20 seconds left. No hard breach enabled on the site. Mirage have to go big, and they have to go now. Direwolves on the cusp of this first win. They're going to make it work. It's Edie and Souffle both. Pika goes down. Mahesi is not going to get it done. There's no chance. That diffuser's going down. Mirage have been taken down, and Direwolves find their first win of the major.
And I believe not just their first win of the major, but I think their first win internationally, I believe. Or do they have a couple in Charlotte as well? Are you sure? Oh, that was.
I'm not sure. No, that's why I said I think so.
You think so? Okay. Well, for Direwolves, that's a big result for what was a very, very, long series. Not just in the pauses and in the delays and the momentum, but in the game itself. Every single round went to what felt like the full 3 minutes, and the Direwolves out-staminaed Mirage on every single defense. And yeah, I just think they played that super well. They were very disciplined, they were very patient, and that's what it took to win out that series.
People often say a BO1 is a sprint, but that game surely felt like a marathon. We'll break it down in just a few moments. What a game we were treated to between Direwolves and Mirage on Theme Park. It was quite a long one, and it was quite a defender-sided one. Direwolves just pulling themselves over the finishing line. I got to admit, Mandy, after we had that bit of a tech pause when Direwolves were 2-0 up, Mirage found 4 rounds in a row. I was actually leaning towards the NA team. I thought that this was going to be Mirage moving into their attack with a bit of confidence. Direwolves showed that they are here to play.
Absolutely. It ended up being super defender-sided. As soon as Direwolves went over onto that defense, it was a whole other beast. Mirage just couldn't find their way in through the mid-round. They faced the same adversities that the Direwolves did once they swapped over, and it happened to be that because that swap came over and the Direwolves were on the defense, they could close it out in regulation. And I think I got it wrong. It's actually Direwolves' second win ever on LAN, not first win.
First regulation win.
First regulation win.
So Direwolves managed to beat Team 1 in overtime and 8-7 in Charlotte. But they were also in the group, which only had 3 teams because Elevate couldn't get visas to go. So there you go. Take that with a grain of salt as well. It's also the first time that Direwolves are at a major where they actually have 4 teams in their group. So huzzah for them. But yeah, a huge win for this Taiwanese team. They have been working hard for this, and they certainly worked hard in that game. It was a rough slog, and Mirage really put their best foot forward.
They absolutely did. Pretty interesting game of Theme Park. You don't normally see Theme Park be so widely contested, I think, throughout the map in the way that both of these teams employed the exact same philosophy. It felt like a mirror image of each other once that side swap came through. Both of them faced the same adversities on the attack as well. It felt like a game of attrition, really, through the mid-round. Whoever won out those picks and those trades would eventually claw it out, and it just happened to be that the problem solving is very hard for the attack.
Yeah, and to be fair, they gave it a really solid crack. We had a lot of pocket picks, a lot of Monty, Ossa, Ying action, but let's reflect on the match summary. Quite a game. Huge performances, particularly from Soufflé and Pika, both of them managing to pop double digits. Reaps as well, a funny player. He was either dead first or he got like a 3K. That's what it felt like. He was the first one to really show an impressive performance. I think he got 9 kills pretty early on, and yet he kept just dying early.
Something I want to point out is just Soufflé, once again. The rock of Direwolves. Just when I spoke to Direwolves, the way they describe Soufflé in his role is that when the front line goes down, Soufflé is there to clean up whatever needs to be done. And he's there to do the dirty work for them. And I think he's such a quiet achiever on this team that he really needs this time in the spotlight, because what he's able to do for them, not just on the attack, but on the defense, playing in, like, going back and forth between the front line and the back line is such a valuable role for the Direwolves to have and to tie their team together.
Yeah, great show from Direwolves. I know people who have been watching their campaign throughout the year will be excited to see them get a solid win, their first win of the major. Do you think it's going to be their only win of the major? Because I am kind of confident after that one.
I'm optimistic. I think that Direwolves, they've got a good showing. Their team structure is really great, and I think the way they've progressed throughout the year is ready for these international LAN events. Their circumstances, of course, very hard, but I wouldn't count them out just yet.
It certainly wasn't without its hiccups. As we look at the group's results, spoiler alert, if you haven't been tuning into the A stream, it looks like Wolves took 3 points out of that game. I'm trying to do my maths right now. So Wolves had gone overtime against Mirage, right? So I guess I did accidentally spoil it when production...
You did!
So production hadn't, like, the game hadn't actually happened. Production...
You did.
I think production was trying to tell me that Wolves versus FaZe was going on, and I asked them which team had won, and I think I misunderstood the answer. The game was still going, but I thought Wolves had won, and turns out I was right. So
predicting the future.
We're gonna. I'm gonna keep asking production for their predictions, and perhaps we'll start taking that as gospel. Yeah. So wow, that's a pretty big deal, right?
It is.
And also that kind of re-puts into perspective both of the previous games we've had, right? In fact, does that mean that every team has not every team's had a win in this group because Paul Mirage hasn't. But every team does have a point in this group.
Every team has a point in this group.
That's at least something.
I think what that says is that this group is way more competitive.
Slept on.
Than what we thought it was going to be. Because when we first started our pre-show together, we started talking about when Group D, that one's decisive. Wolves and FaZe are going to make it. But actually, this is a really tight group. You go to overtime between Wolves and Mirage, and they have a very exciting series just then. It's looking good. It's looking exciting.
It's huge. I mean, we still have more games to go in the first round robin, but when it comes to those rematches, things are going to get spicy. But we're getting a spicy match coming right up. It's a Brazil versus Europe derby. It is Team Liquid versus Heroics, so stick around on the B stream.
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Oregon?
Park? No? It's both of us have suits, right?
Cara. Nossa. É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one. No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper? Vamos, vamos! Marcha!
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí!
Maybe Villa? Nossa,
Oh.
mano.
Yeah.
Oh.
A hard one.
Mostra aí pra câmera.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Um cheirinho aí. Nossa,
Nossa,
arrastou. Put some here.
Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Nada de bom.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexi.
Canadian and Rampy?
Oh. I can try another one, so come on.
Fire in the hole. Let's try. Nossa, esse aqui parece ser zaralhado, hein, mano.
Nossa, nesse aqui.
velho.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Mano, peraí. Normal.
Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, yeah, they are good. Just like
They're really good.
I think the Jordan was a little harder for me. No, just try to guess, not anything else. Like he's always messing around with him. Kinda, no.
Should say something beautiful to him?
No. Yeah. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, velho. Até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é a quantidade boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Edge. How good?
Mirage?
I would say ace, but he's not here. It's in terror, really?
Putz, eu pensei em falar, mas
It's too obvious, like it wasn't.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like
Mano.
the Lord,
Essa aqui.
the final boss.
Pô, eu zaralhei na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu... Nossa! Zaralhei.
Let's go, final boss.
Meio atrasado, né?
Man,
Tá muito... Não, ainda não chegou. I'm still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man, dá não, man.
Pô, só fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright, easy.
vou estar segundo.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, velho. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
No, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. O gosto é ruim, velho.
E aí, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela hoje?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Nossa, relaxa, mano. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final major of the year for Rainbow Six. My name is Blue, and joining me here is Stokes, and we are very happy to be here for the final 2 games of the day here on the B stream. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to have Team Liquid versus Heroic. What an exciting match that is bound to be, Stokes.
Absolutely, a lot of action here today. You and I trying to keep up with it over, in between flights and stuff like that. It was definitely a little bit of a hassle, but what we noticed is that utter calamity has happened here in Sweden so far. Group A, a lot of different things happening. Same thing with these squads as well. Team Liquid obviously having a little bit of a shakeup earlier in the year. Lagona's coming in after PSK retired, but they've been looking really stellar. You could say the same thing about Heroic. They haven't bounced back in exactly the same fashion. They're not at the top of the EUL, but they're looking very strong here today as well. I think it's going to be a pretty hotly contested series in between these two.
Now, as far as the matches earlier are concerned, a little bit of a different storyline with regards to how each of those teams was able to perform. Of course, we saw Heroic struggling a little bit against TSM and ultimately unable to close out the game when TSM took a massive advantage in their first half, starting on defense on Cafe. Of course, a little bit of an edge there, but definitely was seeing some issues on the attack, specifically coming out for Heroic. Meanwhile, on Liquid's end of the coin, it was pretty much the exact opposite. Liquid had seemingly no problem shutting down Sandbox in their matchup, as I believe they took them down about 7-1 was the score from that one. So an easy first match of the day for Team Liquid, and now we're going to have to see how they look to repeat that in their second run here today. Definitely, for me, giving the edge over to Team Liquid in this one. It's going to be Heroic that's needing to make those improvements.
Absolutely. I have to agree with you on this. Team Liquid has always been a team that is very good at keeping a balance when it comes to LAN. They're always extremely consistent, and they rate really high across the board, and it's happening here yet again. Ask, I do believe, the second or third highest player at the current moment, and Paulu inside of that top 5 as well. But again, as to be expected, that's the funniest thing about Team Liquid is like usually we're like, oh my gosh, these are such incredible stats. And you're like, oh, it's Paulu. Okay, that makes sense, So, but yeah, I really do think that Heroic has something on their hands that they're seriously going to have to deal with. I think this is going to be a great test, especially for Joom. I'm really excited to finally see what he has to offer.
Yeah, honestly, again, the great coaching staff behind Heroic as well is a big part of why they've been so successful.
Mr.
Officer, of course, taking a very strong leadership position, so that's been echoing out really well. But as we've been seeing, though, again, against a lot of the other, at least EU teams in the EUL, the matchups have been a little bit weak for Heroic as of the past few weeks towards the tail end of it, making some improvements there. But against the other teams that are here, we have seen some mixed results there. So going to need to see how they have improved upon that in the last few weeks between the end of EUL and, of course, coming into this one now. We got the picks and bans coming up in front of us here, and it's looking like we're going to end up on, I believe that's
Theme Park.
Theme Park, yeah, at the end of the day.
Yeah, going to be a pretty fun one here, one that has quite a bit of strategy when it comes to the defensive and the offense. Going to be in hot water to start off this game. Obviously, all of our games best of one, folks. So it's going to be this theme park and this theme park alone.
Obviously, we've already seen some big players standing up. Team Liquid, as you were mentioning earlier with some of the other players like Paulu and whatnot, have been very much known to have these like kind of all-star rosters inside of Latin America, and they were already showing that off in their first game earlier today. Like we noted, a 7-1, and it was some of the newer members that were having a great start to the tournament. Ask specifically some impressive stats coming outside of that first game. So it seems like he, along with a few other members of the squad, that were able to top things out as well against Sandbox, looking very, very confident heading into this one. It is looking like Liquid is going to be starting out on the defensive side of this one as well. So considering we're also on Theme Park. That's going to be a lot of work for Heroic to have to do here. Remember, we're going on to Theme Park, a very roam-heavy map. A lot of room for these defenders to be able to play around with the map formula and, of course, waste out that time clock. And we already saw Heroic, like I mentioned earlier, struggling with that to some extent against TSM in their first game of the day. So now we have to see how they've made improvements on that just in the past few hours here.
Absolutely. And I think the big difficult thing right now for Heroic is that they have one of the GOATs of EU on their team. They have Uno Meister, right? One of the best players out of EU we've seen in quite some time. But when you look right across the fence, you have two hallmark players on Liquid that have stood the test of time in the likes of Palu and Nesk, my personal GOAT. But, you know, besides that point, I think that Liquid really has the firepower. We need to see Heroic kind of centralize themselves, use this full unit, and see if they can take it to Team Liquid here on Theme Park.
A nice little glimpse of Mr. Officer. The production wasn't very nice. They cut away from him there just when he was having a fun time, but timing and all those things here. Just waiting for the...
Nesk just has better tattoos. That's all it is. I mean,
yeah.
Really, at the end of the
He does have some nice sleeves. I will say that. He's got some...
He makes me so jealous. He makes me want to go get tattoos tomorrow, I'm telling you, every time I see him.
Making me want to think about it, but I don't know, just tattoos. Don't think they can work
first,
for me.
Then tattoos. That's what I'm doing. I feel like that's what everybody does. It's like, all right, I'm going to go get a little meat in these biceps before I slap an anchor on there or something, you know. Maybe a heart with mom in it. We don't really know. But what we do know is that it's hour 29 for you and I on some sleep, John, and it's time to cast some Rainbow Six Siege. It's Theme Park here between Team Liquid and Heroic. I'm excited. You're excited. We hope everybody at home is excited. Let's get into this ban phase and see what we have going on.
Yeah, Stokes and I have a little bit of a career flex coming into this broadcast right now. I just want to brag about it a little bit. This is our second show in the course of 24 hours on a second continent.
And we didn't sleep.
And we didn't sleep.
That wasn't our fault, though. We upgraded flights and everything to try and get, you know, a place.
Just to be clear, we are totally responsible for the content of this cast.
Yeah, we're not absolutely delirious yet. We promise. They wouldn't let us on broadcast, or maybe they would. You know, you never know with the Europeans, man. They'll let you do anything over here. But Monty and Dokkaebi both going to be off the board. Azami also going to be leaving the space. And I mean, I think all of these so far have been pretty positive for a map like Theme Park.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going to be having the H3 viewers joining up with us as well while they are waiting for their next game to get started. So, welcome to the H3 viewers. I believe they'll be tuning in with us for a little bit. The bans are well and done, and not any huge surprises there. The Montaigne throwing things for a little bit of a loop there. Stokes, you want to expand upon that a bit?
That last tail end when we got to talk about it for a second. Goyo getting a ban here, and that's not something that we see too often inside of NA, but something that I thought we were going to see more and more as we got towards land, because Goyo is such a fantastic op at denying time, as well as has some very strong secondary utility on top of that vector. So just a utility pool that is a little bit too full. So we're going to get rid of him. And either way, we're going to get into Theme Park now. So that'll be able to at least thwart some of the plans of Liquid. They'll more than likely try and get around that by using smoke and some other denial tactics.
See an interesting spread of utility. Team Liquid already bringing up a Capcan, for instance, on round number 1 here. We've obviously seen Capcan increase his play potential quite a bit over the past kind of year or two now, especially with the increase to the amount of EDDs he carries and the fact that you can now double stack them, of course. As you guys at home to play the game will know very well, but that was a more recent change to the competitive side of things that started to see him being brought in a lot more due to his insta-kill capability that he tends to have being brought to the table. That as far as our tags are concerned, we're not going to see any repicks show up here either. They're going to stick with that same lineup they started things out with. So that means our defenders, of course, will have to contend against the Ying Assault if they're able to get to the threshold, leading into Throne Room, of course, one of the toughest sites to be able to even get to that threshold.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to be starting things off with a bang here, though. Palu, he's placed himself upstairs in security, has the Nitro Cell, awaits Mello. Does he misstep here? He's going to drone it instead. Very smart, just using some audio on the roof to try and bait out a potential Nitro Cell. And we see how that goes. It's going to be the utility piece gone for the defense, and Heroic ahead by just a smidge.
See them continuing to drone things out. No immediate action following through with this one. Heroic wanting to set themselves up a lot more cautiously. There's good reason behind that as well. Joom able to get some good shots in against Palu. Start things out. He's going to be brought down relatively low, and we'll have to eventually give up this forward position. Going over towards cash and areas like that, so he'll move a little bit further back towards the further hold here, and we'll continue to see Heroic gain that little bit of extra map control. But keep in mind, this is just the top floor hold here. A lot more needing to be taken, but at the same time, we're only a minute deep into the round, so Heroic definitely not at a lack for time.
Nor a lack of aggression. Joom stepping up to the plate here and waiting. See if he can possibly get his Hell Sense back and then try and push themselves forward yet again. Benjamaster already getting a big pick here onto Nesk. He's not going to have those discs any longer to continue to add to the fight throughout the remainder of this round, so the throwables going to mean even more here. Fortunately enough, though, for Team Liquid, Resets has got the reset for the fight here back into the 4v4, although Palu and Jum both quite injured, so really could go either way. These opening engagements going to mean a lot. Really like this drop here from Ask. Liquid trying to play this in a much different capacity, but the big thing is right now is that they don't have a Nitro cell to try and really thwart anything going on upstairs. But fortunately enough for them, obviously, the site is all the way down and thrown. Just denial tactics upstairs to be able to fall back into their own home territory.
Yeah, nice little three-man squadron drop there from Team Liquid to get themselves back into the relative safety of Throne Room. Beautifully done. Obviously using the hard breach to mask it as well. Nicely played out here by Team Liquid, and it's caused a little bit of a stoppage for Heroic, as I'm not exactly sure what the safest path forward is going to be just yet. They need to go back onto their drones and need to think for a second here about how exactly they want to approach it. And even with Liquid falling back to the site, you'll notice a pretty passive hold inside of the room itself, or actually a little bit more so now that we get a better view of that. Uno ready to pop things open over here, at least going to make an attempt to do so inside of the supply closet. Will be able to go off without a hitch. Not going to see any negation utility be available here in terms of impact amount, or at least it was not in the correct position to stop it right then and there. So Heroic continue to clear things out and set themselves up, but when's this execute going to come through? We've only got 20 seconds left. They need to go for it, but it's Ass coming up on top, along with the pinch from Resets on the other side as well, to crunch out the entire top play, leaving it all on the final two from Heroic here. Uno finds one on the way in, but is immediately decked. Last player alive. Milo is going to be able to pick up one as well, but won't take it any further than that. Liquid holds the line and claims the first round.
I think that was a hallmark round there for Liquid, really showcasing what they can do on this defense. The denial tactics upstairs to delay time, and then transitioning that into a very solid hold with that rotation coming back through for Yellow Stairs, as well as the arcade balcony, where they were able to pinch out the players that came from waiting. Beautiful stuff, especially since Liquid took into account that Heroic wanted to try and abuse that verticality upstairs to try and dislodge the Throne player that Liquid had down low. Heroic will, although, do at least some due diligence in certain categories, right? They did get upstairs, they did move back down low to try and get maintenance open, so they were thinking along the right lines. They just really didn't accomplish what they wanted.
While Liquid paying attention to Heroic's earlier matchup, we of course saw how the Frostbats are actually working quite effectively against the Heroic roster, and Nesk going to bring that out for himself here. Of course, just generally speaking, still a great operator to bring to this specific site hold and on this specific map as well, so it still fits the situation quite nicely here. That'll be the biggest dramatic change we see on the defensive lineup. Other than that, things are maintaining themselves relatively the same, or you'll have otherwise meta picks coming in for the other four players.
Yeah, Theme Park, so many windows, so many little cheeky spots like that table that we just saw Nesk use there for the Frost Mad. And this is in every single map. I mean, you know, there's like little trophy cases, things like that, where somebody's just not going to think that there's potentially a Frost Mat laying in behind that unless, you know, maybe she's been droned out or something like that. But either way, Heroic going to be out and about now, and Jum sticking to his guns here on the knock. We'll see if it can bode well for them this time around.
Benja and the rest of Heroic here getting to line themselves up, playing pretty heavily into that intel game like we talked about in round number 1 as well. They know that Liquid's going to get aggressive. They know they're going to try to get in their face. We did try to see them contend against that a little bit more directly when a similar playstyle was being deployed back in game number 1 for Heroic against TSM. Had some mixed results though, so that could explain why things are a little bit cooler going into the second game of the day here for this squad. Trying to make up for that. Make sure that things end a little bit better for them, as like I said, they were close against TSM. I think 7-5 was the final score of that matchup, but unfortunately not able to bring those final few rounds under their control. Liquid obviously feeling a lot more confident here. We're seeing Heroic continue to move forward though. Once again, getting that early map control for themselves, but oh no! So close there, but Resets just having the better angle, shuts down the first player from Heroic.
Mechanical masterpiece right there from Resets, as he's been decimating Heroic through these first 2 rounds. 4 kills to his name, and looking to tally on more. Palu is holding down the line though. Here on the frontal assault from Heroic towards waiting room is going to be a Rotero drone out. Does it get the shield? It does not. Misplaced and going to be off kilter a bit now, but it will dislodge Palu, and that's well, kind of what they wanted, obviously. Do want to get rid of that shield and make it to where he can't exactly move back in, so they'll accomplish that later on with another Rotero drone, but either way, it's going to take 2 pieces of utility to accomplish that goal. Grizzly's going to toss in yet another here, but it looks like the Frost is around to be able to try and cancel this out, and it will actually end up happening. So Nesk won't allow this shield to be ripped away from him, and instead Heroic are going to be forced to the top of Yellow Stairs, as they really haven't been able to find a pick to push themselves forward through waiting.
The good news is the straightforwardness of the push does make things a little bit simpler with regards to time management here. They don't have to worry necessarily about a massive clear downstairs, and they're actually going to be using this downstairs position a little bit. As we see Ask now having been revealed. He's actually going to go for the hop. The nade banks off of him. And Benja, unfortunately for Ask, more than ready for the challenge. Palu has an immediate exchange ready to go, though, to keep the player advantage in Liquid's favor. And another one swings in from Nesk as well. So Liquid not sweating too much after the loss of Ask from the banister hop, leaving just Uno as well as Benja in the fight for Heroic. Again, with a limited amount of time to play this, only 20 seconds left to go here, so they need to make a move in these next few moments. Otherwise, the round will just close out in Liquid's favor, of course.
Yeah, Heroic has been liquidated. It is not looking too hot for them right now. Uno's going to get gunned down from the position that we saw a lot of his friends go down to over here inside of Break. Very well done here from Team Liquid thus far. These defenses have been fast and furious. I mean, I will say this, though, although I did just say that, the time management from them has been really, really good. They've been getting their picks and allowing Heroic to make more mistakes, and that's really what we've noticed throughout that. Past that, a lot of suppressors. I mean, everybody is running a suppressor, man.
Just kind of reeling them in is Liquid's strategy, it seems to be right now.
It's a fad. We had it right when it changed. Everyone ran suppressors. They put them away. We come back to land and they're like, we're all going back to suppressors. Okay, all right, I get it. You know, no more damage drop-off for it, which is nice. And also, I mean, all of your, oh my gosh, not hit markers, John, the bullet tracers. There we are. Tracers, yeah, the tracers are also gone off the bullets when you have the suppressor on your gun in Siege. So pretty nice thing when you're going for wall bangs and stuff like that.
With regards to the roam game, though, definitely agree with what you were saying earlier here. Liquid doing a fantastic job of kind of trapping Heroic and giving them a false sense of security or a false sense of hope to an extent as Liquid falls back on certain timings. And that, of course, allows for Heroic to move and getting that little bit of map control, but it's all set up to kind of allow them to walk directly into Team Liquid's own angles where they can shut them down like we saw towards the tail end of the previous round. They're Heroic getting close to the edge of the site, but never really able to get themselves into it because of the very aggressive angles Liquid were holding.
Yeah, they default out, right, up to waiting, and then they're like, okay, well, we can't get around this. Their angles are too good, so they try and send Benja downstairs to throw a spanner in the works, right? Try and get some other angle that's going to be able to affect the defense, but they're ready for that. Well, in a certain sense, I guess, it was more of a body-blocking grenade play, but, I mean, hey, it works out in the end for Team Liquid.
See June work his way up to the top here along with the rest of Heroic. Obviously seeing a little bit of aggression swing back out from Ask on Liquid. Not going to find much success with the actual run out, of course, but he knows that players will be around and, of course, will be wanting to take control of this part of the map as a staging ground to move forward here. And of course, even just his presence here, now that he's revealed it quite obviously, it's holding back Heroic by these critical seconds. We've already seen in the first two rounds that they've pushed themselves to the raw limit of the timer here. And of course, Ask is trying to push that extreme even further now by wasting out an additional 20 to 30 seconds with that aggressive hold up towards Dragon.
And Heroic is going to be going for a double EMP setup here, though. They've got Grizzly on the Thatcher, which obviously is still the strongest EMPs in the game, but they also have the impact EMPs on Mellow as well. So Awal is most definitely getting open, and there's some potential for someone to get blown sky high here, too, but it'll just be the shield. No one will rotate in time to go down to that frag grenade from Benja. Another one sent to the ceiling, but nobody home. Unfortunate for Benja here in the batting cage.
Once again, Heroic setting themselves up here. Still about half of the round to go, so not going to be strapped for time just yet, but once again, a little bit of a passive stance here as they wait things out and try to look for the shutdown onto Liquid. Wait for that first mistake to come from them. They've been aggressive, but that's the problem for Heroic here. There haven't been a lot of mistakes along the way, save for that one little hop over from Ask towards the tail end. Oh my God, and there we go. Perfect example of that. Ask with the perfect timing on the swing. Catches Grizzly when he's looking just a little bit too far off the angle. Takes him down. Another kill will also be found by Resets. Ask is looking for a second, but now he's biting off a little bit too much here, potentially. Loses half of his HP. June is more than ready for him here as the potential swing comes out from Ask, but once more, a lot of time being wasted here too, and unfortunately Heroic has not been able to translate this time loss into any significant map control yet.
Yeah, once again, we have a very default and defensive round from Heroic on the offense, and that's not going to bode well for you. Liquid is running amok of things right now, John. This is not looking good for Heroic. I really do want to see Officer take his time out right now.
More than likely going to be the case on for the full run, and indeed, there's Heroic's request for a timeout, so we'll go into that, give them about 45 to 60 seconds here to be able to figure out what is going wrong, and hopefully make some corrections upon it. They've seen the full spread of Liquid's defense, the first full run, so to speak, assuming that Liquid are just going to be going for 3 sites and not going for, I believe, Lab is the one they haven't played into just yet. So now Heroic's coach can give input on how all 3 of those sites played out and the specifics that need to be improved upon on each of those.
They're doing a good job of getting in position for their initial game plan, but there's really nothing else past that. They're able to hold on to that first initial area that Liquid allows them to have, but Liquid just takes the fights later on. Instead, they allow Heroic to sit there and waste all their time. All of those engagements that we saw were well past when Heroic should have already made a decision to rotate somewhere else or just do anything else, put somebody downstairs, anything. I mean, we're hitting 1 minute and 5, and everybody's still standing out on East Balcony and cash and security. Everybody's been in the same place for so very long. So past Benja, I really want to see some movement with this squad. I want to see some help, man, because it really feels like Benja's out here on an island trying to get things done across the entire map of Theme Park, and it's a pretty big map.
Yep. Someone's going to step up to the plate here, be able to make their first mark against Team Liquid, as unfortunately it seems to be going the other way every single time so far here. Mello indeed giving us an interesting pick, and I was just going to bring this up for you to discuss is now this is going to add an interesting little wrinkle into this one, a possibility for those trades to maybe come in a little bit more proficiently if the sniper is trained onto that, and on top of that as well, the utility to maybe breach their way past some of these electrified walls as well.
Yes, indeed. So see if that will work out for Heroic. I'm really interested to see what angle Mello's going to adopt here, because I don't really see any future where Liquid's going to go spawn peek or anything of the sort. So really just thinking about maybe yellow hallway right out of Gong, or rather tellers, you know, things along those lines, some of the longer angles around this area, you know, things like the waiting hall upstairs. But again, we'll have to see. And actually, Mello's going to troll us, as they usually do as pros whenever it comes to calling. He's going to switch out to Lion at the very last second. So yeah, we do still have the Amaru, so we're still allowed to have fun.
Considering that we're on Throne as well, the switch off of the Kali makes perfect sense, specifically just when you're thinking about the rifle there.
Just don't play Kali. That's the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be on permanent secondary the whole round, essentially, so not going to find much use for there. The line will probably be much, much better, especially when you consider the amount of aggression that Liquid have been throwing forward to a correctly timed E1D can really put a damper in those plans. Grizzly, though, going to try to put a damper to the plans of Team Liquid himself as he just goes directly into the fray, takes control of Break Room here. It's going to cause a little bit of an awkward stance here as he takes some damage. Liquid definitely have a bit of a pinch angle set up against him, but he has a few angles to fight back in as well. Just not playing with great intel right now, and obviously can't drone for it himself. If they see a drone coming in, they're going to assume it's just one player going for that and immediately rush him. More likely get the kill as well. We're 1-1 to start as Joom is able to claim one. Uno as well from the rappel, catching Nesk. But of course, Liquid did still trade out one, leading to the death of Benja. Joom with a potential second, but no, not able to lock in that aim. Grizzly just going to be able to fall back and away from that, and Lagonis and Ask as well will stay alive.
Hotly contested around finally for Heroic. It seems like they've found themselves a bit. I will say they're still a little bit off page right now with each other. Mello really not tossing those EE1Ds in time. A lot of people taking some fights and not really having anything to back it up utility-wise. So a couple coin flips could have happened there that we didn't exactly get to see. But either way, Mello's still tossing it out there at the tail end to assist in a certain capacity. So going to use the second one here now and see if they can try and find themselves some more Liquid members. Ask is upstairs along with Palu. Please remember the site is indeed Throne, so Heroic has some solid positions around Palu. This is what we expect out of this man when his number's called. He lays down the law. 2 kills out of the MPX.
Palu making a big difference here that might save Team Liquid's butt inside of this round and keep this game flawless so far, potentially 4-0. 2v2 now, and unfortunately from the HP side of things, Heroic are at a slight disadvantage as well because of the damage that Grizzly took from his initial hop-in over towards Break earlier on in the round. Lagonis, of course, able to work his way back. Only one Toxic Babe left to use, but at the same time, only 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Nice angle here as Lagonis is going to be brought even lower. That's nicely spotted out via a drone, and the perfect setup from Uno as well to finish the job against Lagonis. Palu versus the world, but we've already seen him pull off an impressive double kill. If he's able to get one more here, he can still save the round, and he's got the benefit of the timer working in his favor here with only 25 seconds left to play.
Palu, you have the most kills of any player in Siege history, an MPX, a Nitro Cell, and Valk, a fragger's friend of an operator. See if he can get it done here. Nitro Cell, remember, he's going to take the shots up against Grizzly. Does Uno cancel here? He does not. He's going to man up, and he's going to put down this case into overtime, but Uno gets it done, and that's what we expect out of this, man, out of Europe. Oh, my. We have the clash of the Titans, and Uno takes gold.
Gotta love when a round comes down to a straight-up 1v1 gunfight, and that's exactly what we get. Uno just clutching it out versus Palu. An impressive round up until that point, of course, from Palu, but not enough, unfortunately, left in the tank to be able to shut things down. Uno comes out on top of the final 1v1, just full committing to the case plant there as well. No second guesses. Even Palu seemed like he wasn't fully aware of the fact that it was going down. You could see him second guessing his own nitro cell toss there towards the tail end of the plant timer. So that set up that final 1v1 and gave Uno the confidence to win things out and finally put Heroic onto the board.
Yeah, perfect round from Uno there. Played that out extremely well, kept himself alive, and was able to clutch out because of it, especially with that case control in hand, just making things a little bit too difficult for Palu. Really not able to pallet that, and that's why we've ended up here. But fortunately for Liquid, they have so many rounds in the bag already. They could split this thing in half and really not even try for these other 2 rounds. Just be a 3-3 split and be able to try and handle it on offense instead. But obviously, we know Liquid's no slouch, so they're not going to lay down. Uno's going to have to try and rip this from their cold, dead fingers.
Let's see here how Liquid tries to quickly make up for things. Still 2 rounds to go, so they can still try to solidify a 5-1.5 if things continue to go their way. But it seems like Heroic has found a greater capability to be able to make their mark, at least against the initial aggressive plays from Team Liquid. So now it's in Team Liquid's hands here. Do they try to cool it off a little bit, play things more passively, or do they double down?
I don't know, man. I will tell you this, though. I'm having a great time casting for being awake for now 30 hours. This is pretty amazing. Pretty amazing stuff.
We're going to continue to see that slow initial approach come in for Heroic. Lots of droning need to be done due to the early shenanigans from Team Liquid. Just need to scope out for that. Make sure nothing goes awry in that department. Nothing crazy happening in terms of the operator department as well. Uno, of course, getting the extra confidence for the last round. He's going to get promoted to Ash, but aside from that, everything is pretty much what we have seen so far throughout this half. No real surprises on either side.
It seems like Uno has had a realization, kind of went and looked in the mirror for a second and said, well, if somebody needs to kill someone, I guess it will be me. Grabs an R4C and some breaching rounds, and well, now you got Ash on your hands, don't you? So we'll see if Uno can get things done with this monstrous kit, although she does not have her stuns anymore, still quite potent in a lot of different ways. So Palu's going to be the one that's on the front line of defense in this area, and he's been doing such a good job across the board. We saw his engagement earlier inside of waiting. We're looking to see if we can get another one here inside of break.
Got the Nitro primed and ready to go. This all comes down to the timing, though. More importantly, how he avoids the damage potentially coming in on the rappel. But Lagonis gonna get spotted out instead here by Joom. Ask finds a response, however, but Benja right back at it. Heroic seem to be locking things in here now in their mid-round, doing a much better job making sure they find those trades, and more importantly, not allowing Liquid to get away with these free picks. There you go. Perfectly set up for the players on Heroic, and they shut down all of the aggression from Liquid. A defiant round from them as they're starting to come back into it towards the tail end of this half.
Perfectly executed aggression there from Heroic, especially loving Joom sneaking into sight there, catching Liquid off guard a little bit. Liquid's really like to roam heavy early on, then fall back to sight, kind of showing that ghost pressure, making Heroic re-drone things, maybe get some drone utility out of the way early as well for that drone count. But either way, it's really getting in the head of Heroic, you know? It's making it to where a lot of their timing before was pretty off-kilter, but now things have completely changed up. They're playing up against what they know Liquid is going to do, or at least what they suspect. They're not just sitting there and awaiting the arrival of Liquid. Instead, they're game planning and pushing themselves forward.
So in the case here, so let's see what Liquid has up to bat for the final 2 rounds of, or final round, excuse me, of play here. More importantly, what Heroic has working on. Yeah, you spotted it too there on the top.
He's going to do it again. You know he is. I'm not saying a word, Mello, until you lock that in.
See, well, his other teammate's going for the 6 picks. He's still locking it at the moment. We got a hard breach swap, a Nook coming in, of course, as well as another one coming in there for Joom. But once again, I believe that blitz is here to stay.
If it gets to 3 seconds, then it is indeed.
There it is.
There
yep.
it is. It's
Nicely
in.
done.
All right. Well, Mello, you're not going to troll us this time, are you? But hopefully you don't troll your team with this one. Blitz, interesting pick whenever he's brought, but he can mean damnation for the other squad if played out correctly. Now, correctly with Blitz, that's a pretty wide berth, I would say. You know, there's a lot of different ways that can be. You can kind of be a nuisance. You could wipe the whole squad. I mean, we've seen it done a million different ways when it comes to this operator. So we'll see if they can try and assist themselves with that Blitz shield, being able to stun out their opponents and bear down on their location, potentially getting some melee kills in the process. Nesk does have a pretty harsh counter for Blitz, though, as he's actually ended up bringing Legion to the table.
Absolutely the case. Aside from the Legion pick, though, could end up here with a very nice set of intel just because of the fact that Liquid's aggression has been busted back out. very quickly against the members of Heroic here. And of course, if the shield gets into the way of that, like this, you can counter that push very, very quickly, as Joom will be supporting the play from Mello as they move themselves forward. Lagonis does find the first exchange. Joom's going to be able to get his own personal second. Mello trying to knock one out outright here as he gets the flash going, but the player from Liquid dodges away, gets themselves down into the bottom of Lab. Liquid still going to be at a disadvantage, though, as they suffer that extra loss from Joom. Excellent entries coming in from him as it's brought down to a 4v3.
Well, more likely going to get quiet here for a second as both of these squads try to recoup. Team Liquid, they've still got site control, resets directly under a den of wolves here. Not the other wolves squads, it's actually Heroic here, obviously, in daycare. Uno's made his way across the roof, and he's going to open up security hatch. Reset's got the comms for this, so they know that Heroic is more than likely going for somewhat of a rotation. It doesn't mean the whole team is going to commit. It just means that they have to know that it's a possibility and try and suss it out. The big thing is keep track of Mello. When you hear that shield shifting around, you really need to be on top of your communication, because all it takes is one little moment where Mello can slip through the cracks, and that'll be the round.
Things have gone very, very quiet, though, since that initial push from Heroic, but it's all for a good reason, all to set up the next phase of their assault, the next swing forward into initiation itself. You can see Uno getting himself in a position to drop back down. Obviously has the laser gate in the way. It's not the most optimal position, and unfortunate as well. Resets with his eyes locked on that one. Seemed to be fully aware that there was going to be a rack from Heroic towards it. That evens out the numbers, brings us back down into a 3v3, and with only 30 seconds left, Heroic have to make up for this. That was going to be their flank. That was going to be the pinch for this push, so how do they make up for that? Do they just play it directly? Do they try to go for a bit of a lurked flank here? They're going to try to push the blitz back in with Mello towards Office side, but as you can see, he's not being given a whole lot of room to work with. Lagonis at least locked down, but the M590 singing it out here as he knocks out both players on the inside of Office. And Ask as well takes care of the push from initiation side.
It's going to be a 4-2 split going the way of Liquid. They're able to get it done in the last round up against the blitz play from Mello. Some different creative ways to be able to go about clearing out, key portions of the building there with the blitz. Really like the coordination between Mello and Joom there that we saw coming in through cafeteria. Mello immediately bouncing to the floor so that he doesn't get shot in the back of the head, and Joom just splits the wig of his opponent. Very nicely done from them, but obviously it was not all she wrote at the end of the day, as Team Liquid was easily able to bounce back, use their utility to the fullest to really accomplish that.
All right, it's the first of Heroic setup. No surprise in terms of the site choice. We saw the same thing out of Liquid. They're going to fall right back into Thronum. A little bit different on the operator choice. The main one being, of course, the Mozzie being brought in for Uno here. So trying to play a little bit more heavily into the drones. And I'm not going to be accompanied by a mute necessarily here. But on top of that as well, we do get the alibi for a little bit more freedom for Benja to play around with this one. Potentially set things up with the clones as well. He's definitely going to be wanting to get in the face of Liquid as they try to take their initial map control.
I really like this for Benja, because you could tell just how comfortable he was on that sledge, kind of roaming around downstairs and trying to, do his own thing. And like you said, Alibi opens up so many doors for you. You slap down the Prismas, you have Impacts, a Bailiff, and a pretty great gun at range to actually try and take some fights up against some opponents. So we'll see if he's able to capitalize on having such a fruitful bounty in his hands. As we jump on into things, Team Liquid not really doing too much yet. Obviously, we are early here inside the round, so it's going to be down to the drones. We haven't even seen which portion of the map they really want to start on. It's actually going to be here from the west. Remember, it is going to be a throne defense, so it's really up in the air as to what your squad wants to do. Some squads work in from maintenance, some squads work in from barrel. I mean, heck, some of them take the top floor and then work in from yellow, John. It's really pick your poison when it comes to this site.
Let's see here as the members from Team Liquid once again try to line up for that early swing forward. It's them that's on the other side of the coin that was very commonly thrown by Heroic in the previous round here, but they did have to waste out that first minute and a half kind of figuring out what the roam setup looks like, or at least potentially looks like from what they can gather off the limited drone access that they'll be getting here due to the very heavy spread of Heroic players, more likely popping those off the second they try to work themselves into the building. You can see them investigating over towards Arcade with one of them right now, and Ask is going to start to move in behind that. Triggers the silent footsteps, but is he expecting the play from Benja? Catches it at the minimum there, takes him down, and once again gives Liquid an early round advantage.
Ask has been so dominant inside of his ones today, but fortunately enough for Heroic, they do have a hero amongst them. It's Joom. He shows the S on his chest, and he springs two out the window, able to take down Nesk. That's a big player as well. Hasn't had his game just yet, but Any moment in time, he can pop off, so always good to have him off the board. Lagonis, I do believe, has been sussed out by something here. Insecurity, either that or just some very creative angles there from June, just suspecting somebody to be around that area. Rogue's going to fall back now into sight as they've gotten some punishing picks here. Like, on the likes of Nesk, and that's really going to delay things and make it to where these Nitro cells are going to be pretty hard to try and find. Mello almost flying too close to the sun there, John. Approaching the Dragon door in an awkward way, and he's going to take half of his HP bar for it.
A little push against Lagonis, like mainly just a distraction to allow for the rest of Heroic's roam game to successfully rotate back downstairs into Throne Room, where this round now becomes a heck of a lot more difficult for Team Liquid, even though they've evened out the numbers. Bringing things down into a 4v4, they're still going to have to try and work their way past the threshold. And you'll note, of course, not really going to have a whole lot in terms of viable hard breach to try and work their way past the setup that's more than likely been deployed by Heroic. They've got, of course, the Cade Electric Claws that are going to be almost certainly placed onto the walls in the inside of Throne Room here. But a perfect nade from Palu as well, going right into the corner, landing in front of Grizzly's feet. I don't even think giving him a chance to really react to that one, so he goes down dead to rights. Nicely done from Liquid again. There's the advantage, but we've seen the trade starting to show up a lot more consistently from Heroic. This early entry doesn't mean anything just yet, as they don't have the position to support it. They need to swing forward, and they need to do it now. 10 seconds left. The Nitro's out. It catches one. Doesn't get the second. Indeed, it will with the swing from Uno. Just two remaining here, and Lagonis already heavily injured. Both are going to end up going down here as Heroic claims the first round of their defensive half.
Poor Ask. He could not see a single thing walking in that room with that Candela flashing everywhere, and unfortunately enough, Lagonis got gunned down before that even ended up perspiring. So some crazy stuff there for Heroic, but they're able to get it done after Liquid kind of has a blunder there, trying to entry onto the site, and they draw it one step closer, one round away from tying things up.
Liquid ultimately, I think, just not getting as much done in the early and mid round that they wanted to. They're certainly wanting to try and catch a few more of the roam game from Heroic to give themselves a bit of a better numbers advantage, and of course not have to deal with that massive setup on the inside of Throne Room, because you'll note they didn't really bring necessary hard breach, in my opinion, to properly get themselves into areas like the back supply closet area and whatnot there as well, so they were really going to be relying on that. It seemed like they wanted to try and play it on a numbers game off the success they were having earlier on in the game, and just didn't really end up working out too well. Not going to be as much of an issue, of course, going into the second one, as they're actually going to go to the only site Liquid didn't play on their defensive half. It's Lab for Heroic on round 2.
We'll see how this goes. We usually end up seeing a Frost, and we will here from Grizzly, slapping those around the windows more than likely, and maybe some creative spaces upstairs around those tables like what we saw before. But it will definitely be something that could get in the way of Team Liquid. It'd be a big pick later on. Gonna have it right over the top, or rather under that Prisma there, and two here right on the inside of the storage window. Team Liquid gonna have to be solid on the drone game here.
I feel like that's just like the rush deterrence more than anything right there. Like, we've seen that happen a few times, specifically in the NAL, where that's actually like worked surprisingly well.
Yeah, you know, I always think about it like this. This is really a bad example, to be fair, because there's a lot of utility stacked on that window. Whenever I see something like that, I'm like, oh, the law of equivalent exchange. I give a frag grenade, I take your frost mat, and now I don't have to worry about that, you know? Just things along those lines. It's a little bit of an easier way to look at Siege instead of just being like, oh, the numbers, Jason, what do they mean?
Liquid taking things nice and slow on this round. Definitely, again, going to try and make sure that the first entry is going to be impactful. And it does seem like they may want to try and force the issue to go directly into Billiards to an extent here. They've got the stack to support it. Two outside of the Billiards window. You can see two more just behind Mello's gun there, waiting inside of the bathroom as well. And Nesk is going to notice that, yeah, once again, this is just a single player. This is a single anchor setup waiting on the inside of this site. So as long as we can overwhelm that player, this is very realistic. The problem is we need to see a quick follow through here. More than likely, we are seeing that defensive player, Mello, call this out, kind of getting an inkling for himself. So more than likely, we're seeing some rotates come in from Heroic, or at least getting in position to rotate if Liquid does full commit to this one. But they decide to go for a little bit more top control themselves. Drew moving in just the nick of time, too. Gets himself past, but oh no, he's between a rock and a hard place here. Has to shoot these out and get away from it. Does so. Nice little micro control there from Joom to stay in position and make sure that Liquid cannot access the cafe upstairs.
Cool, calm, collected, all in Joom's name. As he stands inside of Cafe Tall as of right now. We'll see if Team Liquid can knock him down a peg. Oh, he's going to make it through. He's got the angle. Does he have the kill? He needs it. Oh, Nesk is actually going to skimp her off. He can't land those crucial shots necessary, and Nesk punishes Heroic for it. 4 versus 3 for Team Liquid. They've got site control, in this case, more than likely going down.
A relatively quiet push, too. Obviously, all the focus for us was upstairs on Joom, and it still is, as he's going to be able to frag things out. Grizzly working his way back in. Also, Heroic are quickly retaking taking this site. Liquid never able to reinforce the site, really just entering to the inside, but hadn't signed themselves in, unfortunately. Palu, the only one left, and he's not even on the inside anymore. Complete loss of map control for Liquid, and only 40 seconds to make up the difference now inside of a 1v3 clutch.
Guess they didn't talk to the front desk there, John. No way they got that case down at all. Very awkward there for Lagonis as well. I don't really know what the holdup was. I think they might have been worried about some of the angles coming in from the side there, or potentially the verticality not being held too well, or something along those lines. I mean, either way, the case was inside the site. That was the thing. They had it inside of storage, so it was really Liquid holding up themselves, just being a little worrisome about what Heroic could potentially do to them when they started that plant. And, well, Team Liquid now going to be tied up with Heroic after they're able to climb out of the hole they put them in on their defensive side.
Much more confidence showing so far in the defensive half from Heroic as well, maintaining those very forward positions, causing second guesses to come in from Team Liquid, adjustments to their own strategy that kind of walks them into their own deaths as well. Heroic starting to look a lot better here, of course. They tie things back up now at 4-4 and look to ultimately try and take the advantage on this next hold, going to the second floor sites here now. They've locked down both of the first floor holds. We're first going to go, I believe, towards the bunks this time around, and indeed, that'll be the hold for Heroic. Not going to see any huge dramatic changes come into the upper lineup, but of course, you are going to note that Bandit for Grizzly there. We've already been seeing Cade used before, though, so it's just a little bit of a swap in terms of the same type of utility.
Well, get our first inkling of theme park here at this LAN, and it's looking like it always has, John. Pretty defensive as of right now, and we'll see if that is actually what's going on for the entirety of this LAN. I always love to double check the maps here and see exactly what is up. And actually, this is going to be our first theme park of this LAN, so this is actually going to be the precedent setter, which obviously, as we just stated, pretty defensive-sided. I mean, if you've been watching the game, you definitely know, so... Joom and the rest of Heroic now await Team Liquid here in round 9. This will be the round where Heroic will finally be able to surpass Team Liquid for the very first time here. They haven't had the lead inside of this game at all, and they'll finally be able to put some heat, some fire on Team Liquid if they haven't already. A lot of these rounds hotly contested. Not early on, though, Team Liquid having a lot of control, but after a timeout called from Mr. Officer at a crucial moment where Team Liquid was up 3-0, they've bounced back in pretty serious fashion.
Very, very slow start to this round. Yet again, that entire first minute, much like we've been seeing, reserved pretty much entirely for drone time for Team Liquid's sake here. Not wanting to send even a single player on a Nook or something similar. In fact, we do have that being deployed by Ask on this round as well, be able to get themselves early access. Well, of course, an interesting operator pick here as well. Capital, not something we tend to see super often, but can be great for those sneaky little utility insertions, especially for the more difficult to reach sites. And I think that's exactly what Palu's goals are going to be here for the site as he works himself forward. He's got someone very close to this repelled angle as well. Chucks out that incendiary, and it does spread just far enough to be able to deal some damage to Grizzly. Pretty significant amount, too. Knocks off about a third of his HP here, so he's going to be a little worse for wear if he ends up in a straight gunfight.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Capital's bolts as well, is that you do shoot the ceiling, they actually end up just falling to the floor and starting the fire there. So very well done from him to try and box out Grizzly at least for a moment. Benja going to take a lot of cannon fodder, won't go down to it. That'll be Uno to die first, and a big character as well. Smoke off the board now. Heroic, they have to recoil. They're trying to find space here across the map. We've got Yellow in full control as well as the waiting hallway. Grizzly trying to bounce forward here to try and take care of Daycare, but Mello's got the cross angle. All of Team Liquid have set themselves up over on the arcade balcony. Who's going to make the first mistake? Who will blink? It's going to be Mello. Almost loses his head. Benja right on the tail coats of death there. And Nesk, he's going to sneak through. He's going to get 2. Oh my, Nesk. Grizzly trying to get it done now, but it's resets to pick up the frag. It's Grizzly trying to prevent a flawless round from going down now. No nitro cells to his name, only barbed wire that's already been laid. Ask is going to murder his teammate. Nesk will murder Heroic, and that's going to be all she wrote for round 9.
As he played out there from Team Liquid, especially the sneak to be able to take out the Cafe player. Sees a moment of opportunity, gets right into the middle of it as well, takes out the player that was supposed to be supported, it seems, by Joom's setup, but works his way past that without being spotted. Gets the free pick and is able to flip it around onto Joom himself as well. Able to lock in a nice little 2-kill there, giving Liquid full access to the site. That is going to reset the run for Heroic. This is going to be their 4th round, of course, on the defensive sides. They're heading back to Throne Room where things things looked a lot more confident for them earlier on in this half. Now down again by 1 round, however, so let's see if they can make up that difference.
It's looking a little scary, though, this time around, John. Team Liquid, they've righted their wrongs. You pointed out that their hard breach game, it wasn't up to snuff. But this time around, they've doubled down, baby. We're bringing the Thatcher, the Therm, the Ace, the Kali, not anymore, but the Ying, as well as the Amaru. That was actually 6-picked, or rather, just regularly picked nowadays into the Amaru. So, Team Liquid throwing this lineup around to a lot of different things. We're also going to have the Hibana working their way in. This is all because of attacker repick. It's been a new thing this year for Rainbow Six Siege and shifted up a lot of different gears for the offense. Practically a brand new Ferrari gifted to the offensive squad in all reality. It's made it really, really easy if you're good with your drones to have a practically perfect setup for what you want to accomplish on the map.
We're just going to be marking those barricades there in the event he wants to try and make a play. Now only needs to hit it once, be able to fully work his way out, potentially get very aggressive against the hold from Liquid should they be going for one. Liquid, as usual though, taking this first minute, this kind of extra setup time for themselves before they begin to move forward. It's been very rare that we see any lone individual member of Liquid try to make a play on their own in that first minute and a half or so, so a little bit more of a slower early game from them. Let's wait and see if things are going to get a bit more heated earlier on this time, though, and indeed they will. Ask dropping right in, but unfortunately the one spot he doesn't check is the one that peaks against him. Resets, though, with the immediate exchange. Once again, at least keeps the numbers even down to a 4v4, but there's still additional threats lurking against the members from Liquid and potentially against the members of Heroic here as well. Nesk is going to be able to find the pickup against Benja as it's all chaos all across the map right now. Liquid, I'll correct myself, much more aggressive inside of this first minute this time around here, and it's echoed through here, knocking out 2 players from Heroic.
Yeah, Team Liquid doing their best Bruce Lee impression, moving like water, my friend, as they spread across this map in such a convincing way. Heroic not able to thwart off the waves, and well, now Team Liquid very far ahead here, gotten Benja down as well as Grizzly. That's quite a few kills that we've been seeing, really the mid of the leaderboard for Heroic, trying to pick up those pieces, some of those key moments really adapted and made possible by Grizzly and Benja. So Heroic are going to have to try and find a way to do it without them. Ask also off the board, but we've seen Liquid really stepping up here across the board when it comes to these kills.
Quickly getting things open here to be able to work their way down into Throme, already with the player set up to be able to do this. Just need to be able to set themselves up positionally, and things will be looking a lot more confident, a lot more scary. The round to go into the favor of Team Liquid. Heroic in the meanwhile here have all but fallen back everyone into the site itself. They've kept one lone straggler on the outside to potentially flank it. They're going to need to pull him back now too, more than likely. Joom immediately getting sniped out by Palu as Liquid reaches the threshold of the throne room itself here. Hello, the only one on the inside of the site. Uno, I'll correct myself once again, has been able to return here in the meanwhile as well, so he's also supporting, but from the other side of the site, these guys are very much off on their own island. It's going to be tough for these players to trade off of each other, but still, Melo with a good start to it. But Palu again, the immediate exchange. Uno tries to go for 2, will not be able to maintain himself, as once again, it's Palu cleaning it all up for Liquid here in the midst of the site. Give them another clean round to push them that much closer to GG.
It's like what you said at the very beginning of that round. It's very seldom that you see Team Liquid do something completely by themselves. They might be on an angle by themselves, but there's somebody right across the map holding the exact counter, and they're going to swing with them. Team Liquid are doing a bang-up job of working across the map of Theme Park right now in a very quick and witty way as well. I really like the top clear we're seeing from them and just how hotly contested these guns are for Heroic. I don't think they're ready for such a pure, aggressive push that early on inside of the round. They're really looking for that utility trade and trying to delay some time. Obviously, they're ready for some gunfights, right? Like, that can happen sometimes, but Liquid is doing such a good job of isolating them and making it really difficult for them to get out of these key positions that they're trying to hold on to, that they're just losing bodies hand over fist, and Liquid has been able to capitalize on that time and time again. Heroic now, once again, in hot water. They had a good streak going there. Liquid was up 3 rounds. We eventually got to a 4-4 tie, but now Team Liquid, they've hit their penultimate round, and they're looking to finish here in 7-4 fashion.
They get the job done. Once again, Heroic running into some similar issues that we saw in their earlier game today as well. Started to rebound when they were playing against TSM on Cafe. Definitely bringing things back, but were unable to hold the line towards the tail end of the matchup there, much like we are starting to see a trend develop here as well. So let's see now if they can once again correct course to that and still try to pick up these next 2 rounds to at least attempt to trigger of overtime. If not, Liquid's going to be looking solid as ever here with 2 straight-up victories on their first day. Only, of course, assuming they win it out here, I believe that'll just be 5 rounds lost against them total across the 2 matches played so far.
And you're really going to have to feel for Heroic as well. Starting down 0-2 on the first day of group stage is not something that bodes well for your future. But the good news is that they can still escape fate and make it into our playoffs. We'll just have to see if they can try and put themselves together for our next 2 days if that does end up happening. Once again, Team Liquid going to be on this offensive side, and it's been a defensive showcase so far on Theme Park, but Heroic hasn't really been able to put these last 2 rounds together. Liquid has had a good game plan for their roam strategy. It looks like they've got something going on here as well, but it's Ask all alone, like we were talking about. You don't really get all those looks that often from Team Liquid, but this definitely a rare occasion as Ask is on that Nook, trying to sneak in down low and seeing if he can punish a player rotating into him.
Of course, spotted out there a few minutes prior as well. He's not going to be able to challenge things due to the drone catching him out in the open. That does give free reign to players like Ask to be able to rotate their way through Dragon as well. No, does anyone have the overwatch for the bottom side of Dragon? Nicely pushed by Germany, just barely wins it also. Look at his HP. About 5 to 10 remaining here as he thankfully catches Ask and is able to get the advantage going for our defenders for the first time in quite a few rounds, if my memory serves me correctly.
Well, Liquid, they know what time it is. Minute 15, they have to spring into action, otherwise this round more than likely dead and gone. Majority of the Heroic members have rotated back into site, but since Team Liquid has not been playing around this bottom floor, the other members of Heroic had spread out on this bottom level. Uno right now inside of storage. We also had another player over inside of lockers. These angles going to be key to winning out this game right here. Heroic, they're staying alive. They're getting it done. They're fighting back against Liquid. And it's all with the map control that they've been able to muster after their initial engagement upstairs. Also able to shut down Ask on his entry over inside of the locker room. So Palu and Nesk have to try and figure it out with 30 seconds remaining.
Fairly conservative with how they approach these aggressive pushes as well. It's not very much in the face of Team Liquid. It's very controlled, very much waiting on an angle for them, then maybe swinging out towards it as they approach it. One little trade will be found there, but as we're kind of expecting to see eventually, just due to the proficiency of the setup from Heroic, like we're eventually going to walk right into it, and indeed, the nice setup there shuts them both down at the tail end of the round. Heroic with a confident win here to bring them back towards it, but they need to follow through with one more here to get us into overtime.
And June, the highlight player there for that round, able to thwart all of Team Liquid's plans and keep them in this one. They're 1 round away from forcing overtime, and they're going to throw it over to Initiation in office.
See, of course, as the shift up to the second floor, we'd see some struggles with that on the first go around. Obviously, Heroic definitely preferring those first floor holds. Never even getting to go back to the lab as well for themselves here, where they were able to pull off a very successful retake against a kind of forced play from Team Liquid in through both the billiards as well as bathroom window down in that site. Heroic, though, not feeling to go back to that one. They're going to favorite the second floor attempt one final time. Liquid might be able to close out on this one as well, of course, with their own trade if they take control of this one. Just a few repicks coming out. I think they were expecting a bit of a different sight. So we're going to see the operator lineup change for the attackers quite drastically, in fact. Even the Finca going away. All 5 players, all 5 operators being changed up. Here's a hard breach change, a sledge being added in for Nest to be able to take out some soft breach control. And aside from that, some different utility change-ups as well, like Ask going over to the Twitch and Palu on the Ying.
Yeah, I love this Ying pickup here. They're going to be able to clear out a lot of different key positionings around this top floor. Maybe something like the arcade balcony area or even onto site. It really just depends on where Heroic wants to try and lay their head. Obviously, Liquid's going to back this up with info game, and that's going to end up being the mark of what they go for. Here for Heroic, though, Joom and Uno have been the 2 players that have highlighted themselves inside of this game. The rest of them kind of just off in the woodworks as of right now. Not exactly the best showcase here for Benjamin Master. I was really excited to be able to cast them and see exactly what Heroic had in store for us, but we still do have a couple of days yet again, right? And everyone not able to really hit their stride sometimes on that first day. There's a lot of things you got to work through, especially when it comes to international competition, especially when you're up against such a stiff set of teams.
The first Cantella going out. Only a single charge on it there, so not going to ring out too heavily. Just forces back some of the presence from Heroic. He's not going to force out any fights either. Both teams just kind of respectfully backing away after that utility is chucked back in here. Apollo, of course, still with 3 more of those to be able to throw out here. So potentially just testing the waters, but seeing if he can get anyone out of position and get them spotted by his drone. with that first Candela, as the rest of the team is more so setting up from the Dragon side to make their initial pushes. Cash as well, of course, being used here to deploy to the inside of the site and get themselves close to it. They've already got those sight lines established going into office, but they won't be super useful when you consider the defensive positions that Heroic are maintaining. It's not going to be until they get themselves into the actual site here they'll really be able to access the players inside of the vault, and as well at the top of yellow stairs, sitting behind that piece of soft breach up there.
And look at Liquid's timing right now. They've achieved everything that they wanted to with the initial walls upstairs well before that minute 15 marker like we saw for Heroic's initial round from this exact same position where they ended up getting punished because of that timer. But Liquid now starting to fall into those same straights here, but able to trade things out in a certain way. Ass keeps his life Nitro Cell out. It'll get rid of that Banshee for him. Melo's going to try and play this out, but the F2, it's so very strong. Fortunately enough, they have a Grizzly, and he'll be able to take down Palu.
Another kill also picked up by Team Liquid, so they still hold the advantage here down to a 4v3, but Heroic has been able to bring themselves back from the brink on this at least once before. Especially from a 3v4 perspective, this is absolutely doable considering the second guessing that's going on for Team Liquid right now, trying to reanalyze the situation, reassert themselves into it, but still, it's going to end up working out. Neskin resets with 2 more pickups. Everything's on to Joom. He's been clutched before, but this is going to be asking a little bit too much as Liquid shuts down their final round and takes control of a second game in regulation today.
This is just one of those games where you can look at a couple different rounds where strategy was really the key, proponent of one of these teams winning, but overall I'd say it's a little bit of a leaderboard difference. We just had a big kill differential between the entire leaderboard of Team Liquid and the entire leaderboard of Heroic. They just were not shooting the same, and it's resembled right there. Joom and Uno, that's the big one we got to highlight here because that's always the tail of the tape. When you have your support doing quite a bit of stuff, then it's always kind of a hallmark that maybe your fraggers aren't getting those kills that they're looking for. But either way, we're going to send you guys to a quick break, and we'll be back with some more hard-hitting Rainbow Six.
Welcome back to the casting desk, ladies and gentlemen. You just saw the close out of Team Liquid versus Heroic. The second game of the day for both of these teams, and now the final game of the day for both of them as well. Team Liquid still showing as confident of a showing as we saw earlier against Sandbox them, as they're able to take control. This time, though, at the tail end of regulation, the game definitely needed to go a little bit further against Heroic, as they win it out 7-5 at the end of the day on Theme Park. Stokes, give me your initial thoughts on how that game went.
Well, I got to say this initially. Pretty crazy that they went under new management literally 2 months ago when Lagona stepped in, and now he's the new IGL, and they are playing this well. That is absolutely fantastic. So hats off to Lagonis on that one. I mean, obviously he's got some pretty good chess pieces to play with, so he's probably having just a ball playing with Team Liquid. But now, John, we have to talk about Heroic and kind of what happened. There's a little bit of a leaderboard diff, so you want to get into this?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, just for me, it seems like kind of a lack of a playmaking capability coming in at the end of the day, except for a few key players and a few key rounds. You had pointed out as well. I was seeing kind of Joom try to get himself into the action more than anything, but you made a very good point in stating that we only really saw that come true in a few of those rounds ultimately, that he actually was able to make that impact appropriately. It was Uno that was definitely finding more of the consistent impact, but the problem is we just weren't really seeing it echoed by a lot of his teammates, not followed through a lot of the time. So that's why they were struggling to close out on those rounds, and some of the more clutch ones from Team Liquid were able to be one to push them over the edge to win this regulation.
Yeah, and this isn't Heroic's fault, is it? This is all on Team Liquid and just how good they are at fragging. They are so talented at this, people. You have no idea. I mean, Nesk has been doing this since 2015, 2016. Same for Palu. It's just so incredible that they have two of the statistically best players of all time in Rainbow Six on one team. I mean, you just really don't get teams like that every day.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It is starting to become a little bit of a problem, though, for the players on Heroic. We'll have to watch out for that because I saw some similar trends happening. Again, not to harp on it too heavily, but like I mentioned this a few times back in the game versus TSM, we were seeing it happen quite a few rounds that I caught. Of course, we were waiting in the airport earlier. I was checking out my phone. It seemed like Bolo was just constantly able to make aggressive plays, similarly to how Liquid were doing as well from their defensive side. And it was going off without a hitch, unfortunately, as players, whether just caught with their pants down or they otherwise weren't ready for those types of plays to be made, it seems.
That was a cafe map, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
You never take Bolo to cafe. That's just a bad decision. That's bad news bears right there.
No, it is not. So once again, that is going to close out that matchup, and we do see it come to fruition, of course, for the players on Team Liquid, taking that full control for themselves and looking quite nicely at the end of the day to be able to do that. So with Liquid now in charge of things, a 2-0 day for them overall here as well. I think we're going to be able to get the match summary up in front of us, see some of the stats and the way they looked. Definitely a big game for Lagonis as well as Resets. Palu as well, they're kicking some serious butt when it came to the entry game, as he was that player, always seemed to be, especially towards the tail end of it, out in the front, always taking charge of things, and for the most part, coming out on top.
Really interesting stat here is the cost for Liquid, all 58.33%. Every single player. So don't know if that was a statistical bug or if it really was that, but either way, that's a pretty interesting one. But I mean, you can kind of see from that leaderboard, get a semblance of what we were kind of talking about when it came to Liquid's fragging power. You know, it's just enough to be able to win a game 7-5. That's literally what it is. They just have those couple more kills, those couple extra moments to really take it to Heroic, and here is how Group B has ended up so far here today. Team Liquid with 2 wins are going to be topping us off as of right now. Heroic 0-2 to start us off here in Sweden.
Yep, and Sandbox as well, taking that 0-1 loss. TSM, of course, able with the 3 points from their outright win, but Liquid, having that extra game played over Heroic here, is going to be sitting in front of the group until we get the results of TSM up against Sandbox either a little bit later on tonight or, of course, going into tomorrow as well. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out to see, more than likely, if TSM is going to be able to keep pace with the Team Liquid roster as well, or if Sandbox will give us that bit of a surprise against TSM, given the way that the other matchups in this group have worked out so far.
I don't know about you, but as NA representatives, actually the only 2 Americans that are on this talent team here. In fact, I checked the flags.
Yeah,
I checked the flags. I did.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah. How are you feeling about TSM up against Liquid? I think that is going to be the game of this group.
It's going to be an explosive one, let's say that. But we'll have to wait and see, right? Because we've seen a lot of tests and tribulations this year for TSM, and running into those legacy teams like Team Liquid, of course, has tended to best them in the past. But again, if we're judging it just off of the game versus Heroic that we were watching earlier, things are looking good, in my opinion. They've held their own, but that's, again, also on Cafe, a map that we've seen be very, very strong for TSM in the past as well. So I want to see a few of their matches before I feel them out a little bit more so far in this tournament.
Completely understandable. You know, TSM has also had a couple of change-ups this last year, but they've both been extremely positive. Snake and Gasher, so much fun to watch. I mean, you and I both getting hyped for every TSM game that we cash. Like, oh, sick. We get to go have a good time, see what these guys are up to, see what they've been working on. So it's going to be a fun game when they finally get to play up against this powerhouse that is Team Liquid.
Tribute note, guys, we still have one more game to go here on the Bravo stream, and that's what we're going to shift our focus to next. It'll be BDS versus Fury, as we'll have another EU versus APAC showdown. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen, and that'll be coming up in just a few minutes after this break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream here at the Jönköping Major, starting to close out the 2022 competitive season of Rainbow Six Siege, wrapping things up. We've got to claim another champion here over the next week or so as we move to DreamHack Winter in just a few days as well for that playoff stage. We got to get through the groups first, and we got to finish off day one. So it's BDS versus Fury, EMEA versus APAC to close out the day here. So far, it's been a good start for BDS as they won a very challenging match versus Space Station Gaming 7-5. Fury, a little bit more of a struggle, however, as they dropped their initial match to start things off here. Fury, again, a fresh team coming into this one from APAC here, so trying to get that international experience as well. What do you take of things as they take on BDS, one of the strongest contenders coming into this tournament from Europe, at least in my opinion?
I think they're going to get their international competition. That's what I think. I think that it's going to be a pretty solid match here for BDS. You know, Fury coming out of their region for the very first time, I think that this is going to be pretty difficult for them. Almost indomitable, but I'm not going to try and, take anything away from them. I really want to see them contest BDS here and just play naturally, play their way, and see how far it gets them.
And it's always fun to see how APAC likes to play, right?
Exactly.
Because they always tend to bring something new to the table. They seem to be one of the more interesting regions, just especially because, once again, we have a lot of separation going on. There are a lot of the inter-regional play that then loops into the bigger APAC North and APAC South divisions. So, of course, things continuing to evolve inside of that one. We'll have to wait and see what Fury will bring to the table. Specifically for BDS, we know what to expect, though. That outright aggression, that outright team play that we've come to know and love over the past few years here. So we're going to be getting more of that inside of this matchup. It does,
Yeah, Shaiko.
That's like the 30+ hours. Man. I thought I had something else to say, but then my mind was like, no, you don't.
You're finally cracking.
Yeah.
John's
one more game. We're almost there.
John's gauge breaks at 31 hours. That's where it goes out. But yeah, man, I completely agree with you. When it comes to BDS, I think that this squad has always been extremely solid, and I'm happy to see what they can do with some new contenders in the mix. You want to walk us through this new guy?
Yeah, so we were Lycofac, I believe, is how we're going to be pronouncing him as well, joining up with the roster.
We tried. I want you to know. We really did. Okay, we really did look this up and do our due diligence here to try. Okay, but the internet connection on the plains was not exactly the greatest, so we kind of tried to do it here in between games. So really sorry if we messed that up, Lycofax.
Either way, Lycofax coming into this one, adding a new element to BDS, but alongside some of the longtime contenders that we've been seeing on this team for a while. Of course, Shaiko, of course, being one of those, and the rest of the squad as well that has developed this very, very strong package over the past few years and has stayed at the top of Europe for quite a while as well. We've seen shifts in that department. Some of the European teams falling down, falling upwards and whatnot. But BDS has been there for quite a long time now. But once again, that championship has been what's evaded them. Even going back to 2019, of course, where they were looking for that with this roster for the first time. Just never really being able to seek it out. Much like a lot of other teams as well. Like OXG is another one of those. Has been around with that core roster for a really long time, but has never really been able to find that real big trophy that they wanted to go for. So hopefully this is going to be their chance to claim it here.
Yeah, for BDS, it always seemed like a tragedy, didn't it? Like it was something that was either completely out of their control or they were blindsided by an opponent and taken out, kind of like with what happened with OXG out in Charlotte. So yeah, with those two OT games, it was pretty crazy there for Oxygen. That was a really good game for them, but they got the best of BDS, right? And that's forced BDS to change some things up. We'll see if they can get this game over on Fury. We're getting the bands in here now. And wouldn't you know it, John, we're end of the day in Russia with Cafe.
Heading back over to Cafe. We've already seen this played out a few times here today as well, so choosing it to be a bit of a popular pick. We'll continue to see that deployed into this one. Now we have the map picks out, and we're going to work on getting our players into the servers. The match should only be just a few moments away at this point, ladies and gentlemen. As far as these rosters are concerned, though, wanting to see exactly what Fury can bring to the table. This is going to be for the large majority. I think, in fact, all of these players, their first time at an international LAN of this caliber. So like we said, a lot to be proven here. Here's the group standings as they sit currently, by the way. W7M and BDS taking their first initial games, both in regulation as well. So that is going to be a straight 3 points for both of them. We, of course, have not seen the other games get played out just yet from this group. So we're going to see those second round of games come in here. Now, as Space Station took that surprising loss to BDS, at least for me, a surprising loss to BDS in their initial game. Very close, though, to the tail end of regulation. And Fury, as well, struggled initially versus W7M, only getting 3 rounds against them in that first matchup.
I mean, W7M is not going to be a slouch in this group at all. They have had Julio for quite some time, the championship hammer lifter from Ninjas in Pajamas in 2021. looking to try and get a different squad there in the coming years, and we'll see if he's able to accomplish that. But we are indeed just moments away from getting into this game in between BDS and Fury. Now, the big thing that I am excited about for this is how does Fury play Cafe? You know what I mean? This is one of the teams that I didn't get to do too much research on. You know, whenever the live shows are on for APAC North and South, it is like 3 in the morning for me, and I'm usually trying to go to bed after you and I have like played F1 too long or something. So, you know, it's usually one of those situations that I have to try and, you know, pick up the pieces and stuff like that. That's where the CGG comes in, right? You get those nice little highlights.
Much like we saw in our last game, one of the bigger elements that Fury is going to have to contend against, because keep in mind, Fury is also starting on the attacking side of this map, is that aggression. It's one thing we talked about a lot with Heroic in the previous game. Liquid constantly throwing out these wild, aggressive plays that have to deal with. I expect very much the same thing to come out from BDS in this first half for them here to be played out against Fury and really test them, try to box them into a corner essentially and make them play in a very straightforward way where they can lock down round after round without too much of an issue. That's usually the way that we see a lot of our very experienced teams try to handle the newcomers when they work their way onto these international circuits for the first time.
Absolutely, and really when you look at BDS's statistics so far, that's really what it looks like for them. You know, you have Alems, Shaiko, and LikeFX all going really, really hard in the paint on these ratings. A 1.52 for Alems, Shaiko with a 1.33, and LikeFX with a 1.33 as well. That is so ungodly high for 3 members to all have on one squad. Now, obviously, that is just one game, so it's a very small sample size, but it just shows you how this roster operates nowadays. They're really in that frag power, and they can really turn it on a dime at any moment in time. So we'll see if they can do that up against Fury. And, well, the Fury coming down from APAC. Looks like they're ready for it. They're having a good time, and that's exactly what we want for their first time here at international competition.
We got a wink from one. We're getting a nice little wave. What is it? Dance, a Jake from another one. I don't know the faces yet. There's a new team to me as well, so I've got to learn everyone's faces here at this event. But
I'm excited to meet him, man. I'm excited to meet him. I always love getting to meet teams that I haven't either seen in a really long time or new, fresh faces to be able to see, you know, where they're from, you know, what they like to eat, all that kind of stuff. It's just always cool being able to meet new people.
There's some more familiar ones though as we head over towards BDS. You guys
I don't know that guy. I don't know who's that. Somebody tell me.
You guys have seen them plenty of times before, of course. Now, just waiting for a few more members to join up into the server, and then we should be good to get things started, folks. Once again, this is our final matchup of the day, but keep in mind, we're back tomorrow and the day after that on Wednesday as well. Same start time, same start place here on both the primary Rainbow Six channel and the Bravo channels. Make sure you are here all throughout the group stage, and of course, our playoff stage, which will be beginning, on Friday morning when we move over to Jönköping into DreamHack Winter.
It's the most wonderful time of the year if you're a Rainbow Six Siege fan. Past 6 Invitational, it's major time. You have Siege all of this week, minus Thursday. Sorry about that. We got to move some stuff and cross some wires and do some different things.
We're gonna go on like a 3-hour road trip.
Yeah, you know, we gotta take our time and get to our other venues so we can see all your beautiful faces at DreamHack Winter, which is gonna be my first time there. I'm very excited to see what it is. John's been hyping it up a lot and telling me there's like people taped to the ceiling.
So for the record, we were talking about how we were at another event. We were actually at another DreamHack. We were at DreamHack Atlanta yesterday, so we've actually come to the next DreamHack now. So I'll get to show you what this is like, the DreamHack core that we're going to be going to this weekend. It's an absolutely amazing festival. Like I think I was telling you a few days ago as well. It's been going on for like, I'm pretty sure like almost 20 years at this point too. So it has such a huge storied history here in Europe and of course in Swedish culture as well. So it's an absolute blast just to get to experience it. You guys at home will be experiencing it when we move over to that convention in just a few days time. But we're into the bands now, of course. Let's go ahead and focus up on that. Flores and Hibana, the first two to be knocked out from the attacking side. Our defender band's going to be no surprise. Azami has been that first pick of the litter for quite a few months now.
It's Cafe, it's utility heavy, it's band phase, it's going to be utility heavy. That's how it usually rolls. We're going to have Flores taking out Hibana, Azami, and then, as you said, a pretty interesting one, Oryx going to be our last ban here. But honestly, I really like this. This is covering a pretty solid base. If they know something that obviously you and I don't, maybe Oryx is used on a pretty deep roam here or something like that. Cafe has a lot of hatches and a lot of walls that connect to really important rooms, obviously. So Oryx is a really, really good character to bring to the table and try and do some different things that teams aren't exactly expecting on Cafe.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first round getting started. Like we mentioned during our pregame segment, it is BDS on the defensive side. Fury is going to be starting on the attack. It's an interesting pick as well coming in from Fury I9, but we are going to see it get repicked there. Not going to be going too crazy off the bat. That's going to turn into a Montaigne. Most of the team is going to switch, potentially seeing them expect a third floor play instead of the initial kitchen play to come out, so they're going to be having to change up their lineup to accommodate, of course, for that first floor assault.
Yes, indeed. BDS setting up a lot of angles across this bottom floor. Coat check, the most glaring one that we see picked up pretty often here. It's going to be operated by Shaco. So it's going to stand inside of the closet over here. See if Shaco can potentially get some things done early on, but I don't think we'll see Fury with too much aggression into the lobby off rip. It does present some awkward situations if you do end up losing a couple of different bodies, so we'll probably see him try and clear this cafe cake. You usually start at the top layer, don't you, John?
Yep, you definitely do. So let's see how Fury is going to try to take this thing apart as well. We're going to move some players up to the second floor, potentially to scout that one back up, but they do need to move their drones onto the inside. I9 already takes up position in Big Bakery just on the outside of Prep, so being able to establish that early positioning already here and moving one of the Twitch drones to the inside of it. They'll spot the Capcan traps. Won't get tripped up by that. That would be a very unfortunate way to start this, but we're already getting started with this. That's the key thing. I9 moving into Prep, wasting absolutely no time here, trying to take as much control as possible, but of course, having that platform opened up from above him will limit the capability for his teammates to not move into the same area and support the push.
Okay, so this is something that we would expect BDS to be good at, managing a lot of things all at once. The squad has been together for so long when it comes to their core. Like a fact, the only guy that is relatively new to this roster, but he's been playing so well as well. Pretty plug and play, it seems. These angles thwarting the plans of Fury now. They've got the Monty in, but they really don't have a means of production behind that. They're going to rotate him back out, get the EMPs down, and try and get this wall open. BG, man, will take down Shaco, and they found the opening kill here in round one.
They have. Keep in mind, of course, all that extra intel coming out from I9 as well, just bleeding it in at the moment of BDS. Really powerless to do anything about it unless the Montaigne oversteps his boundaries and gives an angle to the players up on top. This is a very awkward situation for the players on BDS to be working around, and not a very familiar one as well. It's continuing to work out for Fury as a second kill. Now a third is struck here. They're shutting it all down. Dark doing all the heavy lifting here as he's up to a triple, but finally that shotgun comes to blows, but Dark again. Nicely played as he gets the quad, I believe, to shut it all down here and pretty much single-handedly with the intel support from his Montaigne, of course, on I9, take swift control of the first round.
Dark like a sentry turret moving in through kitchen, just spinning on a dime for a bunch of different angles there, contesting the verticality, taking some shots in through the actual bomb chassis there at the tail end as well. Nicely done from Fury. I really like the patience with the Monty play, and they found their own way to circumnavigate the strategy that BDS was using to close down Prep Kitchen. They move across, use their EMPs, get the wall open. They know that BDS cannot manage all of those positions all at one time, especially when you have a player like Dark just hounding down on your site players' locations or some of those stragglers right on the outside like what we saw with Shaco.
Pretty much a perfect buddy system play coming in there. Like I said before, I9 giving out all the intel on the Montaigne, playing it forward and taking all the aggression to an extent as well. And then allowing for Dark to come in with the actual gun and clean things up very, very quickly. Beautiful play from Fury to be able to make their first round work. We are going to go into a quick tech pause here, folks. Looks like someone's keyboard or something like that is having a quick bug, so we will try to reset that and fix that as quickly as possible. I'm going to hope that we're close. Here we got thumbs up. That's a good sign. We can start the game probably pretty soon here and get into the second round. And indeed, we are going to do so, I think, in just a second.
All right. Well, let's see what Team BDS has for bar cocktail. It's fairly straightforward. I really just want to see a Lems pick. Everybody more than likely knowing what's happening with a Jaeger while my smoke setup. I mean, Alibi really doesn't mean that much to that either. You're going to slap a deployable shield down maybe in Pixel or something like that, and then put your Prismas across some windows, and that's really all you're going to be seeing with that. It's going to be the Maestro here for a Lems, but actually we're going to throw that on over to Renshiro. We're going to end up dropping the Wamai, and a Lems also not really too hot on his previous op either. He's going to go over to the Uruni instead. And honestly, I really like this swap here. You know, they're really accounting for a lot of different plays that could happen here from Fury. And, you know, obviously we have that X-ray vision, right? We know what's happening on both ends of the spectrum here. And I9's bringing the bucks. So it's a good thing that they're kind of thinking on that level. You know, there's a big chance that Fury tries to take this from that eastern side.
Indeed, there will be. Let's see if Fury will try to deploy towards that, already subverting our expectations on round number one with a very interesting approach to be able to get themselves into Prep Kitchen and the rest of Kitchen alongside of that one. Let's see now how they go for that third floor approach as well, and if they give us another show here that BDS may not be expecting. As far as their setup is concerned, no huge surprises, mainly using utility mitigation here as they did get overwhelmed by it a little bit there on the entry going into the kitchen itself. So going to try to hold a little bit more of that back. The combination, of course, of the laser gates on top of the ADSs that will be bringing into the fold for the defenders here. Attacker is not needing to change up too much. We're just going to see a few slight variations. It's adding a little bit more, though, as they actually ditched their hard breach entirely, it looks like, just going over to the Zofia instead. A Lion will also be added into the element in addition to the Ying, played by Hajime.
Man, I miss Ace. Laser Gates just doesn't hit the same without him. But you know, fortunately enough, there might be something in the pipeline. So you guys might be potentially seeing him, potentially not. We don't really know.
TBA.
Yeah, TBA. So we'll have to see, ladies and gents. But either way, we're into the nitty gritty now here for round 2. Fury up and bound on the board. Not changing up too much from what we initially saw for their lineup. They are going to bring that Lion on BG, man, and plenty of soft destruction across the board. I9 is going to start over on top of Red Hatch, though. Shaiko in the area, but I highly doubt we see him try and take any hotly contested hatch peaks or something like that. Oh, I might be wrong, though. He's looking for the angle back here behind Ticket. This is a nice one, to be fair. Don't think he's going to end up approaching that rotation, though.
Yeah, no real pressure coming in over here towards Cigar either, so he's got full freedom of movement in this area of the map. Why not take up an aggressive
position? Look at the
position?
brain on BDS right now, John. They got Leica Fact down here, too, inside of Library. They're accounting for every move that Fury can make.
Down here is they're considering all elements. That is going to leave some players off on their own in a little bit of a tough-to-trade position, but you seem to be correct with what you're saying at the beginning of the round, that we've been seeing a little bit more of the action coming in from the east side, trying to contest over here towards the cocktail side of things instead of the usual approach from the top of red, as we're seeing a lot of repel pressure. You can see this from Skylight as well. Definitely still keeping an inkling onto, for instance, of course, the new hatch over there just on top of Cigar and the red one as well. So definitely still seem to want to maybe try and pinch this from both ways, but a lot of aggression coming in from that east side also. More than likely just going to stay on repel, at least to begin with. We'll see if they try to go for the outright swing at some later point in the round.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be working its way in from the east. I might have been awake for 31 hours, John, but I still have eyes, and they do indeed work. So looks like Fury is going to have to try and shift gears and come in from the red side that they opened initially. We see a lot of squads do that. It's kind of just pseudo pressure. You have to respect that hatch being open. You might not push around red the same way. And speaking of pushing Furia, they're doing a bang-up job of that. It's body after body for BDS. They can't find a single kill. They couldn't buy a kill if they wanted to. Dark, where did you find this man, Fury? He is eating BDS alive. Alems finally takes down the man of the hour, but it looks like BDS will actually be able to fight back in some semblance of the term. Like a fact, might have the kill here, playing in behind C1. Dealing with the player here for C3, but he has to worry about the other members of Fury. Do they have nice angles here? This could be hotly contested when it comes in from the Skylight here. BG Man will actually end up taking down Alems, and like effects will go down to the other member of Fury. And wow, what a set of rounds we've seen thus far, especially for Dark. He is hitting his stride early here.
Very, very well played out there from Dark, sitting on an average of 3.5 kills on the 2 rounds that we have played out. 7 claimed by him just inside of those 2 rounds. Beautiful stuff. And the rest of Fury as well, not missing a beat. Seems like, once again, Cafe is either their home territory or a map that they very much like to play on here. As at the moment, BDS is having circles run around them by this APAC presence. Beautifully played out. And a huge change to what we saw earlier as well, of course. Fury, remember, struggled in their initial matchup of the tournament versus W7M. Only got 3 rounds against them to their 7, of course. So this is already a big departure from that and a massive improvement. Fury, definitely a team you might want to keep your eyes on if this state of play is going to stay alive for the rest of this game.
You know, you really got to, I think you got to look at it through this lens. It might have been a really good thing that Fury went up against W7M first, because they got a extremely solid Brazilian team to play up against, and they are some of the best controlled aggression when it comes to Rainbow Six. They know exactly what they're doing when it comes to that department. And, you know, Fury might have learned quite a bit from that just inside of that game, you know, how they can kind of adopt that into their free-flowing style. And, I mean, right now it's working great. Team BDS did all they could to try and get in the way of Fury's plans. They set everything up for the East. They play somebody down low inside of Library. They're extending players over to Christmas to try and slow down that side's take. I mean, what more could you want out of BDS? It came down to the kills for Fury after they adapted over to that eastern side, or rather the western side, side as they did indeed come through the red hatch. But yeah, ended up being such a fantastic round for them after the entries come through pretty hot and heavy.
I9 continuing to drone things in here for Fury now. Not going to see any direct contention coming in from BDS, of course. They do need to maintain a bit more of a passive hold this time. Their attempts to get aggressive, get in the face of Fury in the early round has not panned out so far here as of the first 2 rounds being played out. So they are forced away from this, forced to sit back and take things a little bit more cautiously here, just to make sure that they have a better chance of fending off some of this aggression from Fury when it's finally thrown at them. Fury, as a result of that passive play, will be able to take complete control of Cigar for the most part here. We are going to see one player holding this position over towards Pixel. It's going to be a Lems, still trying to play from this position. Quite well supported too. Lots of utility pieces added into this one. He'll lose the laser gates. If we see a little hop over though, players are going to start to come into his peripheral vision in just a moment. And Shaiko as well, pushing from the more forward position over here inside of Cocktail. He actually strikes true, takes out that player that had been striking very heavily for Fury in the past 2 rounds. Dark is down for the count this time around. And already BDS is probably breathing a sigh of relief about that.
Yeah, Shaiko took the 8 count, but he's back up for the brawl. He's going to knock out Dark, at least for round 3. He'll be riding the bench and using these drones to try and see if he can assist his teammates in the info game instead. Fury's been slowed down to a dead stop here as Dark attempted to rotate in through long bar, but obviously we saw how that went. It was a beheading from Shaiko. And now, like Effect, trying to move up behind Team Fury as well. This is going to get pretty desperate here in a moment if they can't get these kills. They're able to get these walls open and make some of these angles difficult for BDS to try and occupy, especially with these concussions coming in, but they have to capitalize upon it. Hajime will go down. Lems will end up being the deliverer of his fate, as Fury hasn't been able to find their stride in round 3.
3v5 here now as Fury finally losing some steam on this 3rd round here. BG Man able to strike back with one true strike, be able to take out at least one member of BDS here, but it seems like once again, BDS able to hold their own on the extended play upstairs. Not really giving too much room over to Fury. Leaving it all onto Collison. He's going to go down as well here. BDS finally responding on round 3, getting themselves onto the board as well here for a 2-1 scoreline. And a much more confident hold that time for BDS as well. Finally figuring out some of the opening formulas from Fury and being able to get in the way of it this time.
Really love the lines of sight that BDS were holding there. Knew that Fury were going to continue to try and slip through the cracks and occupied the perfect spaces in order to counter that out. And that's how we saw that first kill go down onto Dark. And then past that, Fury really just not able to pick up the pieces. He sat in Christmas for practically the whole time, just trying to deal with the freezer wall or potentially get a kill around, you know, the white hallway. But either way you look at it, it really wasn't going their way. BDS were doing a lot more gameplay, a lot more game-changing actions around the map, including the rotation that we saw later on.
Continuing to tick down for our prep phase. We're going to see BDS set themselves up nice and confidently here on the 2nd floor. They try to complete the rest of their run and start to be able to work their way back over to some of the initial sites too here. Obviously just starting to lock things down with their first victory coming into the previous round. They've got full freedom of movement except onto that side, of course. Fury not necessarily expecting to head to this one, so we're going to see a lot of soft breach added into their utility kit here. The sledge as well as the buck being added for I9 and BG Man. And on top of that as well, Hajime going to be bringing in the Nomad to make sure that those stair flanks aren't going to be too much of an issue for BDS to be thrown against them.
Loving it here from Like Effect. Confidence early here. Bodes well. Got to play like yourself. Don't play like anybody else. Oh, there we go, baby. That's that confidence. That's what we're talking about. Dark goes down early due to the pre-fire. He thought he was safe, Johnny. He just shoots the garage just like he naturally would in any ranked game, but this time he's got a killer on the other end.
Good start to things once more for BDS. Definitely going to slow things down for Fury. And once more leaves Dark out for the count as well. 2 amazing rounds to start from this player, but now he's been targeted 2 rounds in a row and has immediately been decked, leaving a severe lack of entry power throughout the rest of the team here. You can just see it from the scoreboard as well. Aside from BG Man, no one's even come close to the fragging prowess of Dark. Of course, again, though, important to know, we are only really 3 rounds deep, so we can't expect too much to come out of any of these individual players just yet. We get to the end of the half, and that's still a problem. Then it'll be a bigger talking point. point.
Yeah, Dark, stop taking all the kills, man. Then the rest of your teammates will probably have some. You know, it's not the same scenario when Uno's getting kills because he's the guy in the back droning that eventually pushes forward. He's like thermite, smoke, that kind of stuff. So a little bit of a different tale. But for this, Dark definitely needed and necessary for the entry game of Fury. A frag grenade committed to I-9, but he's going to put the pin back in. That doesn't work in real life. Don't try it. Stun grenades out here to burn, and it's actually going to be the frag grenades from the other end. Stun grenades, in fact, in Buck's arsenal. I was just daydreaming for a second. Apology, my Buck mains out there. So, like a fact, will end up moving his way into Dark spot down low. This is always a pretty key position if you can get into it. Honestly, one of my favorites when it comes to Cafe. It's misdroned decently often. There's a lot of different ways that you can affect the players up top, especially if like a Nitro Cell or potentially an Impact. They really like to sit in that little alcove there on new balcony. So we'll see if BDS can potentially get a kill through those means. Shaiko, he's still holding down this top floor, and I think that this is completely unbeknownst to Fury.
It's all going very quiet across the table here now since the elimination of Dark. The players on BDS as well, they've just had to remain stalwart, maintain positioning here, and keep themselves ready for when Fury is finally ready to make their play. Where is that play going to come from? Get a few hatches open, able to transition them down into the second floor if they'd like to play into that, but still going to be seeing them struggling to look for it. Yeah, we've got Bride playing under the dining room table here as well, so a very cheeky angle if he's going to get anyone potentially, hopping down to the train hatch or otherwise. Like a fact as well, potentially with a real dirty peek coming up here if he can make the transition properly. You can see right around the corner there is a player waiting. I believe it's going to be the Sledge. Planet Tap being made, but Shaiko already shutting down one attempt. There we go, like a fact as well, making that impact play here, but two trades immediately coming back in. Will he be able to get back to the case in time? That's the big question now. Bride shuts down one. Hajime, the only one left, even if he got to it, would not have had time, but regardless, BDS shuts it all down.
The brain was even bigger on that play, but what else would I expect from Team BDS? He plays that spot not for what could potentially be going on upstairs. I mean, if that comes to fruition, then sure, but he's playing for that red hallway and the angles that they made at the very bottom of that wall, John. So he's got that impact, he slaps that wall open, now he has all these angles to where, oh, Sledge, you think you're safe and you can plant behind mining? No. Now I can just shoot you in the feet. And very, very straightforward for BDS past that point. They just had to delay time and make sure that Lycofak was completely safe in his positioning. No one was able to get a bead on him, and it pays off really well.
Into round number 5. The closing two
that
rounds.
Kill early too.
Oh yeah, that's the replay right there. God, indeed, very beautifully done. And like I said, that's been the unfortunate series of this so far for Fury. Is Dark, of course, getting this team off to a booming start. These amazingly surprising 2 rounds right off the bat, and of course, oftentimes boosted by his entry power. But now he's just been hyper focused on, or at least been the unlucky duckling at the beginning of the previous 2 rounds here. Down for the count pretty much immediately, and we haven't seen anyone else step up to the plate just yet. But we still have to wait and see. Is anyone else could come out of the woodwork very, very soon here, but BDS is looking to try and take that overall control of the matchup back here if we don't see Dark or another player from Fury finally do that, stepping up at the plate here on round number 5.
Yeah, I'd definitely say that Dark has suffered a series of unfortunate events here in the last handful of these rounds, but doesn't mean that he can't bounce back either. I mean, obviously the potential is there. We'll see if BDS has something to say about that, but obviously Dark up and about again. So Fury more than likely planning on getting him in on the entry. This Ashe is, or rather this Yana, has been working out extremely well for him. Both of them rocking the G36C at this moment as well, so gotta love the duo synergy.
I-9 ready to move in with a few of his other teammates as well. The initial control going to show itself once more from the top of red as we usually expect here, and BG Man as well coming relatively close to contact with a few other members of BDS holding on to White Stairs control. Does not look like BDS necessarily want to challenge that just yet, but the timing could align for either one of these players, including of course Renshiro, the one on White Stairs, but it seems like he's more preoccupied with potential pushes coming in from downstairs at this point. It's not going to be focalizing too heavily on any of the action going on outside of that window. Fury has finally made their drop down into red and will begin clearing things out for the extended play up here towards Cocktail. Pretty light force that's moved in here from top red though. It's more likely not going to go for a direct clear. Might be kind of an ignorance play from Fury to try and go directly for the site instead. See if that will work out in their favor by potentially going for dining room where BDS would not be able to abuse the top down angles as heavily.
Yeah, they get some control over the western portion of the top floor and allow the drones to do their due diligence, clearing things for it. But these mute jammers have thwarted those plans for Fury. They're not going to be able to get as much info as they may have wanted off bat here, but at least they do have the Dokkaebi, her logic bombs that will end up messing things up a little bit. But speaking of messing things up, Shaiko with the MX4 Storm, that's something you never want to hear me say. But apparently for Hajime, it doesn't really matter, does it? He'll take him out immediately after, make this an equal game, although they won't have the logic bombs to mess around with any longer.
It's not a 4v4 in time. Starting to become limited here for Fury. The play needs to be made now. Does seem indeed they do want to make this bid for the push into the dining room, or at least that's the initial bid as we see them try to deploy utility towards it. Nowhere near enough of a breach to be able to make their way forward. The same story going to be true as they try to get access to the back of the library as well. Just nothing working out in the utility department here for Fury, but the kills are still being found. I9 locking one in against Bride, bringing it down to a 4v3. A lot of the presence still on the top-down angles as well here from Fury, so BDS need to be careful about how they weigh out their own aggression. Renshiro wrapping around the corner, but doesn't even realize that I9 has gone for the push. Catches Renshiro with his pants down. That's on top of Rafal, also being spotted back out here. Alem's the only one left standing now for BDS. Starts it off well, though, from the 1v4 by knocking out Hajime, but 3 other players still stand in his way, and there's a gauntlet waiting for him at the bottom of the white stairs. He'll be immediately knocked out, and we'll see Fury back in charge of the situation as they still maintain their lead.
Dark stays alive, Fury wins the game. Dark dies, Fury loses the game.
Seems like it's a pretty definitive trend.
My job just got made super easy, so I mean, like, I appreciate
predicting these rounds is going to be just easy street from this point
as
forward.
soon as Dark dies the next round, that's the first thing I'm going to say. Oh, well, Fury, I don't know what's going to happen here. They don't have any access to Dark any longer, but it really does look like Fury is firing on all cylinders now. They're starting to really pop off across the board. It's really been here in these last couple of rounds. Obviously, BDS got those 2 there, were able to spring back, and Furia had to do some fighting of their own, or rather Fury. Got so many different names nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, you caught yourself on that a few times, already.
Yeah. So
this is a confusing tournament overall. Right? We got Fury,
Wolves,
Furia, Wolves. We got the Dire Wolves and the Wolves as well. So
we need to stop copying each other's homework, okay? Please, please, esports orgs. What are we doing here?
10 seconds left.
Make it something unique, like Team BDS. Isn't it just like the CEO's initials or something?
Yeah, I've heard that. I'm pretty sure it's something along those lines.
I could be totally off base with that, by the way.
No, I definitely heard something along those lines.
It might have been you that told me.
Definitely needs confirmation, to be sure. Anyway, let's get into this round, of course, as Fury has spawned out once again. Their last round on the attacking side, and a few changes showing up to their operator lineup as well, most notably like Colas going over towards the Dokkaebi, a little bit of an extra intel addition on top of the Lion as well. They want to trap BDS, prevent them from being able to make these jump out plays, which is how they've been able to execute previously by having these angle establishments that kind of disallow aggression for BDS. Otherwise, they'd be walking into a crossfire of like 2 to 3 different members of Fury. Obviously, this utility between both the Dokkaebi and the E1D is going to do that naturally with just the utility, so it's an even better boon to Fury's attack.
Yeah, Shaiko is so very difficult to deal with in a lot of different capacities, but what's the best way to deal with him? Put a muzzle on him. Just make it to where he can't do exactly what he wants to do. Snuff him out, use those EE1Ds, use those logic bombs, make it to where he can't move as freely as he wants. And that's something that Furia, by the way, has also been doing extremely well in this game. If you've taken note of it, John, they are fearless when it comes to a lot of these pushes, and it's really catching BDS off guard. I saw it highlighted extremely well in that last round where I believe we saw Renshiro playing around this area, and one of the Fury members just pushed right up the hallway, and he had no idea because he wasn't expecting him to be that aggressive. So we'll see if BDS is ready for it this time around, as Fury has to attack the top floor again.
Unfortunately, Renshiro is going to have everything falling apart around him. A Candela exploding, I think, below him, to be fair. But still, we're also going to see that skeleton key is the bigger problem. Ripping up not only the floor below him, but his HP as well. Finally takes the challenge against that Buck, but on the losing end of it due to the earlier damage sustained, I9 picks up the first kill of the round here. Keep in mind, we have still over a minute to go as well, so some nice progress being made from below and from the rappels on the east side by Lycolis now, as he picks up a second frag. Bride and Renshiro now out for the count on BDS's side.
These kills really do mean a lot to Fury right now because the case is actually on I9, which is a little bit of a blunder, and he's going to have to go all the way upstairs and try and plant this himself. So I think he's going to swing inside right about now. No, Alem's going to be able to get one. Shaiko trying to contest. Oh my, not like this, Fury. Please. They'll be able to get Shaiko at a minimum. It's up to Alems to try and clutch it out in the 1 versus 2.
My shots coming in from Alems. The clutch very much alive here now because of the 1v1. Will he find the angle against BG Man? Not giving him away just yet, but no E1D for BG Man to use here either, so he does not have that element of safety. Intel is going to come in via a yellow ping. They have cams further back into the site, and that will give the clutch over to Alems as he shuts down the 1v2.
Well, Fury, you had a fantastic strategy, but you forgot where the case was supposed to be. And that's really where everything went wrong. I9 can't have the case downstairs. Just off base, it's very silly because if he entries down there and dies, your case is now in the hands of the enemy. Okay, so that's just a start. Secondly, he has to operate it down there for a long period of time because you want somebody operating those angles. He didn't open those for no reason, right? So it just made it to where Fury wasn't exactly able to fully flush out their game plan, and they had to try and go for something that was a little bit different, and it allowed BDS that time to kind of reshape, retool, and remaneuver themselves around that top floor, finding some very considerable kills.
So it's a dead heat as the first half closes down. BDS and Fury both with 3 rounds each. Fury, of course, now with the slightly advantaged side as we go over to the defensive end of their half. And for BDS, they'll be jumping onto the attacking side of this. No repicks to be seen, at least initially for BDS, but that could change. They still have about 10 seconds to make that decision. As far as Fury is concerned as well, no huge surprises here. It's just a straightforward third floor hold. Even I9, of course, going over there onto the Warden. We started to see that more and more, just being able to directly contest against the flash dump that we oftentimes see as the entry for attacking teams.
Well, John, it's going to be a long game to close out the day. And after our previous day, might not be the best thing, but I'll say this, it is definitely fun. I've been having a great time watching these two play, especially finally getting to sink my teeth into Fury and see what this team is about. It's been so exciting already, getting to see what they've done on their offense with a lot of the different aggressive looks that we saw from them, some of the interesting plays around, the kitchen area and bakery, just able to get a lot done up against a team like BDS with very minimal ground in a lot of different instances, and I respect that quite heavily. I9 going to account for somebody trying to get the other hat, but they're not going to be that quick to the trigger. Instead, they'll try and work the skylight instead. Fury obviously now on the defense, which means we get to see more of their game and what we have in store for later in the tournament.
Going to be forced to change positioning after, of course, trying to play very aggressively behind the center bar there to start off the round, hoping to get a lucky skylight pick, but those are few and far between when the opportunity is even presented, as you only get that tiny little pixel of someone's head to be able to try and shoot out from the other side. BDS, though, still taking things nice and cautiously here. They have seen the aggression that Fury can bring out, and the coordination as well. Impressive stuff for Fury, but still wanting to make sure that they pay good mind that BDS definitely giving the proper respect over to Fury here, which is not exactly what we expected to get out of this game. Of course, as we were talking about it in the pregame there, and especially considering Fury's opening match of this tournament, doing much, much better here, contending out against the EMEA representation in this group.
Yeah, initially it is going to look like quite a bit of respect, but really what they're doing is they're working with the drone game right now, John. They found what they wanted, and it's going to be a Limbs with a big pickup here, but BG, man, he fires back. Like a fact, he's going to start moving in through pillars and hell. He's made his way over towards Red 90, up under this default cam, and he won't be seen by this. He'll slink off into the room and make it away scot-free, unbeknownst to Fury.
1-1 exchange so far, a dead heat as we come down to the final minute of play. Also, Fury still with decent control over the top side of this map, but there is going to be a crunch worked against them, mainly, of course, from Like a Fact's perspective. If you can get that white control and, of course, this Eastern repel as well leads good results, then things are going to get very, very difficult for Fury to be able to maintain at their final remaining 40 seconds. Slow play, though, from BDS. They're not convinced that they have the proper angles lined up just yet. They're waiting for a mistake to be made, it looks like, to an extent as well through those top downs, but not going to end up finding it here. Fury is a very well-restrained team, but finally they do catch it. But waiting a while for it. Like a Fact's going to be able to ring true with that nade. sending it out against Lycolis and eliminating the smoke as well. So a big piece of the utility eliminated from this potential situation also. I9 still going to be a threat from the inside of Freezer, but that secondary so hard to control the spray. Can't keep it together, and Shiro and Lycofac strike again, leaving it all onto BG Man now for a 1v3. No way to contest against the plant as well. That will be going down. Shouldn't be able to contest against it as he moves forward. Finally takes another duel versus Lycofac, and he'll end it out for BDS on this round.
Fantastic stuff there for BDS. Great patience, especially for Lycofac to be able to get his play going on down low. That's what BDS were waiting for. He was kind of the fuse to the powder keg there as they were looking for that initial pick, whether it came via frag grenade or him pushing up white stairs as soon as they went for the execute. Either way, that's how that was going to end up down low. I love the positioning of that Nook there because you have a lot of options, John. You can abuse that white stairs. Like I was just saying, you can continue to try and occupy those angles down low, so if somebody does misstep, you get a free kill, or she does have those frag grenades as well, so she's just so useful in positions like that.
Let's see here now as BDS has taken charge over the matchup here. 4-3 advantage over Fury. Fury, of course, not going to go for a retry on that upstairs hold, just not really having enough presence towards the late round there for them to put up enough of a fight, so they feel it's not worth retrying in this department. They're going to keep rotating around, more than likely bringing the same philosophy that we've seen quite a few other teams use, where even if it's a relatively close round, they'll continue to rotate through the initial 3 sites. Then, if it goes horribly wrong, they can call for a tactical pause, get their coach's input on how all 3 of those sites have played out.
Yes, indeed. And Blue, we're actually joined by the A stream now.
Hello, A stream.
Finish things up over there, so it's all on to us. I'm quaking in my boots. Team BDS versus Fury, guys. Welcome on board. And it has been a heck of a ride. I really hope you've been watching stuff in squad stream, because if you haven't, I don't know really what you're doing on Twitch. So make sure you change that up for tomorrow, because it is an amazing viewer experience. You won't miss a moment of action, because Blue, there's been quite a bit of action in this game, hasn't there?
Indeed there has. Fury starting things out with that surprising first 2 rounds going into their favor, mainly off of the backs of 7 kills in those first 2 rounds coming out of Dark. But let's focus back up on this round here. It's I9 getting the better of Lycofac on the outside there of the rappel, taking him down initially and giving Fury that opening advantage to play with yet again. No room for a BDS response to be seen to that kill, unfortunately.
Well, we will have a Limbs on the mid-level here, breaking up some walls and trying to set up some flank drones to make sure his team doesn't get punished if they want to try and join him. Lots of angles to work its way down into kitchen, but after that initial pick, BDS is really going to have to take their time with this. They can't slip up too much, otherwise they might falter and end up giving the round over to Fury. But fortunately enough, Alems, he's done such a good job of occupying the middle floor here. With those angles like we were talking about previously, end up picking up Hajime, and that's going to be the Kaid going down. Those Electro Claws obviously still will stick around, but he will no longer be able to assist.
Shiro just tearing things up, reconstructing the inside of Cafe here to give as many sight lines over to the attackers as possible as they continue to move throughout this map. They've already taken full control of the 2nd and 3rd floors. Fury trying to play this defense much more horizontally oriented anyways. That's not the end of the world as far as Fury is concerned. Definitely limits some of their defensive rotation options because of the top downs that BDS are, well, in some extent, going to permanently commit to. Now, at least one player probably going to stick around on the inside of the dining room, but still, Fury will still have plenty of options to play around, especially on the outskirts of the actual site, to try and dip back in and get those surprising picks against BDS. They still need to make their entry play into the actual 1st floor, and they've only got a minute to do it now.
Well, the good news is they have so much info utility to try and accomplish this, and they also have one of the best in the business as well. Shaiko steps up, and he knocks it out of the park. BG Man sent sky high, no longer existing for round 8. White stairs occupied, Freezer taken control of by BDS. They're looking for a spot for Bride to put down this plant. A long angle adopted here by Shaiko. Has so many different options presented in front of him. Does he choose correctly? A lot of damage onto the smoke. Oh no, the door wasn't open, and this is going to open the door for Fury to try and step back into this round.
Shiro also down as well, so it's just Bride as well as Alems fighting this out now for the clutch here. But keep in mind, you got 2 of those players on Fury also very, very low, but that's not going to matter much. The Pokeball comes out for Alems. Bride, bit of a panic sprays. He's sitting right up on top of the case. It's enough, though, to be able to defend out against the first challenge. But keep in mind, Ranchiro still down for the count. He's realistically alone in this situation here. The first stopover comes through. He picks up the first one. His teammate now finished up in the drop down, though. Goes into Bride's favor. A massive clutch from the man on site, and it's still BDS in charge here in the 2nd half.
Bride, an R6 classic player, has been so good for so very long and showing it off once again here for Team BDS. Bride pulling a rabbit out of a hat, able to claim round 8. It's going to be a 5-3 diff here for BDS, as these offenses have been looking quite solid, which is kind of an awkward thing, especially when it comes to Cafe. You know what I mean? We saw Furia really starting to run amok at things on that offensive side. Same thing here for BDS, you know. And Cafe, over the, the last year, I definitely say with the attacker repick coming in, things have become a lot more of a teeter-totter, huh?
Definitely the case. So Fury, let's see how they try to make things up on their third and more than likely final site choice here, as we will probably see them attempt to make a return to the upstairs hold after this. A potential pause to come in as well. But in the event that BDS closes out this round and we're on that 6-3 score on the pause, might be a little bit too late of a gesture, of course. Going to do it just because it's probably the way that we see them roll through things, but only one further mistake can be made on what needs to be a perfect 3-round set past that point. That's going to be a tough ask, given that, of course, we only saw 2 at best, mainly off of the entry power from Dark, who has only, and again, this is an unfortunate stat, but it's the truth. Dark's only got 1 kill since round 2.
Oh my, that is absolutely true. Indeed. Oh, I really hope that we can see Dark try and get something, some semblance of himself back here for this defensive side. Obviously, it's a completely different set of shoes. You have to go about the game in a completely different way, but we'd really hope to still see him try and pop off when it comes to the fragging. In fact, we'll be on to the Ash. Lots of soft destruction here for BDS adopted, and Brede going to be the only hard breach for this mid-floor offense.
The good news is, even with Dark, of course, fading off a little bit, we have seen I9 step up to the plate and bring up a little bit more of that consistent fragging power to the table, but he doesn't seem to have a huge amount of support in that territory just as of yet. And alongside some defensive positions being taken out and those holes not necessarily being filled too well with the way that we saw the last 2 defenses being played out, that's what's making this defensive half a little bit tough for Fury to play into, just off of my observations so far from this game at least. BDS having a little bit of an easier time tearing them apart once they take down some of those pivotal held positions by Fury closer to the site, and then leaves at least 2 to 3 other players kind of out on an island on their own, because the initial player that was taken down would have been there to trade or something similar to that. Fury taking a nice slow roll to this one, as they're going to maintain site position, it looks like. Not trying to get aggressive at all against the initial take from BDS, but at the same time, BDS also giving a lot of that respect over so that they can drone things out for themselves and not get surprised by any plans Fury may have.
Yeah, you really have to. Really, I think this is the advantageous position or side for BDS to be on, because they have control of the drone, so they can suss out a lot of what Fury's game plan is. When Fury's on offense, they can get away with a lot. You get rid of those default cameras, and now all of a sudden the defense is, kind of working in the ether unless they have some audio or potentially some evil eyes or Valk cams lying around to try and help them out. It comes down to communication a lot of the times, and makes it a little bit more difficult. It is a little bit easier, I'd say, overall to coordinate things on the defense, as it's decently set in stone for your squad, and offense, you're kind of free-flowing the whole time. But past that, though, having those drones at your disposal for the offense is definitely a boon that BDS is using to its fullest. It's not going to work out for Like a Fact, though, but it will for Alems. He gets the immediate refrag as I9 clambers up White Stairs and meets his fate. BG, man, is he going to suffer the same? A frag grenade out. I really hope he hopped to. He did indeed. And he's back to contest it yet again, but Shaiko, right through his head. BG, man, goes down. Stop doing this, please. No, you guys know he's a menace to society. He gets away with 4 in BDS on map point.
Unfortunately, the coordination and trying to take out that clutch player right there, just not where it needed to be.
Why are you giving him
just giving him individual 1v1s? Like, where's the, just call it 3, 2, 1 peak. Like, that's what we need to see. And unfortunately, Fury just blundering it a little bit right there. We are going to see that timeout that we were talking about before, but the same point that I mentioned before still holds true. Now you got to do 3 rounds in a row and not drop a single one. Although, yes, it's nice to be able to rotate through all 3 of those sides to get the full input. In my opinion, this pause may be coming in a little too late, unfortunately.
I mean, Dark was our light, but now we're back into the Dark Ages for this Fury roster. I mean, I was so hyped up after those first handful of rounds and seeing what they were really capable of, but BDS, they put a clench on that quickly.
This is that tough part, of course, though, about newer teams coming to the international stage for the first time. They can get off to a hot start, but it's when you get shut down from that hot start, it's, finding that strength to be able to move on from that, come up with a new element to put yourself into the leading position. That's what makes the strongest teams. And unfortunately for Fury, they have yet to find that from these first 2 games. Remember, they picked up 3 rounds in their initial game versus W7M as well, so they have some steam at the beginning of it, but their opponents just figuring them out, it seems, a little bit too quickly. They're not innovating fast enough to be able to make up for the difference.
Yeah, like you were saying, it's always a difficult thing when you come to land for the very first time. There's a lot of different emotions going on. It could be as simple as Dark realized how good he was doing and it just turned off because he realized,
he got like psyched out.
I'm really doing well against BDS, and then your brain just kind of turns off. I mean, it happens to all of us in a bunch of different competitive environments. I mean, I can imagine sitting on a stage in front of thousands of people, all of you guys at home right now. I mean, I just have to talk and be like, oh, that was kind of a weird play, right? This guy has to get critiqued by everybody at home, us on the desk, all for his play, and you know, it's a tough, you know, thing to swallow initially when you do start a career like this. But fortunately for Fury, they do look good overall, I'd say. I think if they can work with these rough edges and kind of sand those down, we're going to have a nice product.
All right, well, let's see if Fury can get the job done here. At least a few more rounds coming back under their belt to try and close out the game. A bit more of a respectable score. And keep in mind, too, if they can push towards overtime, pretty sure that does mean bonus points in the group if we're running on that format as well. So certainly something to be achieved there if they can push towards it. But unfortunately going to be very, very tough as BDS seems to have figured out Fury, especially on the defensive side. Definitely seeing a lot more prowess come out from Fury in the first half when they were on the attacking edge. So once again, that would be a boon to them to be able to push things into overtime if they can make it to that point. But it is indeed going to be tough. We have the picks in, though, of course, for both teams now. Already about 30 seconds into the round here. BDS, once again, taking their time with things. They do want to rely pretty heavily on the drone intel so that they can quickly, knock out these Fury setups one by one, as we've been seeing them do pretty consistently for the past 2 to 3 rounds now.
Indeed. Now for BDS, they have the opportunity to close this out. They've been so lethal with this drone game throughout the entire offensive side. It's really how they've put a wall in between themselves and Fury. The difference in the info game and their ability to capitalize on it, putting Fury into quite the pigeonhole, making it to where they really can't clamber out. And we'll see if Shaiko can get it done again. It was a quad for him in the last round over near Stacks at the top of White, but this time he's already taken some heat. He did get some back onto Lycolis, but not enough to really be too considerable.
Lycovac continuing to wait to see if we will get that aggressive swing from Fury. This has been a large part of the BDS strategy of finding that initial pick, and to some extent it's been working here too, as they do find Dark yet again, found out by Shaiko here. As he makes a dash, we were looking at all the action outside of the windows, but it's really the play from the second floor landing on the red stairs that Shaiko's able to make that push forward and knock out the first player from Fury. Big play from Ajime coming out though. He's going to go for the rappel run. They don't suspect him here, but at the same time, the quick shift from Alems gets him out of the POV and saves his life with just about 5 HP left.
Look at the HP bars of BDS at the current moment. So very low for Lycovac, Alems, and Shaiko. One well-placed bullet, and all of them are dead to rights. The drone game, though, starting to dwindle for them, down to 3 at the current moment here. Shaiko does still obviously have his hologram that he can use to try and scout some things out or get rid of a laser gate, but it looks like it's going to be I9 that springs into action first. He'll take down Lycovac and the Twitch. Team BDS trying to find a home for this case now as Fury is doing a bang-up job of staving them off.
20 seconds left to play out here. Alems, the rest of the squad here continuing to wait for a moment of opportunity. As Stokes had mentioned, those low HP players, Shaiko and Alems, are very much the ones that you want to see on the front lines here, and they realistically can't do it here. They're way too easy to knock out, and that's leading into this situation now. They're falling down like dominoes here as Fury just has way too much control. BDS with nowhere near the confidence they need. The first of 3 is claimed by Fury as they try to carve their way back into this for an OT matchup.
I9 getting a lot done inside of that round for Fury, stepping up on the defensive and keeping them in this game. They're 2 rounds away now from tying up BDS and sending us to overtime, but it's going to take the full site rotation in order to do so. So that means we have to step away from the top level and head down towards Kitchen. Not too much of a change up here for BDS. They're going to keep mostly all of their tools that they had the last time at their disposal. I do believe the Ash from Alems is new, but I could be mistaken. But we did see quite a few of these offs in that last round.
Let's see here now as BDS still on match point, of course. Still just one more round needed for them to be able to close things down, but a little bit of issue there in that last one. Their, once again, strategy of just trying to deploy forward, look for these very straightforward entries, and more importantly, capitalize on the aggression that we were tending to see eventually from Fury. Didn't really work out for them as unfortunately they lost far too much HP from those initial fights. Both Shaiko as well as Alems going down to just about 5 HP, leaving them kind of out of the fight, just in a supportive role for a lot of their teammates. And The rest of BDS standing at that point just didn't have enough the confidence to work it through, so Fury had a much more defiant stance, put up that time on the third floor hold. Back down, of course, into the kitchen for their play this time as they attempt to lock in round number 2 out of 3. That is needed to get them into OT and get at least 1 point with this matchup.
Absolutely. That means the most to the group stage as well. Any point that you can get can make the difference between you going home and you staying for our main stage. I know everyone wants to go to Jönköping and experience DreamHack. I mean, like you were saying before, we just got out of DreamHack Atlanta, got on a plane, immediately flew over here and jumped on a cast. So 2 DreamHacks, technically speaking, 1 set of 24 hours, which is pretty interesting stuff, and I'm excited to get to experience 2 DreamHacks back to back, just to see really what the big differences are. You know, Jönköping's quite hyped up, and I'm excited to go and experience it for the first time.
And a reminder, folks, of course, because we are DreamHack Winter, that does mean that we will have an audience area for you guys to come and check out. Obviously, if you're nearby to Jönköping, or if you have the capability to make it out there this weekend, go ahead, see if you can come out and experience the major. I'm sure it's going to be a very fun experience. The fact that it's happening alongside DreamHack Winter is arguably even better, as there's plenty more stuff to do aside from just the Rainbow Six games as well. We're going to have other esports tournaments, festivals, music. It's all going to be there. So, fun weekend coming up for sure here as we continue to watch BDS set things up here on what very well could be their final round. But a little bit of a slower approach this time once again from them. Given what happened in the previous round, they don't want to overstep their bounds 2 times in a row. So give it a little bit more respect over to Fury's defense, it seems.
Yeah, we really saw how this was going to go early rounds, so I think that was the perfect time to kind of bring up DreamHack and talk about things, because BDS is going for the full clear here. They want to break up a lot of these walls, create some new angles downstairs, and make it almost impossible for Fury to play the hot zones inside of kitchen. There's going to be a proximity sensor that'll be holding things up for the hatch. Shaiko will end up taking out BG, man. I don't know if that was inside of VIP or what have you, but looks like he will at least get the kill. Nicholas will still be able to stick around, so he might be able to get a frag later on if Shaiko ends up getting caught off guard. It'd just be a simple sprint in through this VIP door, and he's more than likely dead to rights.
See here, BG Man being found out though. There's a little bit of hesitance. Oh, on the peaks coming in from Fury. Cole is so close to a lineup here, but it's going to end up being Renshir that finds a nice nade kill, taking down Dark again. Such an unfortunate story for Dark inside of this game, as time after time again, he's just been unable to line up additional kills after that second round here. And again, this time not even necessarily his fault. The nade just landing in the correct spot. Nice little yellow ping as well. Ana with a quick reaction to get out of dodge, but not quick enough to get out of the top-down angle. Like Colas, though, with a double kill on the hold inside of VIP. Shuts out 2 more over here. Now, there seems to be a hesitation from Shaiko. He doesn't have the confidence to move forward and challenge. He wants some team support to get this done. Wants to bait him out into the open, but that strategy has worked. Masterclass from Shaiko to shut it down, leaving only Hajime in the fight. And Hajime as well will be cut off. It's BDS to take control of another matchup here as they carve forward further into their group.
Fury start off strong, but BDS end stronger. A 7-4 victory here on Cafe. And as you said in your little closing ensemble there, a masterclass here from BDS on kind of how to handle a situation like that. I love the info game. I love the different looks that they were giving to Fury, especially the ways that they use those drones to kind of suss out some of those interesting looks that we had around like red stairs and stuff like that. Love what we saw out of Mac as well. You know, those quick adaptations on the Twitch, able to get that nice angle down below onto red stairs. I mean, Lycofak has been really getting into it, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, we saw some great stuff out of Fury too, especially in the early game. Of course, Dark having those fantastic entries. Saw that fade away a little bit, but there's definitely the makings of some good stuff showing up from Fury, as we oftentimes see in the case of some of these newer teams stepping up to the international plate for the first time here. But much like as often the case, it needs a little bit of time, I think, to lock itself, and hopefully that can happen here at this event. But today, it's going to be a rough start for Fury. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back to break things down and wrap up the day, though, in just a few minutes. Stick with us. Welcome back to the Bravo Stream Desk, ladies and gentlemen, as we close out our final game of the day. Fury, unfortunately, falling to the strength of BDS as they take control of another matchup here, closing down their group's festivities for the day. Kind of the expected result at the end of the day. Obviously, some surprises there, specifically with the performance from Dark in the first 2 rounds, but ultimately everything coming back to what we expected by the time the game closed out with a quick victory for BDS at the tail end of regulation.
I'm happy that we saw some signs of life, though, for our APAC representatives, because it's the first time we got to see him here in a group stage on international soil. So it's really cool to see them try and get some rounds under their belt up against a squad like BDS, especially when BDS is playing so well from that offensive side. The fact that Fury was still able to, stay in that fight and try and win out some of those rounds, I mean, it bodes really well for their future.
The attacking side as well for Fury, specifically talking about here on Cafe, of course, looks really well put together in my opinion. It's the defensive side where there seems to be a few issues. And to be fair, that could just be map dependent. This isn't a map that we're used to playing into too heavily.
It's also BDS, to be fair.
Yeah, and it is BDS playing onto that very same map as well. We were just seeing, in my opinion, far too often Fury getting picked apart and then split up into these separate groups where they weren't really able to support each other as well. That then led to a domino effect, unfortunately, of their players just getting knocked out in sequence past that point. That's the biggest issue for me. But again, I think that is potentially a consequence of going on to Cafe and them just not being familiar with how to work around that, because some of the rotations can be quite tricky. Unfortunately, if they're cut off, oftentimes it's like, okay, now we got to rotate all the way downstairs and wrap back around and things like that.
Absolutely, especially with the mind games that we were seeing out of players like Shaiko, right? Some of the different looks that he was giving, like, the most notable one that we saw in the very closing moments was Smoke was inside of VIP and he just played right on the door casing instead of actually holding the angle. Gave Smoke that semblance of hope. He's like, oh, I can step up. I can go to freezer wall. I'm dead. Oh no. How did that happen? Oh, it was Shaiko on the other end, wouldn't you know? And really, that was the tail of the tape for BDS as well, as we saw a lot of Shaiko action. Limbs threw his hat in the ring, but also, Lycofak did so well that game. So many different things that he was able to accomplish. I'm really liking this player, John.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Really a great pickup, it seems, for BDS. But overall, this way, the team was kind of able to figure out the strategy, tear things apart. Even when it came to like individual little gunfights, we saw like Shaiko baiting them out into the open, just kind of like playing a mind game with a few of the players towards the tail end of the game as well. It really showed the kind of, unfortunately, the experience gap that exists between these teams, and was another reason why BDS was able to really push themselves forward after those first few rounds, and I think take much more dominant control once they figured things out for themselves about how their opponents were playing.
It just goes to show there is always another level. There's always somebody better than you. So keep climbing that ladder, Fury. You've got this. We're so happy that you are finally able to come out here and show your stuff on this first group stage day. So hopefully they can bounce back tomorrow, but that's going to be it for BDS and Fury. There's the stats on the board for you. It was a 7-4 victory for BDS on Cafe, and Shaiko with 11 frags, Lycofak with 10, and Alems with 10 as well. So lighten up the board there for over 30 kills between 3 members.
Yeah, I was about to say 3 players into double digits as well. Some good stuff there as well for a game that we didn't even get the full 12 rounds on, technically speaking there. So, I mean, we're pretty close to it. 11 out of 12. But at the end of the day, some impressive stats coming out from BDS. And that good consistency of individual performance that has always been the hallmark that's kept this team at the top of the rankings in EU. The longevity that BDS has always stayed towards the top is the thing that is most impressive about them to me. Yeah, once again, they've never really been able to go for that major trophy or anything, but they've come very close quite a few times. And more importantly, they've always stayed towards the top of the competition. So we've got to be hoping that maybe, possibly this event or maybe the upcoming SI could be their opportunity to try and claim it.
Truly, truly what I'm hoping to see in the future, It feels like over the last couple years, it's been anybody's game in Siege, and that's always a fun time whenever we come to those international lands, because you truly never know who's going to win. NA might have won the last one. Europe might have won the last one.
We're going all over the place. I mean, the past few years have been really spicy in that respect,
yeah,
right? We had
are we going to get APAC this time? Are we going to get Brazil this time? And what's going to happen?
That's the big question, right? That we got to wait and see. And these groups as well that we've been seeing play out today has not necessarily made it all that much clearer in terms of who is going to be the dominant region. It seems like they've gone all over the place. So we're still asking that question, unfortunately, at the tail end of day number 1 here is for quite a few of the groups. Things just don't necessarily seem clear as of yet here. But what does seem clear, once again, is our long-standing teams seem to be as strong as ever, of course, with BDS locking in that victory. And as we saw in the previous matchup, of course, that the two of us were casting as well. They're Liquid as well, able to make some quick work of their opponent.
Well, John, with that being said, that's going to be it for us today here on the B stream. So we're going to close things out here, but don't go anywhere. The game that was just over on the A stream that was being casted by Emmy and Hap, well, it's going to be happening over here now. So they'll be joining you in just a couple moments. We're going to toss you to break. You beautiful, beautiful people, don't touch that browser. We'll be right with you.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Hello everyone and welcome to the B stream. Our game has moved its way over here because there's something, a date that just could not be moved that needs to take place on the A stream. I wonder what it could be.
I wonder what it could be. Something with like reveals,
Some kind of panel. I don't know what those words mean.
Future of the game.
What I do know is that we do still have one more game to play today, W7M versus Space Station Gaming. Every other game has been locked, settled, and written down. This is the final. The last two teams on the premises, with the last two casters on the premises. So, well, this sounds like a date that's perfect for us.
Everybody has left the building.
Everybody's left us.
It's just these 10 players and us left. So.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, to be honest. And, well, how much does being the fighter at the end of the day? If you were with us for a very brief moment on the A stream, you would have seen a bit of a talk about how we've sort of done this and what we've put together, which is... Yeti is a big one to look into. We know the map, it's border. We talked about this on the previous stream as well. We talked about how it's going to be aggressive, how it's going to be paper thin. We'll try and get through all of this pre-game as quickly as possible so we can get in and get the energy while it's still high and while sugar is still coursing.
Map is going to be border. We mentioned it before. It's like, oh, that could be quite dangerous.
First border of the tournament.
First border of the tournament. They're playing against a Latin American team. That is for Space Station. However, they do quite like border themselves as well. So, with that said, it should be a very explosive game between these two. And, you know, there's still 3 more points to be given out here. If W7M is going to be able to find those 3 points, they will find them on, themselves on 6, just like BDS. That would mean we would have a very, well, big division between the top and bottom of this group, which is separated by 2 wins.
Yeah, it is a huge game here for SSG, just to keep their sort of hat in the ring and the pace akin to that is what the others have been able to do. If they win this, then they're tied up with W7M. They're both fighting for that second and first place. We knew it was going to be the fight for the first 3 between the 3 of them. So, this is going to be the difference maker. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. Thank you for those that emigrated over from the A stream to the B. Let's get into it.
Taking myself a nice and comfy seat.
You don't have to tell people that.
Front row.
Yeah. They don't know what our setup looks like.
No, that's true.
We're always front row.
We are always front row. But
Has there ever been a moment where you felt that you weren't in the front row?
When you're standing in front of me and I'm standing behind you.
Okay, that does happen sometimes.
Technically, I'm second row now.
I do get a bit wondery when we cast something.
There's not much room anymore. I mean, if you get any closer, you're just not going to be able to see the full screen.
I would bump into the cameras.
Back when we were doing the previous game, I was right in front of the camera. I could just stare into my own eyes. It's a feeling you have sometimes when you look into the mirror. Either way, it is going to be W7M banning out Azami. Space Station has the last opportunity to go for a ban here on border for what we have prefaced to be a very explodey map coming through. Castle to be removed. It's going to be some hard barricades not making its way onto the map. Together with the Azami means that 2 of the architects in the game have been taken out.
All right, let's try and find that pepper. It's, you know, if it's one thing for us, no one look in the top left, then it's another thing.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I was talking to Wolves and they said warnings were being handed out, so...
Yeah. maybe not in every language yet.
Maybe.
They're getting through all the many, many languages. That's the thing about a world tournament is you have to find somebody that can speak every single language.
Being done per time zone, maybe.
Yeah, they're steadily sort of pulling their way through it. Okay. As I was saying, the point I was making.
Yes.
For what is a long appearance and what is a long day for us, it's longer for the players, I think. Even though they only really have 2 big points of impact, they are your livelihood, your job, your energy to the degree of you've got to be performing at 110%.
Yeah, you need to give it your all the time. Really. You cannot afford to slack in a major game like this. The only moment of rest you'll have during a major is when you're already qualified in groups and you have that extra game to play. That's the only moment where you can slow it down just a little bit. But the rest of the games, they need to be a full 110, 120% to allow yourselves the best possible opportunity of finding yourself up onto the next step of the major. As we get on for border here. It's going to be W7M trying to find themselves with some control up into that top floor. I believe it's Hertz already down below, waiting for the hatch potentially to come into play for the defenders, but I don't have that happening as of yet.
Steady drone, steady appearance, and a steady idea of the pressure they want to put down. The first is the break on the Flores, leading itself to get some clarity on that, the core staircase, the metal that runs its way up right to the heart of the site. Hertz, he's creeping his way in on underneath. He wants to see if he can catch anybody that's just trying to slip their way past the seeding area and maybe rotating off towards the beepers on the opposite end. They want to get a catch in. What we said about this map before we got into it on the previous stream was it is paper thin. It really goes from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye, and you have to be ready for that. That means a lot of this work will come from just sort of setting yourself up. It might feel a little bit wide to those of you that play from home, but trust me, as soon as they swing a couple of extra feet, the fight will really start to fire.
Talking about fire, you just see some of the incendiary bolts to be used by Julio there. He's going to be setting in a second as well, trying to force hot and cold off that position. We'll be fully aware now that that balcony's not currently in play. Heals are coming through. That's, of course, the new Doc Stim coming through. A full heal coming through. Instantly falls, losing his life afterwards, though, so it was in the long range.
Yeah, Keys was able to get one. Yeti bites back, though, gets the hop out, and the fight itself, it is lost one in the mix of it, but suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. As I said, it's a game of intensity. There's Julio getting one on the back end of it. Just locks themselves in. They're going to see if they can try and stick the plant. The old hand and the experience is going to see if it can be the experience on the lead and post-plant for the first time, with Hertz having the watch round on that. The metal stairs. Rampy's trying to fight his way back in, but with a cross angle of 2, there's nowhere really for him to go. The first falls into the favor of W7M.
Knew exactly where he was going to be after he fired that 9mm, and well, you just go in for a couple of shots from every given position as you are W7M. So they find the first on the attack, quite convincingly as well, as they managed to cut right through the site. Doc able to get a heal down on the ground, but wasn't quite effective as the instant kill came in afterwards. You mentioned that Key's able to pick up that double kill early on before being punished. Crucial in a situation like this. The bathroom tellers will be the next side we head to. Space Station is going to continue their rotation, even though they have just lost that first round quite convincingly as well. At that means they need some change, and that change will come from that bathroom tellers. A lot of frost mats being placed, and every single given jumping you have on the site, hoping to at least even out the battlefield a little bit, right? Like, they need to aim down if they want to be firing at those frost mats, or they need to take the gunfight and they will get injured. So it gives you that advantage if you will basically force them to take those fights.
A full rotation of operators. Only one of them remained the same, and even then it's in different hands, with the sledge staying across the 2 different rosters. I'm not sure if they thought it was a different site, but it's definitely a different strategy. 2 hard breach and the external Prisma. That's probably on the roof, if I was to guess. The irritating spot on top of the AC unit.
Let's see. No, it's actually down on the balcony between CCTV and Armory, I think.
Oh, I didn't even see it there. But
yeah, it's up there.
Oh, there. Okay, yeah.
It's in the middle of the map.
Thank you for rotating. I'm not sure. Is it easy?
No, I think easy was done already.
Oh,
Is this red like? For a little yes or no? So.
It's medics. Yeah, there's the spin. Hey, medics. You're the one of the person in the building. Hertz is no longer in the building. Yeti able to find another kill. That's 2 for 2. He's got to keep that consistency across the rounds and seeing if he can keep trying to put that metal down towards, well, the metal of those being put up against him. They lose the Nomad. They lose the control of maybe some of the width here. As I said, it becomes quite aggressive and quite a swing through, and it's more likely that that's going to be your end. Vicious strikes via the angles and openings put together.
Leo just holding on. Long rotations. The rest of W7M trying to find themselves a way in. They need to dig in. They need to open up. They need to cut through. Rampy's just playing in the office right here. He's fully aware of the fact that a drone could be coming in from the skylight right above him. And if that happens, a grenade could shortly follow. So he needs to keep an eye out for that. But for now, W7M is trying to take this horizontally, not really trying to put in any pressure from above on that skylight. Of course, in the form of a grenade to come through. And they might have actually just completely pulled off, not wanting to go for it.
There, they wanted to get rid of that bulletproof. They didn't know a player was behind it. JV92 finds out hot and cold. takes care of Houghton and removes him from the board. It's a bite back, and it's a very late one because there's a minute left, and they've got to start trying to put themselves into the fight. Keys gets one more. The swing against Yeti goes against him. It almost goes against Rampy as well, who just tucked into a fight, but has the ability to head up to the second story and support it here on the other side. They get the break towards the default plant. There's got to be a rotation here that comes through from the side of SSG. Otherwise, they're a little bit freewheeling through. The C4 just lane and gets the perfect drop onto Julio. The kick goes cold. Fultz gets Keys as well. There's still these calls and attention that can be paid across the board. JV's trying to get the lockdown. Here's an air jab go off on the far end. Rampy suffers a bit of damage, but it's a post plant there inside the seeding. The hot pings comes against them. An important fight to win it, and it's theirs to take. W7M brings some of the body balance back into their favor and peel further and further back. Volps is stuck, but he at least has the chassis to work with. He can sort of duck down and buy himself some safety. If he goes unchecked here, it could be a huge blow to an unsuspecting player. You can see Fultz is trying to work it out. He was not unsuspecting. The 2 versus 1. JV has to get in the position here to lock it out. They're going for the steady bait. They want to draw the fight. It's 15 seconds. They got to take it sooner rather than later. The longer they wait, the less likely this is to be theirs. There's the strike. Close. Bosco just has to hold it down, and SSG find a response in a first round.
Slowly but methodical, getting back into it. They're not rushing themselves towards that diffuser, but taking the ground bit by bit, securing angle by angle. That's how Space Station was able to go for that retake. I was going to be praising W7M for actually taking out a player into lobby, because that basically takes you out of that sandwich they were finding themselves in, really only having to worry about one side to push for. But after some quick and, well, accurate shots coming through from Space Station, they find themselves back into the round, having the opportunity to go for the defuse there. So that brings us to 1-1, keeps us equal for now, as we're headed towards the workshop and ventilation room next. Again, not going to the top floor straight away. It's Space Station wanting to continue a rhythm, wanting to continue their rotation. Up to the top floor in terms of a extension. Shields being placed down. Some proximity alarms to be set up as well. And, you know, other pieces of utilities such as Prismas, just to make sure that they give themselves the best opportunity to fight as they hope to gather some information. All the W7M has to do is just circumvent that. Now, there's going to be 2 ways about it. Either you completely ignore that top floor, but it is not something you usually see being done by pro teams, due to the fact, of course, that verticality is so powerful. So what most likely will happen is W7M trying to take some fights up onto that top floor, hope to gain the upper hand out there.
Houghton just tucked around on the corner of detention, maybe eyeing up a bit of a pacey breach. There is obviously always the chance of that being led in via maybe an impact, maybe a C4 if you really feel fancy, or Fultz could just burst through any angle and identity he wants. The spray comes across the back, and the back end of the site itself, the double door gets cracked open. There's still the consistent pinging of that external Prisma.
It's going to be quite annoying, but that's going to be mostly it. Don't really have to worry about it more than that. So, of course, just your vision being obstructed every now and then, but Fultz gets that first. Yeti taken off the board. He has been consistent so far. Keys doesn't check the right corner, almost. Manages to stick the actual flick there with that shotgun, but Fultz is a bit quicker.
Ooh, there is Volps, though, his second. A great take across the board. I do wonder if maybe they droned it, checked it, and, well, it's an Oryx, so they always have the ability to appear in places you might not expect. The C4 break and the spray through does some damage to Hertz. Not quite enough to get the lockdown, and they're still going to see if they can slowly smoke and push their way into this, the important vertical control. Now they have it. Now they're tucked. They know the game's against them. Julia makes it even worse. Takes care of Bosco. Houghton, what can you do here on the Valk? They are watching from above, but mainly as a lead-in to get this kit down. This could be an easy strike. It's on the other side of the wall. He doesn't quite know, though. Julio, an old experienced hand, sure does. And Rampy with the last. W7M get their second round.
It was dangerous of Houghton to play in that position, because there's 2 or 3 angles a player can pop up from, and he hoped that he was going to be able to get that early and cheap strike onto a W7M player to equalize that scoreboard just a little bit more, because they were quite a lot of manpower down. They did need to make a risky play happen to actually secure themselves with a bit of an advantage, but they missed it. Now, a tactical timeout to be called by Space Station Gaming quite early on. having lost 2 rounds against W7M. And this basically would tell me is that they're feeling kind of beat around by W7M. They don't quite know exactly how to deal with it, even though they do have that 1 round on the board. You start dissecting that one, and you're thinking, all right, it was a C4 that stopped the first initial plant from happening. It was then another, well, good pickup on the fact that they needed to rotate through to pick up that diffuser, and after that it was a good 2v2 retake coming through. But besides that, they managed to circumvent most of our setup. They managed to actually get into the site and try and go for that plant, and that's something you would like to prevent at any given cost.
It's the frustrating thing, I think, about being in this position. Statistically, they are better on their defense on border. Statistically, W7M are better on their attacks on border. We don't have, you know, the deepest. It's only over a couple of plays between the pair of them, but still, you have those numbers. You have those expectations here. They think that they should at least have more control. Even if the rounds don't go their way, you're right. They're struggling to keep that sort of lock and the latch on. There always seems to be another W7M player. But this is something that we talked about with W7M. We've got to see, from our perspective, their growth on international stages.
Yes.
Sure, you get the taste of them on the sort of local scene, and the local scene will always have more of an in-depth knowledge on how these players did. But for international, they came out of nowhere at the start of the year, and then they were consistently everywhere.
I mean, that's about it, right? Like, surely these players, they have been growing in the international scene, but if you're just, you know, a viewer that is watching EU and only EU in the majors, suddenly W7M popped up, and suddenly they are staying and being in every single major this year. And you're like, where did they come from? And the fact being is that it was a very long journey for them. They have managed to make it click, and they have managed to make it all connect. They just need to go for that next step. They just want to go for playoffs, play in front of that crowd, and maybe even find themselves with a title. That's the drone there from Hertz. They know someone is behind that mirror window. Previously, this is a spot that often gets naded out, and talking about that, that's Yeti gone again. A grenade used by JV92 is going to be removing him, but there's still 3 more on the board. That's what W7M is looking to play for with here. If they manage to isolate these players above some destructible flooring, you can bet that a grenade is following shortly.
Now, with a bit of a moment in the stunned silence after an SSG early game timeout here, with only really 2 rounds going against them, has there been a change? A little bit of a premature release of the grenade. Doesn't quite get the catch through the hatch that it maybe wanted, or they hoped there was a player on that really tight angle, but no one was quite locked in there. The Flores drone pushes one, and Vobs gets pushed off. Although they've lost Yeti, they've been able to take out the player that was the drive back in on the previous round. Can they see if they can try and get the body advantage in their favor for the first time in a while?
The thing, though, is that on W7M, everybody so far has been able to hit the mark. Every single player is there to step up when they need it, and that is going to be that scary part. You might take out Volps, who managed to find an amazing 2K before, but that doesn't mean that they're out for the count here. Last 2 grenades used will not be finding anybody. It's Bosker actually safe behind the bomb chassis that is holding a long angle. It's going to be very difficult to dispatch of him now because you do not have any verticality left to play with. They need to go for a horizontal take here. They need to try and force mistakes on the space station side if they want to get this plant down.
55 seconds, and they're steadying their hand with the eyes and angles towards the site. The smoke covers the swing. They're seeing if they can bait it behind the Dockerby, but it's Keys that opens up the back end right down onto 90. Bosco and Houghton caught out. Rampy gets one back in. They're sort of spraying and praying and hoping they can get a catch on the push itself. It's the C4 of Foltz. Stops the kit. 30 seconds now. Foltz is still on a back line behind the shield. The 2 players are swinging onto the fountain. One gets one back. Keys, he's looking for the 4K for the round itself. 20 seconds. Where is that last loose player? The take there, the cap cans onto the door itself, the duck round, the pepper over the top of the shield, the flashes, they're looking high, he goes low, it's Keys! The 4K for the round and a huge clutch out.
The huge flashbang from him as well. He realizes behind that shield, there's only one way you can challenge that, and that is using that flashbang to get rid of that vision and push instantly afterwards. And this is what I said before. Volps might have been the driving force in one of the previous rounds, but everybody is connecting right now on W7M. You give Keys the opportunity to go for it, a quad kill follows. And that is W7M after the timeout from Space Station, locking off their 3rd attacking round. Now Space Station again continuing their rotation, headed back towards the side that just has been unlocked, which is going to be our detellers. And now the question is, has W7M learned from the previous time they attacked this? Because that's when they lost it. That's when they weren't able to get all the gunfights to go their way. Do they have something up their sleeves? Now, we do see a glass being hovered over now by Julio. Is he going to stick that? Is that going to be making an appearance in this round? If so, is that going to be a smoke execute potentially to make its way onto the side?
W7M, they take an important round, which is the one after attack timeout. They get that response, they get that moment, and they got to see if they can try and turn it potentially into more on the back of that. If they find a fourth, heaven forbid a fifth here, I think at the end of a long day, it's going to make the stress of it being a long day even worse here for the side of SSG. Okay, it's border. Some teams are better at attack and some teams are better at defense, and it is a map that does work well for attack. It's still far from over this game. But the fact that the attack timeout was taken so early, it screams the plan's not working. Julio.
Not quite having the full reach there of the opening of the wall, so wasn't quite completely able to take down the player on top of that hatch. But he's definitely made them aware of the fact that they are being watched. Yeti from CCTV looking down the hatch, making sure that the inspection stays under control, and Hertz might be moving into that situation soon where he's going to be all challenged by the P10 Roni from up above. That's he relocating himself though, using a drone that he just recently taken in control. Had to do it before it lost signal. What's a call? Waiting close around the corner in ventilation. The phone call will come out. That is going to be the call for Volps, that someone is going to be playing on this close corner.
There he is, continuing the run of the last round, and Hotten's able to at least stop Volps, but as you said, all the guns have been popping off, and there's still 4 more W7M players ahead of the fight to try and get through. Hotten suffers next. A quick response. That rotation game from this team is pretty phenomenal. I don't know what we just saw. Maybe it was Herds being sent up to the land above, but it puts the body balance into the favor here of SSG. There is still Julio, JV, and K's in front of them.
Still going to be that 3v4. Just a man down for now. Diffuser out of the count as well, which will have to be recovered at some point. But for now, they're just playing a bit of a kill game here. They want to be locking off as much ground as they possibly can. See if they can find themselves a kill as well here and there on that journey. They're all slowly playing closely around one another.
I like that. He didn't want to give the game away that he's above as the glass. Didn't shoot out the mute jammer. He's just sort of hoping that somebody drifts in and gets a bit like that. There it is. He was the sneakiest glass you've seen, and now he can be as loud as he wants. They've tucked themselves in above. But look at where the kid is, look at where the side is, and look at the players they still have to get through. There's one. Bosco takes care of them, gets the lockdown, just tucks out of the way. Do they know about faults? Now they do. Bosco, he suffers with some cover support. They know where the 2 remaining players are. They've just got to buy themselves some time. Shoots a bit too high. And there's Julio accidentally getting the kill for a collateral. A 1 versus 2. They've got themselves spread out. They don't have the kit at this point. SSG tucked either side. You can see both of them know it. And there it is, the second round for SSG. The chance still to tie this up as an even half.
Played that well in the end there. They realized, okay, we've just lost another player. Let's just play this patiently. Let's not overstay our welcome and make sure we secure that second round. Let's not give Julio anything he can play with here. And thus, again, they will win the Tellers and bathroom area. Back to ventilation workshop we go. The side that W7M was able to sneak out against Space Station before.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Let's see how Space Station will approach it this time. Now, this was one of the biggest blowouts we've had so far in this game. Remember Hudson just sitting there at the main door, waiting, hoping to have the right angle covered when it was going to be a different one he was going to get swung from. But that was because we're in a 2v4 situation. He needs to find 1 kill to bring back that body balance ever so slightly to make it a winnable position. Because if you're just going to be turtling down in the 2v4, you don't really have any of those crossfires to work with or alternate angles. Like, for example, if you're thinking about CCTV cash room on Clubhouse, you can play from the garage. You can basically stop anybody from jumping in the window, from walking in from the construction door, just from a single angle. You don't really have that on that side, not in the positions they had under control. So he needed to go aggressive, unfortunately unable to find anybody. So it's up for SSG to make sure they do not lose these early players this time, but instead get their entry of their own.
W7M, they've still had these lead-ins, still had these big moments. I talked about it briefly before. Their rotation game can be excellent. They can be very, very quick at coming up with the plan B and making it sort of respond. They know also how to push onto players. There's the deploy of the Selma, there's the breach on both sides, there's the hope they'll get at least the crack and the push on the player. On the back end, it's steadying its way through, it's doubled down, and no intense reveal, actually.
Not yet. Bottom roaming around a little bit on that bottom floor, just around the metal stairs, making sure he can strike wherever he's necessary. As these phone calls come through, it should be information given out towards the side of W7M, unless of course the players are inside the mute jammers. That is going to be a very aggressive swing to come through from that mute. Bosco somehow escaping with his life. He wanted to dig in deep next to that window, not knowing players are out there.
Yeah, but he also escaped. Not for very long, mind, but now they're in on the site. JV's able to get one. They're going to go for the stick and the plant. The main door's being watched as well. Mozzie's trying to get the angle with the C4. Is it in time? Yes! Yeti stops the plant. They are still at a big body disadvantage. Rampy above. Yeti tucked inside the site itself. Keys is suffering in that engagement. Yeti is also suffering now. He's on a chase and somehow gets out. On a sliver of health, finds the kill and finds the vertical hold. Tucked back round. Running away from the engagement. Make sure that they are at least in a position to bite back. JV92 is watching for it. The swing is called out. Volps gets it. Leaves just Rampy with a sliver of health. Here the Buck breaking forth underneath. They're trying to find this loose player. They're realizing it's probably better to plant here on more of a space. Rampy is going to find it tougher to locate just where this kit is going. There's another bit of movement. It's a little bit of ice fishing here. Do they know where he is? It's the wrong side. The Buck's making a bit of noise. JV's making worse. W7M, a 4-2 opening half.
I was going to say, just a single pellet from the skeleton key should have been enough to take out the Frost there, but it would have been way better to just send in a player, and that's exactly what JV92 realized. You know what? I'm just going to go rush up the metal stairs, take him out as he's trying to stop that plant from happening. And to take that half, you mentioned it, 4-2, W7M in a bit of a comfortable lead here, but now the big question arises. Are they going to be able to do the same on defense? Because Siege is a game of two halves, and even though you've just managed to be quite dominant onto your attacking half, you now need to do that on your defensive half. And that might be the big challenge here.
I think that's the thing. I know I quoted it earlier on around the time we had the SSG timeout, is that there is a preference towards the two halves. The difference isn't huge, though. They've both still been able to put in good performances on this map. We have more data based on the nature of what happens in Brazil in terms of W7M's map pool.
It's bigger due to Copa Elite.
It's bigger due to Copa Elite. It's bigger due to having the setup of, you know, best of threes.
Yeah.
Come through as the lead in here. SSG, we get a slightly narrow idea, but Border was one of the ones that was up there. If anything, they were, in the words of Fresh, one of those teams at a best of one that can be pretty solid. It's the best of threes and potentially five that's going to be the true test of them. Here, they might not even be able to make that distance.
Quick barbed wire outside, JV92. It's not really risking anything. I mean, unless someone quickly gets back onto top of a roof or something to actually put down some pressure, but within the first 10 seconds of a round, that's not going to happen. So that barbed wire is just going to be slowing them down a little bit if they want to approach through the balcony outside and head towards the armory wall. It's not going to be the biggest of worries for Space Station Gaming, but it allows JV92 to play aggressive around the armory wall. And that's what the openings are for. Julio playing around there as well, has an open window. If they do start punching that barbed wire, he will be swinging at it.
Can they find this? The early swing, the holds, and the break of the Selma. The E1D pops off, and he moves just at the end of it. Takes a bit of damage from there as well. Is able to take care of the Selma, pre-fires it. Makes it an angle that can be watched through, but to be honest, that's the purpose of that. Hodden getting the single pop is good enough for his measure in money at that point. And, well, they don't quite move behind it. Rampy, he has some cover. Yeti suffers the swing round, and it's covered from the back end. Volps strikes. Is he going for the double down on the run out? It's pressure on. Houghton finds him, though, has it. And suddenly, Fultz and Rampy have one of a piece. It's Kays. Goes for the jump out, the third player. Fultz goes down as well, and JV92 is able to get that lock in. There's still the swing on the window. Bosco with the kit in hand. The Lion is waiting to pounce in a sudden 2 versus 2. I said this map can turn explosive. Usually it's inside. That was kind of not.
I was going to say, we talked about it before, how it could be very sudden, very explosive. That's exactly it. 3 players going for a jump out just to make sure they finally pick up that kill. And now we have 1:10 left on the clock in a 2-on-2. Bosco playing with that line, has some drones left. 3 still in total on the board. Now make that 2. So there is some information, but not too much. Also, no more EE1Ds to go for here, so W7M does have a slight advantage as they need to just hold on to the side. They need to just wait out for the time, whereas Bosco taking a lot of damage early on here.
Just in a rotate as well, just running past an open door. They sort of set up a drone inside break. Maybe they expected the player to be watching the opposite side. A late reinforcement onto Fountain. Just cuts off another option, and with 30 seconds, they're limiting the movement. Yeah, you're exactly right. Again, SSG suffer just blindly running past the window, expecting W7M to play passive. They're back on the site now, but they're not really a team that you can ever truly describe as passive. There's the angle I said. Could be big at the very opener of the game. Might finally be punished here, but with barely any health between them, 10 seconds left. There's the first that goes against them. Doesn't need the full kick of that DMR to get the kill. This one needs all the connection, finds one, looks for the second. Bosco, no! Just locked in by W7M.
Way too greedy there in the end, W7M, hoping to go for the final kill onto the line. That could have cost them the round, but they secure it. Just barely though, 5-2. W7M is extending their lead. And then, as mentioned before, they are getting very explosive, jumping out, going for the chase in a situation where it's a 1v2, and you are playing against a DMR. I mean, we've seen the damage that a DMR does. A single shot is 70 HP worth of damage. 2 shots, you're dead. That's just the simple thing of it. And if you've already taken out some of your HP, that is just going to be hurting a little bit more. The Melusi running aggressively there, that could have cost a round, but W7M, they hold on. And now push on to the next, which also is going to be Tellers and Bathroom. Waiting for the barricade to come through before some of the shotgun work that needs to happen first. He's using the Ramedesh as well to create some extra rotation, saves you some ammo, saves you some time as well. Just so you can get into position quicker, get more stuff done. That 5 HP, well, it might make the difference, but I don't think you'll ever really notice it will make the difference, right? It's like that 5 HP, you're willing to take that. That's fine.
It's a fine.
It's fine. It's a little amount of utility to sacrifice for rotation.
5-2 here, W7M. They've been able to do that hard job of getting one either side of the break. SSG, if you're tuning in here after, I don't know if it's finished. The reveal panel maybe is done. I saw Parker did a tick tweet, and usually that means it's the end of it. SSG have used their tac timeout. They used it very early in the game after only the 3rd round here. They've suffered a little bit. It's been a big separation between the 2 rounds they got. W7M, they're still holding on. It feels like we're about to get something pacey, and it's a 3-2-1 go. The smoke covers the angle. Hot gets covered by JV, and they're inside and very quickly outside. Herds swung around. Herd Rampy faults find keys in the meantime, and Bosco is looking to Gon6 break his way right through the heart of the top floor here. They have the ping on the player. Yeti wants to hammer home right behind this. There's the reveal. There is Herds! Swings against the glass. Does get picked up in a trade situation, but Bosco is still working on the man deficit. They're still on opposite ends of the site itself. There's the reveal of a shotgun player, and there's the pull back. Bolts cannot make the connection.
Why, if you have a hot ping, do you use the Gon6 first to alert the player that you're coming? You could have literally just wallbanged them through the door. That would have been a free kill. You would have found yourself in a 4v3 situation now against W7M. Now they have the advantage. Again, 2 players left on Space Station Gaming to try and make this work. 90 seconds, it's plenty of time to try and make something work. It's just the need to go all the way to the opposite side of the map, towards the bathroom and Tellers. Probably there's going to be some angles being watched from the actual workshop here. Fult's not going to be able to get too much done. He has been spotted out. It's a Nitro to blow him up. Leaves it only up to Bosco now. An E1D used, but no one's going to be moving out. It's actually the smoke making a bit of a movement here with that shotgun. Goes for it, finds the kill. This is the greediness, the overconfidence that they do show time and time again. And it works out this time. It worked out the last round, but these moments will get punished later down the line.
W7M, if you've never seen them play or not interacted with them, are confident.
Yes,
it's the word, if you were to take a single word and put it to W7M, confident is that word. They've been ever since their first international performance. They think they can win every engagement in their way. And to be fair, they do a very good job of it. They're one of only 2 teams that's been at every single major. It can be punished. How confident are they? They're the sort of confident team where usually they'll see, what's this team's favorite map? I want to play them on that map and beat them.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, they'll not be...
They're the sort of confident where they say, let's 1v1, you choose the gun, the game, the day, I'll have one hand tied behind my back and I'll still beat you. It is a confidence that's built on skill, but in this game it's causing so many problems for SSG because nothing is free.
No. Even if you think it's free, there is going to be a W7M player that is like, you know what, that's free, let's just retake that and put up some problems into the face of our opponents. But again, I have to come back. Why, Space Station? Did you gone 6 a door where you had a hot ping onto a player right behind it? Use the DMR, just double tap him. Problem solved. You let him know he actually gets the kill because you used that gone 6. Slight mistakes, which cost you rounds. Put you into a 6-2 situation now. Houghton is going to be bringing in the blitz. Fultz is going to get spawn peeked. Why not? Exactly
another jump out.
7M likes to do. Just jump out.
Just jump out.
And if Keys would have died, someone else would have jumped out right after.
Probably about 3 other players.
Yeah, just to make
you
sure
kill one of us. All right, Rampy. He's going to see if he can drive. They went for an idea of pace. Houghton instantly caught out. Oh. Well, there goes the blitz of the blitz. The player's above. He's blinded. He's looking for the last bit, but it's Julio that gets the final connection. And, well, 2 bodies gone in this, potentially the final round. Bosco does find one back earlier than what has otherwise been achieved by this roster on previous swings, on previous attempts here. They have 2 minutes still. 3 players dead and an approach on site within the opening minute.
It's kind of the story of the SSG attacks, right? They have all been relatively quick at the start and then slowed down for like the last minute and a half, where the majority of the players were already dead. Now actually have the majority of players still left. But Space Station kind of went for a Hail Mary approach. They just rushed the side, hope for the best, and get themselves shut down for it. Bosco now moving up, droning himself. He's in a dangerous position, droning. Jump outs could come through. Now he is going to give himself some information, hoping to go for a pre-fire. He's missing the shots, and is going to be challenged here actively by the other player. Going prone, Herds will be shot down as Rampy comes into support.
Bosco does find the tail end of the kill, and suddenly, pre-firing against the yellow indicator has led to a little bit more success here. It's a 3 versus 2. They have a minute. I guess that's the benefit of a rush failing, as you have a lot of time to try and make a take succeed. And they're using all of that properly. Steady on. Over the top, they're not sort of second-guessing anything. They're expecting a fight round every single corner. It's fair enough. It's the way you got to do it against a team like this.
There's also a Nitro Cell still in pocket for Julio, so he's definitely going to be using that if he gets a bit of an indication where this push is going to be coming from. For now, he's still playing patiently. I believe he's going to go for a bit of a rotate around so he can watch the metal stairs descending players, if that would be the case. It's in the meantime right above that hatch. I believe that was Volps just giving away his position, so they should be aware of at least one player on the site. Is that going to be a double drop?
Oh, there's the smoke, there's the side, there's the shotgun miss! Threaded the needle between the 2 players, and now it's down to the veteran. Julio sneaks towards the smoke. The C4 isn't quite going to get the catch, but it does a lot of damage to Yeti close on the door. They're vertical. The beeps will give that away. We hear a bit of a pre-fire, but first time SSG, they're starting to make a mark here on their attack. They've got to make it on every single remaining round here. Julio, he's above. He's looking for at least one more body to take out of this equation. He's trying to find an angle through, but SSG, they've got a lot of width to them. They've got a good idea, and they've got that locked off as well. Pre-fires the fire. Gets a freebie on the drop there, but 16 seconds to get through 2, get to the kit and get the defuse. I mean, I think even now he's out of time.
He's going to be out of time. I mean, he has 3 seconds to reach that. Mirror is too slow of a character to actually make that happen. And then you need to hope that Yeti wasn't going to go for the challenge after that. So it is going to be a Space Station round to come through. They at least fight back a little bit here after they managed to punish the player in CCTV by coordinating together and not giving away any extra prior information that they were coming. Still match point though, still 3 match points they need to play against. W7M has every single given opportunity to make sure they will be coming in victorious at the end of this game. They have every single site they can still revisit at least once if they want to. And let's start with armory lockers. The top floor that has been unlocked. Is this going to be the end where Space Station will go 0-2 at the day? And W7M will put themselves in a very good starting position for these group stages. Will Space Station fight back? They should bring this to OT. Steal some points away.
They have no option at this moment in time. They've really got to see if they can try and stick the metal and pull every round in that same prosperous moment. It started bad. There's no two ways about it. They lost the opening 2 players. One of them was inside the site itself, and one of them was on a jump out. W7M, as we said, sometimes overconfidence can suffer them, but SSG, how late in the day do they learn that lesson, and how late in the day do they know that, or maybe we can try and get the drop on them?
Oh, well, another 3 minutes have come upon us here as W7M is looking to go for another early peak, it seems like. I mean, there is some players active around the windows. The default chems are being watched, and I believe that as soon as they do realize one of these players is alone and not watching any of these jump outs on the balcony, it is going to be Hurt or any of the other players to go for that jump out. Early RC used to get rid of a Banshee device. It's going to be allowing them for a bit of an easier jump in, and this might be actually one of the calmest starts of the rounds that we've had ever since we started Border.
Yeah, there's a little bit of peace. No W7M players are outside the map.
Yet. It's only a matter of time at this point. We're just giving a quick check, actually getting droned out. It's going to go for a bit of a chase. However, it doesn't know if it's going to be completely clear. Let's take out the drone eventually here. Key still active and about on that bottom floor. Drones are rolling through. They are aware of his current position. And Hurt's coming in for a bit of support. Gone 6. Flashbangs, concussions all used. They're trying to get rid of Keys, but not quite successful at that as he's able to rotate himself back out towards the hallway on 90.
Can they dig in and get this early player? This is likely the longest we've had all 10 players still standing. Fultz is almost the first off the board, fires back, but tucks tail and gets out of there. Doesn't want to risk the wrath of several W7M players that like to move in the wake of the first fight. There is a fight that happens over break. Hot and watching, looks for the second, pre-fires it. They didn't quite lean entirely into it, though. They're still sort of fishing around 90. In fact, Julio pushes even deeper, drops and goes for the pre-fire angle. Do they know just where he's tucked, watching and waiting? He's assuming somebody might be a bit further out. It's still patient, but look, another player steps in. Volps wins out the engagement. They retake CC. Are they going to go for it? Volps really wants to. Just a bit short. Is he going to do it again? There it is. A bit too high. Gets caught out. The lock on break room door. It goes almost against them. There's the grenade. Pushes the pressure. 92. Gets 2 of his own. It's a Claymore that finds Herds. Rampy is down. Yeti is 2. And W7M, they're able to take the 3 points. A 7-4 showing at the end of the day.
And this is truly putting Space Station into a bit of a bad situation because they found themselves 0-2, 0 points, with BDS and W7M all picking up the full 6. Well done by W7M. They stayed aggressive. They stayed on top of things. They did not give any breathing room to Space Station Gaming. And with that, managed to lock out that game quite convincingly with 7-3 scoreline at the end of the day.
You have to give credit there to W7M. They kept the fire, kept an energy, and made sure that they delivered it at this, the final hour of the final game of the final day. Obviously, we've been here on the Bravo stream, based unfortunately to how some of the techs have pushed us. I'm not sure if the reveal is still ongoing.
This is actually the first reveal since Siege that I've not seen live.
Really?
Yes, because I'm casting right now. So it's, well, was casting. So I need to go back and actually watch, because I didn't see any leaks.
Didn't you?
No, I have no clue what the new operator does. Everybody else knows. We were out. Yeah, I know. Oh.
I also know about beep and beep. I'm not going to say, because I know some of you diehard W7M fans and SSG fans are probably watching this and want to watch it in its entirety afterwards. Thank you for being with us. But, you know, this is how we sort of set ourselves up here, and it looks like we're going straight into this, the breakdown of how the game played itself out. So it was intense, it was scrappy, it was a fight, it was the back and forth, but it was W7M's game. As I said, it just felt like the energy was a little bit more into their favor.
Yeah, so as we go through, it is going to be, of course, that victory that will be more important. Caliber Jacob tweeted it out earlier. I really hope he's going to be proven wrong, by the way. By tradition, teams that win 2 games on the first day are going to be finding themselves qualified. That will mean the group today has been decided. I don't think so. I still think there is plenty to play for. Of course, statistically, every single team can still make it in any given group. No one is confirmed. No one has been knocked out. So still plenty to play for in the coming days.
Halfway through tomorrow, we might have something close to locked out. It then becomes a technicality if they can make it all the way, because obviously it's a game of 2 halves. You play every single team in your group twice. All of these teams have a chance to get some revenge on the teams that they've gone up against. A team that ends with 0 points could end up with 9. Just as the same teams that start with 9 could get no more from their remaining 3 games. Then it becomes a fun old breakdown of just who, what, why, and where can be pieced together.
Round differential, other tiebreakers, maybe a tiebreaker match to come through again, just like we had in Mexico.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Do you know?
The future knows.
The future
is now.
We will very shortly be going through the groups and breaking down how the day has gone for everybody and seeing just exactly who is in that position, the sort of heroes and unfortunate zeros of this, the opening play day. Obviously, that was, as we said, the last game of the day. We've been hot sieging since around, well, it started, I guess, 10 for viewers at home. We've been since about 8.
Yeah, that's when we managed to get to the studio. Well, we a little bit later, but the rest of the time. Anyway, we're starting for Group D.
We're starting with Group D.
We've just gone backwards.
Yeah, we've just started on a Mirage. They get the single point for getting